My name is Jiang Chen. One day my father called me and said he had good news for me. He had found me a beautiful wife. I was shocked, because I'm only 22 years old and not ready for marriage. But my father said it wasn't a problem since he and my mother also don't have a marriage certificate and live perfectly well. I tried to refuse, saying that I like being single, but my father insisted and said that my wife was already in Hangzhou and that I had no choice. When I tried to call him back, my father had blocked me. I was confused and didn't know what to do next. In the end, I decided to go to sleep, but soon I heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, I saw a woman in a mask with a suitcase. It was Yi Ling Shuang, my childhood friend and a popular star. I was in a panic because she knew where I lived. Ling Shuang was a very attractive woman, but her sternness overshadowed all her charms. She entered the apartment, took off her mask, and sat on the sofa in a tank top and shorts, showing her long legs. Ling Shuang demanded that I help her with her suitcase and give her a shoulder massage. I didn't dare refuse, fearing her anger. I placed the suitcase down and started massaging her shoulders, trying not to look at her attractive figure. My heart was pounding wildly. In my past life and now, I had never been close to girls. The sight of such a seductive scene was overwhelming for me. Ling Shuang noticed that I had just placed my hands on her shoulders but hadn't started massaging and was surprised. After all my training from childhood, I had become quite skilled at massaging, even better than in a professional spa. She had missed this over the past 3 years. Embarrassed, I asked her to put on more clothes. Ling Shuang turned to me curiously and noticed that my face had turned as red as an apple. She smirked, realizing that I was embarrassed by her appearance. Recalling how in middle school I had once secretly pinched her, thinking she was asleep, she cheerfully remembered how she had beaten me for it until I cried. She continued teasing me, noticing that I had become more cautious and shy. At first I tried not to look at her figure, but over time I gave in to temptation. After 10 minutes of massaging, Ling Shuang seemed to fall asleep. Trying to be good, I covered her with a blanket so she wouldn't get cold. Although Ling Shuang pretended to be asleep, her heart was pounding. She had always had feelings for me, but I hadn't noticed. To attract my attention, she had to resort to force. When I started avoiding her in high school, and even began walking home with other girls, she decided that this was unacceptable and again used force. Then I suddenly transferred to another school without telling her, and she searched for me for 3 years. Finding out that I had enrolled at Hangzhou University and moved there to work as a tutor, she decided to act. Discussing everything with my parents, she came to marry me. Waking up with numb legs and seeing Ling Shuang sleeping on my lap, I was stunned. I tried to understand what was happening and feared that this was her way of punishing me for years of hiding. Jiang Chen wanted to move Yi Ling Shuang's head, but suddenly she smiled, scaring him into staying still. After a while, seeing that she didn't wake up, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, Jiang Chen knew that this fierce woman seemed to be having a good dream, so he dismissed the idea of moving her. If he woke her up, he'd surely suffer. Resigned to his fate, he continued to let Yi Ling Shuang rest her head on his lap. When he saw the blanket had fallen off, he kindly picked it up and covered her again. Checking his phone, he saw it was only 3 a.m. Too early, he thought with a sigh. Might as well sleep a bit more. He closed his eyes and soon drifted off. When he woke again, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Obviously, Yi Ling Shuang was taking a shower. Jiang Chen tried to stand, but his legs were numb and sore, making it difficult. He gently massaged his legs. Feeling a bit better, he prepared to get up just as the water stopped. Panicking, he wondered whether to pretend to be asleep or get up. But he couldn't hold it anymore, he needed to pee. At that moment the bathroom door opened, and Yi Ling Shuang walked out, wearing his shirt, her hair still wet. One of the buttons was undone, revealing a glimpse of her ample, white chest, making Jiang Chen's mouth go dry. "Hey silly brother, you're awake." Yi Ling Shuang noticed her undone button and blushed, quickly fixing it. Seeing Jiang Chen's awkwardly lowered head, she chuckled. "This silly brother, why so shy?" She walked over saying, "Silly brother, get the hair dryer and dry my hair. It's uncomfortable being wet." Okay, Jiang Chen ran to the bedroom to get the hair dryer, but he was desperate to pee. He tossed the dryer to Yi Ling Shuang and rushed to the bathroom. Yi Ling Shuang was stunned. She had thought Jiang Chen wasn't awake. Her intimate clothes were still in the bathroom. When Jiang Chen entered, he saw her undergarments on the rack and froze, recalling a time in middle school when Yi Ling Shuang had forgotten her clothes after showering at his place. Out of curiosity, he had picked up her bra and got caught, resulting in a severe beating. "Oh no, why am I so unlucky?" Jiang Chen thought, feeling wronged. He hurriedly finished and washed his hands before stepping out. Yi Ling Shuang quickly rushed in, tossed her clothes in the washing machine, and came out, blushing. Jiang Chen, surprised she didn't get angry or hit him, found it odd. Aren't you going to help me dry my hair? Yi Lingshuang asked irritably as Jiang Chen stood lost in thought. Coming, Jiang Chen hurried over, dreading that he'd have to face her wrath after drying her hair. With a sigh, he began to gently blow dry her hair. It smelled fragrant, and her skin was fair. From above, he had a clear view of her beauty. But he wasn't interested, he was more worried about the impending punishment. Yi Lingshuang, lost in her own thoughts, wondered if Jiang Chen had seen her clothes and felt ashamed. Would he think she was promiscuous? But didn't men like that? I should be happy, so why am I worried, she thought, regaining her confidence. Her looks and figure surpassed most women. She was perfect, both elegant and skilled. Throwing the incident from her mind, she noticed Jiang Chen's poor blow-drying technique. Kiddo, are you messing with me? I have wavy hair, and you're ruining it. Sorry. Jiang Chen, jolted from his thoughts, realized he'd been careless. He quickly adjusted and began styling her hair properly. Thanks to her training, his skills were even better than professional stylists. In 5 minutes, he had her hair looking perfect. Yi Lingshuang, pleased with her reflection, felt joyful. This brother of hers was truly a treasure. Kiddo, you did well. You must have practiced a lot on other girls while I was gone, she teased. No way. Jiang Chen felt a bit proud. Seeing his smugness in the mirror, Yi Lingshuang felt a pang of worry. A man this good would attract many girls in college. As her husband now, she had to warn him. Her tone turned serious. Good. You're not allowed to dry any other girl's hair except mine. Jiang Chen was confused. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. You're not allowed to have a girlfriend. Feeling wronged, Jiang Chen thought. Does she want me to be single forever? This domineering sister was too much. He needed a way to get her to leave. Then he remembered his father mentioning a wife he had found for him. A light bulb went off in Jiang Chen's head. This was the perfect excuse to get rid of her. Even if you hadn't said it, I wouldn't find one, Jiang Chen said, feigning agreement. You're beautiful and understanding. Having you as a friend is enough. Exactly. Yi Lingshuang beamed. I knew my love for you since childhood wasn't in vain. Coughing awkwardly, Jiang Chen thought, you tortured me, and you call that love? Pretending to agree, he said, of course, you're the best, Sister Lingshuang. But my dad mentioned he found me a fiancé who's coming to live with me in Hangzhou. What? Yi Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his father hadn't told him she was the fiancé? Curious about his thoughts, she asked nervously, what do you think about that? Sigh. I can't disobey my father's orders. Even if I don't want to, his word is law, Jiang Chen replied, inwardly rejoicing. His father's arrangement could save him from her torment. Yi Lingshuang, relieved he wasn't resisting, was overjoyed. She took his hand and said tenderly, silly brother, the fiancé your dad mentioned is me. I'm your wife. What? Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Yi Lingshuang in disbelief. What did you say? I said. The wife your dad found for you is me. Yi Lingshuang shyly lowered her head. I'm your future wife. Oh my! Jiang Chen, finally understanding, was so shocked that he pulled his hand away from hers. Yi Lingshuang frowned. She knew Jiang Chen feared her and might resist, but she didn't expect such a strong reaction. Sister Lingshuang, this joke isn't funny at all, Jiang Chen said, leaning against the wall with a terrified expression. Since childhood, he had been under Yi Lingshuang's control. Those dark days were still fresh in his memory. If he had to spend the rest of his life under her control, what was the point of living? Silly brother. I'm not joking. Yi Lingshuang tried to stay calm, looking at him with loving eyes. The fiancé your dad mentioned is me. Impossible. Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously, refusing to believe it. His parents had seen him get beaten up by Yi Lingshuang. They wouldn't be so cruel as to set him up with her. Yi Lingshuang, a famous star with an annual income of billions, was willing to be his wife, yet Jiang Chen rejected her. This hurt her pride. Do I need to use my trump card? She thought. Before coming here, she knew Jiang Chen would resist her, remembering how she often beat him up as a child. So, she confessed her feelings to his parents, offering 10 billion as a dowry if they agreed to her marrying Jiang Chen. His parents liked her and didn't accept the dowry. Instead, they wrote a letter for her to give to Jiang Chen, which was her trump card. Seeing Jiang Chen's resistance, she knew she had to use it. She gently handed him the envelope. This is from your dad, she said. Jiang Chen hesitantly took the envelope. To my son, Jiang Chen, the cover read in his father's crooked handwriting. Jiang Chen knew it was indeed his dad's handwriting. He opened the letter and read. We have received a 10 million dowry from our daughter-in-law. From now on. After reading, Jiang Chen was stunned. Dowry? Who was marrying whom? Dad, could you be more reliable, he thought, continuing to read. When he finished, he felt utterly defeated. His father had sold him to Yi Lingshuang for 10 million yuan. The letter's tone was domineering, insisting he must be with her since their parents had already celebrated the union at home. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt his unreliable parents had sold him out just to fund their travels. Now do you believe me, silly brother, Yi Lingshuang asked softly, looking like a considerate big sister. Don't come any closer, Jiang Chen said, struggling to accept the reality. Seeing his less intense resistance, Yi Lingshuang felt delighted. His father had indeed overpowered Jiang Chen. Now, this silly brother was her husband. She moved closer again, speaking gently, the letter is clear. I am now your wife. If you want to back out, I might agree, but my dad and your dad won't. Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a chill down his spine. Yi Lingshuang's father was a burly man who could easily send him to meet his ancestors with one slap. As for his own father, he had already taken the money and left. Facing the potential consequences of a breakup, Jiang Chen didn't dare to confront her anymore. He tried to calm down and said, Sister Lingshuang, let me process this. Okay. Yi Lingshuang sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, waiting for his decision. She knew Jiang Chen would eventually yield. After all, they had grown up together, and she knew him well. With the letter, her chances were high. Jiang Chen stood there, feeling the absurdity of the situation. Yi Lingshuang, who had always been proud and indifferent to countless suitors, had chosen him. Why? After a long silence, Yi Lingshuang shyly asked, Have you figured it out now, silly brother? Her words pulled Jiang Chen back to reality. Awkwardly he muttered, Sister Lingshuang, you're outstanding. I don't think I'm worthy of you. Why wouldn't you be, she replied. You're tall, handsome and talented. Do you know the songs you wrote for me are famous worldwide? Her eyes sparkled as she thought of the songs Jiang Chen had written, each one dazzling and deeply loved by her. But after you left, the songs the company provided couldn't compare to yours. Their sales were less than 1% of your song sales. Jiang Chen modestly said. That's just bad luck, nothing to do with the songs. Not at all. Those songwriters are just not as good as you. Her eyes lit up as she thought of something. She walked over, took his hand and shyly said, Silly brother, can you write a few more songs for me? What? Jiang Chen was stunned. Write more songs? He grimaced and said, Sister Lingshuang, I can't write anymore. Seeing his expression, she remembered the past. He used to say he couldn't write, but after some encouragement he wrote 6 songs in a few days. When he claimed to be out of ideas, more encouragement led to more songs, each one a hit, making her a top singer and later a top actress. His current behavior was all too familiar. Seems I need to use the ultimate weapon against men, she thought. She licked her lips, entwined her arm with his, and pouted, Honey, just squeeze out some inspiration for your superstar wife. Work a bit harder, okay? What? This fierce woman is acting coy? And she's calling me husband now. Seeing her big eyes blinking at him so gently, Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Honey, please work a little extra and write some songs for me, Yi Lingshuang pouted again, switching to a coquettish mode. Jiang Chen struggled under her tender gaze and soft touch. Despite enjoying it, he knew it was only temporary. This was an illusion, a fleeting moment he couldn't get lost in. He released her hand, his face bitter. Sister Lingshuang, I'll write songs for you. You don't need to call me husband or act coy. It's terrifying. Yi Lingshuang's bright eyes rolled as she processed Jiang Chen's words. Does this silly brother think I'm calling him husband just for the songs? Her face darkened. Since childhood she had been pure. She had never even spoken to men voluntarily, except for Jiang Chen. Calling him husband was because she considered herself his wife now, trying to strengthen their bond. But he thought she was being casual. Her inner anger flared up. She grabbed his ear, her face stern. What filthy thoughts are in your head? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Jiang Chen's face contorted in pain. This woman was ruthless. One moment she was being sweet, the next she was hurting him. Mama, it hurts. Please, I'm sorry, let go. Yi Lingshuang didn't release him, her pretty face frosty. How can you think so poorly of me? After all, I've treated you like a brother since we were kids. Sister? I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, teary-eyed and wronged, pleaded, I won't do it again. You think there'll be a next time, she scolded. Jiang Chen felt utterly wronged. Who could understand why she was so fierce and now suddenly gentle? But he knew he had to back down. Satisfied, Yi Lingshuang let go, but seeing his red ear, she felt a twinge of guilt. She had promised herself to be a gentle and kind wife from now on. But she couldn't control her anger. Silly brother. Why do you always make me so angry, she thought, feeling both frustrated and regretful. Seeing Jiang Chen looking so pitiful, she reached out gently, but he instinctively jumped back. Sister Ling Shuang, I truly know I was wrong. Please don't hit me again, he begged. Her face twitched with suppressed anger, but she forced herself to be gentle. Come here, let me see. I'm fine now, he said, rubbing his burning ear and forcing a smile. He wasn't about to risk another ear twisting. Seeing his deep fear, Yi Lingshuang was infuriated. Her good intentions were being misunderstood. Her anger threatened to erupt again. Come here, she ordered coldly. Seeing her stern face, Jiang Chen trembled. He knew her gentle side was fleeting. He obediently walked over, fearing a beating if he resisted. This silly brother always opted for punishment over peace. Why did he always make her so mad? But seeing his red ear, she felt a pang of guilt. Does it hurt, she asked. Yes, he said, feeling wronged. Sister Ling Shuang, I'm grown up now. Could you please stop hitting me? It was humiliating to be beaten from childhood to nearly 18, almost a university student, still being bullied by her. Yi Ling Shuang also felt sorry. He was her husband now, and she wanted to be a gentle and kind wife. She softly took his hand. Honey, just don't make me angry, okay? You know I can't control my temper. This time was mild. Next time I might break your arm or leg by accident. Mama Jiang Chen was terrified. Was this a threat? A blatant threat. He quickly stood up, eager to please. Sister Ling Shuang, I'll go write songs for you right now. His sudden compliance made her feel a bit awkward. Honey, actually, my songs can wait. Her sweet voice sent shivers down his spine. This woman was capricious, changing moods in an instant. Jiang Chen couldn't trust her words. Not urgent? Yeah, right? No. I need to write now. Inspiration might fade if I don't, he insisted. Really, she tilted her head, suspicious. Yes. Wait a moment, he said and rushed to his bedroom, rummaging through his memories. Over the past 3 years apart from Yi Ling Shuang, he had recalled more Earth songs. He had planned to use these in college to attract some quality girls. He had never attended college in his previous life, but had heard college girls were soft and sweet, perfect for dating and marriage. But with Yi Ling Shuang, this fierce tiger, if he didn't hand over the songs, he might not even make it to college registration. Swish. Jiang Chen was furiously writing lyrics and melodies on scratch paper. As a man who had been forced by his fierce sister to learn musical instruments and art under threat of being beaten if he failed, he had become a skilled all-rounder. In 2 hours, he had written 3 songs. The first was S.H.E's Not Yet Lovers. This song fit Yi Ling Shuang perfectly. After all, her previous songs were always about unrequited love. Yes, unrequited love. Jiang Chen had always thought she was crazy. With so many suitors, why sing about unrequited love? The second song was Cindy Wang's Still Good Friends. Both of these songs were almost tailor-made for Yi Ling Shuang. The third song was Joey Young's Little. It reflected the friendly memories of their childhood, so he added it for Yi Ling Shuang. After finishing, Jiang Chen double-checked his work. Satisfied, he pushed the door open. To his surprise, Yi Ling Shuang stood there in a white shoulder-strap dress, looking like an elegant fairy untouched by the mundane world. Her breathtaking appearance left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Was this ethereal beauty really the sister he had known since childhood? Staring blankly, Jiang Chen saw Yi Ling Shuang's cheeks turn rosy, as delicate as a peach blossom in March. Xiao Chen, do I look pretty? Yi Ling Shuang's voice shattered Jiang Chen's illusions. No matter how beautiful she was still the fierce sister who had chased and beaten him. He nodded, forcing a smile. Sister Ling Shuang, you're getting prettier. Yi Ling Shuang was delighted. She had heard many compliments, but Jiang Chen's praise made her feel like she was floating on air. Aren't you happy to have such a beautiful wife? Jiang Chen's face twitched. This woman was too fierce to be a wife. Quickly he handed over the songs he had written. Sister Ling Shuang, here are the songs I wrote for you. Take a look. Her attention successfully diverted, Yi Ling Shuang took the 3 sheets of paper and started reading. As she read the first song, her eyes lit up with an uncontrollable smile. The lyrics perfectly captured the mindset of someone secretly in love. It was exactly what she wanted to express to Jiang Chen. She continued to read the second and third songs, each resonating deeply with her, as if the stories were about her. Sister Ling Shuang, what do you think? Jiang Chen asked cautiously, fearing she might criticize his work. Xiao Chen, did you write these? She asked. Yes, he nodded, nervously. Do you like them? If not, I can revise them. No need to revise. They're great, Yi Ling Shuang said joyfully, looking around. Where's your guitar? In the bedroom. Yi Ling Shuang immediately went to the bedroom, grabbed the guitar from the wall, and began to play according to Jiang Chen's sheet music. She was indeed talented with musical instruments. As a child, Jiang Chen had no knowledge of instruments until Yi Ling Shuang taught him. Under her strict and often physical guidance, he learned piano, guitar, violin, and even traditional instruments like suona flute and erhu in just 6 months. Watching Yi Ling Shuang engrossed in playing, Jiang Chen realized she was deeply moved by the songs. He knew these songs would be a hit. After finishing, she jumped up and embraced Jiang Chen like a princess, exclaiming, "I love you, hubby." Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. This reaction was a bit too much. "Honey, when are we getting married? I want to have lots of talented children with you," she said, her face beaming. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Marry and have children with her? Sister Ling Shuang, what are you talking about? When your mom had you, how old was she? She asked, her face serious. Jiang Chen, sweating nervously, quickly let go of her. "What are you planning?" "You know what," she replied, licking her lips seductively. "Sister Ling Shuang, I'm still young," he stammered, backing away. "You're not that young," she said, eyeing him up and down. "We can't get a marriage certificate," he protested. "Your dad said it's just a piece of paper. He and your mom never got one either." Jiang Chen was at a loss. How had she turned into a female hooligan? "No. I don't want to be tormented by you," he thought desperately. "Honey, I've already paid the dowry, and our parents have approved. So, what do you say?" she asked sweetly. No, Jiang Chen instinctively refused. Seeing her face darken, he quickly changed his tone. "Sister Ling Shuang, I'm hungry. Let's go eat first, okay? Today is the last day for new students to register at the university." Just then her stomach growled. She was hungry too, having dressed up to go out for a meal with him. "All right, let's eat first. There's plenty of time for other things later," she agreed. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang left the rented apartment together. Through the neighborhood, holding Jiang Chen's arm and wearing a mask, several women, who had hired Jiang Chen as a tutor, greeted them warmly. "Teacher Xiao Chen, is this your girlfriend?" one of them asked. Yi Ling Shuang, unhappy with the question, took off her mask and smiled, correcting them. "Not a girlfriend, a future wife." Her soft, magnetic voice left the women stunned. They had initially thought that since she was wearing a mask, she might not be very attractive, but now, seeing her stunning face, they were instantly jealous. She was not only beautiful and well-shaped but also had a lovely voice. How could there be such a perfect woman in this world? After greeting them, Yi Ling Shuang put her mask back on. She wasn't afraid of being recognized but didn't want to be surrounded by people, which would be troublesome. As they left the neighborhood, Jiang Chen looked at Yi Ling Shuang with a complicated expression. Why did she tell others she was his future wife? Aren't celebrities very cautious about their public image and relationships? If the paparazzi wrote about this, it would be troublesome. Actually, Jiang Chen was mistaken. Yi Ling Shuang had never relied on her looks alone. Her talent in acting and singing were her true strengths. If the paparazzi wrote anything, and Jiang Chen admitted she was his wife, she might even thank them. They took a taxi to a Western restaurant. Jiang Chen was very natural and skilled at ordering, which made Yi Ling Shuang frown. Jiang Chen used to resist eating Western food because he didn't know how to eat it. She had to drag him to Western restaurants after becoming a star. Now, he was proficient at ordering and handling the utensils. She had a bad feeling. Jiang Chen must have frequently eaten with other women in the past 3 years. This thought made her unhappy. "Kiddo, you seem different today," she said, reverting to her old way of addressing him, which made Jiang Chen's heart skip a beat. He quickly stood up. "Sister Ling Shuang, what's wrong? Didn't you used to hate Western food? You said you didn't know how to eat it. Why are you so skilled now?" Relieved it was a false alarm, Jiang Chen sat back down and explained, "Sister Ling Shuang, we've eaten together at least 100 times. Yi Ling Shuang felt embarrassed. She had lost count. She realized that being too fixated on one person was not always a good thing. After the meal, they arrived at a hotel. "Sister Ling Shuang, I need to register at the university and sort out my dorm. I won't be coming back. Here's the key. The rent is paid for another half month, so you can stay." "Hey Mami," Ling Shuang frowned. "You're not coming back." "No, my rental is too far from the university." "I'll stay in the dorm," Jiang Chen said, trying to escape her. Initially he hadn't planned on staying in the dorm, but now that Yi Ling Shuang was here, he needed to avoid her daily trouble. Yi Ling Shuang squinted at Jiang Chen, sensing he was avoiding her. She wanted to smack him. She had given up filming and releasing new songs to come here, and he was trying to dodge her with such a lame excuse. Jiang Chen felt uneasy under her gaze. His reason was solid, it shouldn't be seen through, right? As he pondered, her voice interrupted, I'll go with you to register. Then, I'll rent a big villa near your school so you can live conveniently. What the heck? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. What was she thinking? How could he live with her? He dared not object directly and planned to refuse later. Seeing his distressed face, Yi Lingshuang was amused. Kiddo, you think you can get rid of me that easily? I'll stay near your school, and we'll go together. Let's see if any girl dares approach you then. Jiang Chen felt he had dug his own grave. He couldn't say much more now. They took a taxi to Hangzhou University. At the gate they saw many senior students with tents welcoming freshmen and guiding them enthusiastically. Jiang Chen noticed how the senior boys were particularly friendly to new female students and vice versa. With his good looks and Yi Lingshuang's masked beauty, they became the center of attention immediately. Freshman, which major are you in? Can I show you around? 3 enthusiastic senior girls asked, introducing themselves. This made Yi Lingshuang uncomfortable, especially since Jiang Chen seemed to enjoy their attention. As she was about to pull him away, a male senior approached her. Hello, freshman. Before he could finish, Yi Lingshuang, annoyed, said, Sorry. I'm not a student here. I'm here to drop off my future husband. Holding Jiang Chen's hand, she made sure everyone heard. Huh. Her words stunned everyone, including the senior girls surrounding Jiang Chen and the male senior who had approached her. Future husband. Everyone exchanged incredulous looks. Jiang Chen was also stunned. With those words, his chances of dating for the next 4 years were gone. Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Jiang Chen pulled Yi Lingshuang aside and whispered, Sister Lingshuang, what are you doing? I'm telling the truth, she replied innocently. I am your future wife, approved by your parents. Jiang Chen was speechless. She was doing this on purpose. Looking at the crowd and knowing her temperament, continuing this conversation would only make things worse. Just as he was about to head to registration, a pleasant voice called out, Jiang Chen, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come to Hangzhou University too. Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a tall girl in tight jeans approaching. She looked very innocent and pure. When she saw Jiang Chen's surprised expression, she lowered her head shyly, but her eyes showed how happy she was to see him. Meng, you're enrolling at Hangzhou University too? Jiang Chen greeted her with a smile, recognizing his high school classmate. Yes, Su Meng nodded, smiling. Which major did you choose, Jiang Chen? Have you registered yet? I'm in the computer science major, but I haven't registered yet. What a coincidence, I'm in computer science too. I registered on the first day. Let me show you the way. Seeing Jiang Chen's surprised look, Su Meng blushed again. She had actually chosen Hangzhou University because of Jiang Chen. Despite scoring over 700 on her entrance exams, and having many prestigious universities to choose from, she decided to come here after learning that Jiang Chen had applied to Hangzhou University for computer science. Although Hangzhou University was good, it wasn't as prestigious as Tsinghua University in Beijing. But she wanted to be with Jiang Chen. He was not only smart but also very handsome. Most importantly, being with him made her feel comfortable and at ease. Her mother had told her that true love was when being with someone made you feel relaxed and happy, not just how much they did for you. Yi Lingshuang, sensing the presence of a rival, felt threatened by this pure-looking girl who was Jiang Chen's age. Su Meng had a youthful face but was also well-developed. Suppressing her unease, Yi Lingshuang smiled and walked over, holding Jiang Chen's arm. Honey, who is this little sister? Honey, Jiang Chen felt his face darken. What was this fierce woman up to? Su Meng's curious eyes widened. It had only been a couple of months since she last saw Jiang Chen, and now he was married. But she knew it couldn't be true since Jiang Chen wasn't even 18 yet. Their birthdays were just a day apart. So, she cleverly deduced that Yi Lingshuang was either a prankster or one of Jiang Chen's admirers. In high school, many girls had pursued Jiang Chen because of his good nature and top grades. She smiled and asked, Jiang Chen, who is this? Yi Lingshuang was displeased. She had just called him husband, yet Su Meng still asked who she was. Jiang Chen, seeing Su Meng's innocent curiosity, said reluctantly, This is my sister. Sister. Su Meng's eyes twinkled as she seemed to understand something and asked softly, Is this the fierce sister you mentioned? Jiang Chen smiled slightly, confirming her guess. Wow, Su Meng was thrilled. She had always admired the sister who was so strict with Jiang Chen that he had to transfer schools. She thought befriending this sister would teach her how to handle Jiang Chen. Excitedly, she said, Sister, when are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Yi Lingshuang's face twitched. She thought Jiang Chen had told Su Mengmeng about her celebrity status. If he had, it meant he liked this soft and cute girl. She wanted to react angrily but restrained herself. Little sister, I'm not his sister, I'm his wife, Yi Lingshuang said seriously, determined to eliminate this rival. What? Sister, whether you're his wife or sister, I'd like to be friends, Su Mengmeng said, her big eyes shining with innocence, making Yi Lingshuang feel very uncomfortable. Sensing Yi Lingshuang's mood worsening, Jiang Chen quickly said, Mengmeng, we can catch up later. I need to register first. I'll show you the way. The registration point for computer science is a bit tricky to find. I got lost myself, Su Mengmeng said, tactfully not mentioning the meal again and leading the way. As they walked, she chatted with Jiang Chen about what had happened in the past 2 months since he left. After they reached the registration point and Jiang Chen paid his fees, the teacher began assigning dorms. Yi Lingshuang insisted that Jiang Chen should stay off campus, but the teacher explained that freshmen had evening classes, so staying on campus was better. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang panicked. Jiang Chen didn't consider her his wife yet. If he stayed in the dorms, it would be risky. Not only were there many beautiful girls at Hangzhou University, but having someone like Su Mengmeng around was a significant threat. Thinking quickly, she took off her mask, deciding to reveal her identity. This way, even if other girls wanted to get close to Jiang Chen, they would think twice. At that moment, she felt proud of her cleverness. While the students registering around them exclaimed, "Isn't that the famous star Yi Lingshuang? My goddess. Is she also a student at Hangzhou University? No. You must be a fake fan. My goddess studies at Tsinghua University and is a top student. Then why is she here? Wait, who's the guy she's holding hands with? They look so close." Satisfied with the reaction, Yi Lingshuang felt sure she would be trending on social media the next day. Her manager might go crazy, but it would be worth it as long as Jiang Chen wasn't swayed by other girls. Su Mengmeng was stunned. Jiang Chen's fierce sister was actually the famous star Yi Lingshuang. The teacher was equally astonished. Having a top celebrity accompanying a student to registration was unprecedented. Seeing the crowd closing in, he quickly handed Jiang Chen his dorm key. Jiang Chen, now accompanied by 2 beautiful women, left the registration area, chatting and laughing as they headed to the dorms. Along the way, more people gathered to watch. Some recognized Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang as the pair seen at the entrance. Is my goddess really married? And to a freshman. I saw and heard it myself. She called that freshman her husband. The gossip spread quickly. Some male fans were furious, their faces turning red with anger. That kid doesn't deserve my goddess. My goddess is skilled in so many arts. What has this guy accomplished to be with her? People made Yi Lingshuang quite pleased, as it meant she was generating buzz. However, seeing people look down on Jiang Chen upset her. Why do they look down on him, she thought. Jiang Chen has been a genius since childhood. In 1st grade he could solve 4th grade problems. By 6th grade he could handle high school problems, and even write songs that became huge hits. Who else could do that? You guys don't understand anything, she said, frowning. Do you think finding a good match is as easy as making a key? Ridiculous. Her words left many fans bewildered. Was their goddess actually scolding them? Hearing Yi Lingshuang's defense, Jiang Chen felt touched. In this era, many celebrities treated their fans like gods. Yi Lingshuang had always interacted warmly with her fans online, being very approachable. Now, she was standing up for him, just like she did when they were kids, when she defended him against older kids who tried to bully him. She beat them all up, making them cry for their parents. Remembering that, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. His sister hadn't changed, she still cared about him deeply. Even though she was fierce when she hit him, it was a different kind of care. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Yi Lingshuang ignored them, and pulled Jiang Chen to the dorm supervisor's office to hand over his key. The supervisor looked at Jiang Chen, who was empty-handed but accompanied by 2 beautiful women, and was puzzled. Such a sight was unprecedented. Nevertheless, he gave Jiang Chen his electronic key. Hangzhou University, although not as prestigious as top-tier schools like Tsinghua University, had an excellent environment. The dorms housed 4 people per room, each with a private bathroom, air conditioning, and a desk. The internet speed was top-notch. The dorm doors used electronic keys and students could even unlock them with their phones. When Yi Lingshuang entered the boys' dormitory, many people gathered around to see the beautiful star holding Jiang Chen's hand, feeling heartbroken. Their goddess was taken. After checking out his dorm and greeting his roommates, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang left. Since classes hadn't started and he had a star by his side, there was no reason to stay longer. Outside the dorm building, many people blocked the way. It was crowded. "Is that really your boyfriend?" a tall, skinny guy with glasses asked, heartbroken. No, Yi Lingshuang replied with a smile. Phew. The guy sighed in relief. "I knew it. My goddess wouldn't date a freshman." But then Yi Lingshuang added softly, "He's my husband." The bustling crowd suddenly fell silent, as if the marketplace noise had been switched off. You could hear a pin drop. Yi Lingshuang smiled politely at everyone and started walking, pulling Jiang Chen along. The crowd naturally made way for them. People watched them leave, clutching their hearts in pain. Not only did their hearts ache, but their livers and kidneys did too. A star with top-tier looks, figure, and wealth had chosen an ordinary guy like Jiang Chen and publicly admitted it. They couldn't accept it. Breaking through the crowd, they left the campus under everyone's watchful eyes. By this time, Su Mengmeng had tactfully left. She felt it wasn't appropriate to stay, knowing she was just a high school classmate of Jiang Chen and not acquainted with Yi Lingshuang, who seemed hostile towards her. And in the car, Jiang Chen looked at Yi Lingshuang's flawless side profile and said, "Sister Lingshuang, thank you for standing up for me." Yi Lingshuang rolled her eyes. "Is that all?" Jiang Chen was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "How about I treat you to a big meal tonight? Anything you want." "Is that all?" Yi Lingshuang still looked disdainful but was secretly pleased. Was her silly husband finally catching on? Jiang Chen felt troubled. He had little experience dealing with women, whether on Earth or in this world. But since she wasn't interested in food, he needed another way to thank her. Remembering that bags cure all ills for women, he said, "Driver, take us to In-Time Mall." "Sure," the driver replied. Hearing they were going shopping, Yi Lingshuang's eyes lit up. She was usually busy and had little time for shopping, but now she could enjoy some retail therapy. At In-Time Mall, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Sister Lingshuang, pick anything you like. As long as I can afford it." Working as a tutor in Hangzhou for 2 months, he had saved up some money. With his previous earnings, he had over 100,000 yuan. He could afford a few outfits or a bag. Yi Lingshuang found his naivety cute. Holding Jiang Chen's arm, she happily walked into In-Time Mall, which offered a wide range of global brands, from items costing 1,000 yuan to 1,000,000, making it a true luxury shopping destination. Since she had already been seen at Hangzhou University, Yi Lingshuang decided not to wear a mask. In Hangzhou, famous for its beautiful women, wearing a mask would only draw more attention, especially in this heat. They entered a high-end foreign brand handbag store, and Jiang Chen was shocked by the prices. A small handbag cost 30,000 yuan, and a small shoulder bag was 100,000 yuan. Yi Lingshuang, accustomed to such prices, selected a finely crafted bag. Jiang Chen checked the price: 198,000 yuan. "What the heck?" Jiang Chen was stunned. Was it inlaid with diamonds or gold? The bag suited Yi Lingshuang perfectly, and Jiang Chen smiled. "It looks great." "Really?" she asked happily. A saleswoman approached. "You have a good eye, miss. This is a new limited edition bag." "Limited edition?" Yi Lingshuang asked, curious. "How many are there?" "Only 10 in the country." Hearing it was limited to 10 in the country, Yi Lingshuang lost interest. As a top-tier singer, she either bought unique items or popular ones. These 10 in between were awkward. She put the bag down and looked at other options. Yang Chen saw prices of 300,000, 400,000, and even 500,000 yuan. He felt suffocated. When he saw her pick up a bag costing 599,000 yuan, he was in shock. Even selling his kidneys wouldn't cover that. "This one is a limited edition, only 10 pieces worldwide. In our country, it's the only one." The saleswoman's words echoed, and Yi Lingshuang looked at the design again. "Ishim, it's indeed very nice." "Honey, what do you think?" Yi Lingshuang asked expectantly. Jiang Chen felt awkward. 600,000. That amount could buy a house back home. The main issue was that Jiang Chen didn't have the money. Just as he was pondering how to respond, a woman's voice echoed in his mind, sounding exasperated. "Host, please quickly bind with Yi Lingshuang into a symbiotic relationship. It's been 10 years. I've waited so long." Hearing this, Jiang Chen felt speechless. He had only been reborn into this world for less than 10 years, and this system had already found him. It introduced itself as the most powerful system in the universe. The Lie-Win system. However, to activate the Lie-Win system, he needed to bind in a symbiotic relationship with an exceptional opposite sex. Once activated, any skill learned by the symbiotic partner would automatically be transferred to Jiang Chen with a 100-fold proficiency. For example, if Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang became symbiotically linked, if Yi Ling Shuang earned 1 yuan, Jiang Chen would get 100 yuan. Any skill Yi Ling Shuang mastered, Jiang Chen would gain it with a 100-fold proficiency. In short, anything Yi Ling Shuang excelled at, Jiang Chen would be 100 times better. Initially, Jiang Chen was delighted to have this legendary advantage. But when the system said he had to spend his life with Yi Ling Shuang, Jiang Chen immediately refused. Growing up with Yi Ling Shuang, he knew she had no major faults but plenty of minor ones. For instance, her violent tendencies. He feared that if things didn't go her way, he would be the one getting beaten up. The memories of being beaten as a child were still vivid, so how could he spend the rest of his life with her? Now, after a year of silence, the system reminded him again, but Jiang Chen chose to ignore it. Host, you're making me desperate, do you know that? I've waited for you for 10 years. Do you know what I've been through these 10 years? How many decades do you have in your life? Despite the system's complaints and accusations, Jiang Chen remained unmoved. His previous life was tough, and having a second chance he wouldn't compromise. No matter how tempting the system's offer was, he wouldn't sacrifice his principles for temporary gain. After all, he was still young. Life was long. At this moment, the system's voice echoed again. Host, if you keep ignoring me, I'll activate the punishment function. I'll make you pay a very painful price. What painful price? Jiang Chen was curious. In 10 years, the system had only complained when ignored but never threatened with punishment. The system stuttered. It hadn't really thought about how to punish. After all, it had parasitized many humans who treated it like a deity. Jiang Chen was the only odd one who ignored it. System, are you planning to eliminate me? Jiang Chen asked weakly. No. But I'll make your life very troublesome, the system said fiercely. Oh, do as you wish, Jiang Chen said indifferently. As long as it wasn't a matter of life and death, what could be worse? Aren't you afraid of your life becoming very bad? Hey? Could it be worse than my previous life? Jiang Chen said calmly. In this life, although his parents were unreliable, they were loving. They never argued or fought. Moreover, he had already been admitted to a prestigious university, with many choices in life. Why fear? The system was infuriated by Jiang Chen's words. You're the most unambitious host I've ever seen. Who says I'm unambitious? You're just blind. I grew up being beaten by her, and now you want me to bind with her? You're ruining my life. What's the use of you if you can't consider your host's needs? The system was silenced. This person had no reverence for it at all. With the system quiet, Jiang Chen felt at peace. Yi Ling Shuang saw Jiang Chen in a daze and asked, Honey, what are you thinking about? Jiang Chen refocused on the bag in Yi Ling Shuang's hand, and said awkwardly, Sister Ling Shuang, this bag is too expensive, I can't afford it. Yi Ling Shuang was momentarily stunned. Soon her eyes reddened. At this moment, she felt heartache for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had written many songs for her, and earned a lot of money. When she wanted to give Jiang Chen his share, his father stopped her, saying he couldn't give it to Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen had millions at a young age, he would become arrogant and turn into a good-for-nothing. So, Jiang Chen's father told her to either keep the money herself or save it for Jiang Chen, until after he graduated from college. For 5 years, she had saved over 300 million for Jiang Chen. Uncle, what were you thinking? Look at what you've done to my husband. Yi Ling Shuang silently blamed Jiang Chen's father. However, she had promised not to give Jiang Chen money, so she couldn't go back on her word now. She stepped forward, holding Jiang Chen's hand, and said gently, Silly husband, just accompanying me shopping makes me happy enough. Why would I make you spend money? With that, she handed a card to the saleswoman. The saleswoman was stunned. She had thought Yi Ling Shuang was a gold digger and Jiang Chen a fool. It turned out Yi Ling Shuang was the wealthy one, and Jiang Chen was just a kept man. Seeing Yi Ling Shuang spend so much, tens of thousands at a time, Jiang Chen thought, luckily she's not my wife, I couldn't afford it. I couldn't afford it even if I sold myself. At this moment, the system's voice echoed again. Host, you're an idiot. Once you bind in a symbiotic relationship, your assets will be 100 times hers. How could you not afford it? Get lost. I'm not a masochist. Why are you so stubborn? Can't you see the benefits? The system, exasperated, said, if you bind, your combat power will be 100 times hers. She won't be able to beat you. System, you want me to hit a woman? Jiang Chen frowned. In his previous life, his father often beat his mother, and he vowed never to be like his father. So he despised men who hit women. Sensing Jiang Chen's tone, the system quickly said, "You can run." "Run, my ass. Can you hide forever? Besides, this is a lifelong thing. Is there no other woman in this world? Must I choose her? Think about it, if you bind you can become the richest man in the country, with endless money. I have hands and feet, and I'm studying at a prestigious university. I tutor for extra income, making 20 to 30,000 a month. After graduation my annual salary will be at least $1 million. That's enough for a comfortable life. Why would I want to be a rich man constantly beaten? For money. What about dignity? Should I give up my dignity for money?" The system was silenced again. It had never encountered someone like Jiang Chen, so unambitious yet rational. Most frustratingly, Jiang Chen's reasons were irrefutable. At that moment, it regretted choosing Jiang Chen. If it had known how stubborn he was, it wouldn't have parasitized him. Now, it was too late to leave. The system remained silent, and Jiang Chen ignored it. He decided to live without this advantage. As long as he dealt with Yi Lingshuang, his life would be peaceful. Yi Lingshuang pulled Jiang Chen along to raid more shops. Jiang Chen had become her little assistant, carrying her shopping bags. When they exited the store, a few girls recognized Yi Lingshuang. "Isn't that the famous star, Yi Lingshuang? Is that her boyfriend? Wow, he's so handsome." The girls' eyes lit up as they marveled at Jiang Chen's good looks, drawing the attention of other passers-by. Once they realized it was indeed the celebrity, a crowd quickly gathered. The mall corridor was soon packed with people. Some bold fans approached for photos and autographs. A few daring girls even asked, "Is he your boyfriend? He's so handsome. How did you meet?" Seeing the lively and energetic girls, Yi Lingshuang, feeling possessive, clung to Jiang Chen's arm and smiled, "We grew up together." Not satisfied with her answer, she corrected herself with a smile. "Actually, he's not my boyfriend. He's my husband. We're engaged." Wow, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Married? Yi Lingshuang was at the peak of her career, and now she was getting married. It must be true love. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. "Married? When did I agree to marry you? How could you be so dictatorial? I'm still a minor. I'm still in college, and looking to find a girlfriend there. Now that you've declared this publicly, how can I date anyone else?" He wanted to protest but felt intimidated by Yi Lingshuang's loving gaze. He could sense the threat. He couldn't help but recall Yi Lingshuang's words, "Be obedient, and don't make her angry. Otherwise you might end up with broken limbs." The thought made Jiang Chen shiver. He quickly put his arm around Yi Lingshuang's waist in submission. As he touched her waist, his heart skipped a beat. Wow, her waist is so soft and slender. Jiang Chen had never noticed this before. Touching her now felt like discovering a new world. This sister's waist is so slender and comfortable. Looking at Yi Lingshuang, almost in his arms, Jiang Chen felt a strange sensation. His mind wandered, if only this sister weren't so fierce. Yes, Jiang Chen was a bit smitten. In his previous life he had seen many romantic movies during the internet age and discussed with friends about the best body types for women. They concluded that women with slender waists, long legs and curvy figures were the best. However, such women were usually hard to handle. If you could manage, you'd be happy for life. So, Jiang Chen only fantasized about such beauties. Unexpectedly, he now had one. This was exciting and very tempting. Yi Lingshuang noticed Jiang Chen's rapid heartbeat and his hand moving on her waist. Her cheeks flushed. This silly husband, saying no with his mouth but being so honest with his body. Daring to take advantage of her in public. Impressive, worthy of being the man she fancied. Yi Lingshuang wasn't angry, instead, she was delighted. This was a good start. As long as Jiang Chen was infatuated with something about her, she wasn't afraid he wouldn't fall for her. After dealing with the crowd, Jiang Chen reluctantly let go of Yi Lingshuang's waist. At this moment, he felt a bit nostalgic. In his past life he had never held a woman's waist, especially one so slender and smooth. "Honey, how did it feel just now?" Yi Lingshuang asked Jiang Chen with a blush. Jiang Chen was flustered. This chick is going to settle scores later, isn't she? Seeing Jiang Chen stammering, Yi Lingshuang whispered in his ear, "Husband, don't do that in public again. If you like it, you can do whatever you want at home, and I'll cooperate." Hearing these seductive words, Jiang Chen blushed. What does this fierce sister mean? He started fantasizing. Her body is really great. If I could taste it. Jiang Chen licked his lips, lost in thought. Suddenly, an image of Yi Lingshuang with a whip flashed in his mind, making him shiver and snap back to reality. No, I can't be tempted by her. If I do, I'll be stuck with her forever. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, suppressing his desires. Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen blushing and couldn't help but laugh. I wonder how long you can resist. She was confident in her looks and figure. So, she knew it was only a matter of time before she won Jiang Chen over. As she held Jiang Chen's hand, ready to shop more, her phone rang. It was her manager. Yi Lingshuang hesitated but answered, Sister Ling, what's up? Lingshuang, why didn't you tell me about your relationship? Now, you're trending on major social platforms, and I can't manage it. What do you need to manage? Don't worry about the trending topics, they're just records of our love. Yi Lingshuang hung up and smiled at Jiang Chen. Honey, you're famous now. We're trending on all major platforms. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He hadn't thought about the internet earlier, and now he had secretly touched Yi Lingshuang's waist. Now it was going to be news. Once it was news, everyone would know, confirming his relationship with Yi Lingshuang. How could he date girls in college, claiming to be single, when no one would believe him? His path to finding a girlfriend seemed far off now. Seeing Jiang Chen's sour face, Yi Lingshuang knew what he was thinking. She realized she had taken the right step. Now, no girl would approach Jiang Chen. Holding Jiang Chen's hand, she gently pleaded, Honey, so many people are watching, smile. If you look unhappy, people will think I'm forcing you. If someone writes about it, how will I live? Yi Lingshuang, seeing Jiang Chen unmoved, shook his hand again, acting cute. Her big eyes blinked adorably at Jiang Chen, making her look extremely cute. All right. Jiang Chen, who had intended to say he couldn't smile, couldn't resist those big, pleading eyes. Besides, he thought Yi Lingshuang had a point. If people used such a reason to attack her, it wouldn't be good. After all, they were childhood friends who grew up together. He couldn't let others bully his sister. So, he forced a smile. Even though he tried his best, it still looked very awkward. Seeing Jiang Chen's forced smile, Yi Lingshuang found it both amusing and frustrating. Honey, your smile is too forced. Be more natural. Smile like this. Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Yi Lingshuang. Her sweet smile radiated from within, making her look like a happy little woman. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. She really was an actress. She could smile so naturally whenever she wanted. He could never learn to do that. However, Jiang Chen still tried his best to cooperate with Yi Lingshuang. Seeing that Jiang Chen was genuinely trying, Yi Lingshuang, in an effort to appear more loving, placed his hand on her soft waist. Honey, this looks sweeter and more affectionate. Jiang Chen's expression immediately improved. Holding a beauty's waist felt really thrilling. As they shopped at Yantai, more people realized they were in the mall, and the crowd grew too large, forcing them to leave early. In the taxi, Jiang Chen noticed Yi Lingshuang occasionally sneaking glances at him, quickly turning her head away when caught. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's shy glances, he felt uneasy. Could it be she really wants more than just my songs, she wants me too? Thinking this, Jiang Chen felt a chill and weakly asked, Sister Lingshuang, do you really like me? Yes, I like you. Jiang Chen, pushing aside his complicated emotions, curiously asked, what do you like about me? I don't even know why I like you. But I just do. Jiang Chen felt dizzy. That's too casual. Just a don't know? Jiang Chen sensibly didn't ask further. Suddenly, his phone alerted him. It was a short video notification. Jiang Chen followed several accounts that specialized in bashing Yi Lingshuang. As soon as they posted news, Jiang Chen would be notified. Opening the app, he saw a video of Yi Lingshuang holding his hand while answering the girl's questions. This guy looks unwilling. That woman must have used some dirty tricks to force him. This woman is a cougar, dating an 18-year-old kid. Damn, she's already 21. An old woman. How dare she ruin this young guy? Reading these comments, Jiang Chen's face darkened. As expected, people noticed his expression. It seemed the rumors about celebrities always being in the spotlight were true. However, to prevent Yi Lingshuang from being dragged down by haters, he hypocritically commented, nonsense. Look how brightly the guy is smiling, how happy he is. The guy is handsome, the girl is beautiful. They're a perfect match, made for each other. So envious. Feeling the sweetness. Just as Jiang Chen sent the comment and was about to turn off his phone, he noticed Yi Lingshuang looking at him with a surprised expression. Jiang Chen was confused and asked nervously, "Sister Lingshuang, did you see something?" "Hee hee." Yi Lingshuang laughed wickedly, "Honey. Do you really think we're a perfect match?" Jiang Chen's face turned red, scratching his head awkwardly. "Sister Lingshuang, someone was bashing you. I was defending your reputation." "Really?" Yi Lingshuang felt touched. This silly boy seemed indifferent to her on the surface, but he cared deeply behind her back. She hadn't spoiled him for nothing since they were kids. "Silly husband, thank you." Seeing Yi Lingshuang's grateful expression, Jiang Chen didn't know what to say. Although he thought Yi Lingshuang was fierce, he did always speak up for her online. Yi Lingshuang stopped looking, and Jiang Chen sneakily checked his phone. He saw many insults directed at him. "No cure for a sycophant. So obvious, and you still choose to ignore it. You think she'll notice you just because you flatter her. Wake up, sycophant, no matter how hard you try, she won't look at you." Seeing these comments, Jiang Chen was puzzled. Yi Lingshuang hadn't harmed them, so why such deep hatred? Attacking even bystanders. It was terrifying. "Stop it, everyone. I used technical means to silence all related accounts for 9.9 billion years. You won't see him anymore." Seeing this comment, Jiang Chen tried to reply but was notified your account has been muted for 9.9 billion years by the administrator. Please comment again in 9.9 billion years. Thank you for your support. What? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. What kind of godly operation was this? Muted for 9.9 billion years? Was this a short video app staff or an external hacker muting accounts? Reading the comments further, the person claimed to be a computer expert. As long as they could trace the IP, they could silence related accounts. Seeing this, Jiang Chen decided to switch to another account to comment to test if it was true. As soon as he sent the comment, the system notified him again, "You have been muted for 9.9 billion years by the system administrator. Please comment again in 9.9 billion years." Jiang Chen frowned. Was this person really that powerful? Jiang Chen, not believing it, logged out and switched to a new account. The result was the same. The account was muted for 9.9 billion years. This account, although registered for over 2 years, had never been used. Yet, it was still muted. Jiang Chen's frown deepened. This person could find related accounts, indicating significant skill. Having such a hater was very troublesome for Yi Lingshuang. It seems I need to find a way to deal with this account, Jiang Chen decided. Even though Yi Lingshuang often hit him, he still wanted to protect her. If she were in real danger, he'd be the first to step up. Now, this hacker was a threat. Leaving it could cause trouble for his fierce sister. The car drove on. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Chen's rented place. Yi Lingshuang quickly went to her room and changed into a very sexy bodycon dress, leaning against the door and batting her eyes at Jiang Chen, asking sweetly, "Honey, how do you like my outfit?" Chen couldn't help but swallow as he looked at Yi Lingshuang leaning against the door. Yi Lingshuang already had a stunning figure. Now, wearing this tight, curve-hugging dress, and giving him a sultry look, she was absolutely irresistible. But what was this woman thinking, suddenly dressing so provocatively? Seeing Jiang Chen staring dumbfounded, Yi Lingshuang happily walked over, took his hand, and shook it, acting coquettishly. "Honey, say something. Do I look good or not?" Jiang Chen's face twitched. He carefully examined Yi Lingshuang. The fabric clung tightly to her skin, as if they were one. Her curvaceous figure had no excess fat. She was the epitome of perfection. If such a stunning woman wasn't beautiful, who would be? But wearing something so revealing outside would only give others the chance to fantasize about her. So Jiang Chen said, "Sister Lingshuang, you look very sexy in this, but please don't wear it outside. You might get accused of causing trouble." Yi Lingshuang was momentarily stunned. When she realized what he meant, she burst into laughter, her laughter ringing through the house like silver bells. "Honey, do you really think I look this good? Good enough to mesmerize everyone?" Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Being stared at by such a stunning woman, Jiang Chen couldn't take it. He turned his head away, making an excuse. "You're a public figure. Be mindful of your image. Don't look like someone from the red light district. You're no fun." Thinking Jiang Chen wasn't interested, Yi Lingshuang felt a bit upset. As a top-tier beauty with a 99 out of 100 score in looks and figure, a multi-millionaire superstar, being compared to a prostitute by her husband was really disappointing. Yi Lingshuang was unhappy, And Jiang Chen was also frustrated by her provocative outfit. He ran to the bedroom, grabbed a new pair of underwear from the closet, and went to take a shower to cool off. Being around such a stunning woman was truly torturous. While Jiang Chen showered, Yi Lingshuang, feeling bored, picked up her phone to chat with her friends. Hey, does your silly husband really live in such a small place? Why would we need a big place? My husband's place may be small, but it has everything we need. The most important thing is, there's only one bed, you know. Are you really going to take him tonight? He's still young. How can you bring yourself to do it? You have no idea how popular he is. Yi Lingshuang said seriously, if I don't act now, he won't be mine anymore. Her friend on the video call nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I have a distant cousin who's his classmate. I just asked her, and your silly husband is quite the ladies' man at school. All the girls who like him are campus beauties. They're all trying to get him. Oh. And that girl Su Mengmeng who went with you today is one of his biggest admirers and a top student. She scored over 700 on her college entrance exams. Every top university wants her, even offered full scholarships from 3 major international universities, but she followed your husband to Hangzhou University. She must really love him. Be careful. Yi Lingshuang felt a surge of anxiety. She had already noticed Su Mengmeng wasn't simple, but she didn't realize she was that impressive. Full scholarships from prestigious foreign universities, and she turned them down to follow Jiang Chen to a less renowned university. This girl was determined. No way, I need to act fast and claim him. If he doesn't agree, I'll just force him. Yi Lingshuang secretly planned. At that moment, she decided she needed to keep a closer eye on Jiang Chen and not let him slip away. After chatting with her friend for a while, she noticed Jiang Chen coming out of the bathroom. She quickly ended the video call and lovingly brought over the hairdryer. Honey, let me dry your hair. No need, my hair is short, it'll dry soon. Come on. Yi Lingshuang eagerly plugged in the hairdryer, pressed Jiang Chen to sit down, and then stood in front of him, drying his hair. Looking at the slender, fair legs in front of him, Jiang Chen really wanted to touch them. They were so tempting. In modern terms, these legs were the kind you'd never get tired of. Jiang Chen's mind wandered, but he quickly regained his senses. Touch this fierce woman's beautiful legs? His bones couldn't handle the beating. It was better to figure out how to ditch Yi Lingshuang and find a girlfriend in college. Finding a long-legged girlfriend would be much better, and without the beatings. Yi Lingshuang noticed Jiang Chen's initial fascination with her legs, then his sudden loss of interest, and felt a pang of worry. This silly husband. What could be more important than admiring these legs? Such a good opportunity, and he ignores it, worse than an animal. Honey, you have military training tomorrow, right? Lost in thought, Jiang Chen absent-mindedly replied, I guess so, not sure. Military training is exhausting. How about I give you a little boost later? A boost? Jiang Chen was puzzled. How? He. Yi Lingshuang licked her sexy red lips and asked seductively, how would you like me to boost you? Seeing Yi Lingshuang's seductive gestures and recalling the conversation he overheard earlier, Jiang Chen felt a chill down his spine. This fierce sister must be planning something big. If she really forced herself on him, he wouldn't stand a chance. No, he couldn't let her ruin his life. With that thought, Jiang Chen quickly stood up. Suddenly, Yi Lingshuang grabbed his hand. Yi Lingshuang looked at him with deep affection. Honey, how about this kind of boost? With that, Yi Lingshuang swiftly leaned in, her sexy red lips pressing against Jiang Chen's. Smooch. Feeling her soft lips, hearing her rapid breathing, and smelling her unique fragrance, Jiang Chen was stunned. This fierce sister was moving too fast. He struggled. Sister Lingshuang, I'm too young, I can't. But Yi Lingshuang had no intention of letting go. Jiang Chen's resistance weakened. Finally, he suddenly realized how soft her lips were, and he liked it. A faint fragrance filled his nose, and he liked this scent. Damn it! Why is my hand reaching for her waist? I should be breaking free and running out of the room. Why am I lingering in her scent, her soft lips, and her slender waist? Why is my hand moving? Where is it going? Come back. Yi Lingshuang felt Jiang Chen's wandering hand and chuckled to herself. Silly husband, saying no with his mouth, but being so honest with his body. Yi Lingshuang didn't stop Jiang Chen's wandering hand. Instead, she pushed him onto the sofa, straddling him in a way that made it easier for him to act. This fierce sister's figure is just too perfect, and her scent is intoxicating. And those lips, how could they be so addictive? He really wanted to go all the way, to experience what it would feel like. Why am I thinking about going that far? No way. This is absolutely not okay. This sister is fierce, she'd beat me to death with a whip. Jiang Chen tried to resist internally. But this feeling was just too wonderful. He didn't want to let go. Yi Lingshuang noticed Jiang Chen gradually responding to her, and couldn't help but blush as certain thoughts crossed her mind. Is today really the day? How exciting, I'm going to become his real wife. Yi Lingshuang didn't resist. Her childhood dream was to marry Jiang Chen, to be his wife, and to have lots of kids with him, to knit sweaters for them, to send them to school. So she was always looking forward to this day. She had even done a lot of homework on how to make Jiang Chen like her more. As Jiang Chen's breathing grew heavier, Yi Lingshuang slowly closed her eyes. Just as she was about to embrace the moment and become Jiang Chen's woman, the phone rang. The interruption left Yi Lingshuang frustrated. They were just about to reach the final step. This phone had the worst timing. Jiang Chen, lost in the moment, was also jolted awake by the piercing ringtone. He looked at Yi Lingshuang in his arms, her clothes disheveled, the neckline clearly pulled wider by him, and he panicked. What? What did I just do? Did I lose my mind, daring to pull at her clothes? Jiang Chen was scared. He felt he had been incredibly bold. Daring to touch this fierce woman, was he tired of living? Yi Lingshuang was still cursing the phone for ruining her moment. She picked it up, answering impatiently. Her manager's urgent voice came through. Lingshuang, there's news online saying you bullied your boyfriend since childhood. Is it true? He supposedly fled from the southwest to the east to avoid you. Is it true? Yi Lingshuang was instantly displeased upon hearing she had bullied Jiang Chen. How was that bullying? It was love. Love, understand? If it weren't for love, she wouldn't bother to bully Jiang Chen. She responded confidently, Sister Ling, don't pay attention to those trashy news stories. My husband and I are childhood sweethearts. We're very close. How could I bully him? Did you hit him? Did he move from the southwest to the east to escape you? We'll talk about that later. Yi Lingshuang was a bit embarrassed since it was true. However, her mind was on continuing with Jiang Chen, so she asked Sister Ling, is there anything else? Lingshuang, don't you realize how serious this is? Someone is saying you have violent tendencies since childhood. The manager sounded tense. This is very serious. In front of the public, you're always sweet, cute, gentle, and kind. This could ruin your image. Who said a character's role ties to real life? Yi Lingshuang was exasperated. Playing around with my childhood friend is now considered violence. Jiang Chen, overhearing Yi Lingshuang, was in disbelief. So, being beaten up by Yi Lingshuang as a child wasn't violence but love in her eyes. Oh my God! He remembered the childhood incidents. Every time she hit him, he ended up bruised and swollen. Jiang Chen's worldview was shattered. He wanted to protest, but then sweet memories of childhood floated back. Every time she hit him, she'd quickly make up for it by giving him the best treats and toys. She never stayed angry overnight. Those memories were still beautiful. Reflecting on his interactions with Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen fell silent. He thought of a saying, habits become normal. When something happens often enough, it becomes natural. As a child, Yi Lingshuang's understanding of things was limited. He often talked back, not cooperating, which angered her and led to punches. And every time she hit him, he'd behave. This led Yi Lingshuang to think using fists was the easiest way, so she kept using them. If this was true, Jiang Chen realized something terrifying. It seemed he had indulged Yi Lingshuang, making her into someone who used fists to communicate. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt full of guilt. Yi Lingshuang hung up the phone and saw Jiang Chen looking at her differently. She said somewhat defensively, honey, we were just playing as kids. They say I'm a violent maniac. Jiang Chen didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, Yi Lingshuang's timid voice came again. Even though I might have been a bit rough. But we're siblings. I hit you. Because you were disobedient. If you listened, I wouldn't have hit you. Think about it. Every time you moved up a grade, I bought you gifts. Every time you got an award, I gave you gifts, and don't forget your birthday presents. Every year on your birthday, didn't I fill your room with toys? Yi Lingshuang spoke, but she felt guilty inside. After Jiang Chen left, she realized she had been too rough as a child. Jiang Chen had indeed run away because of her. So, over the years she felt remorse, blaming her youthful ignorance. If she had known better, controlled herself, things wouldn't have turned out this way. But it wasn't too late to change. Now, Jiang Chen had grown up, and she was back by his side. she vowed never to hit Jiang Chen again, and to be a good wife and mother. Listening to Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen smiled. This fierce sister seemed to have realized her mistake. So he smiled and said, "Sister, you didn't hit me, we were just playing." Yi Lingshuang felt deeply touched by Jiang Chen's words. This silly brother had grown up, holding Jiang Chen's hand gently. "Honey, I won't hit you anymore. I'll cherish you and make up for the mistakes of my youth." Sad feeling and weakly asked, "How exactly do you plan to make it up to me? I'll give you lots of children." "How about that?" Yi Lingshuang asked expectantly. "Lots of children." This way of making it up was really something, and Jiang Chen was scared, quickly waving his hands. "Sister Lingshuang, there's no need really." Jiang Chen's refusal made Yi Lingshuang frown. This silly husband seemed like he didn't know what was good for him. "You must make it up to me." Yi Lingshuang's tone was commanding. The gentle expression from before vanished without a trace. It was still the same old her. Gentle for just 3 seconds before reverting to her true self. Seeing Jiang Chen subdued, Yi Lingshuang quickly switched back to a gentle demeanor, holding his hand shyly. "Honey, our parents have already approved of us, and they are eager to have grandchildren. We were just one step away earlier. With a little effort, we can cross that step. In 10 months, we'll have a beautiful baby." Thinking of a clean, fair-skinned baby, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but smile sweetly and expectantly. Imagine the baby's chubby cheeks, chubby little hands, big black eyes. Isn't that adorable? When did she learn this face-changing trick? It's too fast. Seeing Jiang Chen stunned, she pouted and shook his hand. "Honey, I really want a baby. Can we make some effort? I've turned off my phone, so no one will interrupt us." Jiang Chen's mind conjured an image of a neighbor's chubby baby. That baby's chubby cheeks were indeed cute. Those big shiny eyes would reach out for him to hold. So adorable. If he had a baby with Yi Lingshuang, with their genes, the baby would definitely be even cuter. Wait, why am I having such crazy thoughts? Having a baby with this fierce sister. Jiang Chen broke into a cold sweat. He looked up and saw Yi Lingshuang's big, black eyes full of anticipation, quickly turning his face away. This woman was dangerous. Staring at her too long could make him lose himself. Today he almost lost control. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen quickly changed the subject. "Sister Lingshuang, it's getting late. How about we go eat? I need to return to the dorm tonight, there's military training tomorrow." Yi Lingshuang looked disappointed. Such a beautiful woman, actively offering herself and promising a bright future, and he remained unmoved. Such a fool. Worse than a beast. But Yi Lingshuang knew that haste makes waste. From the recent interaction she had learned Jiang Chen's weakness. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. "Honey, it seems you don't want to have a baby with me. I don't blame you. It's my fault for not being good enough, and for hitting you as a child, leaving you with bad memories." Yi Lingshuang's words made Jiang Chen feel guilty. It was his fault for being too indulgent, which turned this nice girl into a violent, unpredictable person. "Honey, let's go eat. After dinner, I'll leave. When I've improved, I'll come back to you." Yi Lingshuang looked both sad and remorseful. Jiang Chen knew she was acting, but still, his nose felt a bit sore. "Sister Lingshuang, what do you want to eat?" Jiang Chen's voice softened. It was his fault, and he had to bear it. "Honey, I miss my mom. I miss her cooking." Yi Lingshuang's eyes were red. She was genuinely sad. She had flown all the way here, eager to see Jiang Chen, thinking they would be close like in their childhood, talking endlessly, and having fun. But their relationship had grown distant. She wanted someone to talk to. Someone to lean on. But in this unfamiliar city, there was no one. Jiang Chen couldn't stand seeing Yi Lingshuang sad, so he instinctively hugged her. He felt he had been too harsh. She had come such a long way, and he still complained. "Sister Lingshuang, I'll go buy groceries and cook for you, okay?" "Really?" Yi Lingshuang's eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Chen. "Honey, really? Of course. Anything auntie can make I can too." Jiang Chen asked gently, "What do you want to eat?" "I want fried potatoes, braised chili, mapo tofu, spicy chicken, blood tofu stew, and fish head with chopped chili." Yi Lingshuang licked her lips after listing the dishes, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. These were all her mom's specialties. Yesterday she rushed back home and upon learning Jiang Chen was in Hangzhou, immediately flew over. She hadn't had a meal with her mom or slept holding her. Now, she really missed home. "All right?" Jiang Chen didn't refuse. As a child, He often ate at Yi Ling Shuang's home, and she made him learn to cook. So Jiang Chen had mastered her mom's recipes. He had become quite a cook, even capable of opening a restaurant. "Honey, let's go to the supermarket together," Yi Ling Shuang sweetly suggested, holding Jiang Chen's hand. "There's a supermarket at the entrance of the community. As a public figure, you shouldn't go out." Yi Ling Shuang pouted and shook Jiang Chen's hand. "Honey, I may be a star, but before that, I'm your wife. A wife shopping with her husband is perfectly normal, right?" She made a reasonable argument. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and didn't refuse. Yi Ling Shuang had come all the way to see him, just wanting to spend some time together. What bad intentions could she have? So he let her hold his hand as they left the rented apartment. In the elevator, looking at the quiet, gentle, happy Yi Ling Shuang, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think, this sister could be really gentle when she wasn't acting up. If she could always be like this, without hitting or scolding him, even if they never got married, he'd be willing to sacrifice 10 years of his life. Yi Ling Shuang, being a celebrity, had made headlines again today. So, some curious fans found out where Jiang Chen lived. When the two of them stepped out of the elevator and walked through the community, many people stopped to watch. Braver ones even approached for autographs. Yi Ling Shuang was very approachable and didn't refuse anyone. They left the community and headed straight for the supermarket. Having lived here for over 2 months, Jiang Chen was quite familiar with the supermarket. "Honey, this supermarket is so well stocked. It's much bigger than the ones back home. Wow. They even have lobsters and crabs." Yi Ling Shuang looked around the supermarket like she was discovering a new world. In truth, it wasn't her fault. As a big star, she rarely had time to go grocery shopping. All her daily necessities were handled by her manager and personal assistant. In other places, her manager and assistant wouldn't let her roam supermarkets, especially not the produce and meat sections, for fear of accidents. Seeing Yi Ling Shuang acting like a kid who just arrived in the city, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. It had been a while since he smiled so genuinely. He never expected to be this happy because of Yi Ling Shuang, a woman he both loved and hated. "Sister Ling Shuang, pick out what you like. I'll go get some chicken and peppers to make spicy chicken stir-fry for you. I don't want to shop alone. I just want to be with you." Yi Ling Shuang wouldn't miss this warm moment. It was the best way to strengthen their bond. They pushed the shopping cart together. Looking around the supermarket, Jiang Chen grabbed some vegetables here and there, quickly filling the cart. After paying, Yi Ling Shuang sipped on a box of fresh milk and said reluctantly, "Honey, this was so much fun. Can we come here to shop again?" "Sure, I'll buy you anything you want." Yi Ling Shuang felt sweet inside. She clearly felt that Jiang Chen's attitude toward her had changed, and he didn't mind her calling him honey anymore. This was a good start. They carried their shopping bags back to the community. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Yi Ling Shuang stopped and pouted, looking at Jiang Chen with big, blinking eyes. "Honey, I can't carry these anymore." Jiang Chen knew she was pretending. After all, she had trained in martial arts and couldn't possibly be too weak to carry bags. But he didn't expose her. "Give them to me." He took the drinks and yogurt from her, and they entered the elevator. "Honey, you're amazing." Yi Ling Shuang praised him with shining eyes. Jiang Chen knew she was doing it on purpose, but somehow her compliments made him feel very good, very proud. He felt like a real man. Back in the apartment, Jiang Chen put on an apron and started washing the vegetables. Yi Ling Shuang leaned against the kitchen door, watching him work, thinking he looked really handsome. Men who could cook were truly attractive. So reliable. "My!" As she watched, a smile of happiness appeared on her face. Seeing Yi Ling Shuang staring at him with a love-struck expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. "Sister Ling Shuang, you're standing too far. Can you see clearly? Come closer to see better." "Really?" Yi Ling Shuang was excited. Jiang Chen nodded. Yi Ling Shuang happily walked into the kitchen and squatted beside Jiang Chen. "Here, wash the peppers." Yi Ling Shuang's face darkened instantly. She came here to watch a handsome man, not to wash vegetables. "Honey, I don't know how to wash them." Jiang Chen looked at her with disdain. "Who used to help auntie wash vegetables and sweep the floor back home?" "Yeah." Jiang Chen's face darkened. "I'm talking about before I did." "Me." Yi Ling Shuang pouted. This silly husband didn't know how to be considerate. How could he ask her to wash peppers? "They're spicy, okay? What if they irritate my skin?" She resisted internally but obediently took the peppers and started washing them. Her family was well off, but she didn't have a princess complex. She often helped with chores as a child. But once Jiang Chen grew up, she left all the chores to him. Honey, did I wash them well? Jiang Chen looked and nodded. Keep it up. And so, the two of them chatted and laughed as they busily worked in the kitchen. Once all the vegetables were washed, Yi Lingshuang sneaked glances at Jiang Chen. The more she looked, the more handsome he seemed. Jiang Chen was now starting to cook. Seeing his handsome profile and serious demeanor, she felt an urge to kiss him. She quietly moved closer and said, Honey, there's something on your face. Jiang Chen wanted to raise his hand to wipe it, but Yi Lingshuang stopped him. Honey, bend down. I'll clean it for you. Jiang Chen thought about it and agreed. He didn't know where it was, and his hands had peppers on them, which could sting if he wiped his face. So, he bent down. Yi Lingshuang was delighted and stood on tiptoe. Smooch. Moch. She kissed Jiang Chen's cheek, feeling very satisfied. Finally, she kissed him. It felt so good. Her silly husband's skin was so smooth. Jiang Chen was stunned. He'd been teased. By the time he reacted, Yi Lingshuang had already run out of the kitchen, her joyful voice echoing. Honey, you're so handsome. I love you. Jiang Chen touched the warm spot on his cheek, smiling wryly. This silly sister. When did she become so infatuated? He shook his head and continued cooking. In less than half an hour, all 6 dishes were ready. He placed them on the dining table. Yi Lingshuang looked at the beautifully presented dishes, swallowing her saliva. The colors and aromas were even better than her mom's cooking. Honey, you're amazing. This time, it wasn't flattery but genuine admiration. She felt Jiang Chen had surpassed his teacher. She was going to enjoy this. Being praised made Jiang Chen very happy. Sister Lingshuang. Give it a try. Biting her chopsticks, Yi Lingshuang happily said, Honey. Thank you for your hard work. I'll start now. Jiang Chen nodded, go ahead. With that, Yi Lingshuang picked up a piece of fish and offered it to Jiang Chen. Honey, you've worked hard. You should have the first bite. This silly sister, why had she become so gentle and considerate? But he liked this feeling. It was so warm. Jiang Chen had the illusion that the person in front of him wasn't the fierce sister but his gentle wife. If only things could stay this way. They finished their meal in a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Jiang Chen took the initiative to wash the dishes. When he returned to the living room, Yi Lingshuang immediately snuggled up to him, pouting and acting cute. Honey, let's go to West Lake. I really want to see the White Lady and the beautiful scenery. Go to West Lake for a walk. At this point, Jiang Chen didn't mind Yi Lingshuang's koala-like clinginess. In fact, he rather enjoyed it. Yes, I've heard West Lake is beautiful, especially at night. So, she shook Jiang Chen's hand, looking at him expectantly. Alright, let's change into some casual clothes, and I'll take you to West Lake. Honey, you're the best. Yi Lingshuang grabbed his hand and jumped up in excitement. Seeing her pure, joyful smile, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile too. At that moment, he found Yi Lingshuang's smile very beautiful, and he felt a little moved. If Yi Lingshuang could always be like this, marrying her wouldn't be so bad. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen quickly scratched his head. He couldn't let himself think that way. He couldn't fall deeper into this. What if he really fell in love with this fierce woman? However, Jiang Chen still intended to fulfill Yi Lingshuang's request. West Lake was truly beautiful at night. Yi Lingshuang had come all this way, and as her only close friend here, he had the duty to take her to see it. Besides, he had to start classes tomorrow. 15 days of military training. Who knows if Yi Lingshuang would still be around after that? He didn't want her to leave with any regrets. Jiang Chen changed into some sportswear. Yi Lingshuang, on the other hand, put on a traditional hanfu. Yi Lingshuang was already beautiful. Wearing this hanfu, she looked like a beauty from ancient times. Pure and innocent, exuding a fairy-like aura. Honey, do I look pretty? Yi Lingshuang spun around on the spot. The hem of her dress swirled around her, making her look stunning. Staring at her, Jiang Chen felt his heart skip a beat. Honey, don't look at me like that. You're making me shy. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Sister Lingshuang, let's go. Yi Lingshuang happily walked to the door, leaving Jiang Chen standing there, a bit bewildered. He had expected her to hold his hand as usual. Now, for some reason, watching her walk out alone made Jiang Chen feel a bit empty, as if he had lost something important. Seeing Jiang Chen dazed at the door, a hint of loneliness in his eyes, Yi Lingshuang's mind whirled. Suddenly she thought of something and smiled secretly. Was this silly husband feeling lost because she didn't hold his hand? Thinking this, Yi Lingshuang kindly came back and held Jiang Chen's hand. Honey, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go. Feeling the soft touch of Yi Lingshuang's hand, Jiang Chen's heart lightened. His mood instantly improved. Seeing the satisfied look on Jiang Chen's face, Yi Lingshuang was happy too. This silly husband, if you like it, just say so. So silly. Entering the elevator, sensing Jiang Chen was in a good mood, she gently asked, Honey, have you ever been to West Lake? No, I haven't. Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. Jiang Chen had been in Hangzhou for over 2 months, yet he hadn't been there? Seeing her confusion, Jiang Chen explained, I found a tutoring job online before I came. So, when I arrived, the family I was tutoring picked me up from the train station, and I've been busy tutoring their children ever since, until yesterday evening. Honey, why do you work so hard? Yi Lingshuang looked at him with pity. You're only 18. Jiang Chen didn't respond. His loving grandparents had passed away 3 years ago, and his unreliable parents were always traveling. His living expenses and tuition fees were all earned from tutoring. Thanks to his excellent grades, the children he tutored showed significant improvement. Those who were at the bottom of the class soared to the top 10. And his own college entrance exam score was an impressive 698. This was even with an illness that caused him to miss a major question. His solid knowledge base and his results posted on the tutoring website attracted Hangzhou parents. They hired him at a high rate of 300 yuan per hour. 2 hours each day. Because of his effective tutoring, parents recommended him to their friends. Tutoring 5 students a day took over 10 hours, leaving no time for leisure. He was always exhausted. So Jiang Chen had only heard of West Lake, never seen it. As they stepped out of the elevator, Yi Lingshuang held his hand tightly. Honey, you don't have to work so hard anymore. Your wife has money. Yi Lingshuang felt deep sympathy. Jiang Chen's parents traveled all year and rarely returned, so he was raised by his grandparents. Fearing he'd become complacent, they didn't allow her to give him any song royalties. Jiang Chen really was a pitiful child. Jiang Chen was touched by Yi Lingshuang's heartfelt sympathy and concern. Despite her fierceness, she truly cared for him at times. They left the community and took a taxi to West Lake. Although it was autumn, Hangzhou was still very hot. Elderly residents near the lake sat in undershirts, fanning themselves, chatting and playing chess. Holding Jiang Chen's hand, Yi Lingshuang walked along the lake with a smile on her face. Honey, let's go boating. Sister Lingshuang, boating at night isn't safe. Although Jiang Chen wanted to create happy memories for her, it really wasn't safe at night. Honey, there's no wind today, and there's a boatman. We don't have to row ourselves. Yi Lingshuang looked at him with big, pleading eyes. Jiang Chen had no resistance to her pleading look. He could only agree. So, they went to the dock to wait. Before long, a boatman arrived with a small boat. The boat could hold 4 people, but Yi Lingshuang booked it just for them. So, besides the boatman, it was just the 2 of them. In the middle of the lake, Yi Lingshuang admired the scenery on both shores, feeling thrilled. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. Under the lights from both shores, she thought Jiang Chen looked very handsome. Her heart pounded. At that moment, she really wanted to kiss him. This silly husband, enjoying such a beautiful night, and still acting like a block of wood. No reaction at all? She was displeased. She touched her slightly dry lips and swallowed hard. Silly blockhead. She cursed him silently, then quietly moved closer to him, looking up with watery eyes. Honey, I'm thirsty. Jiang Chen looked around. They were quite far from the shore. Wait a bit. I'll buy you water when we get back. Jiang Chen said considerately. Honey, I can't wait. She licked her lips, hinting madly. Jiang Chen didn't understand at all. At this moment, he thought Yi Lingshuang was being unreasonable. It was clear that Jiang Chen couldn't grasp her intentions. Yi Lingshuang was furious. How could someone so smart be so emotionally dense? Yi Lingshuang, the big star, was angry. She licked her lips, widened her eyes at Jiang Chen for a moment, then wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. MMF. Jiang Chen was stunned and struggled hard. This fierce woman, how could she be so reckless here? There was a boatman in front. Although there was a curtain, there was still someone outside. Sister Lingshuang, stop. Don't do this. But Yi Lingshuang ignored him. They had come all the way to the middle of West Lake, and if she didn't do something, the boat fare would be wasted. So, she had to make it worthwhile. Jiang Chen's resistance grew weaker. He was afraid their movements would attract the boatman's attention, which would be embarrassing. So, he reluctantly went along with Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang was satisfied. But she wasn't going to stop just yet. Such an opportunity, if missed, would be regrettable. Moreover, they were in the middle of the lake. This beautiful night had to be unforgettable. After holding him for a while, Yi Lingshuang slowly let go and cupped Jiang Chen's face, gently saying, "Honey, I love you. But I'm sorry." With that, she bit down on Jiang Chen's upper lip. The pain made Jiang Chen's eyes water, but he couldn't make a sound. After all, the boatman was outside. Fortunately, Yi Lingshuang quickly let go after a brief bite. Jiang Chen rubbed his bitten lip. One moment she was kissing him tenderly and confessing her love, and the next, she was hurting him. She was too unpredictable. Seeing Jiang Chen's resentful eyes, Yi Lingshuang was secretly pleased. That bite would be unforgettable. Yes, a mark of love. But seeing Jiang Chen in pain, she felt a bit sorry. She reached out to gently caress his face, but Jiang Chen reflexively dodged. Yi Lingshuang was unhappy. "Sit still. Or else." She raised her fist, and Jiang Chen immediately cowered. Getting hit here would be too embarrassing. Yi Lingshuang was pleased. As expected, fists were effective. She gently reached out, stroked his face, then kissed him deeply. When they were both out of breath, Yi Lingshuang let go and hugged Jiang Chen, softly saying, "Honey, I didn't mean to hurt you. I wanted to leave a mark of love in this beautiful moment, so that when we look back when we're old, it will be a beautiful memory." Jiang Chen felt wronged. This method was too unique. Even if she wanted to leave a mark, why hurt him? There were plenty of other ways. But right now Yi Lingshuang was in charge, and he had no power to resist. "Honey, does it hurt?" Seeing Jiang Chen silent, she asked with concern. "It's okay," Jiang Chen replied, then added, remembering her crazy ideas, "Your kiss healed it." Yi Lingshuang blushed. She didn't believe his nonsense. He was probably thinking of how to get away from her. But she couldn't let him succeed. Right now it was just the two of them in this isolated world. "Honey, are you tired?" Jiang Chen started wondering what this fierce woman was planning next. Unable to figure it out, he nodded. All he wanted was to leave this cramped boat where she could do whatever she wanted. "Then rest your head on my lap." "What?" Jiang Chen was stunned, realizing she had set a trap for him. "What? You don't want to rest your head on my lap?" Yi Lingshuang frowned. Jiang Chen wasn't being very sensible. "Sister Lingshuang, I'm afraid I'll make your legs sore." Jiang Chen remembered the morning. Last night Yi Lingshuang had pinned him down all night, and he was sore. "Honey, it's fine. Just lie down and rest. This night view of West Lake is really beautiful." Yi Lingshuang was delighted, thinking her silly husband was so considerate. Jiang Chen thought about it. Resting on her lap sounded great, so he didn't hesitate. Seeing Jiang Chen resting his head on her lap, Yi Lingshuang felt sweet inside. This silly husband was really handsome. Smart and strong, he was amazing. Watching her smiling foolishly, Jiang Chen was curious. What's making her so happy? Sigh. "Honey, why are you sighing?" Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. Jiang Chen was confused. Did I sigh out loud? He quickly thought of a way to cover it up. Suddenly, he had an idea. He tried to lift his head from Yi Lingshuang's lap, but she pushed it back down, so he stayed there. "Sister Lingshuang, you're so wonderful, and I'm just a poor student. Why did you choose me? I don't think I'm good enough for you." This was Jiang Chen's honest thought. Apart from writing songs and being a bit handsome, he had no other advantages. "Nonsense, honey. You're amazing, you just don't know it yet." Yi Lingshuang said sweetly, "Being with you has always been my dream." Jiang Chen wondered, "What's so good about me? My parents, though loving, are eccentric. If we're together and have kids, they won't be able to help. Instead, they'll trouble your parents." For a moment, Jiang Chen felt sorry for Yi Lingshuang. Yes, he felt sorry for her. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. Not only was he not exceptional, but he was also far from being a good partner. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, lost in thought, Yi Lingshuang bent down and kissed his lips, softly saying, "Honey, don't undervalue yourself. Don't worry about anything. I'm not after wealth or a brilliant future. Being with you makes me feel relaxed. Besides my parents, you're the only one who makes me feel this way. So I must be with you. I want to have lots of children with you, take them to school, and pick them up. Find them partners, and send them off." As Yi Lingshuang spoke dreamily about their future, Jiang Chen felt deeply moved. It turned out that Yi Lingshuang had liked him since they were kids. Because she liked him, she paid special attention to him. Because she liked him, she was particularly strict with him. Thinking back to all that Yi Lingshuang had done for him, Jiang Chen felt a mix of emotions. Yi Lingshuang had really been thoughtful. She had kept her feelings hidden for so long. Until he left secretly, and she finally heard about it. Jiang Chen could imagine how happy Yi Lingshuang must have been when she found out where he was. At this moment, Jiang Chen's perspective on Yi Lingshuang changed completely. The violence, the fierceness. These were just the result of not knowing how to express her feelings when she was younger. Yi Lingshuang's heartfelt confession left Jiang Chen in a daze, making her extremely nervous. She was afraid of being rejected. If he rejected her, the consequences would be serious. "Honey, I know you might still be shadowed by my past behavior. But I'm willing to wait for you. Even if the sky falls or the sea dries up, I'll always wait for you. I'm also willing to change for you." Hearing Yi Lingshuang's sincere words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall her earlier promises to make up for things. One moment she talked about making amends, the next she was up to her old tricks. But now, he didn't find her so unbearable. After all, he was a sentimental person. Being confessed to by his childhood friend, who was not only stunningly beautiful but also a big star, was undeniably touching. He almost accepted her confession just now, but he decided to wait and see. This woman was a star, and her acting skills were top-notch. It was easy to say things, but whether she could follow through was the key. Jiang Chen grinned and said, "Sister Lingshuang, your words are lovely, and I love hearing them. Can you say more nice things?" Yi Lingshuang was taken aback. Was Jiang Chen accepting her confession or not? This silly husband, why was he playing riddles? She wasn't good at solving them. Stupid husband. She silently cursed Jiang Chen for being unfair. He had heard her whole confession, and still didn't give a clear response. This stupid husband was too much. Seeing Yi Lingshuang puffing with anger, Jiang Chen suddenly found this fierce sister very cute. Him. Keep it up. If she didn't lose her temper for 3 months, their good days would come. Yes. Jiang Chen decided to observe Yi Lingshuang for 3 months. If she really stopped hitting him or doing anything excessive, he would be with her. Then, he could activate the lying flat system. This system was quite powerful. He only needed to be Yi Lingshuang's strong support, and the money would roll in. Moreover, when the system first appeared, it mentioned hidden skills. These hidden skills were all incredibly powerful. With these skills, becoming the richest man was just the beginning. In short, this system was very impressive. But how impressive? The system wouldn't say until it was activated. It was a surprise, and surprises couldn't be known in advance. Jiang Chen, with an adult's soul, didn't believe this nonsense, so he didn't activate it. But now, if Yi Lingshuang really changed and still liked him, they could be together, and he could look forward to activating the system. After all, who wouldn't want more skills? Who would complain about having too much money? While both were lost in their thoughts, a strong wind suddenly blew. The small boat rocked slightly. The boatman, a bit nervous, said to them, "Excuse me, but there might be more wind coming. Let's dock over there, okay?" Jiang Chen naturally agreed. Safety first. So, the boatman dropped them off and secured the boat, waiting nearby. In this line of work, safety was paramount. Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen stepped onto the path. Yi Lingshuang's legs were a bit numb and sore from Jiang Chen resting on them. "Honey, my legs are a bit numb. Can we find a place to rest?" "Sister Lingshuang, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen quickly moved forward to check on her legs. Seeing Jiang Chen's concerned look, Yi Lingshuang felt sweet inside. "A bit numb." Yi Lingshuang rubbed her legs, feeling some pain. Jiang Chen was distressed. "I told you resting on your legs would make them sore, but you didn't listen." Yi Lingshuang felt warm inside from Jiang Chen's nagging. This silly husband really cared about her. Jiang Chen looked around. The streetlights were dim. The area was a bit remote. They didn't have to worry about bad people, but snakes and the like were a concern. They needed to get to a more populated pavilion to rest. But the pavilion was a bit far. "Sister Lingshuang, let me carry you to the pavilion to rest. It's not safe to rest here." So considerate. Yi Lingshuang's heart pounded with happiness. At that moment, she felt so fortunate. This silly husband not only cared but also was responsible. She loved him. In her daydream, Jiang Chen's voice brought her back. Sister Ling Shuang, come on. She saw Jiang Chen had squatted low, making sure she could get on his back easily. Seeing this small gesture, Yi Ling Shuang's heart raced. Honey, you're so thoughtful. Sister Ling Shuang, what's wrong? Can't get up. Jiang Chen stood up and gently asked when she didn't move. Honey, it hurts. Yi Ling Shuang pouted, making Jiang Chen worry even more. He squatted down to check. Let me see if it's swollen. Honey, I'm wearing a hanfu, although it's a skirt. Yi Ling Shuang didn't finish. After all, it meant looking up her skirt. If Jiang Chen looked, that would be. Thinking of that, Yi Ling Shuang's face turned red like a budding rose, ready to drip water if pinched. Even though she was his wife, she was still shy. She was a virgin, after all, never experiencing such things. Doesn't matter. Jiang Chen was really worried. Yi Ling Shuang was a big star, and if something happened to her leg he'd feel guilty forever. So, without thinking, he lifted her skirt. Then he turned on his phone's flashlight. Suddenly, he saw what he shouldn't have. Jiang Chen was stunned. He only wanted to check if her leg was okay, but ended up seeing something private. Yi Ling Shuang closed her eyes, feeling too embarrassed to look. At that moment, she realized she might have gone too far. She had just wanted to act a bit spoiled to see how Jiang Chen would react. But she hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be so concerned, lifting her skirt to check her leg without hesitation. Now, everything was exposed right in front of Jiang Chen, and he even saw what she was wearing. So embarrassing. But since the scene had started, she had to see it through to the end. She shyly asked, Honey, is everything okay? Jiang Chen snapped out of it, quickly covering her up with the skirt, and then inspecting her leg. Her skin was as smooth and white as jade, like a baby's. Jiang Chen touched it, and felt like he was handling a work of art so smooth and elastic. He didn't want to let go. This silly husband, why does he keep touching my leg back and forth? We're out in the open. If he wants to look, he should do it at home. Though she complained inwardly, Yi Ling Shuang felt sweet inside. This silly husband must be amazed by how smooth my legs are. Hey, drool over it. Although Jiang Chen was fascinated by Yi Ling Shuang's beautiful legs, he carefully checked and found nothing wrong. Relieved, he lowered the skirt to cover her legs. Sister Ling Shuang, there's nothing wrong with your leg. It's probably just numb from me resting on it for too long, causing poor blood circulation. Jiang Chen explained patiently. Legs and face were everything to a star. He was worried that Yi Ling Shuang might panic and cause herself some trouble. Honey, that's good. I was really afraid I wouldn't be able to stand up. If I really couldn't stand, I'd have to sit in a wheelchair and have you take care of me. Sister Ling Shuang, it's not that serious. Jiang Chen reassured her and then crouched down, lifting Yi Ling Shuang into a princess carry. There's a pavilion up ahead. Let's rest there. Okay. In Jiang Chen's arms, Yi Ling Shuang felt very touched. This silly husband really trusts me. I was just trying to be spoiled. Why didn't you ask more questions? Carrying me, a 90-pound person, on this narrow path, aren't you worried about your own safety? Such a silly husband. Yi Ling Shuang thought, but she smiled happily. This silly husband, so simple and endearing. Then she noticed a couple approaching. Honey, maybe you should put me down, Yi Ling Shuang said shyly. Sister Ling Shuang, your leg isn't better yet. But isn't it tiring for you? Let me down to rest for a bit, it should be okay. This path is too narrow, and the lights aren't bright, it's not safe. But Yi Ling Shuang wanted to persist, but Jiang Chen interrupted her. Sister Ling Shuang, I must ensure your safety. Don't say anything more. Just rest until we get to the pavilion. Hearing Jiang Chen's firm voice, Yi Ling Shuang felt sweet inside. This silly husband can be so domineering for my sake. She had never seen this side of him before. Now for her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her husband was wonderful. Every part of him was a positive trait, something to talk about all night. As the couple passed by, the woman had some complaints. Look at him, carrying his girlfriend in a princess carry. And you, when I get tired and ask you to carry me, you refuse. Why is there such a big difference between people? If you had even half of that guy's good qualities, I wouldn't be walking until my feet are sore and I'm thirsty. Do you even consider your weight? You're asking me, someone under 110 pounds, to carry your 180-pound self. Do you think that's possible? Then you could at least give me a piggyback ride. You want to crush me into a pancake. Hee hee. Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang couldn't help but laugh together at the couple's conversation. But after laughing, Yi Lingshuang discovered another of Jiang Chen's good qualities. He never hit back or argued back. He never quarreled with her. And Jiang Chen was very responsible, sensible in his actions, and never said anything to hurt her. Even with her many flaws, Jiang Chen never used them against her. He truly was an exceptionally good man. "Honey, I'm so lucky to have you," Yi Lingshuang said sincerely. "I'll reward you when we get home." Hearing about a reward, Jiang Chen felt a bit afraid. "Sister Lingshuang, are you treating me like an outsider? Do we have to talk about returns for everything? If you keep this up, I won't take care of you anymore. Honey, I know I was wrong. Please don't leave me. I'm scared." At this moment, Yi Lingshuang acted weak and helpless, making Jiang Chen roll his eyes. This fierce sister was trying to coax him like a child. But Jiang Chen still felt quite comfortable because Yi Lingshuang wasn't arguing with him. This showed that she could compromise, and there was hope for her. Seeing Jiang Chen laugh secretly, Yi Lingshuang also smiled. This silly husband, it seems he's more receptive to softness rather than hardness. Even such a simple lie can make him happy for a while. At this moment she felt the saying from the internet was true. A woman who knows how to play dumb will live a happy life. No man wants a partner who constantly argues with him. Thinking this, Yi Lingshuang felt excited. This time, she really had the knack for handling her husband. They continued down the path, chatting as they walked. Soon, they reached the pavilion. Some tourists were there with their cameras, taking night shots. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching with a beauty in his arms, someone instinctively focused and snapped a photo. Suddenly, someone recognized Yi Lingshuang. A superstar. The man was so excited he stuttered, waving his hands, making the people around curious. Jiang Chen had planned to slip away, but Yi Lingshuang raised her hand and greeted with a smile. "Hello everyone." Hello? The man was thrilled. He didn't expect a superstar to talk to him. This was a dream come true. Seeing the man so excited, Jiang Chen realized it wasn't convenient to rest here. He had to carry Yi Lingshuang away from the crowd. They found a smaller pavilion with no one around. Jiang Chen wiped the long bench with his clothes and let Yi Lingshuang sit down to rest. "Sister Lingshuang, rest for a bit. If it doesn't get better, I'll call an ambulance to take you to the hospital." "Is it that serious?" Yi Lingshuang wondered. "Safety first." As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, his phone rang. It was a call from his university dorm mate. When he answered, his roommate asked, "Bro, the school gates are about to close. Are you coming back to sleep? If you are, hurry up. If not, make sure to be at school by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Also, military training starts tomorrow for half a month, don't be late." "What's wrong, honey?" Yi Lingshuang asked, massaging her foot as she noticed Jiang Chen becoming silent after answering a call. "My roommate called. He said the dormitory gates are about to close." Yi Lingshuang's heart skipped a beat. Was Jiang Chen planning to leave? No, he couldn't leave now. Their relationship had just started improving, and if he left now, they wouldn't see each other for another half month. Moreover, during military training, Jiang Chen would be spending time with Su Mengmeng, a cute girl. What if they developed feelings for each other? She had to find a way to keep Jiang Chen with her. But she couldn't just blatantly ask him to stay. It had to seem like an accident. "Honey, are you going back?" Yi Lingshuang asked with a worried look. Seeing her massaging her foot and looking anxious, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "No, I won't go back. Your foot isn't better yet." Yi Lingshuang, who had been thinking of creating an excuse, felt warmth spread through her heart at his words. This silly husband is so thoughtful. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Chen. "Honey, I love you." This affectionate confession, along with her tender gaze, made Jiang Chen a bit uncomfortable. But it also felt nice. Being confessed to by a beautiful woman was always a pleasant experience. "Let me massage your foot for you, Sister Lingshuang." Jiang Chen squatted down and gently massaged Yi Lingshuang's foot. Watching Jiang Chen so focused, Yi Lingshuang smiled secretly. She had truly found the right person. This silly husband was so caring. "Honey, how can you be so handsome and considerate? I can't live without you. What should I do?" "Huh?" Jiang Chen looked up at Yi Lingshuang, whose face was flushed with happiness, and couldn't help but laugh. "Then don't leave." I'll never leave you. I'll be your little tail." Jiang Chen felt exasperated. It seemed he had fallen into this little devil's trap. She probably expected his response. But Jiang Chen didn't regret it. He had seen the changes in Yi Lingshuang. A girl willing to change for him deserved his love and care. After massaging her foot for a while, Jiang Chen said gently, "Sister Ling Shuang, try standing up." Yi Ling Shuang's eyes darted around as she decided to pretend her foot was still not well. She still wanted Jiang Chen to carry her. It felt so comfortable being in his arms. At 1.87 meters tall, he was strong enough to carry her. No, she shouldn't make him carry her. It would be too tiring. She should have him give her a piggyback ride. His broad shoulders looked so comfortable. Thinking this, she pretended to struggle and said, "Honey, it still hurts." Really? Jiang Chen was skeptical. He had checked earlier, and there were no bruises. Her skin was smooth as snow. How could she not be able to stand? Especially after this much time had passed. He scrutinized Yi Ling Shuang. Feeling guilty, Yi Ling Shuang turned her head away. Jiang Chen immediately knew what she was up to. So she's pretending. She wants me to carry her? Carrying a 90-pound beauty was no problem for Jiang Chen. So he didn't mind. After all, this woman was his childhood friend and potentially his future wife. Caring for her was his duty. He said, "Then I'll carry you. Honey, you've been walking without rest since earlier. Let's rest first, okay?" Yi Ling Shuang looked at Jiang Chen with her big, watery eyes, full of expectation. Seeing her being so considerate, Jiang Chen couldn't refuse. They were in a scenic area, still a distance from the road. They really needed to rest for a while. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't carry her the whole way, and had to set her down halfway. "Honey, sit next to me. I want to look at you properly. You're so handsome," Yi Ling Shuang said with a blush. The sudden change caught Jiang Chen off guard. Sitting next to her was one thing, but being stared at. Sigh. This fierce sister's infatuation was no joke. But Jiang Chen didn't refuse. Being alone with a beautiful woman was something he enjoyed. Sitting beside Yi Ling Shuang, he felt a bit uneasy under her intense gaze. "Sister Ling Shuang, don't stare at me like that. It's making me nervous. Are you scared?" Yi Ling Shuang moved her hand, gently stroking Jiang Chen's face, then closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss. She planted a kiss on Jiang Chen's lips and shyly asked, "Are you still scared?" Jiang Chen instinctively wiped his lips, so fragrant. Seeing him wipe his lips, Yi Ling Shuang leaned in again, holding Jiang Chen's head and kissed him deeply. Jiang Chen was taken aback by Yi Ling Shuang's sudden and forceful kisses. Do other girls in love act like this? At that moment, Yi Ling Shuang let go, placed Jiang Chen's hand on her soft waist, and said gently, "Honey, hold me and you won't be scared." Indeed, Yi Ling Shuang's soft waist was her ultimate weapon. The moment his hand touched her waist, Jiang Chen's mind went blank. Yi Ling Shuang then snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, resting her head on his lap. She felt so safe. Closing her eyes, she enjoyed the moment. The gentle breeze was incredibly comfortable. "Honey, the scenery and air here are wonderful." Looking at the lights by the lake, she gazed up at Jiang Chen and said dreamily, "I wish we could come here together every day." Jiang Chen remained silent. This fierce sister was trying to find ways to make him stay with her. "If you want to come here, I'll come with you." "Really?" Yi Ling Shuang looked excited. "Of course. I've never lied to you." Thinking about the past and Jiang Chen's promise, Yi Ling Shuang couldn't help but reach out, pull Jiang Chen's head down, and kiss him again. Jiang Chen was stunned. Why does she keep forcefully kissing me? Doesn't she know she's a girl? But Yi Ling Shuang didn't care. Having decided on Jiang Chen, why suppress her feelings? She felt that every inch of her skin, every part of her body, belonged to Jiang Chen. So, while they were young, she would love him without holding back. She didn't want to leave any regrets. Yi Ling Shuang's forceful kisses were too much for Jiang Chen to resist. His hands and mouth responded in kind. Their kisses were gentle, unlike the rough ones from earlier. At this moment, they both savored each other's emotions. So comfortable. Loving with heart felt so different. Jiang Chen felt light as air. His mind was clear of any distractions. At this moment, he just wanted to have Yi Ling Shuang and give her all his love. Seeing Jiang Chen respond so well, Yi Ling Shuang was delighted. She felt that Jiang Chen had accepted her. After all, he had been resistant the first 2 times, but now he was responding so gently. Their relationship had progressed another step. The glorious moment of creating a family with Jiang Chen was approaching. Yes, she would have Jiang Chen stay at her place tonight. Who knows, they might achieve their goal. Lost in the moment, they finally parted when tourists arrived, bringing them back to reality. Both felt their relationship had deepened and their feelings grown stronger. As the sky darkened and clouds covered the stars, Yi Ling Shuang worried about rain and thunder. She suggested, "Honey, Let's go home. Jiang Chen checked the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. It was indeed time to head back. He stood up, squatted down, and picked Yiling Shuang up in his arms. Yiling Shuang blushed and whispered shyly, "Honey, people are watching. Your foot is sore. You shouldn't be walking," Jiang Chen said firmly. "This silly husband, I'm just pretending." Yiling Shuang felt a bit guilty but couldn't say anything now. Besides, she really liked being carried by Jiang Chen. As they left the pavilion and walked among the crowd, Yiling Shuang's face turned even redder from the stares they received. "Honey, maybe you should give me a piggyback ride instead. Your arms must be getting tired," she suggested. A piggyback ride. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and agreed. As strong as he was, carrying her over a kilometer would be tiring. He gently put her down and helped her onto his back. As they walked along the lake, mingling with the crowd, Yiling Shuang felt incredibly happy. "Honey, there's a stand selling cold drinks ahead. I want some ice cream," she said. "Sure. I'll get you some," Jiang Chen replied gently. At the cold drink stand, the owner noticed Yiling Shuang on Jiang Chen's back and asked with concern, "What happened to the young lady? Her foot's sore." "My husband is carrying me for a while," Yiling Shuang answered sweetly. "Your husband is very kind," the owner remarked. "I saw another girl earlier who was too tired to walk, but her boyfriend wouldn't even buy her a drink. How sad." Jiang Chen felt a bit strange about this conversation. Was the owner just trying to sell more of her stuff? "2 ice creams. Please," Jiang Chen ordered. "Sure thing," the owner smiled broadly and handed over the ice creams. 30 yuan, please." "Got it." Jiang Chen paid with his phone. Yiling Shuang happily unwrapped her ice cream and took a bite. After savoring it for a bit, she remembered her husband hadn't eaten his yet. "Honey, let me feed you." "Okay," Jiang Chen agreed, thinking about the price. These ice creams were expensive. Yiling Shuang unwrapped Jiang Chen's ice cream and held it up to his mouth. "How is it, honey?" "It's all right. A bit sweet with a slight bitter taste from the chocolate," he commented. "Isn't chocolate supposed to be sweet?" Yiling Shuang asked, puzzled. Their ice creams had different flavors. Pure chocolate has a bit of bitterness to it. "Really?" Yiling Shuang didn't understand. She hadn't eaten pure chocolate before. As a celebrity, she had to watch her figure and avoided chocolate to prevent addiction and weight gain. Her agent and assistant made sure of that. As Yiling Shuang fed Jiang Chen ice cream, they chatted and laughed, drawing the envious glances of passing couples. Especially the men. Their girlfriends looked at them with resentment, envious of Yiling Shuang being pampered by her boyfriend. Why are good boyfriends always someone else's, they wondered. Yiling Shuang, noticing the admiring glances, felt a surge of pride and satisfaction. Having a good husband was truly wonderful. The couple made their way to the road without Jiang Chen setting her down. Initially feeling awkward under the stairs, he realized he was making Yiling Shuang proud, and that made him happy too. Eventually they hailed a taxi and arrived at their apartment complex by 11:30 p.m. "Honey, I can walk on my own now," Yiling Shuang said, feeling a bit embarrassed about making Jiang Chen carry her for so long. As she got out of the taxi, she realized Jiang Chen might be upset if he saw her walking normally. After a moment's thought, she decided to come clean. "Honey, about earlier, I have to confess something," she said, looking down shyly. Jiang Chen was curious. "My leg was fine back at the lake. I just pretended it hurt so you would carry me," she admitted. "I knew," Jiang Chen said. "You knew?" Yiling Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, I figured it out at the pavilion," Jiang Chen replied. "Then why did you still carry me so far?" she asked nervously. "Let's go." Jiang Chen didn't answer directly. "Isn't it obvious? If you didn't want to walk, I'd carry you." Watching Jiang Chen walk away, Yiling Shuang felt a warmth in her heart. Is this what it's like to have someone love you? To understand you without words and to accommodate you quietly? How warm and caring he is. She ran to catch up and took his hand. "Honey, you're so good to me. I feel so lucky." Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed but happy. This fierce sister was so easily touched. He wondered how she managed in the entertainment industry without being swept away by someone else. But Yiling Shuang was only sweet to him. She ignored her pursuers and reserved her smiles for him. They took the elevator to their apartment. Once inside, Jiang Chen asked, "Sister Ling Shuang, do you want to take a bath?" "Yes, I do," she replied. Then she approached Jiang Chen and whispered, "Honey, how about you? You go first. Then I'll go," he said. Yiling Shuang blushed and suggested shyly, "Honey, why don't we take a bath together?" Together, Jiang Chen looked at Yiling Shuang in disbelief. "It's late already, honey. If we bathe together, we can go to bed sooner," Yiling Shuang said, her face flushed. Such a clever excuse, so well reasoned, and without any flaws. Jiang Chen's heart raced at the thought of sharing a bath, but he quickly remembered a crucial detail: their bathroom was too small for 2 people. I'm afraid it's too cramped in there, Jiang Chen said regretfully. Yi Ling Shuang saw his hesitation as a sign of hope. It seemed their relationship had taken another step forward. She happily grabbed one of Jiang Chen's shirts and headed to the bathroom. Once inside, she noticed the small space and thought, we really need a bigger place with a shower that fits both of us. She began to undress and meticulously wash herself, knowing that tonight might hold something special. Everything had to be perfect. Jiang Chen sat on the couch, scrolling through the news on his phone. Stories about him and Yi Ling Shuang had exploded online. Reporters had even dug up details about his family and childhood. Jiang Chen was shocked by how thorough they were. Reading the news, Jiang Chen saw that many were criticizing Yi Ling Shuang for being violent in their childhood. He found it ridiculous. Yes, she had been rough with him, but it was a form of affection. They were together now, wasn't that proof enough of their bond? Who says that's a bad thing, one commenter wrote. They've been together since childhood, this is true love. Just wanted to see some dirt on the goddess, and now I'm getting fed a love story. Editor, come out here. I'm only 16 and already being fed dog food. So unfair. Seeing these comments, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Despite some negative remarks, most of Yi Ling Shuang's fans were supportive. He continued reading, recognizing some posts as attacks orchestrated by Yi Ling Shuang's rivals. He remembered a particular incident where he had exposed a co-star who was spreading false rumors about Yi Ling Shuang. While engrossed in the news, Yi Ling Shuang sneaked up behind him. Reading about a debate where someone claimed Jiang Chen wasn't good enough for her, he defended himself fiercely online. Yi Ling Shuang chuckled at how her confident husband praised himself anonymously. As Jiang Chen stretched, he accidentally grabbed a handful of her wet hair. Ouch! Yi Ling Shuang yelped in pain. Startled, Jiang Chen jumped up and turned to see Yi Ling Shuang looking at him with teary eyes. Honey, what were you doing? She asked, rubbing her head. I'm so sorry, Jiang Chen panicked. He hadn't heard her approach. Yi Ling Shuang pouted. You pulled my hair. How are you going to make it up to me? Jiang Chen, thinking quickly, suggested, how about we go to West Lake again sometime? You already promised that, Yi Ling Shuang said, tilting her head. Then what do you want? Jiang Chen asked, bracing himself for her response. Yi Ling Shuang smiled mischievously, making Jiang Chen uneasy. What was she planning now? Don't look at me like that, I'm scared, Jiang Chen said. Relax. Yi Ling Shuang gently caressed his face. Go take a shower first, and I'll tell you afterward. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling about this but had no choice. He was sweaty and uncomfortable after their outing, so he went to grab his clothes and headed to the bathroom. 5 minutes later he was out, feeling refreshed. Yi Ling Shuang, with her wet hair, smiled at him. Realizing what she wanted, Jiang Chen sighed, got the hairdryer and comb and said, sit down, I'll dry your hair. Instead, Yi Ling Shuang took the hairdryer from him and said softly, let me do it for you first, honey. Jiang Chen was taken aback. This was a rare treat. All right, he said, ready to enjoy it. As he prepared himself, Yi Ling Shuang led him to the bedroom's vanity table. Why should we go there? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Honey, I just want to style your hair, Yi Ling Shuang said shyly. It sounded reasonable, but it didn't quite add up. Why would she need to style his hair so late at night? Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy, suspecting she had some other plan in mind. Seeing Jiang Chen's skepticism, Yi Ling Shuang quickly added, I just want to show you my skills. If I get good at this, you won't need to go out for haircuts anymore. Jiang Chen silently criticized the poor excuse. Ling Shuang, let's do it tomorrow morning. For now, let's just do it here on the couch. Yi Ling Shuang pouted, disappointed that her plan had failed. All right then. She let Jiang Chen sit down and started drying his hair. But Jiang Chen felt increasingly uncomfortable as her long legs kept moving in front of him. Today she had already set him up multiple times, and he was starting to get frustrated. His mind wandered to scenes from romantic movies where the male lead would sweep the female lead off her feet. Lost in these thoughts, Jiang Chen began to scrutinize Yi Ling Shuang. I wish I could be the male lead just once. Yi Ling Shuang noticed Jiang Chen's heavy breathing and intense gaze. She giggled inwardly, thinking, I thought you were unaffected. Looks like I underestimated you. She then increased the heat setting on the hairdryer. In less than 2 minutes, Jiang Chen's hair was dry. Honey, could you dry my hair too? Yi Ling Shuang asked sweetly. Jiang Chen naturally agreed. He stood up, lifted her long hair, and asked her to sit down. Ling Shuang, sit down. I'll dry your hair here. I'm a bit tired. I'll sit at the vanity in the bedroom. That way, I can go straight to bed after you finish, she said, not waiting for his response. Jiang Chen had no choice but to follow her into the bedroom with the hairdryer. As he stood behind her, he couldn't help but notice how her unbuttoned shirt revealed more than usual. This was making it hard for him to focus. Ling Shuang, can you button up your shirt, please, Jiang Chen said, trying to stay composed. You mean this, Yi Ling Shuang asked, pulling her shirt slightly, making it even more revealing. Jiang Chen quickly averted his eyes. Ling Shuang, cover up with a towel or something. Do you think I'm ugly? Is that why you don't want to look at me, Yi Ling Shuang said, pretending to be hurt. Feeling trapped. Jiang Chen sighed. Okay, let's just get this over with. Yi Ling Shuang smirked, pleased with the outcome. Hurry up, I'm getting sleepy. Jiang Chen turned on the hairdryer and started drying her hair. But the water droplets from her hair falling onto her chest were a constant distraction. It took 10 long minutes to finish drying her hair, leaving Jiang Chen feeling exhausted. Ling Shuang, you can sleep in the bedroom tonight. I'll take the couch. Hearing this, Yi Ling Shuang turned and looked at him with a burning intensity. Honey, how can I let you sleep on the couch? This is your home. Jiang Chen's heart raced. Ling Shuang, what are you suggesting? Let's sleep together on the bed, she suggested, seeing his face turn red. With our clothes on, of course. She thought, I'll just play it safe and see how he reacts. If he gets closer, that's even better. Yi Ling Shuang was determined to make Jiang Chen fall for her completely. She gently pulled his hand, leading him to the bed. This bed is big enough for both of us. If you sleep on the couch, you'll be tired and might get scolded during training tomorrow. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud thunderclap echoed outside. Yi Ling Shuang's face turned pale. She jumped onto the bed and hid under the covers, trembling. Seeing her fear, Jiang Chen's protective instincts kicked in. He jumped onto the bed and held her tightly. Ling Shuang, don't be scared. I'm here, he reassured her. Tears streamed down her face as she clung to him. Honey, please don't leave. Hold me until I fall asleep. Jiang Chen's heart ached seeing her so vulnerable. Okay, I'm here. I won't leave. With him holding her, she felt a sense of security despite the storm outside. She knew that as long as Jiang Chen was with her, she could face anything. Okay. Jiang Chen wasn't going to leave. He still remembered vividly how badly Yi Ling Shuang used to cry during thunderstorms when they were kids. He didn't want her waking up in the middle of the night, crying. Gently, he said, Ling Shuang, I'll hold you while you sleep. Thank you, hubby, Yi Ling Shuang replied, feeling deeply moved. Her husband was indeed reliable. Reflecting on the earlier moment, she regretted burrowing under the covers in panic. With her husband right there, she should have sought comfort in his arms instead. But Jiang Chen's immediate response to hold her tightly warmed her heart. Another clap of thunder boomed, and Yi Ling Shuang squeezed her eyes shut, clinging to Jiang Chen as if she feared he might vanish. She only relaxed once the storm quieted, peeking out from his embrace. Seeing her cautious expression, Jiang Chen's heart ached. What had she gone through as a child to develop such a fear of thunderstorms? The kids from their area were typically brave, regardless of gender. During storms, they would press against the windows to watch the lightning and listen to the thunder. Even 3-year-olds would venture out to catch insects. Yet Yi Ling Shuang was different, afraid of both storms and small creatures. Yi Ling Shuang composed herself, brushing the hair from her face. Shyly, she asked, Hubby, how long has it been since we last slept together? Jiang Chen felt awkward responding to her suggestive tone. After a moment he smiled and said, Ling Shuang, aren't we together now? Her face flushed as she hugged him tighter, whispering, Hubby, I want to be with you every day and night from now on. Can I? Jiang Chen could sense her deep reliance on him and her genuine affection. He started calculating his school schedule. Classes began at 8, and it would take about 10 minutes to get there by taxi if there was no traffic. But since this was the city center, traffic jams were common. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yi Ling Shuang noticed his silence and misinterpreted it as disinterest. Her hopeful expression dimmed. However, she remained optimistic, confident in her charm and looks. She believed Jiang Chen would eventually fall for her completely. She found herself grateful for the storm, which had given her the chance to be close to Jiang Chen. The night was long, and she had plenty of opportunities to strengthen their bond. Holding each other silently, they listened to the rhythm of their breaths and heartbeats. After a while, Yi Ling Shuang couldn't hold back anymore. It was their last night together before Jiang Chen's school and training started. The next meeting would be 2 weeks away. Hubby, I can't sleep, she whispered, nudging him. When he didn't respond, she repeated, Hubby, I can't sleep. Still no reaction. She gently moved his arm from under his head and saw that he was indeed asleep, his breathing steady and deep. How could he fall asleep holding such a beauty, she thought, feeling a bit miffed. But she quickly remembered how exhausted he must be. The previous night had been restless, and today had been filled with activities, including carrying her for miles. She couldn't bring herself to wake him. Watching his peaceful face, she couldn't resist giving him a light kiss. So handsome and sweet, she thought, smiling to herself. Soon, she too drifted off to sleep, holding Jiang Chen tightly. Sometime later she heard him talking in his sleep. "Ling Shuang, I love you," he murmured, his lips curling into a mischievous smile. Is he dreaming, she wondered, trying to wake him. But he was fast asleep. Seeing his smile, she giggled, wondering what he was dreaming about. "Silly hubby, what are you dreaming about with that naughty smile?" Jiang Chen continued. "Ling Shuang, I actually love you." Hearing this made her heart leap with joy. He loves me too, she thought, feeling elated. She sat up, covering her blushing cheeks. "Why only say it in your dreams? Why not tell me in reality?" she murmured, watching him with affection. In his dream, Jiang Chen was with a gentle and loving Yi Ling Shuang, a stark contrast to her usual tough demeanor. "Ling Shuang, you need to be gentle always, okay? I'm scared of you hitting me," he said. Feeling a pang of guilt, Yi Ling Shuang realized he still feared her. Seeing his happy smile in his sleep, she knew dream Yi Ling Shuang was the gentle woman he adored. Leaning in, she kissed him softly and whispered, "Hubby, I love you. I will change for you and stop hitting you." She felt like she had found the key to happiness. Jiang Chen loved the gentle version of her. Watching his sleeping face, she blushed, imagining what he was dreaming about. "Silly hubby, you seek in your dreams what you have right here." Despite her teasing thoughts, she felt sweet inside. His dream indicated their relationship had deepened. She vowed to become the perfect wife, making Jiang Chen the happiest man in the world. As soon as Yi Ling Shuang made her vow, she saw Jiang Chen smiling foolishly in his sleep. It was clear he was enjoying his dream, which made her both laugh and feel a bit exasperated. This silly husband, ignoring the real me for dream me. In that moment, she really wished she could enter Jiang Chen's dream and see what he was enjoying so much. Watching him smile, she leaned in to give him a gentle kiss before lying back down. But sleep wouldn't come. She tossed and turned, her mind filled with thoughts of what might be happening in Jiang Chen's dream. Did he dream of those things? She couldn't stop thinking about the romantic scenes from movies. Blushing and feeling frustrated, she muttered, "Silly husband, I hate you." She got up, too restless to stay in bed, and went to the bathroom to splash some cold water on her face. After cooling down, she put on Jiang Chen's large shirt again and snuggled up next to him. Yet, thoughts of those movie scenes kept haunting her. "Fine, if I can't sleep, I won't sleep at all," she decided, huffing. She got out of bed and went to the living room, turning on her phone that had been off all day to avoid disturbances during their West Lake outing. As expected, there were over 100 messages from her agent, friends and parents. She decided to read her parents' messages first. "Dear, how are you and Xiao Chen doing? Are you comfortable there? Do you need me to come cook for you now that Xiao Chen is going to school?" Reading her mother's messages warmed her heart. No matter what, her mother always thought of her first. She quickly replied, telling her mother not to worry and that they were enjoying their time alone together. No sooner had she sent the message than her mother video called her. She was taken aback. Why is mom up so late, she wondered, hurriedly adjusting her shirt to hide the missing button before answering. On the screen was a woman in her 40s wearing home clothes. "Dear, why aren't you asleep yet?" her mother asked. "Mom, why are you still awake? Your dad just came back from drinking with clients." Her mother's eyes scanned the room. "Where's Xiao Chen?" "He's sleeping." "All right then." Her mother didn't ask more, but her expression darkened upon seeing Yi Ling Shuang wearing Jiang Chen's shirt with a missing button. "Dear, have you been bullying Xiao Chen again?" "Mom, no." Yi Ling Shuang felt wronged. It was she who had been troubled by Jiang Chen, causing her to be unable to sleep. "Dear, girls should be gentle. Don't always think about bullying Xiao Chen. He's such a good kid. If you scare him away, who else would tolerate your temper?" Yi Ling Shuang felt even more aggrieved. Why is my own mother siding with Jiang Chen? I'm the biological daughter here. "I understand, Mom. I won't hit him anymore." "Good. Be gentle. And learn to act a bit spoiled sometimes. Xiao Chen doesn't like strong-willed women." Yi Ling Shuang internally fumed. Is this really my mom? Why is she so biased? After chatting with her mother for a while, Yi Ling Shuang finally turned to her agent's messages, which were mostly about how their high-profile behavior had caused a media frenzy, leading to a wave of online backlash and a drop in her follower count. The agent warned her to be more discreet. Ignoring the agent's messages, knowing it would only lead to endless nagging, she started reading her friends' messages. Many were curious about what was going on. She decided to reply to her best friend, who immediately video called her. "Darling, where have you been? Your phone was off, and you didn't reply on WeChat. Did you and Jiang Chen elope to the moon?" her friend teased. "If only we could find stars there," Yi Lingshuang replied lazily, rubbing her eyes. "Why aren't you asleep yet? I've been playing games and can't level up." "It's driving me crazy," her friend replied, suddenly remembering something and shouting, "Oh no, I'm still in the game. Talk later." Her friend abruptly hung up, leaving Yi Lingshuang in disbelief. How could she video call me in the middle of a game? Poor teammates. Her friend messaged again soon after. "I lost. You have to help me reach the top rank, or you can forget about sleeping with your little hubby." Yi Lingshuang's eye twitched. Is she serious? But since she couldn't sleep anyway, she decided to join her friend in the game. They played together, Yi Lingshuang dominating the battlefield and leading their team to victory repeatedly. Her friend praised her, as expected from a top student and celebrity. "It's so fun picking off enemies with you." Eventually they reached the top rank. But Yi Lingshuang didn't stop there and kept playing, dragging her exhausted friend along. By morning her friend was worn out. "Darling, I can't keep going. We've had enough wins and losses. I need to rest. Quit now, and I'll make sure you drop back to the lowest rank," Yi Lingshuang threatened. Her friend sighed but continued playing. When Jiang Chen woke up, he found Yi Lingshuang engrossed in her game on the couch. When did she learn to play this game, he wondered. "Lingshuang, why are you up so early?" Hearing his voice, Yi Lingshuang excitedly threw down her phone and ran to him. "Hubby, you're awake. Are you hungry? I'll make you breakfast." Jiang Chen was puzzled by her sudden attentiveness. "No need to trouble yourself. There's a good breakfast place right at the entrance of the complex." Just then, a furious voice erupted from the sofa. "Yi Lingshuang, you made me drop to silver rank. I'm never speaking to you again." How tragic, Jiang Chen sighed, feeling sorry for the girl on the other end of the phone who had fallen victim to Yi Lingshuang's gameplay. "Hubby, I'll go get breakfast." Yi Lingshuang cheerfully headed for the door. "Lingshuang, your clothes," Jiang Chen called out. Yi Lingshuang looked down and realized she was still wearing Jiang Chen's shirt from the previous day. Going out like this would definitely make headlines tomorrow. Reluctantly, she returned inside. "I'll go buy breakfast," Jiang Chen offered. As he left, Yi Lingshuang picked up her phone. Her friend had left a series of accusatory messages, calling her out for neglecting friendships in favor of her husband. "Stop whining. It's just a game. I'll help you rank up later," Yi Lingshuang replied confidently, though she felt a bit anxious. Her friend took games very seriously, and wouldn't be easily pacified. "H&P, you think it's that easy? I worked so hard to reach that rank, and now I'm back to silver because of you. I hate you." "Don't be so quick to hate. My husband is great at games. If he helps you, you'll be back to the top rank in no time." "Your husband? That little kid? Is he really that good? Don't underestimate him. My husband is not only a top student but also a gaming expert. He's at the highest rank, Glory King." "Dear. Then get him to help me, please." Who was just talking about cutting ties with me? Yi Lingshuang felt a sense of pride. Having a capable husband was the best. Though she was exaggerating, her husband was only a bronze player 3 years ago. Given his busy high school schedule, he might not even be that good now. But her friend had no way of verifying this for the next half-month. Her friend, desperate for help, began to flatter her, calling her dear and sweetie non-stop. When Jiang Chen returned with breakfast, he quickly washed up, packed a few clothes, and walked over to Yi Lingshuang. "Lingshuang, I checked the weather forecast. It's going to rain for the next few days. Since I won't be here, why don't you go back to Beijing?" he suggested. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. "I won't go back. I want to stay here with you." "But I'll be gone for half a month," Jiang Chen said with concern. "What if there's a thunderstorm at night?" "I'll call my assistant to come over and stay with me," Yi Lingshuang replied with a smile. Seeing Jiang Chen looking so fresh and handsome, she walked over, hugged him tightly and said, "Hubby, when you go to school you must think of me. And don't get involved with any other girls." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "It's just military training. We'll be busy all day. There's no time for anything else." After getting the reassurance she wanted, Yi Lingshuang felt content. She went to her suitcase, took out a pack of sanitary pads, and handed them to Jiang Chen. "Hubby, military boots are hard. You can use these as insoles to make them more comfortable." Jiang Chen was baffled. "Sanitary pads can be used like this." "Yes, it'll make squatting and running much more comfortable," she said softly, recalling her own grueling training days. trust me. Jiang Chen accepted them, touched by her thoughtfulness. Thank you. I'll be going now. As he turned to leave, Yi Lingshuang called out, hubby, can I ask you for a small favor? What is it? Can you kiss me? Looking at her blushing face full of hope and nervousness, Jiang Chen walked back, hugged her by the waist, and slowly leaned in. Yi Lingshuang, overwhelmed with excitement, closed her eyes, ready to savor this significant moment. Their lips met, and Yi Lingshuang felt a thrilling electric sensation. This kiss, initiated by Jiang Chen, felt different from all the ones she had stolen before. It made her feel like she was floating in happiness. She wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss until they both needed to catch their breath. Jiang Chen, still holding her, said, I have to go now. See you in half a month. Hubby, I'll be waiting for you to come home, she replied, her eyes brimming with tears, as if sending him off to battle. She thought about going with him to the school gate but decided against it. She didn't want to add to his burdens. Jiang Chen nodded, finally leaving the house. Watching him disappear from sight, Yi Lingshuang couldn't hold back her tears. She ran to the kitchen window, from where she could see the path he took. Hubby, I'll be waiting for you to come back, she shouted. But her voice was carried away by the wind. Even though Jiang Chen couldn't hear her, he turned around as if sensing her presence. He saw a figure at the window, waving and mouthing words. This silly girl, I can't hear you from here. He hesitated, wondering if there was something she needed to tell him. Deciding to check, he headed back up. Yi Lingshuang was already at the door, waiting. She rushed to him, hugging him tightly. Lingshuang, is something wrong? Jiang Chen asked. Without answering, she clung to him for a long while before finally letting go. Hubby, when will I truly become your wife? Aren't you already my wife? Jiang Chen hugged Yi Lingshuang tightly and kissed her forehead. I'll come find you after the military training. Yi Lingshuang felt sweet inside, taking his words as a promise. Suddenly she ran to the bedroom and brought out a phone for Jiang Chen. Hubby, when I was in training, we couldn't use our phones in the army. I don't know if it's the same at Hangzhou University. Take my phone with you. If you have to hand over your phone, keep mine. We can video call at night when you miss me. Jiang Chen smiled, thinking it's you who will miss me. But he didn't say it out loud. They shared a brief, tender moment before parting. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Lingshuang mentioned there would be a surprise during their video call. Jiang Chen wondered what it could be but didn't have time to ask. He quickly headed to the school. At Hangzhou University, on the field. It was the first day of military training, and everyone was gathered on the field. Listening to the instructor's speech, their faces turned pale when they heard that the training would be held in the army camp. Going to the army meant a grueling experience for 15 days. And, they realized, they'd have to surrender their phones. The instructor wasted no time, ordering them to pack their essentials and board the buses. No one dared to skip the training. As university students, they knew its importance. Skipping it meant giving up on university altogether. Several buses carried the freshmen towards the mountains. After 3 hours, they arrived at a temporary training site at the foot of the mountains, used by an army regiment. Most soldiers had left, leaving a small group for special training. The spacious site was chosen by the university for the freshmen's training. The students got off the buses, feeling disheartened by the desolate surroundings. Seeing the tents and makeshift beds made of steel pipes and wooden planks didn't help their mood. They worried about sleeping on hard beds and potential snake encounters. The instructor reassured them that the area was covered with realgar powder, so no snakes would enter. As for wild animals, they were rare but present, which caused further anxiety. Then, the instructor collected everyone's phones. Jiang Chen handed over one phone but kept the spare one that Yi Lingshuang gave him. He felt grateful for her foresight. After collecting the phones, the instructor ordered them to change into their camouflage uniforms and gather on the training field. Today is the first day. I know you are all top students, so my requirements are not high, the instructor said. Each of you will carry 7 cement bricks and run 5 kilometers, then run back. It's just a warm-up. Everyone stared at the bricks. Each weighed about 4 or 5 pounds, so 7 bricks added up to nearly 30 pounds. The students were shocked, realizing how tough the training would be. Not wanting to seem weak or leave a bad impression, they all picked up the bricks and started running. By the end, they were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Some with poorer physical conditions collapsed on the ground. The instructor shook his head coldly. Look at your physical condition. Exhausted after just 5 kilometers? Think of our predecessors, carrying hundreds of pounds of ammunition across snow-covered mountains and rivers. If there was a war, what chance do you think you'd have of surviving? He ordered everyone to the field for push-ups 100 each. Those who couldn't complete them in time would do double. Everyone felt like they were in hell but had no choice. Like zombies, they dragged themselves to the training field. At 11 o'clock that night, training finally ended. Everyone collapsed onto their wooden beds, groaning in pain from the harsh training. Though exhausted, Yang Chen knew he had to video call Yi Ling Shuang, curious about the surprise she mentioned. He sneaked out of the tent to where he had hidden the spare phone. The signal in the mountains was terrible. Yang Chen ran all over the mountain with his phone, finally finding a spot with some signal on a small hill. Excitedly, he opened the video call, but the picture was still laggy. Having already run around so much, he decided this spot would have to do. "Hubby, why is it so dark over there?" Yi Ling Shuang, at home, could only see Jiang Chen's face against a pitch-black background and was confused. "I'm in the mountains," Jiang Chen said, looking distressed as he recounted his day's events. Realizing Jiang Chen was in the mountains, Yi Ling Shuang felt a bit disappointed. Video calls would be inconvenient from there. Suddenly she got an idea and asked mysteriously, "Guess what I bought today?" "What did you buy?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "I'll show you," Yi Ling Shuang said, heading off screen just as the video froze again. Thankfully, the audio was still working. Jiang Chen felt dizzy. "Ling Shuang, the video is stuck. Just send me a picture instead." "Okay, I'll take a photo and send it to you." Yi Ling Shuang went to her wardrobe and took out what she had bought today: bras, lingerie, and sexy nightgowns in various colors. She laid them on the bed and started taking pictures. The first was a purple bra that looked very enticing. She found a good angle, took a photo, and sent it to Jiang Chen. "Hubby, what do you think of this one?" Jiang Chen was stunned. "Is this the surprise she mentioned?" "Ling Shuang, why are you sending me these?" "Hey, when you come back, I'll wear them for you," she giggled. "I tried it on, and it's a bit small." Jiang Chen was floored. Judging by the picture, it already looked quite ample. He couldn't help but recall his dream from last night. "Ling Shuang, it's a bit small, but it fits snugly and feels comfortable." Her seductive words made Jiang Chen uneasy. Snugly meant it would be quite a sight. Just then, the video cleared up, and Yi Ling Shuang saw Jiang Chen's puzzled expression, making her laugh. "Silly hubby, pretending to be proper." "Hubby, do you like it?" "Yes," Jiang Chen replied, grinning like an idiot. "Who wouldn't like it?" "Great. I'll wear it for you when you come back." "Huh?" For me, Jiang Chen was confused. Why would he wear it? "Yes, you said you liked it, so I'll let you try it." Jiang Chen imagined himself in women's lingerie and covered his face, not daring to envision further. Seeing his reaction, Yi Ling Shuang laughed even harder. "Hubby, do you want to see the other ones I bought?" "There are a lot." "Sure," Jiang Chen eagerly replied, curious about what else she had. Yi Ling Shuang picked out a blue bra and a blue silk nightgown, took a photo, and sent it to him. "Hubby, this one feels really nice and smooth, and it's very comfortable." Hearing her seductive voice and seeing the photos made Jiang Chen uneasy. "This is too much. There's no milk to calm me down here." Yi Ling Shuang was enjoying teasing Jiang Chen. She remembered seeing him being so self-assured online earlier, and felt that they were more genuine with each other this way, without any pretenses. "Hubby, do you want to see me wearing it?" Jiang Chen nodded eagerly. Seeing it was already past midnight, Yi Ling Shuang decided not to keep him up. "Hubby, it's late. Tomorrow, find a spot with a better signal, and I'll show you. I'll even dance in it for you." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The thought of Yi Ling Shuang in that silk gown, dancing gracefully, was exciting. "I can't wait for tomorrow," he thought, realizing he'd need to find a better signal spot to enjoy the surprise. Jiang Chen returned to the tent, where his roommates were already sound asleep. He lay on his bed, imagining Yi Ling Shuang dancing in that dress. Yes, she would look stunning. So graceful. Yi Ling Shuang had been learning dance since she was a child. She had an exceptional aura and a very flexible body. When she danced, she was like an elegant white swan. No, in the blue slit dress tomorrow, she would be a blue swan. Thinking of that moment made Jiang Chen smile uncontrollably. He hadn't seen Yi Ling Shuang dance in years and really missed it. Feeling a bit tired from the day, and comforted by thoughts of Yi Ling Shuang, Jiang Chen quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he saw Yi Ling Shuang dancing for him in the bedroom. Unable to resist, he embraced her, took her to bed, and they were intimate. Only after feeling utterly satisfied did he fall into a deep sleep holding her. Suddenly, a whistle shattered his beautiful dream. Jiang Chen jumped up. Some roommates rolled off their beds. The instructor came in shouting, 10 minutes. Make your beds and get dressed properly. Assemble on the training ground. Yesterday the instructor had taught everyone how to fold their blankets military style. As university students, and from a prestigious one at that, their comprehension wasn't bad. So, within 10 minutes, they managed to get everything done. They marched with their roommates to the training ground. Today they were to train on overcoming obstacles, which wasn't too intense but still very tiring. After the obstacle training, they were taken to a barbed wire area. This is 35 centimeters high. You need to crawl out from here without any damage. If you can't do it, you're useless. If you think you're not useless, show me. Everyone looked at each other. They were just university students, not soldiers. Was the instructor training them like new recruits? This was too harsh. Other universities only practiced marching and standing at attention. At most, they practiced shooting targets. But now, they had to crawl through barbed wire and cross obstacles. Not only did they have to squat, but also do push-ups. This was exhausting. You, step out. The instructor pointed at Jiang Chen saying, demonstrate for them. Me. Jiang Chen was stunned. He had never done this before. Yes, you. Instructor, I haven't practiced this. That's exactly why you're doing it. If you had practiced, why would you be here? Some boys watched Jiang Chen with glee. They all recognized him as Yi Lingshuang's announced boyfriend. They were jealous. If only we had phones right now. Yeah, we could record this and post it online to see what kind of man Yi Lingshuang chose. Actually, Jiang Chen wasn't the only one who had smuggled a phone into the training camp. Someone was secretly recording with their phone right now. This was big news. Once the training was over and the footage was exposed, Yi Lingshuang would surely be disappointed. Her boyfriend might be handsome, but useless. What's the hesitation? If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. Jiang Chen noticed some people around him looking smug and instantly knew what they were thinking. If he chickened out today, there would surely be articles attacking Yi Lingshuang once training ended. So, he said firmly, instructor, I can do it. Step out. Jiang Chen stepped forward, executed a standard military posture, jogged over, and crawled under the barbed wire. With each step, he moved perfectly, not touching the wire once. The barbed wire was coated with colored powder. If touched, the powder would stain their clothes. Jiang Chen crawled through the 50-meter barbed wire without a single speck on him. The instructor was surprised but remained stern, ordering, everyone, follow his lead. Attention, right face. Stand at ease. The first platoon began to crawl through the 50-meter barbed wire, imitating Jiang Chen. Out of 40 people, 38 got stained with powder. Only Jiang Chen and one chubby guy didn't. This proved that being chubby didn't affect agility. The instructor was disappointed. However, he continued supervising, making everyone crawl through the barbed wire. Afterwards, they had to carry wooden logs over obstacles and place them in designated spots. Everyone complained bitterly. This instructor was training them like new recruits. Until 10 o'clock, everyone practiced crawling through barbed wire and carrying logs over obstacles. From 10 to 11:30, they practiced marching. From 11:30 to 12, they stood at attention under the red flag. Fortunately, there was no sun today. Otherwise, standing at attention for half an hour at this time would have caused heat stroke. After lunch, the instructor had them carry bricks up the mountain for exercise. Jiang Chen followed to the mountaintop and saw a signal tower on the opposite mountain, his face lighting up with joy. Finally, he could have a proper video call with Yi Lingshuang. After a day's training, everyone was exhausted as they returned to the dormitory. Jiang Chen was also very tired. However, thinking about seeing Yi Lingshuang today, he felt a bit comforted. Once everyone was asleep, Jiang Chen ran to get his phone and climbed to the top of a slope along a small path. Sitting on a big rock, he turned on his phone. He received only one message. I'm busy with something, not convenient for a video call. Why don't you rest first? Jiang Chen tentatively sent a message, but there was no reply. It seemed she was busy. Jiang Chen didn't go back down. He had come up with difficulty and had to wait. So, he waited, and fell asleep unknowingly. Who knew how long had passed when he was awakened by the message alert? Opening his phone, it was indeed a message from Yi Lingshuang. Honey, are you still there? Jiang Chen hurriedly started a video call. As soon as the video call connected, Jiang Chen saw Yi Lingshuang's familiar face. He also noticed the diamond necklace on her fair neck. She was wearing earrings too. Her face was lightly made up with red lipstick, making her look very alluring. As the camera swayed, Jiang Chen caught a glimpse of her enchanting cleavage. Big sister Lingshuang, you look so beautiful today. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Yi Lingshuang dressed up was truly stunning and incredibly feminine. Hey he. Yi Lingshuang felt delighted by Jiang Chen's compliment. Hubby, I'm sorry. I was pulled back to Beijing by Sister Ling from Hangzhou. You went back to Beijing? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. Yes. Yi Lingshuang pouted unhappily, her cheeks puffed with anger. My agent, Sister Ling, accepted a role for me without my consent. In the evening she even made me drink with the producers. One of the producers was leering at me, so I smashed a bottle on him, and that's why I'm late. So. Jiang Chen was shocked after hearing Yi Lingshuang's story. The producer had barely looked at her lecherously, and she smashed a bottle on him. So fierce, no wonder she used to beat me up as a kid. Big Sister Lingshuang, are you okay? Jiang Chen looked worried. Yi Lingshuang had hit someone. What could they possibly do to me? She continued, still annoyed. Serves him right for looking at me like that. Jiang Chen was speechless. From now on he needed to be careful when looking at pretty girls on the street to avoid getting beaten up. Hubby, are you still on the mountain so late because you were waiting for me? Yes, I was afraid you'd wake up and not see me so. Hubby, I'm so touched. You're so adorable. With that Yi Lingshuang pouted her lips and pretended to kiss Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless, she was thousands of miles away. Hubby, did you feel it? From so far away, how could I feel it? Jiang Chen made a face. Touch your face and see. There must still be my scent. Jiang Chen instinctively touched his face. Ha ha ha. Yi Lingshuang laughed heartily on the other end of the phone, making Jiang Chen even more frustrated. How did he fall for this girl's trick? Seeing Jiang Chen's frustrated expression, Yi Lingshuang found him even more adorable. Hubby, how far is it from there to the training base? I climbed a mountain. The base is at the foot of it. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang was deeply moved. Climbed a mountain? Jiang Chen climbed to the top just to see her. Hubby, I love you. I want to be with you forever. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Why did she keep talking about being with him forever and having lots of babies? He checked the time, it was almost 1 o'clock. Big Sister Lingshuang? I'm going back down now. Hubby, wait. Yi Lingshuang blushed and asked, don't you want to see your reward? A reward? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Just as he was getting excited, Yi Lingshuang suddenly said, Hubby, why don't you show off first? After speaking, she licked her lips and looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Ashim. Jiang Chen had been working out since he was young. Back in middle school, Yi Lingshuang had seen Jiang Chen's not-so-small chest muscles and had been fascinated. So now, recalling that scene, her heart was racing. Jiang Chen was bewildered by Yi Lingshuang's request. Who was the prey here? Seeing Jiang Chen in a daze, Yi Lingshuang, with a doubtful look on her face, teased, Hubby, are you not confident in your body? Who said I'm not confident? Jiang Chen was upset. Even though he hadn't built an 8-pack, he still had a decent 6-pack, albeit a bit small. Then show it off. Yi Lingshuang's aggressive urging was too much for Jiang Chen. He took off his camouflage uniform. Wow! Yi Lingshuang exclaimed excitedly when she saw Jiang Chen's vest, with his clearly defined muscles. Hubby, you're amazing. I love you to death. I can't take it anymore. I need to go back to Hangzhou and have your babies. Jiang Chen felt proud, he was quite confident in his physique. Seeing the stars in Yi Lingshuang's eyes, Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to be giving him a reward? Why was he the one stripping and showing off his muscles? And Yi Lingshuang wasn't doing anything? Big Sister Lingshuang, you promised you'd give me a reward. How did it turn into me giving you a reward? Yi Lingshuang's big eyes rolled around. Then she said shyly, Hubby, don't worry about the details. First, show off a bit for me, let your wife enjoy. Then I'll give you your reward. What was this about? Jiang Chen felt like Yi Lingshuang had taken control of the situation. Instead of seeing his reward, he ended up stripping completely. But he figured it out. He'd satisfy Yi Lingshuang first and make a small sacrifice. Then Yi Lingshuang would serve him. After all, Yi Lingshuang's service was a big package. The very package he was looking forward to. Honey, hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Yi Lingshuang stared intently at Jiang Chen on the video call. At this moment, she felt more excited looking at Jiang Chen's body than she ever did receiving her Best Actress award. When she saw Jiang Chen slowly pulling up his vest, she bit her finger in excitement. She bit so hard she left teeth marks, not even noticing as she bit harder and harder, becoming more and more excited. Honey, Stop dawdling, hurry up. At that moment, Jiang Chen took off his vest. Yi Lingshuang stared straight at Jiang Chen's six-pack abs. Oh no! 8-pack abs! It's just that 2 of them were a bit small. Wow! Yi Lingshuang nearly drooled. Her husband had such a great body. His waist must be really powerful. At this moment, Yi Lingshuang started fantasizing about being in Jiang Chen's arms. Being held by this strong husband must feel like floating on clouds. So comfortable. Yi Lingshuang was lost in her own beautiful world. Being stared at by Yi Lingshuang like that, Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy. Big sister Lingshuang, I've taken it off. Isn't it your turn now? Wait. Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but reach out as if to touch Jiang Chen's well-defined muscles. But she quickly realized something was wrong. Her silly husband wasn't right there with her, she couldn't touch him. Annoying sister Ling. Why did she drag me to Beijing? If I hadn't come to Beijing, I could have snuck into their base. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this was a viable idea. When she got back to Hangzhou, she'd go find Jiang Chen and feel those muscles. Big sister Lingshuang, shouldn't it be your turn now? Lost in her thoughts, Yi Lingshuang was suddenly brought back to reality by Jiang Chen's words. She looked at Jiang Chen with a blush on her face. Honey, do you want me to take off my clothes too? I'm a girl, you know? Although she had already accepted Jiang Chen, she still felt a bit shy facing this for real. Jiang Chen didn't say a word, just smiled at her. Okay, you bad husband. I'll do it. Yi Lingshuang pouted and shyly began to unbutton her shirt. Watching her timid demeanor, Jiang Chen thought this fierce big sister looked both beautiful and cute. She was so feminine at this moment, truly endearing. She was exactly the type he liked. As Yi Lingshuang removed her sleeves, revealing her fair shoulders, she looked at Jiang Chen pitifully. Silly husband, do I really have to take it all off? Jiang Chen still didn't answer. Alright anyway, I'm yours, my body is yours too. Sooner or later, you'll see it. So Yi Lingshuang slowly removed her shirt. Now, she was left with only a tube top and straps. She looked at Jiang Chen shyly. Honey, is this enough? Seeing her bow her head shyly, Jiang Chen's internal fire flared up. This girl was truly irresistible. Recalling last night's dream, Jiang Chen instinctively bent his hand like a tiger's claw, looking at it repeatedly. Seeing Jiang Chen's gesture, Yi Lingshuang lowered her head in embarrassment. At this moment, she recalled the dream where she and Jiang Chen shared a bed. In the dream, Jiang Chen's hand grabbed at the air, just like now. This silly husband was really too much. She shyly asked, Honey, what are you thinking? Yi Lingshuang's question pulled Jiang Chen back to reality. Awkwardly, he put his hand behind his back. Big sister Lingshuang, your figure is really great. I know. Yi Lingshuang's face lit up with joy. Then she giggled and asked, Honey, seeing my perfect body, don't you have something to say? Jiang Chen had a lot to say. Those images had appeared in his mind many times, his head was buzzing. But saying it out loud, would she think he was a pervert? Not saying it, would that make him seem insincere? Jiang Chen was torn, wondering if he should be an honest boy. At that moment, Yi Lingshuang's voice rang out again. Honey, I know what you're thinking. Go ahead, say it. Yi Lingshuang had also let go of her shyness. There were only the 2 of them, and they were a couple. What was there to be shy about? Besides, saying it would deepen their feelings, so why not? Honey, are you thinking about me taking off the straps too? This. Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Lingshuang was so sharp. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Suddenly he saw Yi Lingshuang slowly removing her straps. Jiang Chen's breath quickened. This sister was really too thoughtful. Honey, I'm your wife. As long as I have it and you like it, I'll satisfy you. Yi Lingshuang blushed, and then slowly started taking off her straps. She even adjusted the camera for a clearer view. Her flawless body, if not for the tube top, would have made Jiang Chen explode with excitement. It was really too stimulating. Honey, can you see clearly now? Yi Lingshuang bit her lip lightly and shyly asked Jiang Chen. Yes. Jiang Chen was stunned. He realized how deeply Yi Lingshuang loved him. Yi Lingshuang was a big star, and a beloved figure. Now for him, she was willing to be so honest. It was truly impressive. Honey, do you like my skin? Jiang Chen nodded dumbly. Yes, it's very fair, like milk. Do you really like it? Really like it? Jiang Chen didn't want to lie. Yi Lingshuang had shown him her body, so what was shameful about saying he liked it? Honey, My skin is actually very smooth. It's a pity you can't feel it. Yi Ling Shuang dropped another bombshell, making Jiang Chen's mind wander to that scene by West Lake. Back then, Yi Ling Shuang's legs had smooth skin, like a baby's. Honey, I'm coming back to Hangzhou tomorrow. Then, I'll sneak into the base to find you, okay? I miss you. You miss me too, right? These sweet words, if Jiang Chen denied them, he would be a beast. He decided to be a good boy. Swallowing hard, he earnestly replied, I miss you too. Yi Ling Shuang smiled. Jiang Chen had accepted her. Next time they could take things to the next level. This made her very happy. Today's sacrifice was worth it. Honey, hearing you say that makes me very happy. She paused, looking at her body, then shyly asked, Honey, do you want to play a bit more excitingly? Jiang Chen's heart was pounding furiously, thumping in his chest. This older sister really knew how to say things that made his heart flutter. Lin Shuang, what do you want now? Jiang Chen asked, his face full of anticipation. Yi Lin Shuang glanced at her own body. Now, she was only in hot pants and a crop top, blushing as she spoke, you know what I mean. Hiss. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This was too thrilling. Honey, don't you like it? Yi Lin Shuang asked, tilting her head and looking at Jiang Chen through the video call. By now, she had given herself entirely to Jiang Chen, so she felt no shame. Her only fear was that Jiang Chen wouldn't like her. Yi Lin Shuang's words were explosive, testing Jiang Chen's self-control. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and said seriously, Lin Shuang, I want to do this myself. But we're so far apart. How will you manage that? Yi Lin Shuang asked, still shy, not catching on immediately. Suddenly, she saw Jiang Chen smile slyly, making her lower her head in embarrassment. She understood what Jiang Chen meant. He would do it himself when they met again. Thinking of this, Yi Lin Shuang touched her burning cheeks, calming her excited heart, and said gently, Honey, I'll wait for you. Yeah, Jiang Chen nodded. He, too, was looking forward to that day. It was truly something to anticipate. Honey, do you still want me to dance? Yi Lin Shuang asked. Dance? Jiang Chen recalled her previous dances. They were so mesmerizing. But he had already had too much excitement today. If there was any more, he feared his heart couldn't take it. Tomorrow, he said. Tomorrow? Yi Lin Shuang tilted her head inquiringly. Yes, tomorrow. Honey, let me show you my wardrobe, Yi Lin Shuang said, grabbing her phone to keep the video call going as she headed to her closet. Entering the closet, Jiang Chen saw 5 rows of shoe racks and a cabinet full of bags. The shoe racks were filled with various branded summer shoes, and the cabinet was stocked with limited edition bags. Jiang Chen noticed one bag that he had given Yi Lin Shuang long ago. He remembered it well. It was a gift he had bought for under 100 yuan when she won the campus singer championship. Unexpectedly, that under 100 yuan bag was placed in the center, the most prominent spot. The bag looked well maintained, indicating Yi Lin Shuang cherished it. Lin Shuang, you still have the bag I gave you? Jiang Chen asked. Yi Lin Shuang walked over, picked up the bag, and showed it to Jiang Chen. Honey, this was your first gift to me. I couldn't bear to use it, she said, lovingly stroking the bag's surface. Jiang Chen noticed the bag's hardware had faded, and the leather was starting to oxidize, showing signs of wear. Lin Shuang, it looks like it's falling apart. Throw it away, it doesn't belong among all these exquisite bags, Jiang Chen suggested. I'll buy you a nicer one when my training is over. Honey, it's not broken. These 3 years without seeing you, I took it out and hugged it whenever I missed you, which wore the leather down, Yi Lin Shuang said, her face full of happiness. This is a mark of our love. Jiang Chen was stunned. Could a bag be used this way? Was her face okay? Honey, this is your first gift to me. Don't tell me to throw it away, Yi Lin Shuang insisted, rubbing the bag against her face with a blissful look. I'll keep it and show it to our future children, telling them it was your token of love. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Did Yi Lin Shuang think that far ahead? A token of love? This bag cost less than 100 yuan. What kind of love token was that? Wouldn't their future children think he was stingy, giving their beautiful mother a knockoff bag? Jiang Chen felt a headache coming on at the thought. But since Yi Lin Shuang didn't want to throw it away, Jiang Chen wouldn't force her. Respect was mutual, after all. Honey, let me show you my clothes, Yi Lin Shuang said, putting the bag back in its place and opening the wardrobe on either side. It was filled with various summer outfits, dazzling to the eyes. If Jiang Chen didn't know better, he would have thought he was in a clothing store. Seeing Jiang Chen dazzled by the clothes, Yi Lin Shuang giggled. Honey, half of these clothes were bought today. They're all very sexy, she said enticingly, picking up a spaghetti-strap chiffon top and putting it on. "Wow!" Yi Linshuang exclaimed. It fit perfectly, accentuating her figure even more attractively. "Honey, what do you think?" "Very beautiful." "Really?" "Yes." Yi Linshuang was pleased. She took it off, set it aside, and then put on a black silk slip dress with a slit. It added a layer of elegance and sophistication to her charm. The black fabric made her skin look even fairer, adding a touch of cold beauty. With her red lips, Jiang Chen wanted to wrap his arms around her waist and kiss her passionately. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized he loved this style on her. "Linshuang, this dress is very beautiful. It suits you perfectly." "You like it too." Yi Linshuang twirled in front of the mirror, seeming satisfied. "Honey, I love it too. The fabric is so soft and smooth," she said, beaming. "Yes, I'd love to feel it," Jiang Chen said, longing evident in his voice. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Linshuang, do you have a red dress?" "Yes," she exclaimed, taking out a red dress and changing into it. Now Yi Linshuang looked imposing, like a queen, commanding respect. Jiang Chen was astonished. Yi Linshuang was a versatile goddess. "Honey, how do I look?" "Like a queen." "The first almost knelt before you," Jiang Chen said, making Yi Linshuang giggle. This silly husband knew how to make her feel good. Though many had called her a queen before, she never felt it as she did now. Feeling delighted, Yi Linshuang walked to an unopened wardrobe. "Honey, here's a surprise for you," she said, opening it. Inside were various professional outfits: flight attendant, nurse, maid. Jiang Chen even saw some costumes that almost made his nose bleed. "Sister Linshuang, why are your clothes such a mess?" Jiang Chen asked, his face darkening. "Does she have some special preferences?" "Honey, I'm doing this for you," she replied. "I can play any role you like." This time Jiang Chen was truly defeated by Yi Linshuang. This girl was incredibly considerate. Knowing what men like, she had everything prepared. "Honey, I bought these today. Do you like them?" Yi Linshuang asked. Jiang Chen felt awkward. Had she forgotten that she was not only a big star but also a beautiful woman? Normally, isn't this the man's job to prepare such things? So he said, "If you really want to wear these, I'll buy them for you next time." Yi Linshuang's face turned as red as an apple. This silly husband, clearly liking it so much, still had to put on an act. After giving Jiang Chen a video tour of her wardrobe, they chatted a bit more before ending the call. Jiang Chen returned to the tent dormitory at the base. It was already 1:30 in the morning. Lying in bed, he thought about the clothes in Yi Linshuang's wardrobe. If I really had such a wife in the future, what kind of divine life would that be? Jiang Chen mused. Soon he drifted into sleep, exhausted. The next morning, Jiang Chen was jolted awake by the instructor's whistle. Due to the late-night chat, his eyes were bloodshot, red like a rabbit's. But Jiang Chen didn't mind. He got dressed, tidied his bed, and headed out. He had to admit, the insoles Yi Linshuang gave him were really useful. Others had blisters and peeling skin, but he was fine. During lunch, Jiang Chen was about to head back to the tent for a nap when he heard a familiar voice. "Jiang Chen, I finally found you." He turned around to see Su Mengmeng in a camouflage uniform, smiling at him. He hadn't seen her since the start of the training, and thought she might have missed it for some reason. "Mengmeng, where have you been assigned?" he asked. "I'm in logistics. The meals you eat every day are made by me and a few others." Oh, Jiang Chen understood. He felt sleepy, and didn't really want to chat. "Mengmeng, I didn't sleep well last night, and with all the intense training, I'm really tired. I need to rest." Seeing Jiang Chen eager to leave, Su Mengmeng quickly said, "Wait a minute." She ran back to her tent and returned with 2 sanitary pads, handing them to Jiang Chen discreetly. "Put these in your shoes. They'll keep your feet from getting blisters." Jiang Chen didn't know whether to accept them. Then he remembered Yi Linshuang's gentle smile and advice. He awkwardly took them, saying, "Thank you. Linshuang gave me a pack before I came, but I was worried about running out." Su Mengmeng's mood dropped upon hearing Yi Linshuang's name. Could a big star like Yi Linshuang be this considerate? Though feeling upset, she didn't show it, instead joking, "If you run out, come to me. I brought 2 packs. "Okay." After parting ways with Su Mengmeng, Jiang Chen headed to his bed. As he entered, a gruff voice greeted him. "Jiang Chen, are you close with Su Mengmeng?" A brawny guy stood before him. Over the past few days, Jiang Chen had learned his name: Zhao Yuan, a sports talent student. Despite Zhao Yuan's hostile tone, Jiang Chen politely asked, "Do you need something? If you have a celebrity girlfriend, don't go flirting with other girls." Jiang Chen was stunned. What did he do to deserve this? But seeing Zhao Yuan's aggressive stance, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Zhao Yuan, Su Mengmeng was my high school classmate and deskmate. Do you like her? Need me to pass a message? Classmates. Zhao Yuan's face changed. Being high school classmates and deskmates suggested a close relationship. Zhao Yuan felt anxious if Jiang Chen spoke ill of him. All his efforts would be in vain. Jiang Chen didn't care about Zhao Yuan's feelings. He was exhausted and needed rest. He slept soundly and woke up at 5 in the afternoon. Dressing quickly, he learned that training was cancelled due to heavy rain. Knowing students couldn't train in such weather, Jiang Chen understood they were resting. But the soldiers weren't as lucky. They were training hard in the rain. Feeling hungry, Jiang Chen headed to the canteen, finding the food scarce. Only this left, sorry, a worker said. It's fine, as long as I don't go hungry, Jiang Chen replied, eating quickly. Su Mengmeng emerged from the kitchen, beaming when she saw him. Not enough food? I can have the cook make you something extra. Jiang Chen smiled, no need, this is enough. Su Mengmeng didn't push, instead pulling up a chair next to him. Old classmate, since there's no training today, how about a walk later? Isn't it raining? Where would we go? Jiang Chen asked. Just a walk and chat. We haven't talked in ages, Su Mengmeng said with a hint of longing. Jiang Chen's thoughts flashed to Yi Linchuang's words about not dating during training. Mengmeng, after training ends, I'll treat you to dinner. Su Mengmeng's heart sank. Did she really have no chance? But she pretended to be cheerful. All right, don't forget that promise. Yes, Jiang Chen nodded, continuing his meal. Su Mengmeng, sensing his avoidance, didn't linger. Finishing his food, Jiang Chen worried about his phone. Though wrapped in plastic, he feared water damage. Not wanting to lose contact with Yi Linchuang for half a month, he ran through the rain to check on it. Arriving at the place where his phone was hidden, Jiang Chen saw that a landslide had occurred. Fallen rocks had torn the plastic bag, allowing water to seep into the phone. Now, the phone wouldn't turn on. Jiang Chen was completely stunned. After thinking for a moment, he took the phone back to the tent and placed it inside the sanitary pads Yi Linchuang had given him, hoping they might absorb the moisture. Maybe then, the phone would work again. Jiang Chen's phone had been ruined by rainwater, but Yi Linchuang, in the capital, was unaware. At 11 in the evening, she was carefully selecting clothes in her wardrobe. Tonight, she wanted to surprise Jiang Chen. However, despite waiting, Jiang Chen didn't show up. Honey, did you oversleep? She wondered aloud. Or have you found someone new and forgotten about me? Lying on her 2-meter wide bed, she let her thoughts run wild, glancing at her phone now and then. But the phone remained silent, with no messages from Jiang Chen. By dawn, she still hadn't received any messages from him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A graceful girl in a dress entered, carrying breakfast. Seeing the dark circles under Yi Linchuang's eyes, she was startled. Sis, what happened to you? She asked. My husband is ignoring me, Yi Linchuang said weakly, lying on the sofa as if she had lost all purpose in life. What? Yu Shan was puzzled. Just the night before last, she had heard Yi Linchuang and Jiang Chen chanting sweetly over video call. Sis, what's going on? She asked, setting the breakfast down and sitting next to Yi Linchuang, holding her. I waited for him all night, sent him messages, but he didn't reply, Yi Linchuang said, her eyes red with frustration. Suddenly she grabbed Xu Shan's hand, asking Xiao Shan, do you think he's found someone new and doesn't want me anymore? Linchuang, what are you thinking? Zhu Shan exclaimed. As Yi Linchuang's personal assistant, she knew Jiang Chen was currently at military training. In that remote place, where getting a signal required climbing a hill, how could he be flirting with other women? Holding Yi Linchuang's hand, she gently comforted her. Linchuang, he might have something urgent to deal with. No, my husband is very punctual. If he hadn't found someone new, why didn't he keep his promise last night? Yi Linchuang insisted. Yi Shu Shan was exasperated. Was this big star losing her wits over a relationship? Sis, don't jump to conclusions. I'll ask around, she said. No need. Book a ticket, we're going back to Hangzhou, Yi Linchuang ordered. Yi Linchuang's decisive nature was fully on display. Sis, we can't leave yet, Zhu Shan replied, seeing Yi Linchuang's displeased look. She quickly explained, have you forgotten about that incident with the man you hit? We can't leave the capital until that matter is resolved, Zhu Shan reminded. The person Yi Linchuang had hit was still in the hospital, shouting about ruining her reputation. If the media got hold of it, she would be all over the news again, and if authorities got involved, she could even be detained. Yi Linchuang fell silent. The man she had hit was a lecherous creep who had tried to take advantage of her when she first started out. Unbeknownst to her, her manager had accepted his invitation for a role. and seeing his lewd gaze again had made her snap, resulting in the bottle smashing incident. But that creep won't tell anyone. He's got too much to lose, Yi Linshuang said confidently. Even if he doesn't, there were plenty of witnesses at the restaurant who saw us in the private room. Let them think what they want. As long as he doesn't speak out, no one will know what happened, Yi Linshuang said dismissively. Yu Shan saw her confidence and didn't argue. Moreover, it had been 2 days without any news from that man, suggesting he was indeed afraid. Book the tickets. I'll wash my face, and we'll go back to Hangzhou, Yi Linshuang instructed. Sis, we can't, Yu Shan protested weakly. You're very popular right now. Lingji said you should release some new songs even if you're not taking on new roles. They could be big hits. Making money was something Yi Linshuang loved. After all, she wanted to make Jiang Chen the happiest man in the world, and that required money. But with no messages from Jiang Chen, she was too worried. We'll delay the songs. We're going back to Hangzhou. I need to see why he isn't replying to my messages or answering my calls, she insisted. Yu Shan sighed. Seeing how love had clouded Yi Linshuang's judgment, she pulled her back to the sofa. Sis, don't worry. I'll contact my aunt in Hangzhou. Her daughter and son-in-law are also at that military training. She quickly made a call. Aunt, has Men Jiao come back yet? No, Xiao Suan. She hasn't, her aunt replied, sounding worried. There was a storm yesterday and I don't know how she's doing in the mountains. Hangzhou had a storm, Xu Shan asked again. Yes, it was heavy. I'm really worried, her aunt said before hanging up. Yi Shan turned to Yi Linshuang. Sis, there was a storm in Hangzhou. Jiang Chen's phone might have gotten wet, which is why he can't contact you. Let's not make things worse by going there. A storm. Yi Linshuang's anxiety turned to worry. He's in the mountains. What if there was a landslide and he got hurt? Sis, can't you hope for the best? If he was hurt, the school would have notified his family. Since you haven't heard anything, it means he's fine, Zhu Shan explained patiently. Hearing Zhu Shan's logical explanation, Yi Linshuang finally calmed down. True, if something had happened, the school would have contacted her. Jiang Chen had few contacts, and she had secretly saved her number in his phone under wife. With this thought, Yi Linshuang felt relieved. Jiang Chen was always punctual and responsible. If his phone wasn't broken, he would have found a way to contact her even in the storm. Remembering how Jiang Chen had waited on the mountain for a signal just to talk to her, she couldn't help but smile. This silly husband is probably more anxious than I am right now, she thought. When he gets back, I'll make sure to take good care of him. Yi Linshuang was grinning foolishly, leaving her assistant, Yi Shu Shan, completely bewildered. Just a moment ago, she was desperate to return to Hangzhou to see her husband. Now, upon learning that he was safe, she was smiling secretly again. Was she really this happy? Women in love were indeed unpredictable. Shu Shan asked timidly, Sis, are we still going to Hangzhou? Yi Linshuang tilted her head, thinking. Since it was raining in Hangzhou and Jiang Chen was safe, she didn't even know where his training camp was. There would be no point in going. Smiling, she said, No, we're not going. Seeing Yi Linshuang regain her sense, Yu Shan smiled secretly and quickly handed her a steamed bun she had just bought. Sis, I got these delicious buns. Try one. Yi Linshuang touched her stomach. She was a bit hungry. But then she pinched her waist, feeling like she had gained some weight. If she gained weight, those clothes she bought for Jiang Chen wouldn't look good on her. So, she pushed the bun away. Xiao Shan, I've gained weight. When my husband comes back, if I can't fit into those clothes, he'll be sad. Yu Shu Shan felt hurt. How did she end up eating this much dog food without warning? At that moment, she felt completely unnecessary. She quickly put the buns away and ate them herself, quickly and quietly. Yi Linshuang didn't envy her. For the sake of her husband, she had to give up these high-fat foods. She walked to the fridge, took out the carrots she bought yesterday, and juiced them. Then she drank it. Thinking about appearing beautifully in front of Jiang Chen's school in half a month made her smile with joy. Seeing Yi Linshuang's foolish grin, Yi Shan could only cover her face. Women in love indeed. It seemed like she had a grudge against the buns, devouring them aggressively, stuffing her cheeks. After finishing her carrot juice, Yi Linshuang washed her face and put on light makeup, making herself look gorgeous again. Yep, she was a goddess once more. Xiao Shan, didn't you mention that I should release a new song? Xu Shan's eyes widened in surprise. Did she come around again? What's the matter? Aren't we releasing a new song? Yi Linshuang asked curiously. Yes, we are. Xu Shan quickly stood up, excited. Are we going to the company now? No. Seeing Xu Shan's confusion, she took out the songs Jiang Chen wrote for her and said, Take these to Lingji and ask her to get the company to make the accompaniment. Yi Shan took the 3 sheets of paper, looking astonished. Sis, where did you get these songs? I didn't buy them, Yi Linchuang replied sweetly. My husband wrote them. Isn't he talented? Yi Shan felt hurt again, eating more dog food. She looked closely at the lyrics. They had such an immersive feeling, as if she was back in her school days. Images of her old crush filled her mind. They had been very close, but never confessed. When she returned to China, they missed their chance. At that moment, she realized how talented Jiang Chen was. No wonder Yi Linchuang always had a smile on her face. With such an excellent boyfriend, she'd laugh even in her sleep. She looked at the other songs. Each one touched the soul deeply. Finally, she noticed one song seemed to mirror Jiang Chen and Yi Linchuang's story, childhood sweethearts with an unbreakable bond. Wow! What an incredible guy! He was amazing. Sis, your husband is really awesome. Of course, Yi Linchuang said proudly, lifting her chin. If he wasn't so good, why would I be pushing him to marry me? Yi Shan felt overwhelmed. It was better to leave and get the accompaniment done. Even though she was single, she couldn't keep eating this dog food. After her assistant left, Yi Linchuang picked up her phone and opened the photos of her and Jiang Chen at West Lake, smiling foolishly. Silly husband. I miss you. When I see you again, I'll show you how amazing I am. Disappearing for half a month, making me think about you day and night, and losing sleep over you, giving me dark circles. When you're back, you better make it up to me. As she looked at the photos, her eyelids grew heavy. She hadn't slept all night. For the past 2 days, she had stayed up late chatting with Jiang Chen via video call. Unable to resist, she lay on the sofa, holding the phone with Jiang Chen's picture, and fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she saw Jiang Chen. He was in his camouflage uniform, tall and handsome, making her heart flutter. Honey, you're back, she stammered, running into his arms and holding him tightly. Wife, training isn't over yet. I snuck out because I missed you too much, Jiang Chen said gently. Honey, Yi Linchuang felt a surge of sweetness, but also worry. You shouldn't have done that. Training is important. You could get expelled for this. I just couldn't stand it anymore. I had to see you, Jiang Chen said, his eyes filled with emotion. Yi Linchuang's eyes reddened. Silly husband. I missed you so much too. I couldn't eat, just thinking about you. I even smiled foolishly at your photos. She slowly stepped back, holding Jiang Chen's hand. But honey, if you get expelled, don't worry. I'll take care of you. Your wife has plenty of savings, enough to last forever. You're the best, honey dream, Jiang Chen said tenderly, lifting her up and kissing her deeply. Dream. Yi Linchuang blushed but responded gently. They only stopped when they were breathless. Honey, didn't you say you wanted to have a baby with me? Jiang Chen asked, calling her wife and making her feel like she was floating. She had waited so long to hear him call her that. Do you want to start now? She asked shyly. Yes, right now, Jiang Chen said decisively, carrying her to the bedroom. Yi Linchuang leaned against his chest, filled with joy and anticipation for the moment to come. Lingji, what? What is she doing? Xu Shan, Yi Linchuang's assistant, walked into the room to find Yi Linchuang blushing and making hugging motions in the air. She looked confusedly at the elegant woman in her mid-30s standing nearby. Is she sick? The elegant woman, Xie Ling, was Yi Linchuang's manager. Xie Ling was also feeling extremely awkward. As someone with experience, she knew exactly what was happening. Yi Linchuang was clearly having an indescribable dream. But seeing such a beautiful woman having that kind of dream was surprising. Looking at Yu Shan, who was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, Xie Ling said, she has a fever. Go buy some medicine. How can you tell she has a fever without even touching her forehead? Zhu Shan asked, puzzled. Xie Ling wasn't a doctor, after all. Xie Ling pointed seriously at Yi Linchuang's flushed face. Can't you see her face is all red? That's a symptom of a fever. Go get the medicine. Oh, okay. Xu Shan quickly ran out. Xie Ling propped her chin on her hand and watched Yi Linchuang. Honey, stop it. I just gave you some, and you want more. Hearing these words, even someone as experienced as Xie Ling blushed deeply. This silly girl, why was she having such dreams? Hadn't she been with her husband in Hangzhou just a few days ago? It had only been a few days since they parted. Youth, Xie Ling sighed with genuine envy. Nowadays her own husband would shut himself in his study as soon as he got home. He wouldn't come out until she was asleep, tiptoeing around to avoid waking her and being forced into intimacy. Even their once-a-month intimacy was reluctant. Xie Ling felt a deep envy. Then Yi Linchuang's voice rang out again. Honey. Let's go home and have our engagement party. I want to invite everyone in the neighborhood and give each person a 10,000 yuan red envelope. Xie Ling was dumbfounded. Why did she have to hear these things? Even in her dreams, Yi Linshuang was feeding her dog food. Xie Ling really wanted to wake Yi Linshuang up. This was too much. If she had so much money, couldn't she consider those who didn't? A few thousand people in a neighborhood, 10,000 yuan each, would amount to tens of millions. Did she print money? Xie Ling felt a severe blow to her ego. A harsh reality of being so far from Yi Linshuang's wealth. Dreaming, Yi Linshuang continued her murmurs, her hands waving in the air and her lips pouting. It was clear the dream's romantic scenes were continuing. Watching Yi Linshuang's movements and hearing her breathing, Xie Ling blushed and looked away. She wanted to go home and pull her reclusive husband out of his study, but remembered she had to take Yi Linshuang to the studio to record a new song later. So, she suppressed her desire. Earlier in the morning, Yu Xian had brought her 3 songs to get accompaniment tracks made. The company's boss was thrilled and had immediately set up the arrangements. In just 6 hours, they were ready. Now, here she was, witnessing this awkward scene. After 5 minutes, Xie Ling, still blushing, decided to step outside. Fine, you win. Even in your sleep you feed me dog food. I'm leaving. She ran out to the garden, swearing to tie up her husband when she got home so he couldn't escape. After a few deep breaths to calm herself, she returned inside. 10 minutes later, Yi Shushan rushed back with some fever medicine. Lingji, what are you doing out here? How is Ling Shuang? Yi Shushan was worried. Though employed by Yi Linshuang, their relationship was like sisters. Just wait a moment. Seeing Shushan's innocent face, Xie Ling didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. She took the medicine from Shushan and went inside. Yi Linshuang had stopped her wild movements but was still smiling foolishly. Xie Ling wanted to scream. Yi Linshuang was a superstar worth billions, yet she was so lovesick over a student. Couldn't she maintain her usual cool demeanor and let the guy chase her instead? If Yi Linshuang knew what Xie Ling was thinking, she would kick her out of the room. She had worked so hard to improve her relationship with Jiang Chen. Keeping a high profile would only push him into other women's arms, like Su Mengmeng. Su Mengmeng was a top student with full scholarships from 3 foreign universities and an incredibly beautiful girl. She would happily take over Yi Linshuang's place if given the chance. While Yi Linshuang continued to daydream, Xie Ling stepped out of the hall again. Seeing Xu Shan's worried face, she said, I noticed there's no milk in the fridge. Can you go buy some? But Ling Shuang said she's avoiding fatty foods and drinks to stay in shape for when her husband returns. Xu Shan replied. Xie Ling's eye twitched. What kind of crazy person was this? Get low fat or skim milk. A girl needs to drink milk, even if she's dieting, she insisted. Oh. Poor Xu Shan was sent on another errand. Xie Ling waited a bit longer outside to cool down before re-entering the hall. Yi Linshuang was still sleeping soundly, dreaming happily. At least she wasn't having those wild dreams anymore. Sitting on the sofa, Xie Ling looked at the songs Jiang Chen had written and then at Yi Linshuang's blissful face. For the first time, she started to understand Yi Linshuang better. From the beginning of her career, Xie Ling had been her manager. She knew these songs were all written by Jiang Chen. Despite his 3-year absence, no hired composer could create hits as successful as his. Jiang Chen was exceptionally talented. As a professional, Xie Ling knew these songs would be hits. They had soul and would resonate with many listeners. Half an hour later, Yi Shushan returned with a case of pure milk. After storing it in the fridge, she asked, should we take Ling Shuang to the hospital? No need. I've given her some fever medicine, Xie Ling replied seriously. Just then, Yi Linshuang woke up. Xu Shan rushed over and hugged her. Sis, you're finally awake. Yi Linshuang looked confused and turned to Xie Ling. Ling Shuang, you had a fever, and scared Xiaoshan. Xia Ling explained, emphasizing fever. Yi Linshuang wasn't stupid. She recalled her dream and blushed. Yes, Ling Shuang. Your face was so red, and Lingji gave you fever medicine. You scared me to death. Xie Ling looked at Yi Linshuang with a knowing smile, waiting to see how she would explain herself. Yi Linshuang, having become quite thick-skinned over time, especially in front of these 2 close sisters, smiled cheerfully and said, Lingji, you're such a good person. Thank you. Xie Ling raised an eyebrow. This girl had changed. She remained calm and composed. Seeing nothing wrong, Xie Ling turned to Xu Shan. All right, if your sister isn't sick now, hugging her like that will make her sick. Yi Shu Shan awkwardly let go of Yi Linshuang. Ling Shuang, go take a cold shower, freshen up, and get ready. We're going to record the song. Why do I need a shower? Yi Linshuang asked, puzzled. Xie Ling rolled her eyes as if to say, don't you know why? Yi Linshuang returned the look with a cheeky smile and went to the shower. Her 300 square meter villa was much better than the place Jiang Chen rented. The shower room alone was the size of his entire rental. She quickly rinsed herself off, wrapped herself in a large bath towel, and walked out. As she entered her bedroom, Xie Ling followed. Lingji, what are you doing? I'm not interested in you. Xie Ling rolled her eyes again. Then who are you interested in? My husband. Yi Linshuang replied sweetly, memories of her dream flooding her mind. It was so sweet. Her husband was so gentle. She was so fond of him. Xie Ling walked over, poking Yi Linshuang's forehead. You behave even in your dreams. Luckily, it was just me and Xiaoshan here. If someone else had seen you like that, your image would have been ruined. Yi Linshuang grinned. I can't get what I want in reality, so I dream about it. Can't get what you want in reality? Xie Ling was confused. Yeah, my husband seems to have a shadow over me, she said, recalling the video call from a few days ago. But now it's fine, he has accepted me. When his training is over, we can be together every day, and my dreams will come true. Xie Ling's eyes widened. From what Yi Linshuang said, it seemed they hadn't even consummated their relationship yet. Sharing a bed for days and still no progress? Was he made of wood? Still, it was just her guess, so she asked cautiously, Linshuang, you two haven't? Nope, Yi Linshuang replied naturally. Then, suddenly thinking of something, she pouted, my husband seems a bit dumb. I was right there, and he only had me in his dream. It's infuriating. Xie Ling was stunned. You two are equally dumb. He dreams of having you and you do the same. Hey, that's why we're meant to be. Xie Ling gave up, pulling out an outfit for Yi Linshuang from the closet and sternly saying, hurry up and get dressed. We need to record the song and release it while you're still trending. Got it. At this moment, Yi Linshuang also wanted to release the songs Jiang Chen had written for her. This way, when he came out, he could hear her singing. She changed into a casual outfit and left the villa with Xia Ling and Xu Shan. Yi Linshuang's company had its own recording studio. At the studio, the staff warmly welcomed her. Yi Linshuang was well liked at the company. She would always give out red envelopes whenever she released a new song or finished a drama, endearing herself to everyone. This time was no different. She handed out 888 yuan red envelopes to everyone, making the staff very happy. Sister Ling Shuang, the accompaniments are ready. Please come in and have a listen, a middle-aged man with a baseball cap said, smiling. Thank you for your hard work. Yi Linshuang smiled and put on the headphones to listen to the accompaniment. Just as she thought, the staff had done a professional job, creating accompaniments that perfectly complemented the lyrics and melody written by Jiang Chen. Sister Ling Shuang, ready? A voice came through the headphones. Ready? Let's start. The accompaniment began to play. The first song was Still Good Friends by Cindy Wang. The accompaniment perfectly captured the feelings of a secret admirer. Yi Linshuang closed her eyes, quickly immersing herself in the song's story. When it was her turn to sing, her voice flowed naturally. Already forgotten how long I've been waiting. You haven't said those words yet. Couples on the street holding hands. We are only silent. How many steps from friends to lovers? You always just quietly watch me. Hoping one day we'll blossom and bear fruit. As the song ended, a middle-aged man's eyes were wet with tears. He had also once had a close female friend he liked but never confessed to, fearing he'd lose the friendship. Eventually, she married someone else, and wasn't happy. He regretted not confessing, missing his chance. Yi Linshuang finished the song, still lost in its emotions. Initially she thought the lyrics were sad, but with the accompaniment, they felt even more poignant. At that moment, she thought of herself. If she hadn't taken the initiative to pursue Jiang Chen, would they have missed each other too? But now, things were good. Her relationship with Jiang Chen was getting better. They didn't have the troubles described in the song. Taking off the headphones, she looked out and saw everyone applauding. Opening the door, she awkwardly asked, was it good enough? Perfect. The man with the baseball cap clapped the loudest. Yi Linshuang's voice had resonated deeply with him, reminding him of his missed chance with a close female friend. Seeing no issues with her performance, Yi Linshuang went back into the recording booth. She finished recording the 3 songs in one go, without needing any retakes or adjustments. With the recordings done, it was up to the company to release them. To thank everyone for their help, Yi Linshuang treated the team to a big meal before happily returning to her villa, lying on the big sofa playing with her phone. Suddenly, a trending topic popped up. The trending topic was, do you envy having a childhood sweetheart who can write songs? Curious, Yi Linshuang clicked on it and saw childhood photos of her and Jiang Chen. The trending account belonged to her agency. The company was using her relationship with Jiang Chen to create buzz. The news story talked about how they had been childhood sweethearts, loving each other deeply, and how Jiang Chen had written 3 songs to confess his love to her. Wow! The goddess's voice is so beautiful. Idiot, you only noticed her voice? Didn't you pay attention to the lyrics and melody? The lyrics and music were written by that guy, as a confession to the goddess. The lyrics are so heartfelt, they touch the soul. That guy is really talented. I think I'm in love with him. Goddess, draw your sword. If you want to compete with the goddess for him, you should get a surgery first, otherwise you have no chance. I'm a guy, why would I need surgery? Everyone started teasing, turning the conversation in a humorous direction. Yi Linshuang saw the news and then read the comments. She noticed that company bots were manipulating the discussion. It was obvious the company was stirring things up. Looking at the photos of her and Jiang Chen in the news, she remembered that Xie Ling had asked her for those photos. She hadn't expected Xie Ling would use them for company publicity. Using her songs for promotion to keep her popularity high was one thing, but involving Jiang Chen was another. Jiang Chen was an ordinary person, just a freshman in college. If people started to disturb his normal life because of this, what would happen? Jiang Chen had once told her that he didn't want to be in the spotlight. But now, after pondering for a moment, she picked up her phone and called Xie Ling. Xie Ling quickly answered. Ling Shuang. What's the matter? It's late. Lingji, do you have time to come over to my place now? Sure, I'll be right there. The unusual tone in Yi Linshuang's voice made Xie Ling's heart skip a beat. That afternoon, the company had a meeting to decide to use Yi Linshuang's relationship with Jiang Chen to boost her popularity. Yi Linshuang didn't like using family for publicity, and it was explicitly stated in her contract. However, seeing the potential profit, the company decided to use a childhood photo of Yi Linshuang and Jiang Chen for promotion without her consent. Ye Ling, who had provided the photo, knew trouble was coming. She quickly got dressed and drove to Yi Linshuang's villa. At the villa entrance, she took a deep breath and pressed her fingerprint on the lock. For the past 5 years, Yi Linshuang had treated her like a sister, allowing her free access to the villa. Walking into the hall, she saw Yi Linshuang browsing the web on her tablet. Nervously, Xie Ling approached her, trying to stay calm. Ling Shuang, what's the matter? Why did you call me over so late? Lingji, come sit here, Yi Linshuang said politely, standing up and gesturing to the seat beside her. Xie Ling, feeling uneasy, sat down next to Yi Linshuang. Lingji, take a look at this news. Yi Linshuang opened the trending topic and showed the childhood photo of her and Jiang Chen. She frowned and asked, what's going on here? Xie Ling panicked. She had thought of many excuses on the way over, but now, facing Yi Linshuang, she couldn't bring herself to lie. After a moment she said, Ling Shuang. The general manager told me today that your popularity is soaring. Your acting fee has risen from 30 million to 70 million. The company sees this as an opportunity to push it to over 100 million. They thought using your relationship would maintain your popularity. Plus, with your boyfriend being able to write songs, they believed it would increase interest and boost sales. So, Yi Linshuang felt conflicted. It was a good thing to increase her fee, but why didn't they inform her? Were they planning to take a cut without her knowing? Besides, they had agreed not to use her family for publicity. Now, not only had they done it, but they hadn't even informed her. The most infuriating part was the photo. She had trusted Xie Ling like a sister, and she had betrayed that trust. Suppressing her anger, she said, Lingji, please tell the company to delete this news. Xie Ling was stunned. Delete it? Her tone was firm. Yi Linshuang had never been this adamant before. Ling Shuang, do you really want the company to delete it? Xie Ling probed. I think it's actually beneficial. Delete it. My husband doesn't like being in the spotlight, and he doesn't want his life disturbed. I'll try, Xie Ling said, reluctantly taking out her phone. Just as she was about to dial, it rang. It was the company's general manager. Ling Shuang, it's Yang. You take the call and put it on speaker. All right. Xie Ling, although unwilling, knew she was at fault. Yi Linshuang's request was reasonable. She answered and put the call on speaker. Xiaoling, this trending topic is amazing. Ling Shuang's 3 songs have sold 50 million in just 2 hours. Do you know what that means? Ling Shuang's previous movies didn't reach that number. Now, with this news, everyone is curious about her boyfriend. And the topic is dominating all major trending lists. Hearing this, Jie Ling felt a bit pleased. But looking at Yi Lin Shuang's expressionless face, she understood her stance. Ling Shuang is here with me. Can we discuss something? What's the matter? Why so formal? The voice on the phone asked curiously. Jie Ling took a deep breath and said seriously, could you delete the trending post about their relationship? Why? The person on the phone sounded puzzled. This was a golden opportunity for publicity. It was because of this news that more people discovered Jiang Chen's talent. The two of them were a perfect match, and that's why the sales were so high. Deleting the news would be like throwing money away. Only an idiot would do that. President Yang, we have an agreement with Ling Shuang not to use her family and friends for publicity. There was a brief silence on the other end, then the person asked, Xiaoling, is Ling Shuang there with you? Jie Ling glanced at Yi Lin Shuang, who shook her head. No, I'm in the garden. Oh, the voice on the phone relaxed, no longer holding back. Xiaoling, what era are we in? Why is Ling Shuang so old-fashioned? Look at those celebrities who got busted by the authorities. They were all desperate to trend on social media. Even when a distant relative had a baby, they'd make it a trending topic. Visiting an uncle in the hospital, trending topic. Even when a relative killed a chicken to entertain them, it was a trending topic. Now look at Ling Shuang. Such a great publicity opportunity, and she's unhappy about it. 50 million. In 2 hours, 50 million. Even after deducting platform fees, company expenses, and other miscellaneous costs, she'll still get over 10 million. Does she not want this money? President Yang, Ling Shuang is a very principled person. Moreover, her boyfriend is currently a college student. It's really not appropriate to expose him like this. Old-fashioned. So what if he's a college student? As long as it's legal and makes money, even a primary school student would be fine. Xiaoling, I'm surprised at you. You've been with her for so long, why haven't you managed to change her spoiled ways? Jie Ling was deeply worried, fearing Yi Lin Shuang's anger. President Yang, Ling Shuang and the company have a clear agreement not to use her family for promotion. Old-fashioned. You used to be so sharp and loyal to the company, but now you're hurting the company's interests. I'll need to reconsider whether you're still fit for this job. Fear spread across Jie Ling's face. The company was thinking of replacing her. She glanced at Yi Lin Shuang, who showed no reaction. Xiaoling, you must change Ling Shuang's outdated mindset. Also, this news has made us so much money, I'm not deleting it. Figure out how to convince her yourself. With that, the call ended. Jie Ling walked over to Yi Lin Shuang, looking guilty. Ling Shuang, I'm sorry. Yi Lin Shuang smiled, took a bottle of water from the fridge, and handed it to Jie Ling before sitting down. Lingji, we've been working together for nearly 5 years, right? Yes. How have I treated you? Yi Lin Shuang asked. You've been very kind. Whatever bonus the company gave me, you'd double it. Last year, you lent me 10 million to buy a house in the capital so my child could go to school. This year, you gave me a 60,000 yuan car to help me pick up and drop off my child. I'll always remember these things. You didn't mention the 10 million, I had almost forgotten about it, Yi Lin Shuang said with a bitter smile. She had always treated Jie Ling like an older sister, helping her with money and support. But now Jie Ling knew her principles and still gave the company the photo without warning her. This was deeply disappointing. She couldn't believe that genuine kindness couldn't be reciprocated. Finding an excuse, she dismissed Jie Ling. Driving home, Jie Ling's phone rang. It was the company boss, Yang Xu. President Yang, what's the matter? Where are you now? I'm driving home. Oh, there was a pause. How was Ling Shuang's mood? Not great. She wasn't very talkative, Jie Ling replied honestly. Don't worry, she's been like this before, Yang Xu said dismissively. This kind of situation had happened many times, and Yi Lin Shuang never got angry. They chatted briefly about the trending news. Then Yang Xu said, by the way, Ling Shuang's contract is up next week. Come in tomorrow and get the new contract for her to sign. What? Jie Ling was shocked. President Yang, hasn't her contract been renewed? Why? Is there a problem? Yang Xu sounded puzzled. President Yang, she's very concerned about this news. She was really preoccupied earlier. Do you think she might leave the company? Yang Xu laughed dismissively. Where could she possibly go without connections? President Yang, she's no longer an ordinary girl. She's a star with film fees in the tens of millions. So what if her fees are in the tens of millions? Do you think she can find work elsewhere if she leaves us? I've been in this industry for many years and have plenty of connections. If she dares to leave, I'll make sure no one hires her, Yang Xu said confidently. Jie Ling thought about Yang Xu's influence. He did have a wide network. There was a person named Bo who had offended Yang Xu and was completely blacklisted. Despite her great acting skills and popularity, no one hired her for movies or music. She even lost all her money after investing in several projects, which turned out to be traps set by Yang Ik-soo. Left with no options, Bo ended up living a mundane life after getting married. After Xia Ling left, Yi Lin-chuang lay on her bed, playing games with her best friend to lighten her mood. "Hey, what's up with you today? You died again, do you know that? You totally screwed me over. I've dropped to bronze rank because of you. Are you still trying to mess up my rank?" Listening to her friend's complaints in the game, Yi Lin-chuang felt embarrassed. "Don't worry. After my husband finishes his military training, he'll help you rank up to king." She had to lie. After all, Jiang Chen was currently in training and unreachable, so this excuse was perfect. "If you mention your husband again, I'm going to flip out. I've already dropped to bronze, and you're feeding me dog food on top of that. How is that fair? Hey Yi, why don't you find someone to fall in love with yourself? Men are just pigs, always thinking about hugging and cuddling. I'm not interested." "Then why don't you find a girl to date?" Yi Lin-chuang teased, causing her friend to grind her teeth in frustration. "How about I date you?" "No way. I have my husband, and he's enough for me," Yi Lin-chuang said sweetly, thinking of Jiang Chen. "You traitor. Just wait until I get back from the film set. I'll deal with you then." They continued to banter while playing the game. As expected, they lost the match, and both of their ranks dropped. Ah Hee-cha, her friend, shouted in frustration. "I swear, tying a pig under the tower would play better than you. Don't ask me to play ranked games with you again, my heart can't take it." Feeling rejected, Yi Lin-chuang was very embarrassed. Today she was indeed off her game. The photo issue in Xie Ling's betrayal had her feeling unsettled. She had trusted Xie Ling completely, and being betrayed by someone she trusted so much was hard to accept. "Sis, just log off. Stop hovering around and giving me a headache. I don't want to play with you anymore," her friend said, her voice full of disdain. "Hee hee. How about we stop playing and just chat?" Yi Lin-chuang suggested with a smile. "No talking about your husband," her friend warned. "Alright, no husband talk, even though he's amazing. Here we go again." Okay, Yi Lin-chuang quickly agreed. "Let's video chat. I've got something on my mind." "You, with something on your mind?" "This I've got to hear." Her friend sounded excited and started the video call. On the screen appeared Yi Lin-chuang's friend Yi Pei-ying, who had a cute, chubby face. They had become close friends after working on a film together, and discovering they shared the same surname and got along well. "Alright, spill it. What's bothering you?" Yi Pei-ying asked eagerly. Yi Lin-chuang didn't hold back and told Yi Pei-ying everything that had happened that day. "Girl, it's pretty common for managers to be untrustworthy in our industry," Yi Pei-ying said, unsurprised. Seeing that Yi Lin-chuang was still struggling to accept it, she added, "Take my manager for example. She's done a lot behind my back too." "More than what mine did?" Yi Lin-chuang asked, looking nervous. Yi Pei-ying licked her dry lips and said, "Actually, it might be worse." Yi Lin-chuang was curious. "Could it be worse than Xie Ling? You know our signatures sell for high prices, right?" Yi Lin-chuang shook her head. She hadn't paid attention to that. "How are you even a celebrity?" Yi Pei-ying rolled her eyes and explained. "My manager takes some of my signed posters and sells them for extra money." "Really?" Yi Lin-chuang's mind flashed back to similar instances with Xie Ling. She had signed many things for her manager, believing they were for relatives. "Xie Ling did that to me too. See? Now you understand why I'm angry." Yi Lin-chuang nodded. "Of course I'm angry. I give her generous bonuses and she still does this. It's really disappointing." "Sis, you need to learn to turn a blind eye sometimes. Managers are provided by the company, so they're loyal to the company, not us. Don't treat them like close friends. Just consider them colleagues or acquaintances." Yi Pei-ying continued. "By the way, do you know about Wang Baoru? Isn't he the one whose manager and wife teamed up against him?" "Exactly. That's what happens when you get too close to your manager. And remember, don't share any secrets with your manager. They'll switch loyalties in a heartbeat and could even betray you when your popularity fades. So if you want a loyal and trustworthy manager, you should get rid of your current one and hire someone you trust." As she listened to Yi Pei-ying, memories of events at parties and gatherings came to mind. Many stars had managers who were family or trusted friends. Now she understood why distrust of company-appointed managers. Managers were often the closest to the celebrities, and if they leaked private information, it could cause huge problems. Feeling a bit slow to realize this, Yi Lin-chuang now saw the truth. Xie Ling had been with her for 5 years, taking advantage of her generosity. Though she had no dark secrets, Xie Ling had still betrayed her trust. I thought of her as an older sister, Yi Linshuang said angrily. In the end, she just saw me as a cash cow. Now that you know the truth, do you feel better? Kind of. You've helped clear my mind. I'll just pretend I never knew her and find a new personal manager. After chatting a bit more, Yi Linshuang went to bed. Meanwhile, Yi Paying, determined to regain her rank after being let down in the game, decided to return to the game and aim for the top, though she had never succeeded before. The next morning, Yi Linshuang woke up to find Jia Ling and Zhu Shan already at her villa. Xia Ling handed her a contract from Yang Shu, smiling. Ling Shuang, President Yang said your contract with the company is about to expire. This is the new contract. Take a look and, if everything's fine, sign it. Yi Linshuang took the contract and glanced at it. The revenue split was 30-70, with Yi Linshuang receiving 30% and the company 70%. For example, if her earnings from a song or film were 100 million, the company would take 70 million, leaving her with 30 million. Seeing this percentage, Yi Linshuang frowned slightly. Given her current status, this split was very low. This was the same contract she had as a newcomer 5 years ago. Back then it was understandable, but now, after earning billions for the company, she had become its pillar. Yet the company still wanted her to sign the same old contract, which made her uncomfortable. Moreover, her friend Yi Paying, who was at a similar level, had a 7030 contract favoring her. However, Yi Linshuang didn't say anything and continued reading. She noticed that the contract term was for 20 years. 20 years? They were treating her like a bonded laborer. Anger started to build up inside her, but she kept reading. She found that all her previous requests were gone, and there were many clauses she found unacceptable. For instance, she had to unconditionally cooperate with the company's promotions. This meant the company could use her family and friends for publicity without her consent. If she didn't comply, her revenue share would be reduced from 30% to 20%. So for the next 20 years she had to follow the company's orders unconditionally. If she disobeyed, her share would be further reduced. This contract stripped her of all rights and left her with only obligations, turning her into a puppet. If she didn't comply, she might not get paid at all, and could even owe the company money. Reading these terms, Yi Linshuang felt a raging storm inside her. This wasn't a cooperation contract, it was a slavery contract. Suppressing her inner fury, she asked Jia Ling, Lingji, did you read this contract? Yes, Jia Ling was startled, sensing Yi Linshuang's anger. She quickly added, Ling Shuang, President Yang promised that if you sign this contract, the company will prioritize resources for you. Plus, he's already in talks with Hollywood to recommend you for a lead role in a sci-fi blockbuster. Hearing Jia Ling's words, Yi Linshuang felt a chill. It was just as her friend had said, this manager wasn't on her side but on the company's. This slave contract, and she still wanted her to sign it? If she had any illusions about Jia Ling before, they were now completely shattered. Jia Ling was indeed an ungrateful traitor. Yi Linshuang felt grateful for yesterday's news, which had opened her eyes to Jia Ling's true nature. If it weren't for these events, she might not have scrutinized the contract, trusting Jia Ling implicitly. After a moment of silence, she smiled politely, Lingji. Let me keep the contract for now and think about it. Ling Shuang, isn't it your dream to break into Hollywood? Signing this contract will make that dream come true. Yu Shu Shan, noticing Yi Linshuang's displeasure and her reluctance about the contract, immediately took a look at it. Seeing that it bound Yi Linshuang for 20 years, with a newcomer's revenue share and no rights, only obligations, Yu Shan was furious. Lingji, how could you bring such a one-sided contract for Ling Shuang to sign? Shu Shan's face was livid. She had seen yesterday's news and was unhappy about the company using Jiang Chen for publicity. Now this contract was the last straw. Xiao Shan, you're only seeing the contract. Think about President Yang's power. Signing this will push Ling Shuang to Hollywood, making her an international star. Xie Ling explained nervously, trying to paint a rosy picture. Yang Shu had given her strict orders to get Yi Linshuang to sign this contract. If she did, Xie Ling would get a new contract with a bonus equal to 0.5% of Yi Linshuang's annual income. If Yi Linshuang earned 500 million a year, Xie Ling would get 2.5 million in bonuses. Seeing such a significant income, Xie Ling was determined to make Yi Linshuang sign. Hollywood Shu Shan sneered. Even if my sister becomes the world's top star, this contract makes her a company slave. Yu Shan furrowed her brows and coldly asked, Lingji, whose side are you on? My sister has never treated you badly. I'm not harming Ling Shuang. This contract will make her a superstar. Jia Ling defended, drawing a hopeful picture. Stop disgusting me. You're just an ungrateful traitor, Shu Shan retorted, furious. Seeing Xu Shan's intense reaction, Yi Linshuang intervened. Lingji, please go back and tell the company that while I'm interested in Hollywood, this contract has issues. Can you discuss it with President Yang? Sis, this contract is outrageous. The company is clearly bullying you. If they really wanted a win-win, they wouldn't propose such an unfair contract, Xu Shan said coldly. Yi Linshuang smiled at Xu Shan and politely told Jie Ling, Lingji, please convey my concerns. Xie Ling was deeply anxious. Xu Shan's agitation made it hard for her to continue pushing. She decided to go back and discuss with Yang Xiu. After Jie Ling left, Xu Shan was worried. Sis, they're bullying you. How can you stay calm? Yi Linshuang smiled, arguing won't solve anything. She didn't make the contract. But Lingji is your manager. You've treated her so well, and she brings such a trap-laden contract. How can you endure that? Zhaoshan, you're still young. There are many ways to solve problems. Arguing isn't one of them. Xu Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ling Shuang, do you have a way to solve this without arguing? Yi Linshuang smiled. Yi Xu Shan, eager for a solution, asked Sis, tell me, what's the plan? Yi Linshuang picked up her laptop and typed out a message. She then logged into Weibo and posted a notice stating that she would not be renewing her contract due to the company's harsh terms, tagging her former company's official account. Yi Linshuang had a temper and was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Nice move, Xu Shan cheered, giving Yi Linshuang a thumbs up. She had only been with Yi Linshuang for 6 months, but Yi Linshuang had treated her very well, making her feel like a real sister. Seeing the company treat Yi Linshuang so poorly made her furious. It was better not to stay with such a company. At this moment, Xu Shan admired Yi Linshuang even more. Instead of arguing, she delivered a decisive blow. This was how adults solved problems, not like children arguing until they were red in the face. Sis, now that you're leaving, do you have any plans? Have you found a new company? Well, Yi Linshuang tilted her head and awkwardly admitted, I don't have a new company lined up yet. I just want to be with my husband right now. Yu Xian blushed. This silly sister always thought about her husband whenever she had the time. But she said nothing. Stars of Yi Linshuang's caliber would have no shortage of offers. Sis, you have to take me with you. I promise I won't betray you like Xie Ling did. Yi Linshuang laughed. Xu Shan had been recommended by a trusted senior and had proven to be reliable and hardworking. Xu Shan had studied abroad and even learned cooking. Sometimes she would make a very authentic filet mignon, which was delicious. Plus, her villa had never been cleaner since Yu Shan arrived. Sis, you need a professional lawyer to send the notice to the company. Do you have one? Yi Linshuang shook her head. She hadn't had any conflicts requiring a lawyer before. Xu Shan stepped up saying, I have a sister who is a partner at the prestige law firm in the capital, a top-notch lawyer. If you trust me, I can ask her to handle this for us. Sure, please go ahead. Sis, no need to be so formal. It's my job to help you. Yi Linshuang smiled. This was what genuine care felt like. The two of them spent some time playing a game at home. Meanwhile, the company was in chaos, especially those who were close to Yi Linshuang. Her sudden decision not to renew her contract was a shock. Yang Shu, the company boss, received the notice sent by Xu Shan's sister. His face darkened. He had initially thought Yi Linshuang wouldn't make a fuss, but she had publicly declared her decision not to renew and criticized the harsh contract terms. Moreover, the notice was delivered by Su Yu, a top lawyer from the #1 law firm in the capital, prestige law firm. Feeling affronted, Yang Shu called Xie Ling over to make another attempt at persuading Yi Linshuang, even considering threats of blacklisting her. Xie Ling, the errand runner, arrived at the villa again. Sorry, Lingji. You've come for nothing, Yi Linshuang said with a smile but no hint of apology on her face. Ling Shuang, if you leave, President Yang won't let it go. He'll blacklist you, making it impossible for you to work in this industry. Yi Linshuang's brows furrowed. Lingji, what do you mean? Dropping her facade, Jie Ling sat on the sofa, crossed her legs and said, You know President Yang's influence. One word from him, and you'll have no place in this industry. Lingji, does it have to be this way? I've earned the company billions in profits over the past 5 years. Now my contract is up, and you want to blacklist me. Yi Linshuang clenched her fists. She hadn't expected Yang Shu to be so domineering. She knew about Yang Shu's past, where he had blacklisted an actor for kissing a woman he liked in a drama, ruining the actor's career and finances. Ling Shuang, you have 2 choices now: renew your contract with us, or get blacklisted. Xie Ling spoke arrogantly. Ling Shuang, you're talented and well suited for this career. It would be a pity to be blacklisted. Looking at Jie Ling's smug face, Yi Linchuang felt a surge of anger. As her friend had warned, company managers could be heartless. But she wouldn't bow to power or sign a slave contract. If blacklisted, she'd just leave the industry. As a prestigious university graduate with 2 billion in savings, she had plenty of options. Lingji, I never thought that after working tirelessly for the company for 5 years and generating billions in profits, I'd be threatened with blacklisting. If you want to blacklist me, go ahead. I won't sign with your company. Seeing Jie Ling's face darken, Yi Linchuang coldly said, "Get out. You're not welcome here anymore." Furious, Jie Ling grabbed the contract and left the villa. In the storage room, Yi Shu Shan had recorded everything on her phone. After Jie Ling left, she approached Yi Linchuang and said, "Sis, I got it all on video. Your face and hers are clear. Good. If they dare to blacklist me, we'll release it. Let's see which artist would dare sign with them after that." Yi Linchuang was already a top celebrity. Her notice of not renewing her contract had quickly trended across all platforms. By evening, the topic's popularity had only grown, infuriating Yang Zhu, who personally contacted the platforms, demanding they take down the trending topic. Intimidated by Yang Zhu, the platforms complied and removed the trend. Unaware that the trend had been removed, Yi Linchuang was lying in bed playing games with her best friend. "Sis, you're so brave. Aren't you afraid of being blacklisted?" "Of course I'm afraid, but I won't be a slave," Yi Linchuang said, smiling. "If I get blacklisted, I'll open a little shop with my husband and enjoy life. I've already made enough money to retire." "But don't you love working in the entertainment industry? Are you really ready to leave it behind?" "The entertainment industry is fun, but not as fun as my husband," Yi Linchuang replied with a laugh. Her friend Yi Peiying wisely stayed silent, knowing that responding would lead to endless gushing about Yi Linchuang's husband. At midnight, in the military training camp's tent, Jiang Chen had been unable to video chat with Yi Linchuang for several days and missed her terribly. Restless, he couldn't sleep. "Should I try again?" Jiang Chen thought, pulling out a packet of sanitary pads from his bag. Yi Linchuang had given them to him to help dry out his water-damaged phone. Despite his efforts, the phone had remained unresponsive for days. Frustrated, he decided to try once more. "Please work this time," he whispered, pressing the power button. To his delight, the screen lit up. Excited, he quickly got dressed, grabbed an umbrella from the kitchen, and ran to the hillside in the pouring rain. At the top of the hill, Jiang Chen opened the messaging app, clicked on Yi Linchuang's profile, and sent a video call invitation. Lying on her large bed in Beijing, Yi Linchuang saw the video call invitation from Jiang Chen and got excited. She quickly exited the game and connected the call. "Honey, I thought you didn't want me anymore," she cried, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her red eyes, Jiang Chen felt a pang of guilt. How had she gotten so thin in just a few days? And why would she doubt him? "Honey, even if I abandon heaven and earth, I'll never abandon you," he reassured her. Really, her face lit up with joy, feeling warm inside. She hadn't expected her silly husband to say such sweet words. "Absolutely," Jiang Chen nodded repeatedly, smiling. "What were you doing?" He, thinking about you." Just as she said this, her friend Yi Peiying's voice came through the phone, shouting, "Yi Linchuang, you jerk. You left the game in the middle. I'm already down to bronze because of you. Now you're trying to deceive a cute guy too. I can't take this anymore. I'm going to expose you." Yi Peiying's furious voice echoed, and Jiang Chen's face turned dark. Yi Linchuang had bailed on her friend again. He remembered last time she caused her friend to drop to silver. Now, she had dropped to bronze. Playing games with beautiful girls was indeed dangerous. Years of effort could vanish in an instant. "Honey, it's a misunderstanding. I missed you, and since you weren't around, I played games to distract myself," Yi Linchuang explained. This was true. Ever since they started video chatting, she had grown used to Jiang Chen's presence. Without their nightly chats, she felt empty, as if something crucial was missing. After today's events, she wanted to lean on Jiang Chen's shoulder and pour out her grievances. But since he wasn't there, she tried to fill the void by playing games with her friend, who now misunderstood her. After apologizing to her friend, she turned off the game. This time, they had been on the verge of winning, but her departure ruined it for her friend, who could have ranked up to silver. "Honey, I turned off the game," she said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was astonished. "Lingshuang, I could have waited for you to finish the game." He, I can't wait to be with you every moment. How could I let a game interfere with our time together?" Jiang Chen was deeply touched. Yi Linchuang was truly devoted to him. Honey, don't look at me like that. You're making me shy, she said, blinking her eyes and lowering her head. He, Jiang Chen laughed. Silly girl, you look so gentle right now. Seeing Jiang Chen's silly smile, Yi Linshuang stood up, placed her phone on a stand, and shyly asked, Honey, do you want to see me dance? I don't want to see you dance right now, Jiang Chen said sincerely. Hey me, Linshuang's eyes widened. Then what do you want me to do? I can do a lot, she said, tilting her head cutely. Looking at her adorable expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but lick his lips and smile. I want to kiss you. What? Yi Linshuang was stunned. Did her usually reserved husband just say he wanted to kiss her? Say that again, honey. She looked at Jiang Chen, thrilled. Your lips look so inviting and your eyes are so beautiful. I want to kiss you, Jiang Chen repeated, blushing and turning his face away. He had never said anything like this to anyone, and now he was saying it through a screen. It felt strange. Hearing Jiang Chen's heartfelt confession, Yi Linshuang felt like she was floating. This silly husband hadn't let her down. He had finally taken the initiative. She knew that from this moment, he truly had her in his heart, considering her his rightful wife. Licking her lips, she looked at him shyly and said, Honey, I want to kiss you too. Seeing her seductive move, Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret. They were far apart, and there was nothing he could do. Honey, how can we kiss? He asked. Just bring your face close to the camera, she instructed. Will that work? Of course, she said, blushing, insisting he do it. Jiang Chen had no choice but to bring his face closer to the camera. Mua. Yi Linshuang made a kissing sound. Jiang Chen peeked and saw her red lips pressed against the camera. He was stunned. This girl had so many tricks up her sleeve. A virtual kiss? How embarrassing. Honey, you pulled away, she pouted, looking at him with red cheeks and a longing gaze. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt a pang in his heart. They missed each other so much, but the distance made it impossible to be together. They were doing something childish, but it was their way of coping. He could sense how much Yi Linshuang missed him, loved him, and wanted to be in his arms forever. Determined to put aside his embarrassment and show her his love, he softly said, Linshuang, close your eyes. I'll kiss you to make up for it. Yi Linshuang's eyes lit up immediately. Honey, what did you say? I want to kiss you, Jiang Chen said, lowering his head. Even though he had resolved to let go of his embarrassment, saying it out loud still felt incredibly awkward. To kiss someone through a screen felt so childish, but remembering everything Yi Linshuang had done for him, he couldn't back down. He couldn't let her down and needed to show her how much he cared. Yi Linshuang's spirits soared as she received confirmation. Jiang Chen wanted to kiss her? Through the screen? Previously, such a childish act was always initiated by her. She never expected Jiang Chen to do it. This was his way of expressing his feelings for her. Her heart filled with sweetness. She recalled someone telling her that when a man does something he usually finds childish for you, it means he's truly in love, and it's genuine love. So marry him. Overjoyed, Yi Linshuang leaned closer to the screen, pinching her cheeks playfully. Honey, here. She looked so cute and playful. Jiang Chen wiped his lips, feeling the embarrassment wash over him again. But he reminded himself that she was his future wife. Kissing her was nothing to be ashamed of. He puckered up and leaned toward the camera. Yi Linshuang was thrilled. Jiang Chen was willing to do something that seemed so childish. This husband truly loved her. She pointed to her lips and said, Honey, look, they're dry. Give me a kiss to moisten them. Jiang Chen bit his lip. This was too embarrassing. But Yi Linshuang looked so inviting. Hurry up, honey, Yi Linshuang urged, shaking her head and pouting. Her playful behavior made her even more irresistible. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and leaned in. Suddenly he heard Yi Linshuang's gentle voice, Honey, don't pull away too quickly. I want to feel it. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Opening his eyes, he saw Yi Linshuang with her eyes closed, hands clenched tightly. She was so sincere, so emotionally invested. In that moment, Jiang Chen felt warm inside. This silly girl, knowing it was fake, was still putting her whole heart into it. She was truly lovable. He wished they could stand face to face, hold each other, and never let go. But those were just dreams. There were still over 10 days left of training. It felt like forever. With the thought of the long wait ahead, Jiang Chen closed his eyes. He forgot about the phone, the distance, and everything else. They remained silent for a long time before pulling back. Honey, I miss you so much, Yi Linshuang said, her eyes red with tears. I really miss you. Me too, Jiang Chen replied sincerely. These past few days without their video chats, he couldn't stop thinking about her. His mind was filled with images of them at West Lake, of him resting his head on her long legs, of carrying her, and of her giving him ice cream she had secretly licked. He remembered how cute she looked, secretly laughing, thinking he didn't notice. He thought of her waving goodbye from the kitchen window when he left for school. The memories played like a movie in his head. Seeing Jiang Chen's genuine expression, Yi Linshuang licked her dry lips and said, "Honey, just saying you miss me is too perfunctory." Jiang Chen was puzzled. How was that perfunctory? He felt it was his most heartfelt confession. How am I being perfunctory? Yi Linshuang pouted. Honey, I'm your wife. You should say, wife, I miss you too, that's how it should be. She looked at him expectantly. She had waited so long to hear Jiang Chen call her wife she was tired of being called Ling Shuang, it felt too distant. Jiang Chen saw her anticipation and said, "Come closer." Why? Just do it. She moved closer, her face glowing with excitement. Honey, say it. Seeing her happy face, Jiang Chen cleared his throat. Wife, I miss you. Yi Linshuang was caught off guard, feeling a bit disappointed. Honey, that was too fast. I didn't hear it clearly. She pouted, looking adorable. Jiang Chen scratched his head. This was really embarrassing. He looked around. The rain was still pouring, and there was no one else around. Mustering his courage, he said, Wife, I miss you. Honey, I can't hear you, Yi Linshuang exclaimed, overjoyed. Jiang Chen had finally called her wife, but she wanted to hear it again. Jiang Chen, now more confident, shouted, Ling Shuang, my wife, I love you and miss you so much. I can't sleep without you. Yi Linshuang stared at him, tears streaming down her face. She was moved to tears. Jiang Chen had truly called her wife from the bottom of his heart. The wait had been worth it. Seeing her tears, Jiang Chen was confused. Wife, what's wrong? Wiping away her happy tears, she said, Honey, I got dust in my eyes. Jiang Chen's face twitched. Dust in the bedroom? Right when he called her wife? That was a lame excuse. Maybe she thought I wasn't sincere, Jiang Chen thought. Looking at her, he said gently, Wife, I really miss you. These past few days without my phone, I couldn't stop thinking about your sweet smile. Your face is always on my mind. Before the training I might have been a bit resistant. But now, you're deeply ingrained in my heart. My life is incomplete without you. I look forward to the evenings because then I can see you and hear you call me husband again. Jiang Chen's heartfelt confession brought tears to Yi Linshuang's eyes. Silly husband, why do you have to say such touching things and make me cry like this? Sniffling and pouting, she said, Silly husband, you're bullying me. Wah! I'm going to tell my mom. Jiang Chen was stunned. How had he bullied her? He had poured out his heart so she wouldn't be disappointed. How could that be bullying? Wife, don't scare me. How did I bully you? Pouting, Yi Linshuang said, You said such sweet things that made me cry. Isn't that bullying me? Wah! Silly husband, you're so annoying. Jiang Chen was at a loss. Wasn't she the one who said he wasn't sincere enough? Silly husband, you bullied me, so I'm going to punish you. Jiang Chen sighed. Fine, let her punish him. After all, she could see him, but she couldn't touch him. How do you want to punish me? Yi Linshuang blushed and shyly said, I'm going to punish you by making you love me for a lifetime, and every day you have to say sweet things to make me cry. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. This was the punishment. Seeing Jiang Chen's bewildered expression, Yi Linshuang's smile turned sly, like a little fox. He finally realized he'd been tricked again. Hey, she laughed, seeing his distressed face. You speak so nicely, so just say more. I like hearing it, Yi Linshuang said, resting her chin on her hands and smiling at Jiang Chen. It's getting late. I should go. He felt embarrassed enough already and wanted to escape. Yi Linshuang laughed happily, her earlier worries forgotten. This silly husband of hers was so endearingly clueless. How she wanted to bite him. Honey, aren't you going to give me a kiss before you go? Yang Chen almost stumbled at her teasing tone and expectant look. My lips are swollen from your kisses. Next time, no way he was going to do that again. The thought made him shiver with embarrassment. Honey, Yi Linshuang licked her lips seductively. I have lipstick to make your lips feel better. It's very soothing. Jiang Chen's mind conjured an image of himself wearing red lipstick, walking down the street. The thought made him shiver again. Honey, I love you so much, Yi Linshuang said suddenly, her face blushing. Remember to dream about me tonight. I always dream about you, and you're so gentle in my dreams. Jiang Chen saw her blushing and sighed. Silly girl. As he was about to hang up, she said, Aren't you going to say good night to me? Good night, he said quickly, afraid she'd come up with more ways to tease him. After ending the call, a voice message from Yi Linshuang came through. Curious, Yang Chen played it. Honey, I dreamed about you again. If only I could record my dreams, I'd show you everything I see. Her soft, enticing voice almost made Jiang Chen choke. This girl was really something else. Smiling, he texted back, I love you so much too. Hey, I knew it. My husband would never leave his poor little wife all alone. I feel so happy right now. Tonight, I'm going to sleep with my phone because it has your essence. Jiang Chen was stunned. How did she come up with this stuff? Smiling, he turned off his phone and hid it in a plastic bag. He then grabbed his umbrella and headed down the mountain. The descent was slippery and treacherous, and despite his military boots, Jiang Chen almost fell several times. When he reached the base, he cleaned his boots before sneaking back to his tent. The training had been exhausting and everyone was asleep. No one noticed his absence. Lying in bed, he thought about the crazy things he had done with Yi Linshuang today and couldn't help but smile. Having her as his wife was pretty great, even if she was a bit mischievous. He fell asleep with a sweet smile on his face. The next morning he heard people talking about someone who had gone up the mountain last night, shouting, Linshuang, my wife, I love you. Jiang Chen's face turned dark. How could they hear that from such a distance? And who would be awake at that hour? One of the students noticed him and joked, Jiang Chen, was that you missing your wife so much that you went crazy? Everyone laughed, and Jiang Chen playfully patted his shoulder, you guessed it. You're pretty sharp to figure that out. When Jiang Chen admitted to the accusation without hesitation, everyone was stunned. They had expected him to deny it and make a fool of himself. Instead, his straightforward admission left them bewildered. The student who questioned him felt embarrassed. His intention was to make Jiang Chen look bad, but now he felt like the joke was on him. Rumors quickly spread around the camp about someone going into the mountains to confess his love to a celebrity. Some curious students even planned to form a group to find out who the hero was. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Don't you guys have anything better to do, he thought. Just then, the instructor arrived. Too much free time, huh? Everyone, pick up a 50-pound pack and run 10 kilometers. Look, everyone groaned. Yesterday they had struggled with a 5-kilometer run carrying the same weight. Now they had to double the distance, which felt like a death sentence. But they knew better than to complain. The last student who did so got an extra 10 pounds added to his pack. Jiang Chen picked up his 50-pound pack and started walking at a steady pace. He had gotten used to the rhythm of the training and knew how to conserve his energy. He just needed to avoid falling behind. A chubby guy named Pang Si jogged up to him and whispered, Brother Chen, was it you who confessed to your girlfriend on the mountain last night? Jiang Chen glanced at Pang Si, his dorm mate. This was the same guy who had told him to arrive early for registration when he and Yi Linshuang visited West Lake. How did you know? I noticed you've been pretty relaxed during the training. Everyone else looks like zombies at the end of the day, but you always seem fine. Who else would have the energy to climb a mountain? Jiang Chen didn't respond. Pang Si was observant, but fortunately they weren't in the same tent, so his secret was safe for now. Pang Si looked around to make sure no one else was listening and asked, Brother Chen, have you been in contact with your girlfriend? Jiang Chen remained silent, eyeing Pang Si cautiously. He didn't fully trust him yet. Brother Chen, I saw on the news last night that your girlfriend might be in trouble. What do you mean? Her contract with her management company is about to expire. The company offered her a very harsh new contract, and she refused to renew it. This blew up on social media, and her fans went crazy. They even managed to leak a copy of the contract online. It's really bad. The contract is for 20 years and demands she follow the company's orders without question. If she disobeys, her income will be reduced. Worse, the revenue split is 30% for her and 70% for the company. It's pure exploitation. As Pang Si described the situation, Jiang Chen's face grew darker. They were treating Yi Linshuang like a slave. He remembered stopping her from signing a long-term contract 5 years ago to avoid this very scenario. Brother Chen, are you listening? Pang Si asked, seeing Jiang Chen frozen in place. Trying to control his anger, Jiang Chen asked, what happened next? Her fans pushed the story to the top of every platform, but then it mysteriously disappeared. An insider claimed that Yang Xu, the CEO of her company, threatened the platforms to remove the news. Yang Xu is incredibly powerful. He has both wealth and connections in the underworld. No one wants to cross him. Pang Si looked worried. Brother Chen, I think your girlfriend is in serious trouble. Yang Xu is known for his vengeful nature. He once blacklisted an actor for refusing to apologize over a kissing scene, ruining his career and bankrupting him. Blacklist. Jiang Chen's fists clenched, his teeth grinding. That bastard thinks he can bully my wife just because he's powerful. A fierce aura emanated from Jiang Chen, making Pang Si shiver and step back. This side of Jiang Chen was terrifying, yet admirable. Pang Si respected him for his immediate urge to protect his girlfriend, rather than worrying about the consequences of crossing a powerful man. Brother Chen, are you okay? Pang Si asked, seeing the bloodshot eyes and anger in Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm down. This isn't over, he thought. No one bullies my wife and gets away with it. The day continued with grueling training, but Jiang Chen's mind was elsewhere. He couldn't stop thinking about Yi Linshuang and how to protect her from Yang Xu's wrath. What are you two doing? Keep running. The commanding officer's voice rang out from behind. Pang Si quickly grabbed Jiang Chen and continued running forward. At that moment, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with images of Yi Linshuang. Why didn't Yi Linshuang tell him yesterday? Actually, Jiang Chen didn't know that Yi Linshuang wanted to confide in him too. But now, during Jiang Chen's military training, telling him would only make him worry without being able to help, so she decided to bear it all alone. 40 people from a class completed the entire course carrying stones. When they returned to the base, everyone was panting, and some even collapsed on the grass soaked by last night's rain. Suddenly, they saw a girl carrying an adorable water bottle. The girl was Su Mengmeng. Because of her beauty, Su Mengmeng had been voted the campus queen among the new students. Many admired her looks and figure, showing off in front of her to win her favor. However, Su Mengmeng didn't give them a second glance. At this moment, all the boys' fatigue vanished as they stared intently at Su Mengmeng. What is she doing here? And she's carrying a water bottle. Everyone whispered among themselves. To their surprise, Su Mengmeng walked up to Jiang Chen with the water bottle. Jiang Chen, are you thirsty? Here, have some water. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw that Su Mengmeng was offering the water to Jiang Chen. Could it be that the campus queen likes Jiang Chen? But Jiang Chen is already married, and his wife is a superstar. No one could believe their eyes. The goddess they all admired actually liked a married man. Su Mengmeng ignored the others' stares. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting dazed on a rock, seemingly unaware of her, she blushed. She waved her hand in front of his eyes. Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze and saw the blushing Su Mengmeng standing in front of him. Confused, he asked, Su Mengmeng, why are you here? I heard you guys ran 10 kilometers carrying stones. You must be thirsty. This water was heated this morning, but it's cooled down now. I saw your clothes soaked with sweat, so I added a bit of salt. Everyone was envious. It was already nice enough for Su Mengmeng to bring water, but to thoughtfully add salt too. Jiang Chen felt awkward being watched by everyone. Seeing Su Mengmeng's shy expression, he felt a pang of guilt. Su Mengmeng had been looking for him frequently these days. He could tell she liked him. He had avoided her yesterday, but here she was again today. Not wanting to embarrass her in front of everyone, he accepted the water. Thank you. Key. You're welcome. We were desk mates for 3 years in high school. It's only right to bring you water, Su Mengmeng said with a smile. Now, everyone knew that not only were they high school classmates, but they were also desk mates. Feeling awkward, Yang Chen quickly drank the water. To be honest, he was really thirsty, but had been too preoccupied with thoughts of Yi Linshuang to drink any. Do you want more water? Jiang Chen. No, thank you. Okay, I'll go then. If you need more water, come find me in the logistics department. Su Mengmeng happily walked back to the logistics area. Although her duties also involved some training, it wasn't as intense as Jiang Chen's. Once she was out of sight, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Chen. With so many people watching and the issue with his wife Yi Linshuang, Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed. After some thought, he decided to take leave to see Yi Linshuang. Jiang Chen went to the tent where the commanding officer was. Claiming illness, he was immediately met with disdain. Since the start of training, Jiang Chen had never complained. His physical abilities were superior to everyone else's. If anyone was to fall ill, it wouldn't be him. After a scolding, Jiang Chen left the tent feeling dejected. At this moment, he regretted his earlier efforts. If he had known that performing too well would lead to this, he would have slacked off like everyone else, gasping on the grass upon return. Pang Si saw Jiang Chen's downcast expression and approached him with a smile. Chen, what were you doing in there? Asking for leave. Pang Si looked bewildered. You're crazy. This is a military camp, not school. They won't grant leave without a serious reason. Jiang Chen looked at Pang Si, thinking his roommate seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve. Do you have any ideas? Come here. Pang Si led Jiang Chen aside and whispered, I have a potion. Anyone who applies it will break out in red rashes. If you want to get out, you can try this. But I can't guarantee the commanding officer will let you go. After all, this is a military base with several military doctors still around. If they can treat it, you won't just fail to leave, you might have to redo the training next year with the new recruits. Hearing Pang Si's serious tone, Jiang Chen hesitated. Yes, military training couldn't be missed. Missing a day meant doing it again next year. Either way, he'd have to face the consequences. Seeing Jiang Chen in thought, Pang Si continued, Chen, I know you're in a hurry, but I think going out won't help much. Yang Shu has too much influence for ordinary people to change anything. How about I lend you my phone after training so you can call and comfort my sister-in-law? Pang Si was right. Ordinary people couldn't make a difference. But Jiang Chen wasn't ordinary, he had a system. Having made up his mind about Yi Lingshuang, once he activated the system, he could get 100-fold enhancement of her skills, be it money or anything else. For example, if Yi Lingshuang's martial arts could deliver a 40-pound punch, Jiang Chen could punch with 4,000 pounds of force. How powerful would that be? If he could leave, he could crush Yang Shu's head with a single punch. Jiang Chen turned to Pang Si and said, Brother, sell me your potion. What? Pang Si was confused. What did Jiang Chen mean? I said, sell me your potion. I need to get out. Pang Si, still not fully understanding, cautioned him, brother, think carefully. Even if you get out, you can't do anything to him. Besides, you'll have to join the new recruits for military training next year. That's a small matter, Jiang Chen replied indifferently. All he wanted now was to be with Yi Lingshuang. All right then. Seeing Jiang Chen was determined, Pang Si checked their surroundings. Seeing no one was watching, he took a small glass bottle out of his pocket. This is made from Chinese herbs. Just apply it to any part of your body, and you'll quickly break out in red rashes. Don't worry, it's not lethal, but it will be very itchy and painful for the first 10 hours, like shingles. Jiang Chen understood and felt grateful. Thanks, brother. When I get out, I'll treat you to a meal after the training is over, and also pay you for the potion. Chen, we're roommates, no need for money. If you really want to thank me, just treat me to some spicy hot pot. Hearing spicy hot pot, Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of a joke from his previous life on Earth. However, he didn't want to delay any longer. He needed to get to Yi Lingshuang as soon as possible. Just as Jiang Chen was about to apply the potion, he remembered he hadn't activated his system yet. He quickly ran to the back of the tent and sat down. System. Are you awake? Wow. My master. After 10 years you've finally woken me up. Jiang Chen was speechless. This quirky system seemed a bit unserious. After a few complaints he asked, if I bind with Yi Lingshuang, can I really get 100 times her abilities? Master, you underestimate me. I am the dominator system, of course, it's possible. Alright, I want to activate it now. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the system responded excitedly in his mind. Congratulations, Master, for successfully binding with Yi Lingshuang. Congratulations on activating the dominator system. Congratulations on obtaining a 100-fold increase in Yi Lingshuang's abilities. Your current combat power is 4,500 pounds. Note each point of combat power translates to 1 pound of punching force. Friendly reminder, you are now a human weapon. Each punch has 4,500 pounds of force, making you the strongest in the world. Use it wisely. Jiang Chen was stunned. What did 4,500 pounds mean? To put it into perspective, he could crush a stone into powder with a single punch. He could bend steel bars with ease. This is incredible. Jiang Chen stared at his unchanged but power-packed hands, feeling ecstatic. He tried a couple of punches, feeling the wind generated by each punch. Just then, the system spoke again. System, my wife has many skills. Why didn't you mention them? Master, I thought you were hopeless and went into hibernation, waiting to wake up when you died. I didn't expect you to activate me suddenly. Now, I'm weak. Your wife's numerous skills are too exhausting to transfer all at once. Jiang Chen was a bit stunned. Master, you've already received a 100-fold increase in your wife's skills. Don't worry. Just think of using them, and they will activate. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Then the system spoke again. By the way, I need to rest for a while. But to not disappoint you, I'm giving you half of my authority. Jiang Chen was curious. Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before him. The screen displayed 3 lists: enslave, plunder, and modify. Jiang Chen was puzzled. System, what is this? This is the dominator system's authority. You can use these 3 skills freely. How do I use them? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Enslave, you can turn anyone who dislikes you into your absolute slave. Plunder, you can take away any remarkable skills from others. Modify, you can see anyone's future and change their destiny. For example, you can extend a dying beggar's life to 100 years and make him the richest person in the world overnight. Or, you can change a big company's boss's destiny to give you his company for free. As the system explained, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This system was incredibly powerful. These skills were designed to dominate effortlessly. He felt excited. With this system, he could get out of here without pretending to be sick. Leaving his spot, Jiang Chen saw everyone's names floating above their heads. Peng Si, age 17 years 6 months, remaining lifespan 58 years 1 month. In just 3 seconds, Jiang Chen saw Peng Si's future. After graduating from university, Peng Si would return home to inherit a biotech company worth 5.8 billion, making it a Fortune 500 company in 10 years. After seeing Peng Si's future, a virtual screen appeared in front of Jiang Chen, asking if he wanted to modify Peng Si's destiny. There was also an introduction stating that modifications could be made to minutes or hours into the future. Jiang Chen found the Dominator system extremely powerful, but he didn't want to change Peng Si's destiny, as it was already great. As he walked a bit further, he saw the instructor coming out of the tent. Jiang Chen could also see all the instructor's information. Chen Jian, age 29 years 5 months, remaining lifespan 1 year 2 months. In 3 seconds, Chen Jian's future appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. In December next year, Chen Jian would retire, and on his way, save a child, but get run over by a truck and die. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt uneasy. Sacrificing oneself to save others was truly noble, so he extended Chen Jian's lifespan by 60 years and erased the accident. The accident erased, Chen Jian's future became blank. It seemed Jiang Chen would have to rewrite his destiny later, but now, he had no time. He just mentally changed Chen Jian's destiny to continue serving the country. Of course, as a part of this destiny change, he had Chen Jian write him a leave permit. Giving Chen Jian 60 more years of life for a leave permit seemed fair. Chen Jian's destiny altered. He returned to the tent and wrote a leave permit for Jiang Chen. "Wait here, I'll escort you out. There are no cars within a 20-kilometer radius." At this moment, Chen Jian seemed like a caring elder brother. Peng Si, seeing Chen Jian hand Jiang Chen a leave permit, was stunned. Jiang Chen hadn't even faked being sick yet. What shocked Peng Si even more was when Chen Jian drove a jeep over to personally escort Jiang Chen out. Chen Jian drove Jiang Chen to a bus stop in a small village before leaving, as his mission was still ongoing. Jiang Chen had only altered a small part of his fate. Jiang Chen took out his phone and dialed Yi Lingshuang's number. In Kyoto, Yi Lingshuang was organizing documents with her assistant Yi Shan. Seeing Jiang Chen's call, her heart skipped a beat. She feared something had happened to him since calls were not allowed during military training. Remembering last night's heavy rain where Jiang Chen was, she started to worry. Yi Lingshuang's mind was a mess, her face pale as she anxiously answered the phone. "Hello." Jiang Chen, in the small village, hearing Yi Lingshuang's timid voice, was puzzled. Was she not convenient to talk? He quickly said, "Honey, I got a leave from training. Are you still in Kyoto? I'm coming to see you." In the villa, Yi Lingshuang was first puzzled, then excited. "Honey, you got leave?" "Yes," Jiang Chen said with some reproach. "Silly wife, something so serious happened, and you didn't tell me." Yi Lingshuang wasn't silly, she quickly guessed what Jiang Chen was referring to. "Honey, you didn't need to take leave. Even if I'm banned, we have enough money to last a lifetime." "Nonsense. They bullied you. How could I let it go? Wait for me at home, I'm flying to you now." In Kyoto, at Yi Lingshuang's villa. "Sis, is brother-in-law really coming from Hangzhou?" Yu Shu Shan asked, looking at Yi Lingshuang, who was grinning like she had eaten honey. "Is his officer really that easygoing?" "I don't know. That's what he said on the phone." Yi Lingshuang didn't want to think too much about it. All that mattered was she could see Jiang Chen soon. The thought of the dream she had been having made her body heat up. "Sis, what's wrong?" Noticing Yi Lingshuang's flushed face, the innocent Shu Shan grew more puzzled. "Nothing." Yi Lingshuang awkwardly found an excuse. "Shan, I'm feeling a bit hot. Could you lower the air conditioning temperature?" "Sure." Yi Shu Shan spoke to the air. "Xiao AI, set the temperature to 18 degrees. A cute robotic voice responded. "Okay, little master." Although the temperature in the living room dropped, the heat on Yi Lingshuang's body didn't dissipate. Her mind was filled with lingering dream images. "I need to wash my face and calm down," she muttered, covering her flushed cheeks as she walked toward the bathroom. Meanwhile, Xu Shan was browsing the news online. The trending topics had been removed, and the agency had issued a statement denying the contract, accusing Yi Lingshuang of wanting to fly solo. The news had been taken over by the agency's paid trolls, spreading more and more negative stories about Yi Lingshuang. Reading these, Xu Shan's face turned livid with anger. "Shan, what's wrong?" Yi Lingshuang asked, noticing Xu Shan's dark expression. "Sis, the agency is too much. Their contract was unfair, and now they're making it seem like it's all our fault." Yi Lingshuang frowned at the slanderous news bought by the agency. She had hoped to part ways amicably, but now, they had pushed too far. Even a clay figurine has some anger, let alone a living person. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Release the video you recorded." Okay, Xu Shan had wanted to do this for a long time, but Yi Lingshuang had held back out of old loyalties. Now, with no other option, Yi Shan quickly logged into their accounts on major platforms and started posting the video. After waiting for a while, all the uploads showed as under review. "Shan, what's happening?" Yi Lingshuang asked as she gulped down some ice water and came over to the computer. "All the platforms are reviewing it," Yi Xian said, fuming. "They're blocking us." Yi Lingshuang instantly understood. The platforms had seen the content, and fearing the consequences, had blocked it. Yang Shu had powerful connections in the entertainment industry, but the broadcasting bureau was a state department beyond his reach. "Shan, I'll contact my university friend. She's interning at the broadcasting bureau." "Really, sis? Is she a host?" "No, she's not even a full-time employee yet, just an intern. But we were good friends in college, so I'll see if she can help us get this news on CCTV." Yi Shu Shan's face lit up with hope. If CCTV aired it, the tide could turn. Yi Lingshuang contacted her friend, Lin Xiaoxiao. Crying over the phone, she explained the situation. Xiaoxiao, on the other end, comforted her. "I just discussed your issue with my leader. He thinks this news is valuable and could serve as a warning to others. They're considering how to expose it." Really, Yi Lingshuang was overjoyed. If it attracted official attention, not even Yang Shu would dare oppose it. "Xiaoxiao, I realize now I should have set up my own team earlier, like other actresses. You were too complacent. The entertainment industry is tough, you should have prepared better. Thank goodness my husband insisted on a 5-year contract back then. Otherwise it would have been much worse. Your husband has good foresight." Xiaoxiao was curious about Jiang Chen. As Yi Lingshuang's best friend, she had heard a lot about him, and was eager to meet him. "He's arriving from Hangzhou soon. If you're free tonight, join us for dinner. My husband is a great cook." "Sure. I'd love to meet this amazing husband of yours." After chatting a bit more, they hung up. Yi Lingshuang sent the video to Xiaoxiao's email and waited for her reply. "Sis, will your friend help us?" Zhu Xian asked eagerly. She said she's already mentioned it to her leader, and they see it as an important issue. They're considering broadcasting it to warn others about exploitative contracts. "That's great." Yi Shan was thrilled. With all other platforms blocked, CCTV was their best hope. Because Zhu Shan had sent the video to multiple platforms, they had reported it to Yang Shu. In his office, Yang Shu watched the video, seething with anger. His assistant, Xie Ling, stood by nervously, sweating. She hadn't expected the negotiation video with Yi Lingshuang to be recorded. 5 years you've been with me, and you make such a rookie mistake." Yang Shu glared at her. "You openly discussed the contract and threatened her, and now it's recorded." "I'm sorry, mister." Yang Xie Ling muttered. "Sorry? Do you know the damage this could cause if it spreads?" Xie Ling felt deeply wronged. "Mr. Yang, I checked the room before the meeting. There was no one there, no cameras. I don't know how it was recorded. If there were no people, then what recorded it?" "A ghost," Yang Shu snapped. "Retrieve the original video from Yi Lingshuang. Promise her freedom in exchange for the footage. If she won't give it, find out what she wants." Xia Ling reluctantly left for Yi Lingshuang's villa, but the security guards blocked her at the gate, as per Yi Lingshuang's instructions. "Do you know who I am?" "I'm Yi Lingshuang's agent." "Exactly. We're blocking you, traitor," the guards retorted. Unable to enter, Xie Ling circled the neighborhood and climbed over a wall to get in. She rang the doorbell, and Zhu Shan, playing games, ran to open the door. "What are you doing here?" Xu Shan frowned. "Where's Lingshuang?" Xie Ling ignored her, and walked in. Yi Lingshuang, freshly showered, came downstairs. Seeing Xie Ling, she ordered Zhu Shan, "Call security." "Mr. Zhao said you can leave, and this will be over. But you need to give us the original video and delete all copies sent to the media." Yi Lingshuang paused briefly, understanding that the platforms had handed the video to Yang Shu. She replied lazily, If you want my video, make a public statement first. Jia Ling hesitated. Yang Shu would never agree to that. If you can't do it, leave. I'm busy preparing to meet my husband, Yi Ling Shuang said, calculating Jiang Chen's arrival time. Yu Shan stepped forward to escort Jia Ling out. Think about it, Ling Shuang. If you're completely blacklisted, you'll regret it, Jia Ling warned, but Yu Shan called security, who promptly removed Jia Ling. Ignoring Jia Ling's angry protests, Yi Ling Shuang and Xu Shan focused on preparing for Jiang Chen's arrival. Yu Shan busied herself with helping Yi Ling Shuang with makeup, wanting her to look her best for Jiang Chen, on the road, outside Kyoto Airport. Honey, over here. Yi Ling Shuang saw Jiang Chen looking around and waved her hand out the window. Jiang Chen smiled involuntarily when he saw her. It had been a week, and he missed her dearly. Funny. Yi Ling Shuang's car pulled up beside Jiang Chen. She jumped out and hugged him tightly, her head resting on his chest, her face flushed. I missed you so much. I didn't miss you, Jiang Chen replied, but seeing Yi Ling Shuang's teary eyes, he quickly added, you got into trouble and didn't tell me. I'm mad. Yi Ling Shuang, feeling guilty, lowered her head. I'm sorry. HMP. You say you missed me, but you tried to handle everything on your own. Do you even see me as your husband? Looking at Jiang Chen, who was full of masculine vigor and standing so confidently, Yi Ling Shuang's eyes sparkled. She realized her silly husband was incredibly charming when he was angry. But knowing she was in the wrong, she leaned against Jiang Chen's chest, fidgeting with her hands and pouted, honey, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Sis, brother-in-law. Can you two save the lovey-dovey stuff for home? Xu Shan, sitting in the driver's seat, said with a straight face. Aren't you afraid of paparazzi? Okay, Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had intentionally gone outside to avoid being followed. Staying here wasn't safe for long. They got into the car and left the airport. In the car. Brother-in-law, you look even more handsome in person than in photos. Actually, I can be even more handsome, Jiang Chen said, smiling happily at the compliment. I came in a rush today, so I didn't dress up. Next time, I'll make sure to look even better, so you won't want to look at anyone else. Yi Xu Shan couldn't help but laugh. Brother-in-law, in your photos you always look so serious, like the whole world owes you money. Who knew you were so funny? Jiang Chen looked curiously at Yi Ling Shuang. Honey, which photo makes me look so serious? I don't remember such a photo. Yi Ling Shuang thought for a moment, then pulled out her phone. She found an old photo from 3 years ago. At that time, Jiang Chen was wearing his middle school uniform, and Yi Ling Shuang was in a cute dress. They stood together for a photo, with Jiang Chen looking very reluctant, while Yi Ling Shuang beamed like she had won a lottery. Jiang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment seeing his expression in the photo. He remembered how much he used to dislike Yi Ling Shuang back then. She always bullied him, and he wanted nothing more than to avoid her. Brother-in-law, why did you look so serious in that photo? Did my sister owe you a lot of money? Didn't you know she was already a big star then? Yang Chen's eye twitched slightly. If only she knew how much Yi Ling Shuang used to torment him back then. But now that he had decided to be with her, he couldn't say that. Ask your sister, Jiang Chen said with a mischievous smile. Yi Shan's big eyes darted between Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang. Something was fishy. There had to be a deep story behind this. Sis, do you have a story to tell? Yi Ling Shuang, her face darkening, scolded, just drive. The embarrassing history of beating up Jiang Chen couldn't be revealed to Xu Shan. Oh, Xu Shan stopped asking but felt an itch for gossip. She loved juicy stories. Unable to hold back, she asked Jiang Chen again with a cheeky grin. Brother-in-law, can you tell me? I really want to know. Yi Ling Shuang quickly interrupted, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to reveal any embarrassing stories. Just focus on driving, she commanded. Sis. Why are you so fierce now? Xu Shan asked, feigning fear. The two of them bickered playfully in the car. By the time they got home, it was already 6 in the evening. Honey, my friend is coming over for dinner later. Can you cook some of our hometown dishes for her? Yi Ling Shuang asked, batting her big eyes at Jiang Chen. Oh, we just got home. Jiang Chen was a bit taken aback. He had hoped for a chance to be alone with her, but it seemed he'd have to wait. All right, I'll cook, he agreed. Seeing Jiang Chen agree, Yi Ling Shuang beamed with joy. Honey, I've already bought and cleaned all the ingredients in the fridge. Can you start now? Jiang Chen was actually hungry, so cooking now seemed perfect. But the way Yi Ling Shuang put it made him feel a bit strange. Ha ha ha, Yi Ling Shuang laughed at Jiang Chen's puzzled look. Her silly husband was just as cute as ever. She pushed him into the kitchen, reminding him again, hurry up, honey. I need to call my friend. Okay, Jiang Chen sighed, realizing she had everything planned. So he obediently went to cook. Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang called her university friend, and then sat on the sofa, where Xu Shan commented, "Sis, brother-in-law is so great. You earn the money, and he stays home looking handsome. What do you think?" "I think that sounds perfect," Yi Lingshuang said mischievously. "How about you tell him that?" Yi Xu Shan blushed. "Will he beat me?" "Just try it," Yi Lingshuang encouraged her playfully. Jiang Chen had become increasingly impressive, and she wanted to keep him close, ensuring he was hers alone and wouldn't stray. The two women chatted until a tall, professional-looking woman entered, carrying a bag. She was about 175 cm tall, young but dressed like a career woman. This was Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Lingshuang's good friend from university. "Sweetie, you look even prettier since the last time I saw you." Lin Xiaoxiao ran up and hugged Yi Lingshuang naturally. "Don't hug me. Hug your boyfriend." Yi Lingshuang pushed her away playfully. "You smell like his cologne." Lin Xiaoxiao was embarrassed but quickly retorted, "When did I have a boyfriend?" "Then what's that smell?" Yi Lingshuang teased. "I came straight from work." "Maybe it's from a male colleague," Lin Xiaoxiao said nonchalantly. Suddenly she thought of something and ran to the kitchen, where Jiang Chen was cooking. The aroma was incredible. Yi Lingshuang followed and seeing Jiang Chen's handsome and focused face, said happily, "What do you think? Isn't my husband's cooking amazing?" Lin Xiaoxiao didn't reply immediately. She hadn't expected Yi Lingshuang's man to look so young yet exude such maturity and reliability. "He's great. You're lucky to have found him," Lin Xiaoxiao finally said with a smile. "Thanks." Yi Lingshuang beamed. Her friend's approval meant a lot since Lin Xiaoxiao had high standards. The two women watched Jiang Chen cook until he finished all the dishes. At the dinner table, Lin Xiaoxiao asked Jiang Chen, "How did you manage to get out of military training? Do you have a trick up your sleeve?" Lin Xiaoxiao was hoping Jiang Chen had a clever plan since she couldn't help Yi Lingshuang anymore. Her superiors had already told her to drop the matter. "Xiaoxiao, why don't you first tell us about your situation?" Jiang Chen replied. He had heard about Lin Xiaoxiao's efforts and wanted to respect that before revealing his own plans. Lin Xiaoxiao, assuming Jiang Chen was just bluffing, felt her hopes fade. But since everyone was looking at her, she explained, "Lingshuang, I'm sorry. I don't think it's safe on my end either." She recounted her unsuccessful attempts. Jiang Chen frowned, realizing how powerful Yang Xu's influence was. Even State departments seemed compromised. "Xiaoxiao, thank you for trying," Yi Lingshuang said, looking disheartened. She had hoped Lin Xiaoxiao would succeed and turn things around, but now. "It's not your fault. I'm sorry for letting you down," Lin Xiaoxiao said, feeling bitter. She had been confident too, but things had gone differently. Sensing the awkwardness at the table, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Why are you all so worried? This is my wife's problem, and I'll take care of it." Lin Xiaoxiao's initial hope had turned into disbelief. "Yes, me," Jiang Chen replied confidently. "Xiaoxiao, you don't trust me." "Of course not. Yang Xu's influence is too vast. How can a student like you handle it?" "Well, let's make a bet. If I resolve this, you give me a reward. Deal." Seeing Jiang Chen's determined expression, Lin Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, and then said, "If you resolve it, I'll marry you together with Lingshuang. Do you want to die? You dare to steal my husband?" Yi Lingshuang, with a darkened face, raised her small fist to strike. "Ah." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly stood up and watched Yi Lingshuang from afar, smiling. "Someone is getting anxious." "You, get back here." Yi Lingshuang, furious at Lin Xiaoxiao's provocation from a distance, threatened viciously, "You steal my husband, and I'll beat you to death." "Ha ha ha." Lin Xiaoxiao laughed so hard she trembled, and eventually held her stomach in laughter. This silly best friend, who would have thought she could get so worked up? Still laughing. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's agitated, ready-to-fight stance, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He remembered when they were children, and Yi Lingshuang chased after him with the same determination. Back then she couldn't catch him and stood with one hand on her hip, pointing a stick at him. "Run, you think you can run forever? Come here right now. Sooner or later, I'll catch you, and it will hurt the same, so why run?" Jiang Chen's memories were vivid as he watched Lin Xiaoxiao laughing ahead, knowing Yi Lingshuang had been tricked. Thinking it was real, Yi Lingshuang nervously tugged at his sleeve and said gently, "Honey, don't mind her. I only love you." "Really?" Yi Lingshuang's big eyes blinked at Jiang Chen. "Of course one of you is enough for me." Yang Chen's answer made Yi Lingshuang very satisfied. "Husband, that's settled then." You can only love me, understand? Yi Lingshuang's watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation and nervousness. Yes, I promise you. Jiang Chen answered seriously. From the moment he activated the system, he had decided to give his heart to Yi Lingshuang. He said, other women in the world are just skeletons with makeup to me. Only you are my dearest treasure. Jiang Chen's heartfelt confession moved Yi Lingshuang to tears. Husband, do you really think so? Yi Lingshuang's eyes sparkled with tears of joy as she looked directly at Jiang Chen. Yes. Seeing how easily Yi Lingshuang was moved, Jiang Chen pulled her hand, leaned in, and kissed her lips. Now do you believe me? Oh dear. Yi Shushan, who was eating, was suddenly fed such a large dose of PDA. She stood up, annoyed. You two, can you stop? Can't you let people eat in peace? Didn't you see we are eating too? Jiang Chen, still sealing Yi Lingshuang's lips with another kiss, didn't seem to care. This. Jiang Chen's shamelessness was too much for Zhu Shan to bear. Is this called eating? This is devouring each other. He. Jiang Chen chuckled, then offered a piece of beef to Yi Lingshuang, his eyes full of love. The affection between them made Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhu Shan shiver with goosebumps. All right, you passed my test. Lin Xiaoxiao surrendered, unable to stand their affection any longer. She was just testing Jiang Chen's sincerity towards Yi Lingshuang. After all, with Yi Lingshuang's beauty and figure, she couldn't let Jiang Chen play with her feelings. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's affectionate display, without a glance at anyone else, proved his true love. Yi Lingshuang, confused, asked Lin Xiaoxiao. What did I pass? Silly, you think I really have my eyes on your silly brother? Lin Xiaoxiao flirtatiously rolled her eyes at Yi Lingshuang. This friend, falling in love, had made her so naive. Yi Lingshuang sighed in relief, patting her chest. Xiaoxiao, you scared me. I thought you really wanted to steal my husband. You are the only one who treasures him. My taste doesn't allow me to date younger men. I don't accept brother-sister romances. Just give it a rest. You think dating younger men is easy. How difficult is it? Lin Xiaoxiao was unconvinced. I'm telling you, I've carefully nurtured my husband for over 10 years. Even if you want to find someone like him, you can't. How excellent is he? Lin Xiaoxiao pouted, unimpressed. Your husband is just good looking, can cook, write songs, and is gentle. There are plenty of such men on the street. You think my husband only has these qualities? Yi Lingshuang started counting on her fingers. My husband can sing, dance, style my hair, give massages, play the flute, and the erhu. In short, he is proficient in everything. More importantly, he understands me, tolerates me, loves me, cares for me, and has never been harsh to me since we were kids. Where can you find such a perfect husband? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned. So brother-sister romances could be nurtured from a young age? This was eye-opening. She felt a bit jealous. Sour, really sour? Lemon sour. If I start nurturing one now, will it be too late? Lin Xiaoxiao thought secretly. Seeing Lin Xiaoxiao dumbfounded, Yi Lingshuang looked triumphant. Yu Shan, seeing Lin Xiaoxiao's dumbfounded expression, couldn't help but laugh. PDA shouldn't be consumed alone. It should be shared. They laughed and chatted while eating. After dinner, they sat on the sofa, picking up their phones to play ranked games. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, Brother Jiang Chen, you said you had a solution earlier. What is it? Now, she was genuinely concerned about Yi Lingshuang's matters. I won't tell you. When I solve it, I fear you might fall for me because of my excellence. I don't want my wife to cry. Jiang Chen joked. You are ruthless. Lin Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, taking out her frustration in the game. She was fierce, and those targeted by her didn't fare well. After the ranked game, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled victoriously. I may not be able to deal with this little brother, but I can deal with you all, can't I? Jiang Chen was frightened by Lin Xiaoxiao's fierceness in the game. If she were like this in reality, her future partner would be in trouble. Satisfied with her victory, Lin Xiaoxiao picked up her bag and stood up. Xiaoxiao, another round please. Take me to the king rank. Yi Lingshuang looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with expectant eyes. Hey, you stay in your noob rank. Look at how many times you've been reported. Clearly you're a liability. I don't want to carry a liability. Feeling rejected, Yi Lingshuang was hurt. She was reported for leaving the game when her husband video called her. This loyalty should be rewarded. Not being understood was tough. Though she felt wronged, she knew she had let her team down and said, I won't be a liability again. Let's play. Even if you don't take me to king rank, at least a gold rank. Yi Lingshuang looked at Lin Xiaoxiao pitifully. She was a reliable player before. Only after meeting Jiang Chen and due to his military training had she become like this. Otherwise, she was a king rank player too. Stop pretending to be pitiful. I cherish my rank. Lin Xiaoxiao was unwilling to risk her rank. It had taken years to reach king rank, and she didn't want to lose it all at once. Jiang Chen, seeing this, thought for a moment and said, "Honey, I'll carry you." "Honey, you're just a bronze rank, how can you carry me?" Jiang Chen felt hurt. Actually, he hadn't used this account for 3 years. He played on another account to avoid Yi Lingshuang finding him. Thinking about it, he said weakly, "Honey, this account hasn't been used for a long time. My real rank is Supreme King 58 stars. What?" Lin Xiaoxiao, about to leave, heard Jiang Chen and widened her eyes. "Brother Jiang Chen, are you joking? Supreme King? You?" Jiang Chen scratched his head. "Yes." The 3 women exchanged stunned looks. "Honey, are you mentally confused? You're just a bronze rank." Yi Lingshuang hadn't finished when Jiang Chen quickly switched accounts. Seeing Jiang Chen's account change, she was stunned. He was indeed a supreme king. She quickly explored his account. Wow! So many skins. Seeing the hero skins she once desired but could only get through win streaks, Yi Lingshuang's eyes lit up. She involuntarily licked her lips. "Honey, you really are a supreme king. How did you do it?" Lin Xiaoxiao, curious, approached when she saw Yi Lingshuang's excited expression. Seeing the screen, her eyes also lit up. "Brother Jiang Chen, you really are a supreme king." "Yes." Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother, let's add each other as friends and play a few rounds." Lin Xiaoxiao excitedly handed her QR code to Jiang Chen for him to add. "All right." Jiang Chen took the phone from Yi Lingshuang and added her as a friend. "Honey, wait a moment. I'll call my friends so we can have a full team." At that moment, Yi Lingshuang thought of Yi Peiying, who had been dropped several ranks because of her and was now stuck in silver. Back then, she bragged that Jiang Chen was a glory king and would carry her to the king rank when he returned. Now, Jiang Chen gave her a big surprise. Supreme King 58 stars, ranked in the top 100 of the server. He was already a glory king. This silly husband really gave me face, making my bragging come true. Yi Lingshuang happily called Yi Peiying. "Sweetie, my husband is back. Get online, he'll carry you to glory." Yi Peiying was thrilled. Really? He is a glory king. Of course, who else's husband could he be? "Okay, I'm logging in now." After hanging up, Yi Lingshuang smiled. Seeing the others' strange looks, she said, "Why are you looking at me? Log in, do you want to play or not?" Though they didn't know what happened, they felt something was off. There must be a story behind this. But they didn't dwell on it. With Yang Chen's impressive skills and Lin Xiaoxiao's support, they dominated the ranked games. An hour later, Lin Xiaoxiao stretched her hand. "My hand is a bit sore. I don't want to play anymore." On the other side of the game, Yi Peiying eagerly said, "Play a bit longer, I'm getting into the groove." She then said to Yi Lingshuang, "Sweetie, you weren't lying. Your little husband is really a glory king, his skills are superb. I feel like reaching king rank again. Sweetie, can you lend me your husband for a few days to carry me?" "Sorry, my husband is not for lending," Yi Lingshuang said seriously. Her friends were all attractive and charming. Especially Yi Peiying, with her youthful and well-endowed appearance, no man could resist. So, no chance for Jiang Chen to betray her. Stingy. Can't even lend your husband, what kind of friend are you? Why don't you find your own? I don't have one. If I did, would I need yours? No lending of husbands. The 2 women bickered in the game. As expected, they dominated another match. Lin Xiaoxiao stretched and stood up. "Xiaoxiao, are you going home?" "Yes, it's late. I have work tomorrow. Why not stay here tonight? There are plenty of rooms. Is that appropriate?" Lin Xiaoxiao looked meaningfully at Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang. They were adults and knew what was next. They hadn't seen each other for a while. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and it would be intense. "What's inappropriate?" Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. "Do you still consider me an outsider?" Clearly she hadn't caught on. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Jiang Chen and her, smiling, "Is it really appropriate for me to stay here?" Yi Lingshuang blushed deeply as she realized what Lin Xiaoxiao meant, turning red to her ears. This friend's words were too teasing. "I'm leaving now. Have fun tonight." Lin Xiaoxiao blew a kiss to Yi Lingshuang before walking out the door. Yu Shan saw Lin Xiaoxiao leave and quickly followed. As she reached the door, she made a funny face at Yi Ling Shuang. Sister, cherish these precious moments. Make the most of it. Yi Ling Shuang's face turned red as she leaned against Jiang Chen's chest and shyly said, Husband, now that everyone is gone, what should we do? Jiang Chen wrapped his arm around Yi Ling Shuang's soft waist, slowly leaning in for a kiss, then gradually began to move towards the second floor. Yi Ling Shuang gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, responding tenderly. Once they reached the bedroom and were ready for intimacy, Jiang Chen caught a whiff of himself. After running around all day and catching a flight, he felt uncomfortable without a shower. For such a memorable moment, he didn't want to be a smelly man. So, after giving Yi Ling Shuang a deep kiss, he gently put her down and said softly, Honey, let me take a shower first. Husband, I'll join you. Yi Ling Shuang's eyes sparkled as she looked straight at Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen's surprised expression, she shyly lowered her head. Husband, don't you want me to join you? How could I not want that? Jiang Chen felt immense joy. Showering with his beautiful wife was the most delightful thing. In the shower, under the cascading water, Yi Ling Shuang's chiffon blouse, already thin, clung tightly to her skin as it got wet. This sight made Jiang Chen's breath quicken. Her figure was simply perfect. On Earth, he had wondered what his future wife would be like. But he never imagined she would be a superstar. This was beyond his wildest dreams. Who would have thought that his future wife would be a super celebrity? Jiang Chen was incredibly excited, more than winning the lottery. Yi Ling Shuang was equally thrilled. Her dream had always been to marry Jiang Chen. She thought winning him back would take a lot of time. As a child, her actions were quite childish. She would beat Jiang Chen whenever he disobeyed, scaring him so much that he transferred to a school far away. That was too much. But now, Jiang Chen's willingness to help despite the past showed he was understanding. Such a good man was rare indeed. So, at that moment she decided. From now on she would treat Jiang Chen well to make up for her past mistakes. She raised her hands, placed them on Jiang Chen's neck, and said softly, Husband, I will love you dearly from now on, making up for the past. As a time traveler, Jiang Chen had long understood Yi Ling Shuang's childish antics. It was just a child's mindset. In a child's world, there's only right and wrong. They don't understand the complexities of the world. Now she knew her past behavior was wrong and even admitted it. That alone was more than many people could do. For a superstar to admit past mistakes, it showed that Yi Ling Shuang was a reasonable person. This was why Jiang Chen chose to accept her. In other words, apart from her past violence when contradicted, Yi Ling Shuang was quite good in other aspects. Seeing her being so proactive now, Jiang Chen didn't hold back. He placed his hands on her waist and roughly removed her chiffon blouse. Husband. Looking at Yi Ling Shuang's snow-white skin and her most attractive parts, his hand raised involuntarily. Yi Ling Shuang closed her eyes, anticipating that moment. Jiang Chen had longed for this. He had once paid a painful price for it. Now, he could finally enjoy it openly. Honey. Seeing Jiang Chen being so proactive, Yi Ling Shuang blushed. She knew what Jiang Chen was thinking. Once, out of curiosity, she had beaten him for it. It seemed Jiang Chen still remembered. Yi Ling Shuang gently raised her hand and slowly pressed Jiang Chen's head down. Jiang Chen didn't expect Yi Ling Shuang to do this. But it felt so good. This wife was so considerate. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Jiang Chen indulged in the moment until he was satisfied, then hugged Yi Ling Shuang's soft waist and said, Honey, you're amazing. I'm your wife, anything you want, I can give you, even my life. Yi Ling Shuang said, her face flushed. Yes, their relationship had reached a new level. As Jiang Chen carried Yi Ling Shuang to the bedroom, ready to enjoy their time together, a bell downstairs started ringing non-stop. Honey, is that your phone? No. Yi Ling Shuang was puzzled. They had both turned off their phones earlier to avoid interruptions. Suddenly Yi Ling Shuang remembered something. Honey, it might be the intercom from the property management. The intercom was provided by the property management to all residents for better service. If visitors arrived, the security could verify their identity immediately, or residents could contact the property for any needs. Though annoyed by the interruption, Yi Ling Shuang knew the property wouldn't call without a reason, especially this late. Honey, it's from the property management. I'll go check it out. Go ahead. Jiang Chen didn't stop her. In such a high-end community, the property management wouldn't contact residents late at night, unless it was urgent. Yi Ling Shuang put on a long nightgown and went downstairs. She picked up the intercom, and a polite voice from the security guard came through. Miss Ye, I'm very sorry to disturb you this late. Is there a problem? Yes, there's a lady named Zhang claiming to be your mother at the gate. Your phone is off, so we wanted to confirm with you. A lady named Zhang. Yi Lingshuang was puzzled. Her mother's surname was Zhang, but she rarely left the city. Why would she be in the capital? Though confused, she asked the property to hand the phone to the visitor. Dear, it's me. Hearing her mother's familiar voice, Yi Lingshuang was overjoyed. Mom, is that really you? Yes. It's me. Upon confirmation, Yi Lingshuang forgot about Zhang Chen upstairs, didn't change her clothes, and ran out in her slippers. At the community gate, a graceful woman in her 40s, wearing a light blue dress and looking very much like Yi Lingshuang, had already been let in by the security. She was Yi Lingshuang's mother, Zhang Yunpei. Born into a scholarly family, Zhang Yunpei exuded elegance. Standing at the gate, everyone passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances due to her graceful presence. Not knowing which building Yi Lingshuang lived in, Zhang Yunpei waited at the gate. Yi Lingshuang soon arrived at the gate. Seeing Zhang Yunpei, she ran over excitedly and hugged her tightly. Mom, why didn't you call before coming? I could have picked you up. No need for that. The plane arrived at 11. It's too dangerous for a girl to come alone. I know where you live. Mom, I could have sent my assistant to pick you up. Yi Lingshuang held Zhang Yunpei's hand, chatting as they walked towards the villa. At the villa door, Yi Lingshuang suddenly remembered. Jiang Chen was still inside. She had been so engrossed in chatting with her mom that she forgot about Jiang Chen, and she didn't have her phone. This was awkward, but she had to open the door and let her mom in. She poured her mom a glass of water and nervously said, Mom, have a seat. I need to change my clothes. Without waiting for a response, she rushed upstairs. Zhang Yunpei was about to sit down when she noticed a pair of men's shoes. Her face darkened instantly. Picking up a broom nearby, she quietly followed upstairs. On the second floor, Jiang Chen was doing squats when he saw Yi Lingshuang come in. He immediately jumped up, grabbed her, and threw her onto the bed. Honey, why did you take so long? Sheesh. Yi Lingshuang quickly made a silencing gesture and shyly said, My mom is here. I just went to the gate to get her. What? Jiang Chen was stunned. Hurry and get dressed. My mom is downstairs. Jiang Chen was at a loss. What clothes? He didn't have any clothes. They were all soaked in the shower. As he was thinking about sneaking away, an angry voice came from the door. What are you doing in my daughter's room? Don't you know my daughter is married? I'll beat you. With that, Yang Chen felt a sharp pain on his head. He ducked and hid in a corner. Looking up, he saw that it was Yi Lingshuang's mother, Zhang Yunpei. Zhang Yunpei was holding a broom, looking at him menacingly. Mom, what are you doing? Yi Lingshuang realized what was happening and quickly stopped Zhang Yunpei. At this point, Zhang Yunpei also realized that the person hiding in the corner was Jiang Chen. Xiao Shen, is that you? Zhang Yunpei was a bit confused. She looked at Jiang Chen and then at Yi Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang wasn't wearing a bra. As an experienced woman, she instantly understood. Auntie? Hello. Jiang Chen had a pained expression. He never expected to meet his future mother-in-law like this. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Did Auntie hurt you? Zhang Yunpei wanted to check, but Yi Lingshuang stopped her. Mom, can you leave for a moment? Oh. Zhang Yunpei apologized. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. I thought this girl was fooling around outside, so. Auntie, I'm fine. Jiang Chen felt awkward. Zhang Yunpei left, and Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen's aggrieved and embarrassed face and couldn't help but laugh. You're laughing. Jiang Chen's face darkened. This was so embarrassing. His clothes were wet. How could he go downstairs like this? Honey, do you have any bigger clothes? Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened. Honey, you want to wear my clothes? What else can I do? You don't expect me to go down in just a towel, do you? You're still calling her auntie. Yi Lingshuang pouted, unhappy with Jiang Chen calling her mom auntie. They had already been intimate. Though they hadn't fully consummated, Jiang Chen had seen every part of her body. And they had their family's approval, so he should be calling her mom. Honey, you need to change your address. Jiang Chen understood what Yi Lingshuang meant. He awkwardly scratched his head. He wasn't used to it yet. Yi Lingshuang saw his discomfort and gently said, Honey, my mom and dad have always treated you like a son. Every time I beat you, they scolded me for hours. Sometimes my mom would even hit me with a hanger. Back then I felt like I was adopted, and you were their real son. Hearing this, Jiang Chen recalled many past memories. His unreliable parents had left for a long time, and his grandparents were old. So, many things he couldn't do were done by Yi Lingshuang's parents. Even enrolling him in school, her mom did it to not burden his grandparents. Now that he and Yi Lingshuang were together, marriage was inevitable. Calling her mom was no problem. Jiang Chen decided to change his address from now on. Honey, you're right. From now on, she's my mom too. Yi Lingshuang was delighted they were truly a family now. After chatting for a bit, she noticed Jiang Chen still wrapped in a big towel. Honey, how about I get you my largest dress to wear? It should fit. Jiang Chen twitched. A dress? A grown man wearing a dress? Just imagining it gave him goosebumps. Honey, just a shirt will do, preferably a white one. I don't have a shirt, but I have a t-shirt. Do you want to wear it? Yi Lingshuang laughed, imagining Jiang Chen in her t-shirt. Jiang Chen couldn't picture himself in her t-shirt, shaking his head vigorously. No, I'll get my clothes from the shower and dry them. There's a hairdryer in the cabinet. You dry them yourself, I'm going to keep my mom company. Yi Lingshuang left the room. Since her mom had already caught them, Jiang Chen could do whatever he wanted. Keeping her mom company was better. Downstairs, Yi Lingshuang saw Zhang Yunpei tidying the sofa. She quietly ran over and hugged her from behind. Zhang Yunpei, startled, turned to see Yi Lingshuang smiling, and sighed in relief. Dear, what's gotten into you? Mom, I missed you. Zhang Yunpei lovingly caressed Yi Lingshuang's face. My dear has grown up, finally missing her mom. Zhang Yunpei stroked Yi Lingshuang's hand lovingly. Then she remembered the scene she had just witnessed and asked curiously, isn't Xiao Chen still in military training? Why is he here? He was worried about me, so he took leave to come. Zhang Yunpei had seen news about Yi Lingshuang online, so she decided to come to visit her daughter, but she didn't expect Jiang Chen to take leave and come as well. It seemed their relationship was very strong. Thinking about how she interrupted them, she felt a bit guilty. She knew well that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Holding Yi Lingshuang's hand, they sat on the sofa, and she asked, Dear, when do you and Xiao Chen plan to give your father and me a grandchild? Yi Lingshuang blushed. She knew her mom was very open-minded, but suddenly talking about having a baby seemed too early. Mom, why are you suddenly bringing up grandchildren? You two are together, having grandchildren is just a matter of time. Zhang Yunpei looked at Yi Lingshuang matter-of-factly. Her thinking was not old-fashioned. Forget about having kids only after marriage or having a grand wedding. These were superficial. As long as her daughter was happy, that was all that mattered. Besides, Jiang Chen was only 18. It would be a long wait until he reached the legal age. They couldn't wait that long for grandchildren. Dear, you have the time now, and it's the best age to have a baby. You and Xiao Chen should hurry up. By next year we could be holding a grandchild. Listening to Zhang Yunpei, Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Is this really my mom? She wanted to have a beautiful baby with Jiang Chen. But hearing it from her mom felt completely different. Most moms would tell their daughters not to have kids before marriage or live with a boyfriend. But Zhang Yunpei was encouraging the opposite. Dear, did you hear me? Mom, I heard you. Yi Lingshuang lowered her head, hugged Zhang Yunpei, and rested her head on her lap. Mom, do you really like Xiao Chen that much? Of course, he has a good temper. He knows how to treat you well. Think about it, from childhood to now, how many times have you beaten him? Did he ever hit you back? Did he ever scold you? Such a good kid, I'm afraid you might miss out on him. What do we women want? A man who loves and cherishes us, right? Xiao Chen has all of that. Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment and realized her mom was right. No wonder her mom, a stunning beauty, married her rough and tumble dad and stayed deeply in love. Looking at Yi Lingshuang snuggled like a kitten, Zhang Yunpei seemed to think of something and glanced upstairs. Seeing Jiang Chen was not there, she whispered, Dear, I read online that there are several methods to help a woman conceive quickly and even have a boy during intimate moments. Do you want to hear about them? Yi Lingshuang blushed as she looked at Zhang Yunpei. Zhang Yunpei had always been the epitome of elegance in her eyes. But now, saying things like this. Mom, you've completely shattered your image in my mind, you know. Zhang Yunpei felt a bit awkward but patiently continued, Silly girl, I'm being serious. First baby should be a boy, the second can be whatever comes. Mom. Yi Lingshuang's face turned dark. They hadn't even had the first child yet, and her mother was already talking about a second one? You're really thinking far ahead. Zhang Yunpei could tell Yi Lingshuang was at a loss but gently explained, Dear, didn't you feel lonely growing up alone? Yi Lingshuang fell silent. Even though Jiang Chen played with her, she always wanted a younger sibling. Dear, we were poor back then, and couldn't afford to have another child. As Zhang Yunpei spoke, her eyes were filled with regret. She had wanted to give Yi Lingshuang a sibling, but due to their financial situation, they couldn't. When Yi Lingshuang grew up and their financial situation improved, they were too old, so they focused on nurturing her. Now, Yi Lingshuang was well off and secure. Zhang Yunpei hoped she would have both a son and a daughter, giving her children a companion. Hearing her mother's words, Yi Lingshuang stood up and hugged her tightly. Mom, you've worked so hard. I love you. I'll listen to you. I'll have more kids so you won't be lonely. Zhang Yunpei smiled. Her daughter had truly grown up. Dear, do you want to hear the methods I found online? I think if the first baby is a boy, Xiao Chen's parents will be very happy. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang recalled seeing Jiang Chen's parents after 3 years. Back then, Jiang Chen's mom praised her beauty. She said their future children would be very good looking. She followed Jiang Chen's mother's words and hinted at marrying Jiang Chang Chen. Shuang Ar, if you marry Xiao Chen, we would be very happy. With the approval of Jiang Chen's parents, she handed over a bank card with 1 billion yuan as a dowry to Jiang Chen's father. But they refused. Shuang Ar, if that boy can marry you, it's his blessing. How could we ask for your dowry? We should be the ones giving you a bride price. Uncle, Xiao Chen ran far away to avoid me. He surely doesn't want to marry me. I hope you can help make him accept me. Jiang Chen's father was silent for a moment, and then angrily said, That silly boy doesn't know what's good for him. How about this? I'll write a letter for you. Take it to him. If he still refuses, show him the letter. He wouldn't dare defy me or your father. So Jiang Chen's father wrote a letter in a stern tone to intimidate Jiang Chen, knowing it would play into his greedy persona in Jiang Chen's eyes. After all, he was known for being the kind of person who would sell his son for 10,000 yuan. Yi Lingshuang was amused by Jiang Chen's father's cunning move. But recalling her early years as a celebrity, it made sense. Back then she made a lot of money from songs written by Jiang Chen. When the money came in, she wanted to give Jiang Chen his share, but his father stopped her. Shuang Er, raise sons in poverty and daughters in wealth. If he's my son, he must endure hardship. He must understand that money is earned bit by bit, only then can he appreciate it. If you give him millions directly, he will lose his way and become a useless parasite. When she first heard this reasoning, Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Uncle, this money is Yao Chen's earnings. No, too much money will spoil him. I don't want a useless son. If he becomes a failure, how will he stand in society? Back then, Yi Lingshuang thought Jiang Chen's father just wanted to safeguard the money for a while, like keeping his New Year's money safe, so she handed the money over. Shuang Ar, uncle doesn't lack money. If you really care, give it to him after he graduates. Following his advice, she saved the earnings from each song in a separate account for Jiang Chen. Over the years, Jiang Chen's account had grown to over 300 million yuan. While Yi Lingshuang and her mother chatted downstairs, Jiang Chen was in the shower, washing and drying his clothes. Dressed and with his hair styled, he nervously went downstairs. Xiao Chen, you're down. Zhang Yunpei stood up from the sofa and walked over to Jiang Chen. Concerned, did I hurt you earlier? Mom, not at all. Jiang Chen replied awkwardly. Zhang Yunpei was stunned by his use of mom. She looked at Yi Lingshuang, then at Jiang Chen's embarrassed and shy expression, and understood. She took Jiang Chen's hand and warmly chatted, asking about his life over the years. After learning about his experiences, she said, Xiao Chen, sometimes Shuang Er can be willful. But if she ever bullies you again, call me, and I'll fly over and deal with her. Yi Lingshuang was speechless. Whose daughter are you really? Jiang Chen glanced at Yi Lingshuang, who looked frustrated, and laughed. Mom, Shuang Er doesn't hit me anymore. Good. It's better if she doesn't. She has a bad temper and might act up again. Remember to tell me if she does. Okay. Jiang Chen obediently replied, making Zhang Yunpei feel at ease. Turning to Yi Lingshuang, she sternly said, Dear, you need to change your bad temper. Now you're Xiao Chen's wife. As a married woman, you can't be violent. In public, don't threaten or scold him. You need to respect him and give him face, understand? Mom, I understand. Yi Lingshuang lowered her head, also obedient. Seeing that they understood, Zhang Yunpei said, "It's getting late. Time to rest." Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang cheerfully took Zhang Yunpei's arm. "Mom, I'll sleep with you tonight. It's been so long since we slept together." Zhang Yunpei, seeing Yi Lingshuang wanted to sleep with her, disapproved. She was thinking of grandchildren, so she said sternly, "Dear, you're married now. A proper wife doesn't let her husband sleep alone. Do you want Xiao Chen to sleep alone, Mom?" Yi Lingshuang blushed. Her mother was being way too eager. Does she think having a baby is as quick as spending a night together? Ahem. Jiang Chen had never imagined his mother-in-law would be so forward. "Why are you embarrassed? Both families have agreed on your marriage with Xiao Chen. Now that you're married, isn't it time to give me a grandchild to take care of?" Zhang Yunpei turned her gaze to Jiang Chen, smiling. "Xiao Chen, don't you think I'm right? Since you're married, you should think of us elders and give us a grandchild." Jiang Chen sensed the pressure in her words. She was urging him and Yi Lingshuang to have a baby. This mother-in-law was truly intense. And there was no arguing with her. "Mom, you're right. See, Xiao Chen has no objections. So, hurry up and give me a grandchild." Seeing her mother urging her in all sorts of ways, Yi Lingshuang grew anxious. Though she was ready to be with Jiang Chen and have his children, she hadn't shared a bed with her mother in a long time. She didn't know how long her mother would stay this time. Tonight, she really wanted to sleep with her mother. Her mother was getting older, and every day with her was precious. Jiang Chen could see that Yi Lingshuang was anxious and wanted to be with her mother, so he said, "Mom, Shuanger hasn't been with you for a long time. Let's talk about having kids tomorrow, okay?" Yi Lingshuang was delighted. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to understand her so well. She quickly took Zhang Yunpei's hand, shaking it and acting spoiled. "Mom, I miss you so much. I miss snuggling in your arms and sleeping with you. You can't just take that away from me because I'm married. I'm still your daughter, your most beloved daughter." Seeing her daughter's tearful eyes, Zhang Yunpei's heart softened. Yes, Yi Lingshuang was her only daughter. Even if she was married, she was still her daughter. Wanting to sleep with her mother was only natural. This time, she came to spend time with her daughter. Thinking this, she let go of her earlier thoughts. Having a child could wait a day or two. But she was getting older, and her time was running out. Once Yi Lingshuang had children, their time together would be even less. Zhang Yunpei looked at Jiang Chen. Feeling a bit embarrassed, "Xiao Chen, I'll sleep with Shuang Yi tonight." "Mom, why are you being so polite with me?" As Shuang Yi said, "Whether she's married or not, she'll always be your and Dad's little girl." Jiang Chen's response made Zhang Yunpei very happy. This son-in-law was really growing on her. It seemed she had found a good match for her daughter. Yi Lingshuang and her mother went to sleep in the guest room. Jiang Chen lay in the big bed, staring at the large room in a daze. He could have been cuddling with his wife, chatting, exploring each other's bodies, and discussing the mysteries of the universe. But now, he could only lie alone and reminisce. Shaking his head, he picked up his phone and saw a message from Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, bear with it for now. Tomorrow your sweet wife will treat you to some peach." Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Lingshuang was indeed unique. Even with her mom there, she sent a teasing message. Yes, teasing. What did she mean by bear with it? And what peach? It wasn't much. But her message made him feel uncomfortable. So he picked up his phone to play games to blow off steam. After a few hours, he was so tired he fell asleep. In the morning he walked down the hallway and saw Zhang Yunpei wearing an apron, busy in the kitchen. Yi Lingshuang was there too. It looked like Zhang Yunpei was teaching Yi Lingshuang how to cook. "Dear, to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. Though you're beautiful, there are countless beautiful women in the world. If you don't improve, you'll be outdone. This world never lacks beautiful or capable women. You need to have skills that make a man devoted to you." Listening to Zhang Yunpei teaching Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen felt warm inside. What an amazing mother-in-law. So considerate. At that moment, Yi Lingshuang spoke up. "Mom, I really want to be a good wife who takes care of her husband, but I don't seem to have the talent for it." "What talent? Cooking doesn't need talent. It just needs effort, just like you love singing. If you don't practice, will you have a naturally good voice? Don't make excuses. Do you forget that Xiao Chen went to a university over 1,000 kilometers away to avoid you? So, put in some effort." The mother and daughter chatted while handling the ingredients in the kitchen. Jiang Chen slowly walked downstairs. At the kitchen door, he said to Zhang Yunpei, "Mom, Why are you up so early? Seeing Jiang Chen, Zhang Yunpei smiled. Xiao Chen, you're up. Go freshen up, breakfast will be ready soon. Okay. Jiang Chen went to the washroom for a quick freshen up. When he came out, there were a few dishes and lean meat porridge on the table. This was their hometown breakfast. Xiao Chen. Come sit. Jiang Chen smiled and sat down with Yi Ling Shuang. As they ate, Zhang Yunpei suddenly said, Dear, where is your company? I'll go with you later to see your boss. Don't bully people like that. Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly said, Mom, don't worry about it. I took leave to come and solve this. Amen. Zhang Yunpei was puzzled. Xiao Chen, I know you're mature for your age, but let me, as her mother, handle this. Yi Ling Shuang interrupted, pretending to be relaxed. Mom, my contract with the company is up. They're just upset and threatening me. Yi Ling Shuang explained the situation. Though she felt it was a pity not to be able to sing anymore, she thought it might be okay. She could focus on cooking and taking care of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could see her future using the destiny modification skill. Though their life was good, he saw she still felt a bit regretful. Because Yi Ling Shuang really loved singing and acting. Even if she wasn't regretful, he couldn't let Yang Shu bully her like that. Honey, no one can blacklist you. No one can take away your passion for singing and acting. Jiang Chen's serious tone warmed Yi Ling Shuang's heart. Honey, it's enough that you care. I'm really not that interested in acting and singing anymore. I just want to marry you, take care of you, and give our parents grandchildren. Living a happy life together is enough for me. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sadness. This silly girl, saying such silly things. She clearly loved acting and singing. But now she was saying these things against her true feelings. Honey, marrying me doesn't conflict with your singing and acting. Seeing her about to argue, he added, Honey, trust me. I can make sure you continue acting and singing. Though she didn't fully believe it, she nodded and said, I trust you. Sometimes, lovers need to tell each other little white lies. Honey, where is your company? I want to meet your boss Yang Shu. Yi Ling Shuang was stunned. Jiang Chen wanted to see Yang Shu, one of the top bosses in the industry. Yang Shu wouldn't back down unless she signed that unfair contract. Thinking of an excuse to refuse, Zhang Yunpei spoke up. Dear, if Xiao Chen says he has a way, he must have a way. To Zhang Yunpei, Jiang Chen was a prodigy. Not only was he a quick learner, but he also did many unexpected things. Like creating song sales records that no one had broken. In high school, he even tutored a failing student to become a top 10 student. These feats seemed almost miraculous. So she believed Jiang Chen wasn't just talking. Seeing her mom's confidence, Yi Ling Shuang fell silent. She didn't think Jiang Chen could do it. After all, Yang Shu had never compromised. Compromising would damage his authority. Yang Zhu wouldn't do that. But Jiang Chen insisted on going. Thinking it over, she said, Honey, I'll go with you. If you go alone, he might not see you. In the general manager's office on the 53rd floor of Huamei Entertainment Company. A middle-aged man in a white shirt stood by the window, overlooking the capital with a faint smile. He had just received a notice from his secretary. Yi Ling Shuang wanted to talk about the contract. Yi Ling Shuang, who was always so proud. Even when she was with his company, she refused to do kissing scenes. If a scene required kissing, she used a body double. Her pride made him eager to conquer her. He had hinted several times that he wanted her as a mistress. But she always evaded him. Sometimes she would hide in the bathroom and not come out. This made him very uncomfortable. So this time he deliberately made the renewal contract extremely unfair. The purpose was simple, to force her to come to him, so he could take advantage of her before amending the contract. But she chose to terminate the contract rather than contact him. Now that she was coming to him, he planned to make the most of it and satisfy his desires. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Yang, Miss Yi is here. Oh, let her in. Yes. The secretary left, and he sat back in his chair, smiling. The door opened. Yi Ling Shuang walked into the office. Seeing her ladylike outfit, Yang Shu's eyes lit up. She looked even more beautiful than before. Just as he was about to greet her, Jiang Chen walked in. He recognized Jiang Chen as Yi Ling Shuang's boyfriend from the news. With Jiang Chen there, he sat back in his chair and said coldly, Miss Yi, what can I do for you? Mr. Yang, it's not my wife who wants to talk to you, it's me. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Then turned to Yi Ling Shuang and gently said, Honey, go chat with your colleagues. Okay. Yi Lingshuang nodded and left the office. She didn't look at Yang Shu the entire time. Seeing her arrogance, Yang Shu was even more excited. The prouder she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Jiang Chen looked at the personal information floating above Yang Shu's head. Yang Shu 48 years old, 29 years of life remaining. Seeing this, Jiang Chen checked Yang Shu's future destiny. He saw that Yang Shu planned to have people capture Yi Lingshuang and take compromising photos to blackmail her. Seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned. This bastard wants to die. Continuing to look, Jiang Chen saw Yang Shu had harmed several actresses to satisfy his desires. He used illegal means on those who refused. Scum. If you don't die, who will? Enraged, Jiang Chen used his system to alter Yang Shu's destiny. He made Yang Shu a terminal cancer patient, with not long to live. Yang Shu had no idea his destiny had been altered, making him a terminal cancer patient. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at him, he coldly asked, "Kid, if you're here for Yi Lingshuang, I won't talk to you. If there's any talking, it's with her." Jiang Chen pitied him. He was about to die and still had such thoughts? Pouring himself a glass of water, Jiang Chen said calmly, "I'm not here for my wife." "Then why are you here?" "I don't think we have anything to talk about." Yang Shu was ready to kick Jiang Chen out. But Jiang Chen didn't care. He looked around the office, thinking of the employees who had greeted Yi Lingshuang warmly. Clearly she got along well with them. Since she got along well, why not make this company hers? He smiled. "Your company is nice. Sell it to me." "Ah." Yang Shu frowned. "What did you say?" "Sell your company to me." Now Yang Shu heard clearly. He found it laughable. Not even Yi Lingshuang could afford his company. Jiang Chen, a pauper, on what grounds? "Kid, can you afford it?" His tone was full of mockery and superiority. "Even if you worked your whole life, you couldn't afford a bathroom in this company. I may be poor, but your company is only worth 1 yuan. How can I not afford it?" Jiang Chen said calmly. 1 yuan. Yang Shu, who had found it funny, now looked coldly at Jiang Chen. "What did you say?" "Yang Shu, I'm giving you a yuan out of respect. Don't be ungrateful." "Kid, you want to die." Yang Shu was furious. For years he had only bullied and taken advantage of others. No one dared speak to him like this. "I don't want to die, but you're close to it," Jiang Chen said calmly. Yang Shu was enraged, glaring at Jiang Chen. He decided to teach him a lesson.
Jiang Chen saw Yang Shu's future change. Yang Shu planned to have him beaten to death.
Seeing this, Jiang Chen wondered, is the future not fixed? But it didn't matter. With his system, he could change anyone's destiny. Since there was a change, he would alter it again. So, he began modifying Yang Shu's fate.
"Yang Shu, are you feeling pain in your chest and having trouble breathing?" Hearing this, Yang Shu hadn't felt anything.
But now, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had trouble breathing. It was getting worse, as if he were suffocating. He clutched his throat, coughing uncontrollably. Jiang Chen was pleased.
His modifications were working. "Quick, call 120 for me." Yang Shu pleaded with Jiang Chen. "Hey."
Jiang Chen laughed. "Why are you laughing?" "I'm laughing at your foolishness." Yang Shu, furious, swung his hand at Jiang Chen's face. With a crack, Yang Shu's hand dropped limply. He tried to lift it, but the pain made him scream. Jiang Chen was satisfied. This was his doing. He had modified Yang Shu's destiny so that if he tried to hit Jiang Chen, his hand would dislocate. Looks like the system was right. This destiny modifier is powerful. No need for logic. I can do whatever I want. At that moment, Jiang Chen loved his system. It was so domineering, so effective. "Yang Shu, your right hand is useless now. Do you still want to fight?" Jiang Chen looked at Yang Shu with a taunting smile. The provocation and hint of evil in his eyes made Yang Shu feel this was a challenge. He, being in a high position, couldn't tolerate this. He lifted his left hand. With another crack, it dislocated. Yang Shu screamed in pain. After the scream, he looked confused. One hand dislocating was understandable. But both hands? That wasn't scientific. He endured the pain and looked at Jiang Chen, who was still smiling. Smiling brightly. With both hands useless, Jiang Chen could beat him without resistance. Thinking of being beaten, he no longer wanted to stay in the office. He ran to the door but couldn't open it with his hands. As he tried to call for help, his mouth suddenly hurt. He couldn't speak, and his legs gave out, making him kneel. Terrified by this strangeness, Yang Shu thought either he was cursed or Jiang Chen was supernatural. Maybe a fairy or ghost from myth. He remembered horror movies where people were tormented by ghosts, and was so scared he wet himself. He looked at Jiang Chen with pleading eyes. Seeing Jiang Chen unmoved, he kowtowed, begging for mercy. Jiang Chen was pleased with the system's effectiveness. He walked over to Yang Shu, crouched down and smilingly asked, "Now will you sell me your company for 1 yuan?" Yang Shu nodded repeatedly. He had no other choice. Now that he couldn't move and couldn't even speak, he would agree to anything. Even if it were for a single penny or for free, he would gladly give away his company just to save his life. Seeing Yang Shu's terrified expression, Jiang Chen once again marveled at the power of his system. By altering someone's fate, he could achieve whatever he wanted without leaving a trace. This was truly killing without evidence. Jiang Chen was becoming increasingly satisfied with the fate-altering skill provided by his system. Standing up, he looked down at Yang Shu. In his mind, he reversed the fate modification that made Yang Shu unable to move. As soon as the modification was undone, Yang Shu found that his limbs no longer hurt, and he could move again. He was ecstatic. But just as he tried to stand up, he heard Jiang Chen's calm voice. "I like you better on your knees." Yang Shu's face changed dramatically. He didn't want to submit. But suddenly, it felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on him, making it impossible to stand. Yang Shu was terrified, his face turning pale. He no longer had any thoughts of resistance. He could fight powerful people, but he couldn't fight someone like Jiang Chen who could end his life with a mere thought. It was a battle he couldn't win. At this moment, Yang Shu was like a docile sheep, utterly submissive. Seeing Jiang Chen silent, he immediately kowtowed to him. "Immortal, please spare my life. I know I was wrong." Immortal. Jiang Chen found it amusing. This foolish man. He actually thought Jiang Chen was a deity. Still, Jiang Chen was quite pleased with the title. After all, having the power to take lives with a thought did make him feel godlike. Looking at Yang Shu, who was now groveling like a grandson, Jiang Chen remembered the future scenes of Yang Shu harming those actresses, and said calmly, "Yang Shu, you are immoral and without limits. Your time has come." What? Yang Shu was utterly terrified. His time had come? That couldn't be. He still had billions in the bank. He hadn't even spent his money yet. How could he die? "Immortal, please spare me. I don't want to die." Seeing Jiang Chen unmoved, Yang Shu kept kowtowing, his face full of panic. "Immortal, I'll give you lots of money if you let me live. I really don't want to die." "Oh, money. Money." Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. From Yang Shu's future fate, he knew Yang Shu had over 3 billion in Swiss banks, and more than 1 billion in various other banks. He also had several investments. In total, he had over 4 billion. Jiang Chen was very tempted by this amount. Why not take his money, and then send him on his way? Thinking this, Jiang Chen found it quite appealing. So, he began to plan in his mind how to maximize the benefits. Suddenly, he remembered the symbiotic bond he had with Yi Lingshuang. If Yi Lingshuang gained wealth, he would receive 100-fold reward. If Yi Lingshuang took all these billions, 4 billion times 100 would be an astronomical figure. He would be the richest man in the world. Although he didn't care about being the richest, he liked money. Money might not buy everything, but being without money was certainly worse. Having trillions in the bank sounded wonderful. Looking at the pleading Yang Shu, Jiang Chen decided to play the role of a deity, saying thoughtfully, "You wanted to blacklist my wife and harm other stars. You are heavily sinful and deserve to die. But seeing that you've repented, I think letting you live a bit longer is possible, depending on your sincerity." Yang Shu understood Jiang Chen's words. He just wanted money. Giving money was the sincerest thing he could do. Luckily, he had plenty of money. "Immortal, I'm willing to pay 1 billion for 1 year of life. Is that acceptable?" After saying this, Yang Shu felt a bit relieved. He had 4 billion. If he spent it all, he could buy 400 years. This was turning misfortune into fortune. His heart was bursting with joy. 1 billion for a year. Jiang Chen found it hilarious. "Yang Shu, you wish. Someone like you, 1 billion for a year. Immortal then. 1 billion for half a year." Yang Shu, being a businessman, thought Jiang Chen might be young and impressionable. 1 billion was a lot, half a year should be enough. "Yang Shu, you're on the brink of death and still trying to fool me." Jiang Chen looked at Yang Shu coldly. Yang Shu felt a chill. This young man was ruthless. How could he be so hard to deceive? Seeing Jiang Chen's stern face, Yang Zhu didn't dare to play tricks anymore. Then, $1 billion for a month, Yang Zhu said weakly. $1 billion a month meant his savings could buy him 30 to 40 years, which was still a good deal. Hey! Jiang Chen laughed. This wasn't acceptable? Yang Zhu panicked and said weakly, how about $1 billion for 10 days? 10 days. Jiang Chen laughed. You are heavily sinful. $1 billion for a minute is already generous. What? Yang Zhu's mind was blown. $1 billion for a minute? 100 billion would get him 100 minutes. 400 billion would only get him 400 minutes. A little over 6 hours? That was ridiculous. Immortal. This exchange rate is too. Yang Zhu was desperate. Spending billions for just a few hours of life would drive anyone mad. As he tried to plead again, Jiang Chen's impatient voice interrupted. If you're not willing to pay, then go to hell. Yang Zhu turned pale with fear. He didn't want to die. He hadn't lived enough. Seeing Jiang Chen's cold expression, he felt utterly humiliated. He thought Jiang Chen was too domineering, not even willing to negotiate. He forgot that he had been just as domineering. When he wanted to blacklist someone, he didn't give them a choice. Those who lacked courage would grovel before him, begging for mercy. Those with backbone, who didn't beg, would fade from the public eye. At this moment, he regretted his past actions. If he hadn't done those things, or tried to blacklist Yi Lingshuang, he wouldn't have provoked Jiang Chen. His life wouldn't be at risk. Seeing Yang Zhu silent, Jiang Chen didn't bother to say more. He directly worsened Yang Zhu's terminal cancer. Yang Zhu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and collapsed, clutching his chest in agony. But Jiang Chen remained unmoved. Immortal, save me. Yang Zhu knew Jiang Chen was responsible. Jiang Chen wanted him dead, so he begged. But Jiang Chen was indifferent. Yang Zhu was in despair. Am I really going to die? I can't die. I haven't lived enough. Filled with unwillingness, Yang Zhu pleaded, Immortal, I'll trade 4 billion for 400 days. Seeing Yang Zhu on the brink of collapse, Jiang Chen was satisfied. But he couldn't let such a scourge live that long. In his memories, this scourge committed atrocities against many actresses within a year. Letting him live would be disrespectful to the victims. So, he said, your attitude displeases me. The rate is now 2 billion for a minute. What? Yang Zhu was in agony. He could have lived for 400 minutes, but now it was just 200 minutes. Half of his time was gone. Jiang Chen ignored him and said coldly, if you don't decide within a minute, the rate will be 3 billion for a minute. Yang Zhu was terrified. He really didn't want to die. Immortal, please spare me, Yang Zhu pleaded, his face full of fear. Jiang Chen was truly terrifying. Yang Zhu looked at Jiang Chen with desperate eyes. I'll do anything you want as long as you let me live. Even be my dog, Jiang Chen asked with a half smile. Yang Zhu's face turned pale. But then he thought, being a dog at least meant he wouldn't die. To hell with dignity. Dying with dignity was worse than living as a dog, so he nodded repeatedly. I can be your most loyal dog. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Seeing Yang Zhu reduced to a spineless coward, Jiang Chen sneered. This was the great industry mogul? What a joke. Master, from now on, you are my master, Yang Zhu said obsequiously. I'll be your lackey. Please, master, spare my life. I'll repay you well and always follow your commands. At this moment, Yang Zhu believed that even as Jiang Chen's dog, he could still wield some power. After all, Jiang Chen was immensely powerful. Maybe he could rise from the ashes using Jiang Chen's power. Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang was chatting with the studio staff, unaware of what was happening in Yang Zhu's office. Lingshuang, with Mr. Yang treating you like this, we don't want to work here anymore. Have you thought about starting your own company? Lingshuang could tell her colleagues wanted to join her, and she felt very touched. She smiled and said, Yang Zhu has already blacklisted me. Even if I wanted to start a company, it wouldn't work. Lingshuang, your voice is unique. Mr. Yang might be able to blacklist you in the film industry, but he can't stop you in music. Lingshuang smiled. She knew very well how powerful Yang Zhu was. Those blacklisted by Yang Zhu had never resurfaced, despite their talents. If they couldn't escape, how could she? While they were chatting, her phone rang. It was Jiang Chen. Honey, are you done? She answered. Jiang Chen's gentle voice came from the other end. Yes, where are you? I'm in the studio chatting with friends. Come to the office. I talked to Yang Zhu, and he's agreed to transfer his shares to you. What? Ling Shuang was stunned. What did Jiang Chen talk about? Yang Shu's shares to her? She couldn't afford them. Yang Shu's shares were worth 1.8 billion yuan, and she only had 200 million in savings. She whispered, "Honey, I don't have that kind of money." "Don't worry about the money, dear. Just come to the office and sign the transfer agreement. You'll be the major shareholder." Ling Shuang felt her head buzzing. Her silly husband, what was he thinking? After a moment of hesitation, she decided to go to the office. When she arrived, 2 lawyers from the legal department were already there. Yang Yixu, seeing Ling Shuang, greeted her with a smile. "Ling Shuang, please don't hold a grudge for my past mistakes. It's all my fault." He handed her the contract prepared by the lawyers. "Ms. This is the share transfer agreement. Just stamp here and pay a symbolic 1 yuan. You'll be the major shareholder of the company." Ling Shuang was utterly confused. What kind of move was this? 1 yuan? Shares worth nearly 2 billion yuan for 1 yuan? This was surreal. In a daze, she took the contract and glanced through it. The contract was very straightforward. There were no traps. It was hard to believe. She walked over to Jiang Chen and asked suspiciously, "Honey, what's going on?" "Honey? Don't worry about the details. Just check the contract. If it's fine, you'll be the major shareholder of this company." Hearing this, Ling Shuang reviewed the contract again. There were indeed no traps. And it was easy to understand. Seeing Yang Shu's obsequious demeanor, she had a guess. My silly husband must have found some leverage over Yang Shu. Thinking this, Ling Shuang looked at Jiang Chen with deep affection. What kind of danger did her silly husband face for her sake? Jiang Chen felt uneasy under Ling Shuang's intense gaze. "Honey, is there a problem with the contract? If there is, I'll have them change it." Ling Shuang shook her head. "The contract is fine." "Then sign it. The company is yours now." Seeing Jiang Chen's determined and loving eyes, Ling Shuang decided to stop questioning. Jiang Chen had risked everything to get leverage over Yang Shu and force him into this agreement. If Jiang Chen wasn't afraid, why should she be? If something went wrong, she would face it with Jiang Chen. So, she signed her name and handed Yang Shu a yuan. "Congratulations, Ms. Ye, you're now the major shareholder." The lawyers and Yang Shu clapped cheerfully. Ling Shuang responded with a faint smile. "Ms. Ye will take our leave. Contact us anytime if you need anything." The lawyers left, followed by Yang Shu. Seeing them leave happily and without any hostility, Ling Shuang was puzzled. Weren't they threatened? Why were they so happy? Shaking her head, she couldn't figure it out. She walked over to Jiang Chen, curious, "Honey, what leverage did you have over him? Not only did he obey you, but the lawyers did too." Seeing Ling Shuang full of questions, Jiang Chen smiled. "Honey, you don't need to know too much. Just know that now you can sing and act again, and you're the major shareholder of this company. No one can blacklist you anymore. If you find anyone in the company who disrespects you, just fire them." Ling Shuang stopped questioning. Hearing Jiang Chen say she was the boss and could do whatever she wanted made her smile. Her silly husband thought she was a tyrant? She wasn't that unreasonable. Yes, she had been unreasonable to Jiang Chen when they were kids, but that was then. Now, she knew how hard people worked in various industries and would never act so autocratically. After some affectionate moments in the office, they left the company. The news of the company's share transfer quickly spread. After all, it was a big deal in the industry. When the announcement went out, everyone following Yi Ling Shuang's story was stunned. There had been no news about her for 2 days. Everyone knew she had been blacklisted. But now, she was the major shareholder of the company. "My goddess is amazing. You dare blacklist me, force me into a draconian contract? I'll just buy your company and become the major shareholder. That'll teach you." "Hey haha. Goddess, you're awesome. This move is brilliant. How will those who blacklisted her face my goddess now?" Instantly, news of Yi Ling Shuang becoming the major shareholder of Huamei Entertainment spread everywhere. In home, Yi Ling Shuang, Yushan Zhan, Zhang Yunpei, and Jiang Chen were having lunch. "Jiang Chen, Ling Shuang's issue is resolved. I'll fly back soon." "Mom, why are you leaving already?" Ling Shuang looked anxious. "You just got to Beijing and I haven't had time to take you shopping. Your dad hurt his hand practicing martial arts. If I don't go back, who will cook for him?" Hearing this reason, Ling Shuang found it flimsy. Her dad's injury was 6 months ago. Now, he could punch with the strength to kill a bull. How could he not cook? But thinking it over, she understood. Her parents were deeply in love. Since their marriage, they had rarely been apart. Now, her mom must miss her dad. Zhang Yunpei saw Ling Shuang's dark expression and felt embarrassed. The excuse was indeed terrible. After lunch, Jiang Chen and Ling Shuang took Zhang Yunpei to the airport. Seeing her mom off, Ling Shuang's eyes reddened. Just now, Zhang Yunpei had urged her again to have children with Jiang Chen. She said now was the perfect time. A summer baby would be easier to care for and smarter. In the parking lot, Ling Shuang blushed and asked Jiang Chen, "Honey, do you like children?" Jiang Chen thought of a child's chubby little face and smiled. "Of course I do." Thinking of Zhang Yunpei's earlier words, he added gently, "Honey, you're so beautiful. Our children will be gorgeous too. Do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Ling Shuang asked sweetly, delighted by Jiang Chen's eagerness for children. At this moment, she could already imagine holding a chubby, fair-skinned baby in her arms in 10 months. She just wondered whether it would be a boy or a girl. "Honey, I prefer a daughter," Jiang Chen said. "I hope she'll be as beautiful as you." Ling Shuang pouted. "Mom said she wants a boy." "I don't have a preference for boys over girls," Jiang Chen replied quickly. He was startled because the older generation often favored boys. But he genuinely liked the idea of having a daughter, who would be affectionate and caring, unlike a wild boy who might one day pull the plug on his oxygen tank if he ended up in the hospital. Seeing Jiang Chen's nervousness, Ling Shuang laughed. "I'm not saying you prefer boys. I just think a boy would be nice," she said. "A boy would look handsome like you. But I'd love twins, one of each." Jiang Chen's face twitched. Ling Shuang's imagination was truly wild. But twins would be wonderful brother and sister growing up together, always having each other's company. As their car sped towards the gated community, they noticed a crowd of reporters at the entrance, likely eager to interview Ling Shuang. The security guard stepped forward to block the reporters and allowed Jiang Chen and Ling Shuang to drive through. Inside the villa, Yu Shan was busy cleaning. "Finally, you're here," she said. "Several reporters somehow got in earlier and started taking photos around the house. Luckily, I spotted the camera flashes and had the security guards chase them away. Otherwise, we'd be under 24/7 surveillance by reporters." Hearing this, Jiang Chen and Ling Shuang exchanged worried glances. They had been planning to try for twins tonight. If the reporters weren't cleared out, that would be awkward. "Maybe you shouldn't stay here for a few days," Yu Xin suggested. "These reporters have no limits." Ling Shuang thought it over and agreed. Now was a crucial time for them. If their intimate moments were overheard and recorded, it would be humiliating. "Honey, why don't we go back to Hangzhou?" Ling Shuang suggested. The news of her becoming the company owner had created such a frenzy that reporters were desperate for an interview. Staying in Beijing was no longer safe. At first, Yang Chen felt awkward, but he realized that their relationship was normal and natural. "Don't worry, love. We have nothing to be ashamed of," he said. But Ling Shuang hesitated. These days were special for them as newlyweds, and their activities could be quite noticeable. "Don't be afraid. If we're not embarrassed, then the embarrassment is theirs," Jiang Chen reassured her with a smile. Ling Shuang blushed. She had never realized how thick-skinned Jiang Chen could be. Yu Xian, innocent as ever, was confused by their conversation. "Sis, what are you talking about?" "Nothing," Ling Shuang said. Embarrassed. Just then, Ling Shuang's phone rang. It was her best friend Yi Peiying. "Sis, what's going on?" Peiying asked. "I just finished shooting, and the entire crew is talking about you buying out Yang Shu's shares and becoming the major shareholder. Is it true?" Ling Shuang hesitated but answered, "It's true." "Wow," Peiying exclaimed. "Sis, did you win the lottery or something? How did you come up with 20 billion yuan to buy those shares?" Ling Shuang awkwardly scratched her head. She didn't want to discuss this over the phone. "When are you coming back to Beijing?" "I'm taking the train back this evening," Peiying replied. "But seriously, how did this happen? You're the company boss now? You've been hiding this pretty well." Feeling a headache coming on, Ling Shuang sighed. "I'll explain when you get here, okay? It's too complicated to discuss over the phone." "All right," Peiying conceded. "By the way, is your husband there? I saw pictures of him online. He looks pretty handsome. Can we video chat? I want to see if he matches up in real life." Ling Shuang was annoyed. "Why are you looking at pictures of my husband online? What's your intention?" Peiying was taken aback by her friend's intense reaction. "Sis, I'm not trying to steal him. I just want to see if he's worthy of you." Reluctantly, Ling Shuang started a video call and pointed the camera at Jiang Chen. Yang Chen saw Peiying on the screen and his eyes widened. She was quite stunning, with an exceptionally youthful face and a striking figure. Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Paying teased, pouting. Hey, if you look this good, you should expect people to stare. Jiang Chen retorted. Smooth talker. You seem unreliable. Paying replied. If you're going to criticize me, why are we even video chatting? Fine, I'll hang up. Jiang Chen said, reaching to end the call. Wait, Paying was shocked by his straightforwardness. Okay, you win. Since you're my friend's husband, I'll let you off this time. She smiled mischievously. Do you think I'm wearing too many clothes? Should I take off my jacket? Ling Shuang couldn't take it anymore. She knew Paying's bold nature too well and snatched the phone. Are you itching for a beating? He Paying giggled. Your husband seems pretty pervy. Aren't you satisfying him enough? If you can't handle him alone, call me to help. You're asking for it. Ling Shuang snapped. Jiang Chen, listening to their banter, was speechless. Ling Shuang's friends were truly unique. First Lin Xiaoxiao suggested they both marry him, and now Paying was offering to help satisfy him. Damn, do women really talk like this? Jiang Chen thought. Two women were arguing in a video. Jiang Chen, sensing the tension, wisely stepped aside and began scrolling through the news on his phone. These days, Yi Ling Shuang was becoming increasingly popular. Major media outlets were covering her, and the public was buzzing with curiosity. What exactly had happened during her 2-day disappearance? How did she suddenly acquire all of Yang Zhu's shares? This move was shocking, especially since Yang Zhu was known to be an arrogant giant in the industry, with seemingly unlimited resources and wealth. He had once declared in an interview that his company was his life. So, how could someone so deeply attached to his company sell all his shares to Yi Ling Shuang without holding anything back? It was simply too bizarre. Jiang Chen chuckled as he read the news. Arrogance and pride? He had seen none of that in Yang Zhu, who had once begged him on his knees. There was no trace of pride or dignity left in the man. As he continued browsing, Jiang Chen noticed a surge of articles attacking Yi Ling Shuang. One account, in particular, was very active. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen recognized the username as the same one that had been banned on a short video platform for 9.9 billion years. Tomorrow, I won't be a slacker. It must be the same person, Jiang Chen thought, as he continued reading the slanderous posts. The account was relentlessly defaming Yi Ling Shuang, going so far as to fabricate stories, claiming that she had made some shady deal with Yang Zhu to gain her current popularity. Watching this account spread lies, with many others blindly following along, Jiang Chen felt increasingly uneasy. He then noticed that this user had posted nearly 20 defamatory articles within just a few hours, and the posts had garnered a significant number of views and heated discussions. Jiang Chen was furious at this blatant attack on Yi Ling Shuang. He decided that it was time to use his technical skills to shut down the offender's account for good. Jiang Chen went upstairs, grabbed Yi Ling Shuang's laptop, and opened an encrypted webpage, a hacker forum. In his previous life on Earth, he had studied computers and even dissected the infamous panda burning incense virus. He had recreated and upgraded this virus in his new life, purely for fun, never intending to harm anyone. But now, seeing how the user behind Tomorrow I Won't Be a Slacker was targeting Yi Ling Shuang, he could no longer stand idly by. Jiang Chen accessed his personal software collection on the hacker forum, where he had stored the panda burning incense virus. He downloaded it and input some code to trace the IP address of the account attacking Yi Ling Shuang. Despite the IP being encrypted, Jiang Chen wasn't concerned. He swiftly inserted the virus into the user's IP, and within 3 seconds, he had access to all their data, including personal information. Zhao Peng, 28 years old, graduated from Kyoto Computer College. Owns 2 media companies with a total of 1,500 accounts on various platforms. Jiang Chen read, stunned. This guy isn't just a hater, he makes a living off defaming celebrities. How disgusting. Jiang Chen realized that taking down all 1,500 of Zhao Peng's accounts, along with their posts, would be a massive task since he didn't have software to do it all at once. Then he remembered a program he had seen on the forum that could delete accounts and all their content with a single click. He quickly searched for it and found the developer. Hey, do you still have that one-click account deletion program? Jiang Chen messaged. Yeah, need it, came the quick reply. Yes. It'll cost you 50,000, the developer responded. No problem, Jiang Chen agreed and transferred the money. Soon he had the program in hand. Upon inspecting the code, Jiang Chen noticed a backdoor that would allow the original account owners to restore their accounts if they contacted the developer. Amused, Jiang Chen modified the program, sealing the backdoor completely. Now, even if Jesus himself tried, the accounts couldn't be restored. Confident that there were no flaws, Jiang Chen began using the program to delete all of Zhao Peng's posts. As he worked, He noticed that many of Zhao Peng's accounts had a substantial following, with some having up to 1 million active followers. Clearly, Zhao Peng had been making good money with these accounts. Goodbye, Jiang Chen muttered as he started the process of permanently deleting all of Zhao Peng's accounts. As the success notifications popped up, a slight smile tugged at Jiang Chen's lips. You silenced me, so I deleted 1,500 of your accounts. Fair trade. Just as Jiang Chen was about to close his computer and head downstairs, he saw a flood of messages on the hacker forum. Curious, he clicked on them and found that they were from the same person who had sold him the program. Hey man, what did you use my program for? You didn't use it on Tomorrow I Won't Be a Slacker, did you? Bro, that account, and some others connected to it, are mine. Please, don't delete my accounts. Why did you seal the backdoor? Is there any way to unlock it? Bro, I'll pay you, just name your price. Jiang Chen was stunned. So all those accounts were run by this guy. Realizing that he had just paid the developer to delete his own accounts, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Did I just hand a knife to my enemy to cut himself? This whole situation felt absurdly comedic to Jiang Chen. But he wasn't about to give this guy a chance to recover. Anyone who made money off defaming others wasn't worth saving. As the developer kept begging, Jiang Chen simply replied, "You're unethical. Spreading lies just for money isn't right." Yeah, but defaming female celebrities pays well. We're in this for the money, right? The developer responded. Jiang Chen fell silent, realizing the guy had no sense of morality. The messages kept coming. Alright, how about this? I'll give you 500,000 if you unlock the program. Jiang Chen scoffed and replied coldly, "The back door is sealed." Are you just holding out for more money? Zhao Peng asked. It was clear that Zhao Peng was panicking, but Jiang Chen had no intention of giving him any opportunity to restore the accounts. After all, he wasn't going to let this guy continue to attack his wife. Sure. Give me 10 billion? And it's yours. Jiang Chen backed sarcastically. 10 billion. Zhao Peng on the other end of the computer was stunned by the price Jiang Chen demanded. Bro, you're in this for the money too, right? Why take things so far? We're both in the same circle. Don't you dare compare me to you, Jiang Chen quickly typed back. We are not the same kind of people. With a firm warning, he continued. Let me give you a piece of advice: stop attacking Yi Ling Shuang without reason. If I catch you doing it again, you'll bear the consequences. You should already know my computer skills are far better than yours. If you push me, I can dig up every detail about you and your ancestors. Reading this, Zhao Peng became furious, nearly exploding with rage. Over 1,000 accounts gone. His daily income had been over 100,000, and now it was all lost. And to top it off, he was being threatened by Jiang Chen. He was livid, but as he stared at his now crippled computer and phone, he couldn't help but admit that Jiang Chen's skills were far superior. The firewall protecting Jiang Chen's IP was extremely advanced, and Zhao Peng couldn't even trace his location, let alone retaliate. Plus, the virus Jiang Chen had deployed had already taken down 5 of his laptops and 3 of his phones. The more Zhao Peng thought about it, the more powerless he felt, and worry began to creep in. If Jiang Chen decided to leak all his information or hand it over to Yi Ling Shuang, Zhao Peng could end up in jail. After all, the news he had published about her was entirely fabricated, which was a serious offense. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Peng quickly started typing an apology. Bro, I'm sorry. I swear I won't post anything about Yi Ling Shuang again. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Please, just let me off this time. As soon as Zhao Peng sent the message, Jiang Chen's phone buzzed with a notification. It was a payment alert. His account had just received 500,000 yuan. Then another message from Zhao Peng popped up on the screen. Bro, I'm really sorry. Please accept this 500,000 as a peace offering, and I promise I won't post anything like that again. Seeing Zhao Peng back down and unexpectedly receiving 500,000 yuan, Jiang Chen decided to leave it at that. He closed the webpage and was about to head downstairs to play a game with Yi Ling Shuang when his phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Curious, Jiang Chen answered, and a woman's voice came through the line. Is this Jiang Chen? I'm the class advisor from Hengcheng University. Upon hearing it was Yaya Wanqing, his former teacher, Jiang Chen quickly asked what was going on. It turned out that his high school classmate, Su Mengmeng, had slipped during long-distance running practice and fallen into a 3-meter deep ditch, injuring her hand and foot. The training facility couldn't treat her, and the conditions there weren't suitable, so she had been taken to the hospital. However, her parents were abroad and unreachable, and the only person Su Mengmeng knew in Hengcheng was Jiang Chen. Jie Wanqing hoped that Jiang Chen could go take care of her. Hearing that Su Mengmeng was injured, Jiang Chen anxiously asked, Teacher Jie, how is Meng Meng doing now? She just took some medicine and fell asleep. She didn't want me to bother you, but I really can't manage everything on my own. Several other students at the training facility have also fallen ill. Recognizing Xia Wangqing's difficulty, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. Since Su Mengmeng was sick and needed care, and considering they had been classmates for 3 years and desk partners, it would be wrong not to help when the teacher had asked. Teacher, please wait a moment. I'm coming over right now, Jiang Chen replied. All right, thank you so much. After hanging up, Jiang Chen quickly got dressed and hurried downstairs. Seeing his anxious expression, Yi Lingshuang approached curiously. Honey, what's wrong? Jiang Chen seemed to think of something as he looked at her, suddenly excited. Wife, can you contact the airline? I need to charter a plane to Hangcheng. What? Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Why do you need to go to Hangcheng? My classmate fell while running and injured her hand and foot. She needs someone to take care of her. Honey, you just started school, and you're not that close to her. Why go through all this trouble? Realizing he hadn't explained clearly in his haste, Jiang Chen quickly clarified. Wife, it's my high school classmate, Su Mengmeng. Her parents and close relatives are all abroad, and no one can reach them right now. I'm the only person she knows, so the teacher called me to help. Su Mengmeng hearing the name, Yi Lingshuang's expression changed. Su Mengmeng was her rival. Not only did she have a great family background, a beautiful face, and a strong academic record, but she was also deeply in love with Jiang Chen, just like Yi Lingshuang. Despite her anxiety though, Yi Lingshuang knew what had to be done. Honey, then you'd better go quickly. Jiang Chen noticed her concern and held her hand. Wife, come to Hangcheng with me. You're not busy here anyway. Originally worried that their trip might rekindle an old flame, Yi Lingshuang was relieved when Jiang Chen invited her along. Her previous anxiety was replaced with happiness. Honey, you want me to go with you? Of course. We're a team after all, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen's suggestion made Yi Lingshuang very happy. Honey, let me pack, and we can leave right away. Wife, we can buy whatever we need in Hangcheng. Could you call the airline and arrange the charter flight? I don't want to be too late and leave the teacher overwhelmed. Yes, as a top-tier celebrity, chartering flights was routine for Yi Lingshuang. She quickly turned to Xu Shan. Xiao Shan, arrange a flight as soon as possible. Sis, got it. Xu Shan promptly made the call. Soon, they had a flight arranged to leave within half an hour. Since reporters were crowding the entrance, Yi Xu Shan also arranged for a helicopter to take them to the airport. Within 5 minutes, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air as it landed in the community's open space. They boarded the helicopter, then transferred to a 40-seater private jet. 2 hours later they landed at Hangcheng Airport, where another helicopter took them directly to the rooftop of the hospital where Su Mengmeng was being treated. The whole journey, with all the helicopter transfers, cost over 300,000 yuan in travel expenses. Since the hospital was crowded due to Yi Lingshuang's fame, she and Xu Shan decided not to visit Su Mengmeng and instead went to a nearby hotel. At the District People's Hospital, room 805 on the 8th floor. Jiang Chen, you're here. A woman in her late 20s greeted him with a joyful expression. Though Jiang Chen had arrived nearly 3 hours later than expected, she was still glad to see him. Teacher, I'll take care of Mengmeng from here, Jiang Chen said. Thank you so much. I'll try to reach your family again after I leave, the teacher replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she left, clearly overwhelmed by her duties. Jiang Chen turned his attention to Su Mengmeng, who had scratches on her face and her hand and foot in casts. Seeing her in such a state made Jiang Chen's heart ache. Su Mengmeng had always been pampered. Even a cough would send her family into a panic, and they'd rush her to the hospital. If her parents saw her like this, they'd be devastated. As Jiang Chen continued to look at her, he noticed that her face was a bit dirty. He went downstairs to buy a towel and a basin and started to gently clean her face. As he was wiping her face, Su Mengmeng woke up. Jiang Chen, you came, she asked, her face lighting up with joy. Teacher Xia called me, Jiang Chen replied. I told her not to bother you, but she still reached out. Jiang Chen smiled, then looked at Su Mengmeng's cast and asked with concern, how are you feeling? I'm fine, she said. Though the moment she tried to prove it by tapping her cast with her left hand, she winced in pain. Jiang Chen quickly stopped her. You really are something. Do you want to break it more? He, Su Mengmeng giggled mischievously. It's really not that bad. Jiang Chen shook his head, then curiously asked, weren't you working in logistics? How did you end up running and falling into a ditch? Su Mengmeng sighed. Even logistics people have to run. The road was slippery after the rain, so I fell. You should be more careful, Jiang Chen said, feeling worried. Su Mengmeng had always been cautious. How had this happened? Seeing the concern in Jiang Chen's eyes, Su Mengmeng felt warm inside. Jiang Chen, thank you for coming to take care of me. Why are you being so formal? As your friend, it's my job to take care of you. As they chatted, something on the TV caught their attention. The news was showing footage of Yi Lingshuang boarding a plane. Even though Jiang Chen's face wasn't visible, Su Mengmeng recognized his silhouette. Jiang Chen, did you take leave to go to the capital? And then fly back to Hangqing because of me? Scratching his head, Jiang Chen replied, I didn't charter a plane just for you. My wife wanted to go back to Hangqing, and my teacher happened to call, so I came along. Wife Su Mengmeng picked up on that word, and was a bit stunned. Jiang Chen called someone his wife? Suddenly she had a bad feeling and nervously stared at Yi Lingshuang, who was standing next to Jiang Chen. With a tense voice she asked Jiang Chen, who is your wife? Big sister Lingshuang. Jiang Chen blurted out. A superstar? Isn't she your sister? How did she suddenly become your wife? Su Mengmeng was both flustered and confused. She still remembered how, on the day they registered, Jiang Chen had told her that Yi Lingshuang was his sister. And now, just a few days later, she had become his wife. Could Jiang Chen have been won over that quickly? Had he fallen for her already? Seeing the bewildered expression on Su Mengmeng's face, Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had previously told Su Mengmeng that he was terrified of Yi Lingshuang. Yet now, they were together. When Jiang Chen didn't respond, Su Mengmeng understood it was true. Yi Lingshuang had successfully won Jiang Chen over. The realization hit her hard. She never expected to lose, and to lose to Yi Lingshuang of all people, a person who had once made Jiang Chen so scared that he wanted to run away. But now that it was a reality, what could she do? Forcing herself to hold back the pain in her heart, Su Mengmeng smiled and said, Jiang Chen, big sister Lingshuang is beautiful, and she's a superstar. You two make a great couple. As she said this, the bitterness inside her became overwhelming. For Jiang Chen's sake, she had turned down full scholarships from 3 prestigious universities abroad. She had even given up attending the best school in the country, just to follow him to Hangqing University, a place she had never even considered before. But now, Jiang Chen already had someone else. At that moment, her heart truly ached. It hurt so much, like there was a thorn deeply lodged inside, making her feel incredibly uncomfortable. She wanted to cry out loud but was too afraid of losing face, so she just held it in. Seeing Su Mengmeng's eyes redden and the tears welling up, Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of guilt. From the moment he met her at the beginning of school until their military training, Jiang Chen had known that Su Mengmeng came to Hangqing University because of him. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen smiled and said, Mengmeng, are you hungry? Let's order some takeout. My treat. Come to think of it, we've been classmates for so many years, and I've never treated you to a meal. Hearing his words, Su Mengmeng, already in pain, felt even worse. She stared blankly at him, holding back her tears and feeling a bit angry. Back in high school, I offered to treat you so many times, but you never accepted. And now, after 3 years of sitting next to each other, you just realized we've never eaten out together. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't have money back then. If I didn't have money, how could I accept your invitation? Jiang Chen wasn't lying. During high school he had to earn his own tuition. Tutoring paid little, only about 50 yuan an hour, and with only 2 days on the weekend, he earned just a few thousand yuan a month. After deducting living expenses and textbook fees, there wasn't much left. Plus he had to worry about saving for college tuition. How could he afford to treat Su Mengmeng to a meal? As for Su Mengmeng treating him, he didn't want to go because he couldn't afford to return the favor, and he didn't want to be seen as someone who just mooched off others. If it weren't for a few generous families in Hangqing hiring him as a tutor and paying him hundreds of yuan an hour, he would still be worried about affording college. Su Mengmeng listened to his explanation and couldn't help but think back to their high school days. Every weekend, Jiang Chen would tutor and earn only a few hundred yuan. After covering his living expenses and textbook costs, there really wasn't much left. Jiang Chen had always worked so hard. It was this determination, this spirit of fighting against fate that she had admired about Jiang Chen. She believed in his ability to change his destiny through hard work, which is why she had resolutely followed him to Hangqing. All right, you win, Su Mengmeng said with a smile. But do you have money now? Her big eyes sparkled as she looked at Jiang Chen. You know, you're still a first-year student. Even if you earn some money over the summer, aren't you worried you'll run out of living expenses? She knew Jiang Chen well. Even if he was now in a relationship with Yi Ling Shuang, he wouldn't ask her for money. Back in high school, she had tried to give him money, but he refused. Jiang Chen was incredibly independent. I worked as a tutor before school started, Jiang Chen explained. There are plenty of wealthy people in Hangcheng, and they're generous. I made over 100,000 yuan this summer. I'm not going broke anytime soon. Hearing that Jiang Chen had earned more than 100,000 yuan over the summer, Su Mengmeng felt a deep sense of pride. She had always believed in him. Jiang Chen was someone who would never succumb to fate. She knew he wasn't destined to remain ordinary. One day, he would rise above it all. Jiang Chen, since you made over 100,000 yuan, don't be stingy, she teased. You know what I like to eat, right? Order everything I like, Jiang Chen chuckled. Having shared a desk for 3 years and often eaten together in the cafeteria, he knew her tastes well. He picked up his phone and started ordering food online. Seeing how generous Jiang Chen was, Su Mengmeng felt a warmth in her heart, but also a pang of regret. If only I had confessed to him in high school, then maybe I would be his girlfriend now. Maybe I would be his wife. Noticing that Su Mengmeng was staring at him with a dazed expression, Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Mengmeng, don't look at me like that. You're making me shy. Shy? Are you saying I'm not good looking, or do you have something to hide? Su Mengmeng pouted, feeling a deep resentment in her heart. Someone had stolen both his heart and him from her, so why couldn't she look at him for a while longer? Was he really going to deny her that? Realizing that Su Mengmeng seemed upset, Jiang Chen felt a bit helpless. All right, you can look all you want, as long as you don't get too mesmerized by my handsome face. Su Mengmeng, who had been feeling down, couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Chen's self-absorbed remark. How did I not notice how narcissistic you were before? It's never too late to find out, Jiang Chen replied with a cheeky grin, his thick skin on full display. Su Mengmeng rolled her eyes at him, thinking, what's the point of realizing this now? You're already someone else's man. My chance is gone. After some playful banter, the food delivery arrived. Yang Chen moved a table closer to the bed and started setting out the dishes. Seeing all her favorite foods, Su Mengmeng beamed with delight, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. Jiang Chen, I didn't know you were such a caring guy. No wonder we were desk partners for 3 years. You know exactly what I like and what I don't. Try it, and see how it tastes, Jiang Chen said, placing a piece of beef into Su Mengmeng's bowl with a smile. Since her right hand was injured, Su Mengmeng looked at the beef in her bowl, and then at her clumsy left hand. She felt a bit dejected. At that moment, she really wanted Jiang Chen to feed her. Noticing her expression, Jiang Chen quickly understood what she was thinking. But he couldn't let that happen. He didn't want Su Mengmeng to get even more attached, so he smiled and said, Mengmeng, it might be a bit awkward at first, but you'll get used to using your left hand after a while. It won't be as nimble as your right hand, but you'll still be able to eat just fine. His hint was clear. And Su Mengmeng's face darkened. He won't even feed me? How heartless. She glared at him, then picked up a plastic spoon and started eating in large bites. Seeing her stubborn and slightly resentful expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Even though she was upset, seeing Jiang Chen's smile lifted Su Mengmeng's mood. She realized that, up close, his smile was incredibly charming. They ate in silence, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Nervously, Su Mengmeng asked, Jiang Chen, are you going back to sleep with big sister Ling Shuang, or are you staying here with me? Seeing the hopeful look in Su Mengmeng's eyes, Jiang Chen understood what she was thinking. After a moment of silence, he said, I'll head back a bit later. Su Mengmeng's heart sank. So Jiang Chen still planned to go back to Yi Ling Shuang. She felt deeply disappointed. Even though she couldn't move, Jiang Chen still didn't want to stay with her. In that moment, she realized that Jiang Chen truly had no feelings for her. Staring at him for a while, she forced herself to stay calm and asked with a smile, Jiang Chen, how far have you two gotten? Jiang Chen didn't quite catch her meaning at first, but seeing Su Mengmeng blinking at him with those big eyes and making gestures with her hands, he finally understood. Our parents have already given their approval, so we're basically family now, he replied. Family? Su Mengmeng asked curiously. Since the topic had already come up and Su Mengmeng still seemed to have hope, Jiang Chen decided to be honest with her. My parents want us to have a child soon so they won't feel lonely. Su Mengmeng was shocked. She stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. A child. She couldn't wrap her head around it. Her voice quickened with urgency. You're not even 18 yet. You're not old enough to get married, and you're already talking about having kids. Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said, Actually, my mom had me before she was 18. Su Mengmeng's worldview was starting to crumble. If Jiang Chen's mom had him before she was 18, then how old could she be now? 35, 36? Maybe even 34? She must look incredibly young. If she took good care of herself, she could easily pass for a woman in her mid-20s. If they walked together, people might think they were siblings rather than mother and son. The thought of that image sent shivers down Su Mengmeng's spine. Jiang Chen, you can't follow in your parents' footsteps, she said anxiously. Things aren't like they were before. If you have a child without a marriage certificate, you won't be able to register the child. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, we can register the child under my dad's household or my wife's. Under Ling Shuang's name. Su Mengmeng was stunned. Of course. Jiang Chen wasn't old enough, but Yi Ling Shuang was. Registering the child under her name wouldn't be difficult at all. After all, there were plenty of single mothers like her. Su Mengmeng stared at Jiang Chen for a while, and seeing that he wasn't bothered by the idea, in fact, he seemed eager, she realized something. Jiang Chen really was like his father, acting first, dealing with the consequences later. Jiang Chen, I admire you. Su Mengmeng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. At that moment she knew she had lost all hope, so she could only silently wish him well. After finishing the meal, Su Mengmeng smiled and said, it's getting late. You should head back. Big sister Ling Shuang is waiting for you at home. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, I'll leave once you fall asleep. What are you waiting for? Su Mengmeng said seriously. You have no idea how agonizing it is for a woman to wait at home for her man to return. She was a woman, after all, and she had been through it herself. She knew the feeling all too well. When she first arrived at Hangcheng University, she spent every day waiting by the door, hoping for a chance encounter with Jiang Chen to deepen their bond. Now that Yi Ling Shuang had come all the way from the capital to be with Jiang Chen, she must be eagerly hoping for his return. That's why Su Mengmeng didn't want to keep him any longer. Jiang Chen fell silent. She was right. Despite being a superstar, Yi Ling Shuang was very clingy, and she was probably anxious knowing he was with Su Mengmeng right now. Thinking about it and looking at Su Mengmeng with her hand and foot in casts, he hesitated. His initial plan was to stay until she fell asleep, but now. Seeing his hesitation, Su Mengmeng smiled again and urged him, go on, really. I'm fine here. Don't keep big sister Ling Shuang waiting. Her insistence made Jiang Chen waver. To be honest, he was also starting to miss Yi Ling Shuang. But he was still a bit worried about Su Mengmeng. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to use his special skill to check Su Mengmeng's fate for the next 24 hours. If nothing bad was going to happen, he would leave. He focused on Su Mengmeng, and instantly, her personal information appeared before him. Su Mengmeng, 17 years, 11 months old. Current life expectancy 75 years. Jiang Chen was surprised to see that Su Mengmeng had such a long life ahead of her. He quickly scanned her near future and saw that shortly after he left, she would try to go to the bathroom and fall, losing consciousness. 2 hours later, when a doctor and nurse came to check on her, they would find her, and by then, her leg injury would have worsened significantly. The doctor would even say that she might end up with a permanent limp. Su Mengmeng would be so terrified that she would break down in tears. Jiang Chen was startled by this revelation. He couldn't let Su Mengmeng become permanently injured. After a moment of thought, he decided to use his fate-altering ability to change her destiny. Though Jiang Chen didn't like meddling with others' fates, he knew he had to do it. Last time, when he altered Yang Yixu's fate, it led to some unforeseen complications, things that weren't originally part of Yang Zhu's destiny. Eventually he had to alter Yang Zhu's fate to give him terminal cancer and let him die quickly. This time, Jiang Chen knew he would have to monitor Su Mengmeng's fate closely after the change to prevent any negative outcomes. Though it was troublesome, he knew he had to make the change. After all, he really wanted to see Yi Ling Shuang. He could imagine that she had probably already prepared the house, eagerly waiting for him. After all, last night she had promised him that tonight she would fulfill his wishes and share some peaches with him. If he didn't go back, she would surely be disappointed. He couldn't let that happen. So Jiang Chen began altering Su Mengmeng's fate. To ensure her well-being, he made her injuries heal within a minute. Now that her hand and foot are healed, nothing should go wrong, he thought to himself, feeling quite clever. Su Mengmeng noticed Jiang Chen staring at her and felt a bit shy. You idiot, you already have a wife, and you're still looking at me like that. Why didn't you look at me this way back in high school? She thought, feeling a bit resentful. Just then, she suddenly felt the urge to use the bathroom. Jiang Chen, could you help me? I need to go to the restroom. Sure, Jiang Chen replied, though he felt a bit nervous after having just altered her fate. He feared that the fall he had seen might happen earlier than expected. Still, he helped her up, knowing that he was still there to watch over her. As Su Mengmeng's feet touched the ground, she suddenly realized that there was no pain. It felt strange. When the teacher had helped her earlier, it had hurt so much. To test it, she secretly put weight on her foot again. No pain at all, it was as if she had never been injured. Surprised, she tried again, and when she felt no pain she excitedly exclaimed, "Jiang Chen, I think my foot is healed." Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. "Of course it's healed. How else could I leave you to go be with my wife in peace?" "Jiang Chen, did you see that? My foot is really healed," Su Mengmeng exclaimed with excitement. After that terrible fall earlier, she had been worried about ending up with a limp. But now, it seemed she was completely fine. Seeing Su Mengmeng as happy as a child, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. "Mengmeng, even if you feel better, don't start jumping around just yet. You can't be sure if it's fully healed. Take it easy." Blushing, Su Mengmeng nodded. He was right, she had only just started feeling better. Gently, she let Jiang Chen help her to the bathroom. After she finished, she noticed that her foot didn't hurt at all. It felt completely normal. Curiosity began to gnaw at her. Could it really be healed? If it was, there was no need to keep wearing the heavy cast. She looked down at the bulky cast on her leg. It was uncomfortable, and she didn't want it anymore. The thought of removing the cast grew stronger. Of course, if she asked the doctor, they would refuse, fearing responsibility. And if she told Jiang Chen, he probably wouldn't let her do it either. He might even scold her. So, Su Mengmeng decided to take matters into her own hands. She felt fine, after all. Walking over to the sink, she began unwrapping the bandages and removing the cast. Outside the bathroom, Jiang Chen had no idea what she was up to. Worried that she might fall, just like in the vision he had seen earlier, he called out, "Mengmeng, are you okay in there?" Blushing from inside the bathroom, Su Mengmeng thought, "Why is he rushing me even when I'm just using the bathroom?" Jiang Chen, still anxious, asked again, "If you don't answer, I'm coming in." Su Mengmeng quickly responded, "I'm almost done." Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. "If you need anything, just let me know. When you go silent like that, I worry you might have fallen." Su Mengmeng rolled her eyes. "Am I supposed to chat with you while I'm in the bathroom?" she thought. "I'm a girl, after all. Talking to you while using the bathroom feels so awkward." But she knew he was just concerned, so she gently replied, "All right, don't worry. I'm fine." Jiang Chen didn't say anything more, realizing this wasn't exactly the best place for conversation. Meanwhile, Su Mengmeng quickly unwrapped the bandages and removed the cast. When she looked at her leg, she was stunned. The cut from the fall was completely gone, and her leg looked as if it had never been injured. She moved her foot around and felt no pain at all. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Overjoyed, she called out, "Jiang Chen, my foot is really healed. It's really healed. It's really healed." Outside, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Of course it's healed, he thought to himself. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Su Mengmeng stepped out, barefoot and wearing slippers. Her eyes were bright with excitement as she said, "Jiang Chen, look at my foot. It's so white." Jiang Chen covered his face with his hand. That comment certainly left room for some wild imagination. Realizing how her words sounded, Su Mengmeng's face instantly turned red. "You know that's not what I meant. But really, look, it's even whiter than before." Jiang Chen glanced at her foot and had to admit, it was true. But then he realized something else. She removed the cast on her own. What a daring girl, doing that without telling him, even though he was right outside. But Jiang Chen understood her reasoning. She probably didn't tell him because she knew he wouldn't agree. And he was right. Su Mengmeng had a strong will, and it was this determination that had made her parents eventually relent and let her stay at Hengqing University. Otherwise, they would have sent her abroad long ago. Feeling a bit embarrassed under Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Mengmeng lowered her head and said softly, "Jiang Chen? I'm sorry. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd scold me." Her voice grew quieter, showing her fear of being reprimanded. "As long as you're okay, that's what matters," Jiang Chen reassured her. After all, she was already healed. Noticing her hand was still in a cast, he added, "If your leg is fine, then your hand should be too, right? I bet you're thinking about taking that off too." Su Mengmeng nodded eagerly, looking quite adorable. "Then go ahead," Jiang Chen said, without further ado. He wanted to get back to spending time with his wife. Su Mengmeng held out her hand to Jiang Chen with a playful grin. "Jiang Chen, can you help me with this?" Jiang Chen quickly unwrapped the bandages and removed the cast from her hand. "Now, try moving it. See if everything feels okay." Su Mengmeng clenched her fist and threw a few playful punches. "No problem at all." Jiang Chen was satisfied. Now that Su Mengmeng was free of her casts, she should be safe from any further accidents. It was time for him to head back to the hotel and reunite with Yi Lingshuang. The thought of what awaited him tonight made him a little excited. Mengmeng, since you're all better now, I'll be heading out, he said. The joy Su Mengmeng had felt moments ago faded as she heard that he was leaving. She wished they could spend more time together, but she knew it wouldn't be right to keep him. After all, he had a girlfriend waiting for him. Smiling, she said, "Go ahead, and send my regards to big sister Ling Shuang." Jiang Chen didn't linger. As he was about to leave, a doctor in a white coat entered the room. "Are you the family member staying with the patient?" the doctor asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. "We need to go over some." The doctor trailed off as he noticed that Su Mengmeng's casts were gone. "What happened? Who removed them?" he demanded. "It was me," Jiang Chen replied sheepishly. "My friend's foot is already healed." "Ridiculous," the doctor shouted angrily. "Her bone was displaced. She needed to stay in the cast for at least 7 days, along with anti-inflammatory treatment. It's only been 6 hours." The doctor scolded both Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng for being so reckless. After his tirade, Su Mengmeng calmly walked over and explained, "Dr. Zhang, my foot is really fine now." Seeing the doctor still skeptical, Su Mengmeng lifted her leg high up to her head. The doctor was stunned. "Put your leg down. Do you realize how serious your injury was?" he scolded. "Doctor, I'm really okay." "Look," Su Mengmeng replied, and then performed a perfect split. Both the doctor and Jiang Chen were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen hadn't realized she was this flexible. The doctor and nurse exchanged incredulous glances. Given their years of medical experience, they could tell that Su Mengmeng was indeed fully healed. But to be sure, they sent her for a series of tests. After reviewing the results, the doctor murmured to himself, "This is unbelievable. I've heard that patients recover faster with their boyfriend's support, but I never imagined their injuries could heal this quickly." Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng exchanged awkward glances. "We're not a couple," Jiang Chen clarified. "Do you think I'd believe that?" the doctor scoffed. Then, softening his tone, he added, "Relax, you two. You're university students now. There's nothing wrong with dating." Feeling even more awkward, Jiang Chen and Su Mengmeng didn't bother correcting him again. "The tests show no issues. If you want to be discharged, go ahead and start the paperwork," the doctor said. Leaving the doctor's office, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Su Mengmeng and said, "Mengmeng, I'll be off now. If you need anything, just give me a call." Jiang Chen, actually I do have one more favor to ask," Su Mengmeng called out hesitantly as she saw Jiang Chen about to leave. He returned to her side, curious. "What is it?" Glancing around to make sure no doctors were nearby, Su Mengmeng quietly said, "The smell of medicine here is too strong. I want to leave the hospital and stay at a hotel instead." "Then let's go," Jiang Chen responded. "But I didn't bring my ID, so I can't check in," Su Mengmeng admitted, her face turning red with embarrassment. Jiang Chen understood right away. It seemed that Su Mengmeng had left in such a hurry that she forgot her ID. Smiling, he said, "No problem. I'll use my ID to get you a room." "Thank you," Su Mengmeng said gratefully. Then, as if something else occurred to her, she asked timidly, "Could you wait a bit longer until I check out of the hospital?" "I'll go with you to handle it," Jiang Chen replied generously. Su Mengmeng was deeply touched by his kindness. He truly was such a considerate person. After they finished all the necessary procedures, Jiang Chen was about to accompany Su Mengmeng to check into a hotel when his phone rang. It was Yi Lingshuang, her soft and sweet voice coming through the line. "Honey, when are you coming back?" "I'm on my way," Jiang Chen replied. Really, on the other end, Yi Lingshuang beamed with joy. She had just wanted to chat with him, not expecting that he'd be heading back so soon. "Yes. That's great. Xiaoshen and I are out shopping. Want to join us? We're exhausted from carrying all these bags," Yi Lingshuang pouted playfully. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had thought she'd be waiting for him at the hotel, all prepared, but it turned out she was out shopping with Yu Shan. "All right, send me the address. I'll take a cab over." As soon as he hung up, Jiang Chen received a location message. "Jiang Chen, is big sister Ling Shuang out shopping?" Su Mengmeng asked. "Yeah," Jiang Chen responded. "Can I go with you?" "I'd love to officially meet her and maybe get a signed photo," Su Mengmeng said excitedly. After all, Yi Lingshuang was her idol. She had regretted not getting a chance to meet her properly last time, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. "I could get you a signed photo later," Jiang Chen instinctively refused. He knew that Yi Lingshuang had some reservations about Su Mengmeng and was worried that it might cause a misunderstanding. "You silly guy. I want to take a picture with her as a keepsake. Not just get an autograph. Su Mengmeng pouted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sure, I like you, but do you really have to treat me like I'm a threat? Jiang Chen felt awkward. After a brief pause, he decided to call Yi Lingshuang. Wife, Mengmeng's injury has healed, and she really wants to take a picture with you as a keepsake. On the other end, Yi Lingshuang caught the hidden meaning in Jiang Chen's words. Su Mengmeng wanted to join them, and Jiang Chen was seeking her approval. At that moment, she realized her husband wasn't as clueless as she thought. He was respecting her feelings by asking her first, which touched her deeply. All right, bring her along, she agreed. It's time I officially meet this high school beauty of yours. Jiang Chen, relieved, turned to Su Mengmeng and said, Mengmeng, let's go. My wife also wants to officially meet you. Su Mengmeng nodded eagerly. As they took a cab, she couldn't help but think more highly of Jiang Chen. Most guys, if asked by a pretty girl like me, would just agree without hesitation. But Jiang Chen made sure to check with his wife first. That's not being henpecked, that's showing respect. Her mother had always said that in a relationship, no matter how big or small the issue, it's important to discuss things first. Doing so reduces conflicts and increases happiness. Her parents were a perfect example. They never fought because they always communicated openly, even when she wanted to stay in Hangqing against their wishes. They ultimately agreed after a calm discussion. It's amazing that Jiang Chen, at just 18, already understands this principle so well, Su Mengmeng thought. The cab rolled along, and about 10 minutes later, they arrived at the location that Yi Lingshuang had sent. As they got out of the car, Su Mengmeng spotted two tall, beautiful women standing outside a shopping mall. One wore a stylish outfit and a mask, while the other was dressed simply, yet exuded elegance. Su Mengmeng immediately recognized one of them as Yi Lingshuang. The other woman was clearly her assistant. She also noticed that both women had 4 shopping bags each, filled with men's clothing and shoes from high-end international brands. Seeing this, Su Mengmeng's gaze toward Jiang Chen softened. She hadn't expected Yi Lingshuang to treat him so well, buying only things for him and not for herself. Yi Lingshuang spotted Jiang Chen and happily ran over to embrace him tightly. Clinging to his arm, she pouted playfully, Honey, you're here. I thought you'd finish a few more rounds of games before showing up. Jiang Chen chuckled and then introduced Su Mengmeng. Wife, this is my high school classmate, Su Mengmeng. You met her briefly at school last time. Su Mengmeng extended her hand warmly and said sweetly, Hi, big sister Lingshuang. It's so nice to see you again. After shaking hands and getting to know each other, Su Mengmeng couldn't contain her excitement. Big sister Lingshuang, last time was so rushed, I didn't get a chance to ask for your autograph. This time, can we take a picture together? So she really did want a picture after all. Seeing how genuinely excited and unpretentious Su Mengmeng was, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but smile. Ah, youth is wonderful. Realizing she had misunderstood Su Mengmeng earlier, Yi Lingshuang said warmly, You're my husband's classmate, there's no need to be so formal. If you don't mind, you can consider me a friend. In truth, Yi Lingshuang still saw Su Mengmeng as a potential threat, but rather than keeping her at a distance, she thought it would be better to keep her close and manageable. Big sister Lingshuang, we're already friends, Su Mengmeng beamed. She wasn't naive, she could sense Yi Lingshuang's initial wariness. But she was no homewrecker, and she knew Jiang Chen wouldn't be interested in a woman who tried to break up a happy couple. So, she readily accepted Yi Lingshuang's offer of friendship. Soon enough, the two women were chatting like old friends, making Jiang Chen feel a bit nervous. But he understood Yi Lingshuang's concerns. As a man, he knew it was his responsibility to make his partner feel secure and loved. Just then, something caught Jiang Chen's eye, a jewelry store nearby. His eyes lit up. I've never given Lingshuang a proper gift, not even a ring or a formal proposal. It's time to change that. Wife, let's check out the jewelry store, Jiang Chen suggested. Why? Yi Lingshuang asked curiously. You'll see, Jiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Though puzzled, Yi Lingshuang followed him into the store. Boss, show me your best diamond rings, Jiang Chen requested. The store manager, seeing that Jiang Chen was a handsome young man accompanied by a stylish woman, immediately recognized them as potential high spenders. He quickly brought out 3 diamond rings, each set with a 5-carat diamond of excellent clarity. Sir, these 3 rings were all designed by renowned jewelers. Each one is unique, the manager explained enthusiastically. Jiang Chen glanced at the rings and thought they looked pretty good. Turning to Yi Lingshuang with a gentle smile, he asked, Wife, which one do you like? Yi Lingshuang was deeply moved. She never imagined that Jiang Chen was planning to propose to her tonight. She had simply thought they would have a quiet night at the hotel. But here he was, buying her a diamond ring. Overwhelmed with emotion, she blushed and felt her heart swell with happiness. She carefully chose a ring with a 5-carat diamond and said expectantly, "Honey, I think this one looks beautiful." Jiang Chen nodded, took the ring and then knelt down on one knee. Looking up at her with deep affection, he asked, "Wife, will you marry me? I want to protect you for the rest of my life." "Yes, I will, my love." Yi Lingshuang's eyes glistened with tears of joy. This silly husband of hers, he could be so frustrating yet so lovable at the same time. To think he'd propose with no warning at all. How infuriating, yet how sweet. Seeing that she had accepted, Jiang Chen stood up, thrilled, and gently slipped the diamond ring onto her finger. As the ring settled on Yi Lingshuang's hand, a wave of excitement and relief washed over Jiang Chen. He now had a wife, a breathtakingly beautiful one at that. In this life he had far exceeded the regrets of his past. Yi Lingshuang gazed at the sparkling ring on her finger, her heart full of warmth. A childhood dream had finally come true. With tears of happiness in her eyes, she looked at Jiang Chen and said, "I love you, my dear husband." "I love you too," Jiang Chen replied, tenderly wrapping her in his arms. As she nestled in Jiang Chen's embrace, listening to his racing heartbeat, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but recall all those romantic proposals she'd seen on TV. She had always dreamed of a moment like this. After a brief internal struggle, the desire within her grew stronger. Blushing, she shyly whispered, "Kiss me, my love." Jiang Chen was caught off guard. This silly man, Yi Lingshuang thought with a hint of frustration. He's just proposed, and he doesn't even know what to do next. Since Jiang Chen wasn't making a move, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She lifted her head from his chest, removed her mask, and kissed him passionately. Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Lingshuang was being so bold, removing her mask and kissing him so openly, despite being a celebrity. Her boldness overwhelmed him, but then he steeled himself. If she doesn't care about what others think, then why should I? He wrapped his arms around her waist and returned her kiss. The staff and customers in the jewelry store were left in shock. The person Jiang Chen had proposed to was none other than the famous Yi Lingshuang. And she was so proactive. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. But after the initial shock, they all felt a mix of emotions. Seeing how deeply Yi Lingshuang loved Jiang Chen, despite being such a superstar, filled them with envy. How lucky was this guy to have captured the heart of someone like her? Su Mengmeng, who had been watching from the side, was completely taken aback. Jiang Chen should know that I have feelings for him, right? She thought. And he's not the type to flaunt his relationship in front of me like this. So why now? As the memories of her time with Jiang Chen began to surface, Su Mengmeng started to piece things together. She realized that Jiang Chen was sending her a message. He was showing her that he had a wife now, and it was time for her to let go. A bitter smile crossed Su Mengmeng's face. "Old friend, did you really need to tell me this way? I could have distanced myself from you on my own. You didn't need to reject me like this." Realizing that they were drawing too much attention in the jewelry store, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang quickly broke their embrace, although their hearts still ached with desire. When they opened their eyes and saw everyone smiling at them, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Despite their efforts to hold back, it seemed they had gone a bit too far. As they stood there, unsure of what to do next, someone in the store started clapping. Soon, the whole room erupted in applause. Everyone's faces were filled with warm smiles, offering their congratulations, which only made Yi Lingshuang feel even more embarrassed. "Honey, let's pay and get out of here," she whispered. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid for the ring yet. He couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. This will definitely be a funny story to tell our kids someday. Trying to stay composed, he turned to the saleswoman and said, "Do you have a card reader? I'll pay by card." How his words made everyone exchange bewildered looks. Did he seriously propose with the store's ring without paying for it first? A man in the crowd couldn't help but comment, "If it were me, I'd just walk out now with my wife. After all, she's already said yes." His remark drew knowing looks from the other men in the store. What a clever idea. Diamonds are just rocks, totally overpriced. It's all a marketing ploy to make people think they represent eternal love. But since so many women have bought into it, we're stuck buying them for weddings. The saleswoman looked nervous. She had heard the stories about Jiang Chen, just a regular college student from a modest background. Worried that he might actually leave without paying, she quickly fetched the card reader. "The total for this ring is 2.99 million yuan. While the men in the store were stunned. 2.99 million yuan could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in Hangcheng, and here it was, being spent on a single ring. They realized that even if they had a superstar wife like Yi Lingshuang, They couldn't afford to maintain her lifestyle. With prices like these, who could keep up? Yi Lingshuang began to feel anxious. She knew Jiang Chen didn't have much money, and spending nearly 3 million yuan on a ring was out of the question. Before he could hand over his card, she quickly offered her own to the saleswoman. "Use mine," she said. The move left everyone in the store dumbfounded. Is this guy really living the dream, with his superstar wife paying for the engagement ring? They wondered. "Can I get a dozen wives like this, please?" one man muttered. "I don't want to work anymore." Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward. Clearly Yi Lingshuang thought he didn't have the money to pay. "Wife, I actually have plenty of money now," he said seriously. But Yi Lingshuang didn't believe him. Just before their military training, he couldn't even afford a 600,000 yuan bag. How could he possibly afford a 3 million yuan ring now? With a gentle smile she said, "Honey, we're a team. There's no need to keep things separate between us." Her words made everyone in the store even more envious. Jiang Chen really hit the jackpot with this one. He's living off her wealth and enjoying life. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Why wouldn't she believe him? After binding with his system, and with Yi Lingshuang's initial 2 billion yuan, his fortune had multiplied to 200 billion. When they acquired Yang Xiu's company, the 18 billion yuan gain turned into 1.8 trillion. Now, he had 2 trillion yuan in his account. A mere 3 million yuan was nothing compared to his wealth. So, leaning in close to Yi Lingshuang, he whispered, "Wife, for everything else, I'm happy to let you take the lead. But when it comes to buying your wedding ring, I really need to be the one to pay." When Jiang Chen spoke, a series of vivid images from her dreams flashed through Yi Lingshuang's mind. In those dreams she was wild and uninhibited. The thought of those scenes made her blush, and she whispered back, "Honey, you should let me take the lead." Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. He had meant that he would follow her lead in their future decisions, but somehow this girl had taken it in a completely different direction. "How could your mind be so dirty?" he thought. "You're a famous star. Shouldn't your thoughts be a bit more pure?" Seeing Jiang Chen's confused expression, Yi Lingshuang felt quite pleased with herself. She could already imagine the scenes that would unfold once they returned. "I can't wait," she thought, brimming with anticipation. With a sly smile, she told the saleswoman to charge the card, mentioning that it didn't need a password. The saleswoman quickly processed the transaction, happy to finalize the sale. With a soft ding, the 2.99 million yuan was deducted from Yi Lingshuang's account. "Miss Yi, could you please sign here?" the saleswoman asked with a smile as she handed over the receipt. Yi Lingshuang signed her name in a flourish, and then turned to Jiang Chen with a mischievous grin. Jiang Chen could only sigh. He was officially being spoiled. "Honey, let's go," Yi Lingshuang said eagerly, wanting to wrap up their day and move on to what she had been eagerly waiting for. Sure, Jiang Chen agreed, knowing there was no turning back now. Seeing how happy she was, he couldn't help but ask, "Wife, do you have any other plans for the day?" Plans? Yi Lingshuang's mind whirred. She figured it would be best to let Jiang Chen decide, so she shyly looped her arm through his and said, "Honey, I'm already yours. I'll follow your lead." Her soft, teasing voice sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. Yi Lingshuang noticed Jiang Chen staring at her in a daze and shyly asked, "Honey, what do you want to do most right now?" "What do I want to do most?" Jiang Chen's thoughts immediately went to spending time with her. That night's memories were still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't wait for a repeat. And now that they were officially engaged, it was only natural for him to have those thoughts. However, he knew he couldn't just say it outright. "Wife, is there anything else you need to buy?" he asked instead. "No, that's everything," she replied, her face flushed. She too was eagerly anticipating the moment, but she wanted Jiang Chen to take the lead. Then, "Shall we head back to the hotel?" Jiang Chen suggested cautiously. "Yes," Yi Lingshuang nodded, her cheeks turning even redder. Having made up their minds, they didn't linger in the jewelry store any longer. As they were about to leave, Yi Xiushan hurried over, concerned. "A lot of people took pictures and videos earlier. Shouldn't we?" It was clear what Xiushan was suggesting. She didn't want the incident to be publicized. Understanding, Yi Lingshuang looked up at Jiang Chen and asked, "Honey, what do you think? I don't really like being in the spotlight, but today was special. Maybe it's good to let the world know that you're already my wife," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yi Lingshuang was touched, but she couldn't allow Jiang Chen to be exposed to the public. He was still in military training, and if people found out he skipped training to be with her, it could cause unnecessary trouble. So she said, "Xiaoshan, if we try to pay people to delete the photos, it might upset them. How about I take some group photos with them instead? And then you can offer them a small compensation." Yi Lingshuang had seen many similar situations in the past. Celebrities who demanded photos be deleted without handling it politely often ended up causing a backlash. While she wasn't afraid of criticism, basic courtesy was important. So she approached the onlookers, explained the situation, and kindly asked for their understanding. She even offered to take photos with everyone as a gesture of goodwill. The bystanders were pleasantly surprised. They had expected her to demand the photos be deleted, but instead, she politely requested and even offered to take pictures with them. Moved by her sincerity, they willingly deleted the photos and videos from their phones. Su Mengmeng watched as Yi Lingshuang patiently posed for pictures with more than 10 people, all while maintaining a warm smile and striking different poses. Impressed, she walked over to Jiang Chen and remarked, "Jiang Chen, big sister Lingshuang doesn't seem nearly as scary as you made her out to be. Why were you so afraid of her that you ran all the way from your hometown to East China?" Yang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Some fears run deep. Su Mengmeng chuckled. "If you were so scared of her, why did you choose her?" "She's really good to me now," Jiang Chen replied simply. Hearing this, Su Mengmeng didn't ask any more questions. The past wasn't important. What mattered was the future. After all, people always say to look forward, not back. They chatted a bit longer until Yi Lingshuang finished taking photos with the crowd and came over to join them. Smiling, she teased, "What mischief were you two up to behind my back?" "Big sister Lingshuang, I really do wish you all the best," Su Mengmeng said with a grin. "You found yourself a husband with the best temperament, and he's so level-headed too." Yi Lingshuang was momentarily confused. "What do you mean? I'm just congratulating you. I'm definitely coming to your wedding. When you two tie the knot, don't forget to invite me." Su Mengmeng's sincere expression made Yi Lingshuang happy. It seemed she had one less rival to worry about. "Mengmeng, you're my husband's best friend here in East China. Of course you'll be at the wedding," Yi Lingshuang said warmly. "That's settled then. Don't forget me," Su Mengmeng replied. Then, as if struck by an idea, she looked at Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang with excitement. "Oh, and if you have kids, I want to be their godmother. Can I?" Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged glances. A bit taken aback. Su Mengmeng, a godmother? That seemed a bit much. "We'll see when the time comes. Nothing's set in stone yet," Jiang Chen said with a laugh. Satisfied, Su Mengmeng didn't push the matter further. After leaving the jewelry store, the evening was already upon them. Jiang Chen turned to Su Mengmeng and asked, "Mengmeng, which hotel would you like to stay at? I'll book a room for you." "That one right up ahead," Su Mengmeng said, pointing to a nearby hotel with a smile. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen took her ID and booked her a room. After they parted ways, Yi Shushan tactfully said to Yi Lingshuang, "Cease, one of my classmates lives nearby, and we've arranged to meet up. Now that brother-in-law is here, I'll leave you two alone." Yi Lingshuang nodded. Earlier, Zhu Shan had indeed mentioned going out with a friend for a late-night snack, but she had stayed to keep Yi Lingshuang company while Jiang Chen was away. Now that both Yi Shan and Su Mengmeng had left, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged a knowing look. Hand in hand, they walked toward the hotel where Yi Lingshuang had made a reservation. At the Linen Hotel, the largest and finest in the area, Yi Lingshuang had booked the best room available, knowing that tonight would be a special night with Jiang Chen. Once they entered the hotel room, the two embraced each other without hesitation. After a moment of passionate kissing, Yi Lingshuang, her face flushed, softly said, "Honey, why don't you take a shower? Today is a special day." Jiang Chen didn't need any convincing. This was an important moment, one that couldn't be taken lightly. So he scooped Yi Lingshuang up in his arms and carried her toward the shower. The room she had booked was a presidential suite. While the shower area wasn't as spacious as the one in her home, it still covered around 20 square meters. The bathroom also featured a large bathtub, even bigger than the one at her house. Clearly, the hotel knew exactly what couples might need. As he glanced at the large bathtub, and then at Yi Lingshuang in his arms, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall a similar scene from their time in the capital. With a playful grin he asked, "Wife, do you still want me to help you wash your back?" Yi Lingshuang's face turned even redder as she remembered their time in the capital. Jiang Chen had been so mischievous back then, but she liked that about him. She shyly nodded and said, "Just be gentle this time, not like last time." Jiang Chen smirked. "Of course, you're my precious baby." With that he gently set her down, wrapped his arms around her waist, and leaned in for another kiss. Yi Lingshuang responded just as tenderly, wrapping her arms around his neck, meeting his affection with her own. As their kiss deepened, and she found herself breathless, Yi Lingshuang finally pulled back slightly, her voice soft and sweet as she said, "Honey, You've already put a ring on my finger. For the rest of your life you have to promise to love only me. Don't leave me for any younger, prettier girls. Okay. Wife, are you doubting my character? Jiang Chen teased. I've never been able to escape you, no matter how hard I tried. I'm yours for life, and I don't even want to escape anymore. You sweet talker, Yi Lingshuang replied, feeling warmth spread through her heart. This silly man, sometimes his words were just what she needed to hear. Thinking back on their childhood, it really did seem like fate. They had always been together, even when Jiang Chen tried to avoid her in the past. No matter how far he ran, she always found him. And now, after all these years, she had found him again, only this time, she was his wife. But even now, she didn't feel like she had fully won his heart. Jiang Chen was only 18, and the future held many possibilities. She worried that he might be tempted by someone else someday and leave her. With that thought, she tightened her embrace and said, "Honey, let's make a promise. No matter what happens, we won't leave each other. We'll always be each other's guardian angels, okay?" Jiang Chen could sense her fears, her worry that he might change. After a moment of silence, he gently asked, "Wife, what do you need me to do to make you believe in my love for you?" Yi Lingshuang hadn't expected Jiang Chen to see through her so easily. It was a bit embarrassing. His emotional intelligence might be lacking, but his instincts were sharp. Even her smallest expressions didn't escape his notice. Since there was no hiding her feelings from him, she softly confessed, "Honey, all I want is stability. You're only 18, and in college, you'll meet plenty of girls who are more beautiful, more gentle, and more understanding than me. And you know I'm 3 years older than you. I can be moody. And I worry that one day, if I lose my temper and hit you again, you'll leave me, just like 3 years ago. I can't imagine what my life would be like if you left me again." For the first time, Yi Lingshuang revealed her deepest fears, and Jiang Chen's heart ached for her. He held her tightly and whispered, "Wife, the past is the past. Our future is in our hands. Trust me, I would never do that to you. If anything, I'm the one who should worry about you leaving me as you become more and more successful." Satisfied with his reassurance, Yi Lingshuang relaxed in his arms. With a playful punch to his chest, she teased, "Honey, then you'd better take good care of me and make me the happiest woman in the world." Before Jiang Chen could make another promise, Yi Lingshuang silenced him with a kiss. "I don't want more promises," she murmured against his lips. "I want you to prove your love through actions. Make me happy." Actions. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at her. "Yes, right now," Yi Lingshuang replied, her face turning a deeper shade of red. She glanced up at him with sparkling eyes and teasingly licked her lips. "So, how are you going to make me so happy that I cry?" Seeing her playful gesture, Jiang Chen immediately understood. "This is something I've been waiting for since my last life." Without hesitation, he lifted her up and whispered, "Wife, I'll show you the happiness you deserve." Jiang Chen's words made Yi Lingshuang blush deeply. With her head lowered, she shyly murmured, "I'm looking forward to it." Seeing her like this, so delicate and ready for him, Jiang Chen couldn't wait any longer. He gently placed Yi Lingshuang into the bathtub. Once she was settled, he quickly joined her. "Wife, right now you're mine, aren't you?" he asked with a playful grin. Blushing even more, Yi Lingshuang nodded softly. "Yes, honey, I'm yours." Ying Chen, eager to fulfill all of Yi Lingshuang's wishes, suddenly heard something. He perked up his ears. Ever since he had bonded with the system, his hearing had become 100 times sharper. Listening carefully, he recognized Xu Shan's anxious voice at the door. Sis? Open the door. Something big has happened. Are you two awake?" Jiang Chen froze. He couldn't ignore the urgency in Xu Shan's voice. Wrapping himself in a towel, he quickly got out of the tub. "Honey, what's wrong?" Yi Lingshuang asked, confused. "It sounds like Xu Shan is knocking on the door." "Quickly, wrap yourself in a towel," Jiang Chen said. The urgency in Xu Shan's voice suggested something serious had happened. Xu Shan, who was always considerate, wouldn't disturb them this late unless it was important. Yi Lingshuang, puzzled, followed his advice and stepped out of the tub, wrapping herself in a towel. Jiang Chen opened the door to find Xu Shan standing there, pale and frantic. "Brother-in-law, where's my sister?" she asked. "She's in the shower," Jiang Chen replied. Yi Shan glanced at him, noting that he, too, was wrapped in a towel. It was clear what they had been up to, but there was no time to dwell on that. Looking anxious, she quickly said, "Brother-in-law, someone has leaked that you skipped military training just to be with my sister. It's all over the news now. The media is running wild with it. And the situation is getting out of hand. Even some of the professors at Hangqing University are saying you should be expelled." Jiang Chen immediately turned on his phone. Earlier, he had switched it off to avoid interruptions while spending time with Yi Lingshuang. Seeing that Jiang Chen's phone was still booting up, Yu Shan handed him her own phone. Look at this, brother-in-law. The situation has gone viral, with millions of people talking about it. The comments are overwhelming, over 300,000 already. Jiang Chen scrolled through the comments. Of course, the rich do whatever they want. When we had military training, even if we were sick, the instructors wouldn't let us skip. But this guy has no injuries, no illnesses, and he's allowed to skip just to hang out with his girlfriend. Unbelievable. Treating military training like a joke. Does someone like that even deserve to attend Hangqing University? Many commenters were tagging the university's official social media accounts, demanding action. Even several professors from Hangqing University had publicly condemned Jiang Chen, with some calling for his expulsion. Seeing all of this, Jiang Chen fell silent. He hadn't expected someone to leak this information. Who would go to such lengths to create trouble? He wondered. What should we do? Brother-in-law Xu Shan asked, nearly in tears. She was panicking at the thought of Jiang Chen being expelled. Though a diploma might not mean much to someone like him, being expelled would be humiliating. Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. It was nearly 11 p.m., and after a moment of thought he said, Xu Shan, go get a room and rest. I'll discuss this with your sister. Xu Shan nodded, realizing there wasn't much more she could do. After all, she had delivered the message, and staying wouldn't help. She left to get a room. Once Yu Shan was gone, Yi Lingshuang emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp, wrapped in a towel. Honey, I heard Xu Shan say something serious happened. What's going on? Where is she? Jiang Chen smiled gently. It's nothing too serious, really. Yi Lingshuang didn't believe him. Yi Xu Shan was level-headed, and she wouldn't have come rushing over in the middle of the night if it wasn't important. Sensing that Jiang Chen was holding back, she quickly turned on her phone. As soon as her phone booted up, it started buzzing with notifications, so many that the device froze. The buzzing continued for nearly a minute before it finally stopped. Just as she was about to check the messages, her phone rang. It was her best friend, Yi Peiying. Her heart skipped a beat. Something big must have happened, she thought. Her friend wouldn't be calling at this hour otherwise. With a sense of dread, she answered the call. Finally, I got through to you, Yi Peiying exclaimed. What's going on? Yi Lingshuang asked. Your whole situation with your husband has blown up online. Everyone knows about it now, Yi Peiying said. Our situation? Yi Lingshuang frowned. Did someone post the proposal video? But that didn't seem right. If it were just the proposal video, Yi Peiying wouldn't be so worried. Confused, Yi Lingshuang quickly opened a browser. Sure enough, she was trending. The headlines were all about her and Jiang Chen. The comments had already reached hundreds of thousands, with millions of views. When she opened the comments, her face turned pale. Jiang Chen was being harshly criticized, and many professors from Hangqing University were calling for his expulsion. Others blamed her for ruining Jiang Chen's future, saying that if it weren't for her, he could have had a bright future. Shaken, Yi Lingshuang listened, as Yi Peiying continued, see what I mean? Now, not only is your husband in trouble, but you might be in hot water too. Skipping military training to meet with you, that's a serious offense. Your husband might get expelled. And you could even face blacklisting from the industry. After all, it's because of your relationship that he's in this mess. Yi Lingshuang was terrified not for herself, but for Jiang Chen. He was only 18, and if he got expelled, what would he do? While her wealth could easily support him for life, she knew how important attending university was to him. It had been a dream of his, and a promise he made to his late grandparents, who had wanted nothing more than to see him graduate. With trembling hands, she ended the call. Honey, the university is talking about expelling you. What are we going to do? Going to college isn't just your dream, it was your grandparents' dying wish. Seeing the worry on her face, and thinking about the possibility of expulsion, Jiang Chen fell silent. His mind drifted to memories of his grandparents' kind faces. They had always dreamed of him becoming the first in the family to attend university. But now, because of a simple outing, he was at risk of being expelled. The professors at Hangqing University seemed determined to see him gone. Is this it? Am I really never going to be a university student? Jiang Chen thought, his heart filled with frustration. He had worked so hard, scored nearly 700 points on the college entrance exam, and now, before even setting foot in a lecture hall, he was about to be kicked out. Honey, Yi Lingshuang called out when she saw Jiang Chen lost in thought. Oh, Jiang Chen snapped out of it and smiled. Wife, give me a moment. I'll contact my teacher. Yesterday, his class teacher, Xia Yuying, had called him. He decided to check with her about what was happening on the school's side. He quickly dialed her number. Hello, came Xia Yuying's voice. Hello, Ms. Xie? This is Jiang Chen. The student you called yesterday to take care of Su Meng Meng. Oh, it's you, Shi Yu Ying replied, dragging out the word. Then she asked, did you see the news? Yes, I did, Jiang Chen responded, then added, Ms. Xia, I left with an official leave of absence. I know that, but you shouldn't have left Hangcheng. Going to the capital and getting caught on camera was a mistake. Jiang Chen stayed silent. Ms. Xia, I understand. I made a mistake, he said. But at that time, my girlfriend. Before he could finish, Xia Yueying interrupted, Jiang Chen, are you here to study or to date? Skipping military training to see your girlfriend? What were you thinking? Do you think military training is a joke? Many of your classmates who are sick are still toughing it out. Yet you skipped out to go on a date. Do you realize how serious this is? Jiang Chen remained silent. Ms. Xia, I realize my mistake. Realizing it now is too late, she snapped. The principal just held a video conference about your situation. Many professors and staff members are pushing for your expulsion. You'd better prepare yourself. After a moment of silence, she added, but I suggest you voluntarily withdraw. That way, you might still have a chance to study elsewhere or retake your exams. If the school forces you out, it will be a different story. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Yesterday his teacher had been so polite and understanding. Now, just asking for information, her tone had changed, and she was advising him to drop out without leaving any room for negotiation. After hanging up, Yi Ling Shuang anxiously approached him. Honey, what did your teacher say? She said I might be forced to withdraw. Jiang Chen replied with a bitter smile. She suggested I voluntarily drop out. What? Hearing this, Yi Ling Shuang's face turned pale. What are we going to do, honey? She began pacing the room, clearly panicking. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she said, I'll go talk to the principal. I'll plead with him. Seeing her so anxious, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pull her into his arms. Wife, the principal has already held a video conference with all the teachers. It's clear they've made up their minds. Even if we beg him, it may not make a difference. Hearing this, Yi Ling Shuang's panic intensified. She felt responsible for Jiang Chen's predicament. If she hadn't reached out to him, none of this would have happened, and Jiang Chen could have pursued his dream of becoming a university student. She also knew that while Jiang Chen was the focus, the real target was her. Competitors were likely behind this, trying to ruin her reputation so they could take her place. Seeing her guilt-ridden expression, Jiang Chen gently reassured her. Wife, don't worry. How can I not worry? Yi Ling Shuang almost cried. Going to university wasn't just your grandparents' dying wish, it's your dream too. She knew better than anyone else how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed and suffered to get into university. Now, after years of hard work, it was all about to slip away. No, we can't let this happen, she exclaimed. Let's go back to the university. I'll plead with the principal. No matter what it takes, I'll do whatever it takes to stop them from expelling you. Seeing her so determined, Jiang Chen's feelings became complicated. He knew it wouldn't help. The situation had escalated, and the university wouldn't risk its reputation for a first-year student. Ms. Xia's attitude had already made that clear. They wouldn't keep him. If Yi Ling Shuang tried, it would be in vain, and she might even get mocked by her rivals. He couldn't let that happen. Wife, I know you care about me, Jiang Chen said softly, holding her hand. But please promise me you won't bow down to anyone for my sake. You're a queen, your crown should never fall. Yi Ling Shuang hadn't expected Jiang Chen to be thinking of her even in such a difficult moment. Touched, she said, Honey, I'm fine. Jiang Chen smiled gently. Wife, I know you'd do anything for me, but in this case, begging won't help. There are people stirring things up behind the scenes, and the situation has gotten out of hand. The university can't withstand the pressure. Then what do we do? Yi Ling Shuang asked, growing more desperate. We can't just let them expel you. Jiang Chen thought for a moment before replying, If they expel me, then so be it. But Yi Ling Shuang began to protest. Wife, listen to me, Jiang Chen said, calming her down. After a brief pause, he continued, If I do get expelled from Hengqing University, I'll start my own university, one that's just as good as any top school. That way, no one can expel me. What? Yi Ling Shuang couldn't quite process what he was saying. You're going to start a university as good as any top school? Are you serious? Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing her bewildered expression, he gently kissed her forehead and said, Going to university isn't just about fulfilling my grandparents' wish, it's my own dream. So I will go to university, one way or another. If they expel me, I'll create my own university. Yi Ling Shuang was stunned. Starting a university as good as a top-tier one would require an unimaginable amount of money, hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. This wasn't just about education, it was burning money at an insane rate. Even the richest people in the world wouldn't dare think of such a thing. But if Jiang Chen was serious about this, she would support him no matter what. If it took $1 billion a year, she would find a way. She would take on more acting roles, sing more songs, whatever it took to make his dream come true. With newfound determination, she held Jiang Chen's hand and said gently, "Honey, if they do expel you and you want to start a university, I'll sell my shares to support you. And if that's not enough, I'll take on more work, more movies, more music. Whatever it takes, I'll make it happen for you." Honey Jiang Chen's eyes were red with emotion as he looked at Yi Lingshuang. This silly wife of his, how could she be so naive? Hundreds of billions of yuan could easily be wasted, especially without the right connections. "Aren't you afraid of losing all that money?" Jiang Chen asked, deeply moved. But Yi Lingshuang gently held his hand and said, "As long as it helps you achieve your dream, what's a little money?" Jiang Chen was deeply touched by her words. Where could he find another wife like this? He hugged Yi Lingshuang tightly. "I'm so lucky to have you, wife. Isn't this what I should do?" Yi Lingshuang replied with a soft smile, full of affection. After holding each other for a while, Yi Lingshuang looked up at him and curiously asked, "So, where do you plan to build this university?" "Build it?" Jiang Chen shook his head. "If I start from scratch, who knows how long it would take, and that's if I can even get the necessary permits." Yi Lingshuang nodded in agreement. Those permits could be nearly impossible to obtain without strong connections. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "So what's your plan?" "Wife, I'll buy an existing private university. That way, I won't have to worry about permits or students. Once I acquire the school, I'll hire top teachers and bring in advanced equipment." Hearing his ambitious plans, Yi Lingshuang asked, "Are you really aiming to create a top-tier university?" "Wife, if I'm going to do it, I'll do it right. I want to build a university on par with the best, like a top 985 institution. I want to show everyone that even if Hangcheng University expels me, I can still create my own success." Jiang Chen's determination and vision made Yi Lingshuang's heart race with pride. "This is my man, so ambitious and driven. Honey, I'll sell all my shares and give you the money. You can use it however you need. With my savings and the proceeds from the shares, we'll have 20 billion yuan, more than enough to buy any private university in the country." Once again, hearing her offer to sell her shares, Jiang Chen was overwhelmed with emotion. He held her tightly and said, "Wife, I don't want your money." "Don't be silly, honey," Yi Lingshuang said with a playful tone. "We're a team. My money is yours, and yours is yours. Don't treat me like an outsider." Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to refuse again, she continued, "You can't say no to me this time." Jiang Chen sighed. "This wife of mine is too kind. Hundreds of billions of yuan, and she trusts me with it without a second thought. What more could a husband ask for?" "Which university are you thinking of buying?" Yi Lingshuang asked. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen replied, "There's a well-established private university right here in Hangcheng Qingtang Academy. It's been around for over 30 years, and has a great reputation. The best part is that it has nearly 20,000 students already. Buying it would ensure we don't have to worry about attracting students." Yi Lingshuang gasped. Qingtang Academy might be private, but it was a prestigious school. Buying it would be more expensive than other options. But if Jiang Chen had set his sights on it, she didn't care. Whatever made him happy, she would support him unconditionally. After all, they had 20 billion yuan, plenty for Jiang Chen to make his dream come true. "Honey, I'll contact the company and have them start negotiations with Qingtang Academy," she said, ready to take action. Jiang Chen was impressed by her proactive approach and nodded. "This wife of mine is truly amazing." After talking for a while, Jiang Chen noticed that Yi Lingshuang was getting sleepy. Gently holding her, he said, "Wife, if you're tired, go to sleep." "Only if you sleep with me," she replied, her cheeks turning red. Jiang Chen had been planning to head to an internet cafe to investigate who had escalated the situation online. But how could he say no to such a sweet request from his wife? Just as he was about to express his affection, she shyly whispered, "Honey, just hold me, okay?" Jiang Chen was momentarily puzzled but quickly understood. After all that had happened today, it had been a stressful time. She was likely worried that he might be upset. Seeing her anxious expression, Jiang Chen gently reassured her, "Don't worry about it." "Are you sure you're not mad?" Yi Lingshuang asked softly, still concerned. Any normal man would be frustrated in this situation, holding a woman but unable to go further. After a moment of silence, as she gazed at his handsome face, she seemed to make an important decision. Hugging him tightly, she slowly leaned in, her lips inching closer to his. As Yi Lingshuang pouted and leaned in for a kiss, Jiang Chen's heart leapt with joy. His wife was truly too sweet and thoughtful. Wife, you're amazing, Jiang Chen said, feeling overwhelmed. Blushing, Yi Lingshuang replied, I'm your wife, it's only natural for me to treat you well. Jiang Chen nodded with determination. He promised himself that he would cherish and protect Yi Lingshuang, never letting her suffer. After some playful banter, Yi Lingshuang eventually fell asleep in Jiang Chen's arms. Watching her sleep, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead. At that moment, he felt truly lucky to have a superstar wife, beautiful, graceful, wealthy and caring. Life really couldn't get better than this. Holding his beautiful wife, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up to find Yi Lingshuang sitting by the bed, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with a dreamy smile. Wife, what are you doing? He asked, still groggy. Hubby, you're so handsome, Yi Lingshuang said, looking at him like he was a work of art. Cough. Jiang Chen scratched his head in embarrassment. I know I'm handsome, but if you keep complimenting me, I might get a big head. My husband is just that handsome, Yi Lingshuang giggled. She reached out and placed her hand on his neck. Hubby, I already contacted the company this morning. They're reaching out to King Tang Academy's management. Jiang Chen was taken aback by how quickly she had moved. Wife, you work fast. Yi Lingshuang smiled. After a moment of silence, she said, I read the news this morning. We tried to manage the situation, but the buzz only dropped for about 10 minutes before picking up again. Even stronger. The comments have exceeded 1 million. I think this could turn into a bigger issue. I can't wait for you to actually get expelled before taking action. Jiang Chen picked up his phone to check the news. Sure enough, the buzz wasn't dying down. After a brief pause, he said, Wife, I'm going to buy a computer. Yi Lingshuang looked puzzled. Why do you need a computer? I want to trace the IP address and find out who's so determined to keep targeting us. Surprised, Yi Lingshuang asked, Hubby, can you really do that? Yes, Jiang Chen admitted with a sheepish grin. Being a hacker wasn't something you casually revealed, after all. Wow. You're so talented, Yi Lingshuang exclaimed, hugging him excitedly. She then remembered that her company's tech team had also tried tracing the IP addresses but failed. The IPs were masked by firewalls and spread across various locations globally. It was clear that whoever was behind this was well prepared. Hubby, my company tried tracking the IP too, but the attackers' addresses are scattered all over the world. Plus, the posts were made from a new device with no traces left behind. Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed like this was indeed a carefully orchestrated attack by professionals, but no matter, he could try cracking it with a virus later. As he got ready to head to the electronics market, his phone rang. It was Jia Yoying, his teacher. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Chen answered. Jiang Chen, are you still in Hangcheng? Jia Yoying asked. Yes, MS. Jiang Chen replied politely. Good. If you're free, the principal wants to see you. Can you come to the school now? Now Jiang Chen asked. Yes, if you're available, she confirmed. All right, I'm still in Lingang, but I'll head over soon. If you're coming, don't delay. The principal has other matters to attend to, she urged. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen asked, Ms. Xia, does this mean the decision has been made? Am I being expelled? I don't know for sure, she said. I'm still at the training camp. You should ask when you get there. Realizing he wouldn't get any useful information from her, Jiang Chen ended the call. He figured that if there were any good news, Jia Yoying wouldn't have been so distant. Hubby, what did your teacher say? Yi Lingshuang asked anxiously. She asked me to go to the school. The principal wants to see me, probably to discuss my expulsion. Should we go? Yi Lingshuang asked hesitantly. We have to go, Jiang Chen replied. My academic records are still at the university. Without them, I won't even be considered a student. Agreeing, Yi Lingshuang called Zhu Shan to arrange for a helicopter to take them to the university. Given that everything was already out in the open, they might as well save time by flying. Within an hour, they arrived at Hangcheng University. Wife, Yi Shan, you both head home. I'll meet with the principal on my own, Jiang Chen said. Yi Lingshuang nodded. All right, honey, be careful. As Jiang Chen walked toward the principal's office, many students noticed him, pausing to watch him pass by. The male students looked on enviously. Despite the possibility of his expulsion, Jiang Chen was still their idol after all. He had a billionaire superstar wife. For them, attending university or earning a six-figure salary couldn't compare to what Jiang Chen already had. If they were in his shoes, they'd gladly tell the school to do whatever it wanted. After asking for directions, Jiang Chen finally reached the principal's office. But upon arriving, he was informed that the principal wasn't in. Instead, a portly man approached him, sizing him up. So, you're the famous Jiang Chen from the trending news, the man said coldly. Yes. That's me, Jiang Chen replied politely. Come inside, the man said, leading the way. Jiang Chen followed him into the office, where the man closed the door and drew the curtains. He then pulled out 2 forms from his desk, a withdrawal application and a transfer application. Looking at Jiang Chen, he asked indifferently, which one do you prefer to sign? Looking at the 2 forms in front of him, Jiang Chen was confused. Shouldn't they just expel him? Why did he need to choose between 2 options? Staring blankly at the papers, he started to recall how things worked in this world, which wasn't too different from Earth. However, there wasn't any rule stating that taking leave from military training to visit a girlfriend would lead to expulsion. This realization sparked a small hope within Jiang Chen. Perhaps he could still stay at Hangcheng University. Teacher, what do these forms mean? He asked. The man gave Jiang Chen a dismissive glance and said, Your actions caused a lot of trouble. Last night, the principal held a late meeting with the Education Bureau because of you. Initially, they wanted to expel you and revoke your student status. But the principal argued on your behalf, and your academic record was spared. However, the impact of this incident is too great. Keeping you would put a lot of pressure on the school. So the principal decided to let you choose either withdraw from the school voluntarily or transfer to another one. Jiang Chen was stunned. All this fuss just because he skipped military training? Did it really reach the Education Bureau? This had to be an exaggeration. It felt like the school was using scare tactics. His offense, skipping military training, was hardly a grave one. Since the founding of the country, no student had ever been expelled just for not participating in military training. His case was unique because his girlfriend was a celebrity, which attracted public attention. The school didn't want to face backlash from either decision keeping him or expelling him, so they pushed the responsibility onto him. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel frustrated. A rogue with education is the worst kind, he thought. After a moment of silence, suppressing his anger, Jiang Chen asked, Where is the principal? The principal is on a business trip, the man replied, using a typical excuse. When will the principal return? Jiang Chen pressed. We don't know. He's the principal. After all, the man answered, clearly annoyed by Jiang Chen's persistence. Jiang Chen noticed the man's growing irritation and understood that whatever choice he made, it would be tough to continue his education. The school just wanted to get rid of him quietly, avoiding any damage to their reputation. Feeling increasingly frustrated with the school's underhanded tactics, Jiang Chen activated his fate-modifying system, scanning the man in front of him. The details startled him. Name Gao Sheng, 44 years old, 78 hours of life remaining. Jiang Chen blinked in disbelief. This man only had 3 days left to live? Curious, he checked Gao Sheng's future and saw that he would die in a car accident after driving drunk into a river. With this revelation, Jiang Chen lost interest in arguing with a dying man. He calmly said, Teacher, I won't choose either of these forms. This punishment doesn't fit the situation. I only missed military training. Gao Sheng, surprised by Jiang Chen's defiance, responded with a veiled threat. Jiang Chen, have you seen the trending news? Do you want to drag your girlfriend down with you? The government is cracking down on celebrities with scandals. Jiang Chen chuckled, Teacher, how does dating my girlfriend make her a disgraced celebrity? Is there a law against us being together? Caught off guard, Gao Sheng struggled to find a comeback, finally stammering, You're under 18. Don't you know that? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold as he retorted. Is there a law that says I can't date before 18? Even if we held a wedding, lived together, and had a child, tell me which law I've broken. Gao Sheng's face turned pale. Legally, Jiang Chen wasn't doing anything wrong, and moral arguments would have no effect on him. Jiang Chen continued, Teacher, I respect your profession, but this situation is beyond unfair. You're trying to avoid backlash by pushing me to make a choice that benefits the school. If you want me to leave, fine, but at least have the principal tell me himself. Gao Sheng realized that Jiang Chen wasn't someone he could easily manipulate. Just then, a knock came at the door. Gao Sheng opened it to reveal another man, dressed impeccably, clearly someone of higher rank. Director Gao Sheng greeted him with deference. The director waved Gao Sheng away, saying, You can leave now. Gao Sheng quickly exited the room, leaving Jiang Chen alone with the director. The man sat across from Jiang Chen and spoke in a measured tone, Jiang Chen, your actions during military training have negatively impacted the school. We hope you'll consider the bigger picture and choose to transfer. With your high scores, many universities would be happy to have you. Jiang Chen smiled at the director's diplomatic approach. Director, if you wanted me to leave, you could have just said so. But giving me 2 forms to choose from? That's just manipulative. You're educators, not swindlers. The director remained silent for a moment before saying, Jiang Chen, why cling to these forms? If you want to continue your education, choose the transfer. If not, sign the withdrawal form. They both serve a purpose. Jiang Chen stood up, his expression cold. I've never seen people as shameless as you. I won't choose either form. If you want me gone, expel me. Let the world see how I was forced out for the crime of taking a break from military training to see my girlfriend. Jiang Chen had already figured out the situation. In essence, since he had obtained an official leave of absence, the time he spent outside was his to manage, and the school didn't have the right to expel him based on that alone. The man across from him remained silent for a moment before saying, Jiang Chen, while your logic might be sound, you faked an illness to deceive the instructor. That behavior is still quite severe. As he spoke, the man noticed Jiang Chen's unchanged expression and grew smug. What could an ordinary university student do? The rules were set by the school. Even if Jiang Chen had a point, they could always find a loophole. If he didn't comply, they had a legal department filled with experts ready to use the thousands of laws at their disposal to find a way to justify their actions. This was the privilege of those in power. Ordinary people couldn't fight back. Jiang Chen could see through the man's intentions. He was far more formidable than the previous administrator, Gao Sheng. He even managed to find a supposed flaw in the leave of absence. But Jiang Chen wasn't fooled. He knew there was no actual problem with his leave form. When he requested the leave, it wasn't due to illness, it was because of a family matter, as his girlfriend Yiling Shuang was facing a crisis. The instructor had written that as the reason, and Jiang Chen was allowed to leave the training camp. Now this man didn't even bother to check the reason for his leave and was trying to pressure him into withdrawing from the school. Clearly, these people were used to wielding their power without question. Jiang Chen's desire to stay at the university faded, but if he had to leave, he would do it on his terms and make sure they felt the sting. Glancing at the man, Jiang Chen steadied himself and calmly said, If you believe I've violated the rules, then go ahead and expel me. I won't hold it against you with that. He turned and started walking toward the door. The man panicked. He was only trying to scare Jiang Chen. He didn't actually have the authority to expel him. In the past they might have done so without hesitation, but things had changed. State universities were undergoing reforms, moving toward privatization. Outside investors could now fund universities and become board members, effectively becoming the new owners. The government could no longer afford to subsidize these institutions, as running a university was extremely costly. For example, elite universities like the 985 and 211 schools required billions in funding each year, and there were hundreds of them across the country. On top of that, there were thousands of regular public universities, all relying on state funding. The financial burden was too heavy, so reforms were necessary. Hangqing University was one of the pilot schools for this privatization initiative. But attracting investors wasn't easy. Universities were expensive to run, with annual costs reaching into the billions. Yet tuition fees, even with thousands of students, only brought in a fraction of that, barely enough to cover basic expenses. No investor would want to pour billions into a university that wouldn't turn a profit for decades. This was why the university cared so much about its reputation. They had hoped to use Jiang Chen's situation as a scapegoat, forcing him to leave quietly to protect their image. But now that Jiang Chen was refusing to play along, the man knew they couldn't just expel him without creating more problems. As Jiang Chen reached the door, the man stood up and said in a more conciliatory tone, Jiang Chen, we didn't expel you because you're young, and we didn't want to ruin your future with a mark on your record. That's why we suggested you withdraw or transfer. Jiang Chen found the man's hypocrisy laughable. So, I should be thanking you? Should I give you a medal for your kindness? He replied sarcastically. The man tried to maintain his composure. Jiang Chen, the school is really looking out for you. You have great grades. Seeing that Jiang Chen wasn't swayed, the man grew more desperate. If you're willing to transfer, I can help you get into a good university. You can continue your studies there. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Which university are you suggesting? Any private university in the country. Just pick one, and I'll make the arrangements, the man offered. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Was this guy serious? With his grades he could easily get into any private university without help. Feeling insulted, Jiang Chen said, private universities accept anyone who can pay. Why would I need your help? The man's face turned grim. Jiang Chen, are you trying to embarrass the school? You should know about sacrifice. Sometimes you have to put the greater good above yourself. If you quietly withdraw, the principal and I will remember your kindness. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. You think I care about your gratitude? He asked, incredulous. The man's patience snapped. You're being ungrateful. I'm trying to help you, but you're just throwing it back in my face. Jiang Chen leaned back lazily and said, if you want me to leave, you'll have to expel me. My mistake wasn't serious enough to warrant expulsion, but you can always fabricate a bigger one. You could say my leave form was forged. That should be a big enough offense. Right? Then you can expel me without worrying about public opinion. The man's eyes widened. Why hadn't he thought of that? If they claimed Jiang Chen's leave form was fake and spun a story around it, they could justify expelling him without any backlash. At that moment, the man realized Jiang Chen truly was a genius. How had he not come up with this idea himself? How do you feel about it? Tempted, Jiang Chen asked with a sly smile, watching the man across from him, his face full of anticipation. Deep down, Jiang Chen was hoping that this man would take the bait. If he did, Hangzhou University would be dragged into a major scandal. While it might not destroy the school, it would definitely tarnish its reputation. Jiang Chen wasn't being malicious for no reason. He was just the kind of person who treated friends with kindness but didn't hesitate to deal harshly with people like this man, who hid behind a veneer of respectability. The man glanced at Jiang Chen, contemplating what he had just suggested. After a moment, a smile crept across his face. Jiang Chen, thank you for the reminder. Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy inside but kept his expression one of confusion. What did I remind you of? Your leave form is fake, the man said coldly. You sneaked out of the training camp to meet your girlfriend. Your behavior is so disgraceful that it has brought significant negative impact to the school. I'm going to expel you. What? Jiang Chen was stunned. This guy caught on fast. Just then, the man continued, kid, now that I've decided to expel you, I'll make sure you never get the chance to attend any university again, even if you go back to high school and try to redo your exams. Watching the man's smug expression, Jiang Chen was inwardly pleased but outwardly feigned anger. I can't believe you'd dare to fabricate. Kid, so what if I'm fabricating it? The man interrupted. You're just a regular student. So what if you have a wealthy girlfriend? What's a celebrity status compared to our role as educators? Here, I decide what's right or wrong. If I say you're in the wrong, then you are. If you dare challenge me, I'll make sure you regret ever being born. The man was fully indulging in his authority now. After all, he held significant power. He figured he could simply coordinate with the instructor later, and they'd align their stories. Kid, before you get out of this school, make sure you clean out your dorm room too, the man added, reveling in his perceived victory. As the man's arrogance peaked, Jiang Chen suppressed his anger and said, fine, you win. You've got power, and I can't fight that with that. Jiang Chen turned to leave, unwilling to deal with the man any longer. Outside the office, Jiang Chen pulled out his phone to contact Yiling Shuang, but noticed that his phone was already in a call with her. He was stunned. How had that happened? Hello? Can you hear me? Jiang Chen asked into the phone. I can hear you. Hubby Yiling Shuang's voice came through, sounding excited. You were amazing today. Jiang Chen was confused. What do you mean? I recorded your entire conversation, Yiling Shuang said happily on the other end of the line. What? Jiang Chen was shocked. Recorded. How did you do that without me answering the call? I'm not sure, Yiling Shuang replied. I was worried about you, so I called to check in. When you didn't answer, I heard someone giving you a hard time, so I started recording. I had no idea I'd catch something so explosive. Jiang Chen was speechless. This had to be pure luck. But now, thanks to his clever wife, they had the evidence they needed. He could already imagine how high the stakes would rise once they released the recording. Maybe they'd even spend a little extra to ensure it trended. After chatting briefly, Jiang Chen hung up and took a taxi back to his rented apartment. Inside, Yiling Shuang and Zhu Shan were lounging on the sofa, engrossed in their mobile games. Hubby, you're back, Yiling Shuang exclaimed, standing up excitedly when she saw him. She wanted to toss her phone aside and hug him, but Jiang Chen stopped her. Honey, finish your game first, don't let down your teammates. Oh, Yiling Shuang blushed and obediently returned to her game. After finishing a ranked match, she jumped up, hugged Jiang Chen tightly, and asked, should we post the recording online now? Not yet, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Let them first post the notice about my expulsion. Once it starts trending and everyone's talking about it, that's when we drop the recording. Yiling Shuang's eyes lit up at the plan. It was perfect, an attack that would hit hard and deep. Hubby, you're so clever, she said, her eyes filled with admiration. Jiang Chen grinned. How could I be your husband without a bit of cleverness? Yiling Shuang playfully rolled her eyes. Her husband was getting more and more self-confident, but she had to admit, his confidence only made him more attractive. While Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang enjoyed their time together, back at Hangqing University, a meeting was taking place in an office. All the university's key leaders were present, with Vice Principal Yao Yuanqiang leading the discussion. "Everyone, what do you think of my proposal?" Yao Yuanqiang had just outlined his plan, and most of the attendees seemed to approve. They all agreed that as long as their stories matched, Jiang Chen wouldn't stand a chance of defending himself. After all, Jiang Chen had no power or influence, so it would be easy to frame him. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, one of the men hesitated and said, "Vice Principal Yao, the instructor who approved Jiang Chen's leave has already returned to the army, and we haven't coordinated with him yet. What if he refuses to cooperate?" Yao Yuanqiang chuckled. "The fact that he's gone is actually beneficial to us. If we can't reach him, neither can Jiang Chen. Besides, this is a world of connections. What can Jiang Chen possibly do against us?" The room fell silent as the others pondered this. Yao Yuanqiang didn't need to wait for further discussion. Confident in their plan, he opened his laptop and posted the official notice of Jiang Chen's expulsion. Back at Jiang Chen's apartment, he refreshed his phone and saw the outrageous notice that Yao Yuanqiang had posted. He couldn't help but smile as his plan was falling into place. "Hubby, the school has issued an official statement. You've been expelled," Yi Lingshuang said with a grin as she read the news, then turned her phone toward Jiang Chen to show him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Sweetheart, give them a hand, boost the visibility of that news." Yi Lingshuang immediately understood what he meant. She quickly contacted her company's PR department, instructing them to push the school's announcement onto the trending topics list. The Puerto Rico team was baffled. Why would someone who just got expelled spend money to make it trend? Shouldn't they be trying to bury the story instead? But since Yi Lingshuang was the boss, they didn't question her orders. And just as expected, the story climbed the trending list. Others who were eager to use Jiang Chen's misfortune to take down Yi Lingshuang also chipped in, further amplifying the reach of the news. In no time, it skyrocketed to the top spot on all major platforms. At Hangqing University, Vice Principal Yao Yuanqiang watched the trending topic climb and read through the comments. "People like him deserve to be expelled. Does he think having money makes him untouchable? Well done, Hangqing University. The leadership is righteous. I'm definitely sending my sister to Hangqing University. Such strong, incorruptible leadership. Leaders like this are rare." Seeing the overwhelming support for the university's decision, Yao Yuanqiang felt fully satisfied. It seemed he had worried for nothing. No one was questioning the decision. Instead, everyone was cheering it on. Expelling Jiang Chen was clearly the popular choice. With the public firmly behind him, Yao Yuanqiang even began interacting with some of the commenters. "Hangqing University is a top-tier institution," he typed, "and we won't allow anyone to tarnish our reputation. We won't tolerate anyone who tries to cheat the system." As soon as Yao Yuanqiang posted his reply, he received a flood of likes and supportive comments. "Well said. Principal, with leaders like you, Hangqing University will surely become a world-class institution." Yao Yuanqiang basked in the praise, enjoying the flood of responses, each one boosting his ego a little more. Within just 10 minutes, thousands of people had replied to his posts, and his follower count skyrocketed by tens of thousands. What he didn't realize was that many of these responses were from paid commenters hired by Yi Lingshuang's rivals, all aimed at inflaming the situation to draw official attention. Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang noticed Yao Yuanqiang's active participation in defending Hangqing University's actions. She couldn't help but laugh. "He's really good at lying with a straight face," she thought. She was eagerly anticipating the moment when they released the recording and Yao Yuanqiang's facade would crumble. As the topic continued to gain traction and Yao Yuanqiang's antics became more and more public, Yi Lingshuang turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Hubby, let's release the recording now. I can't wait to see his reaction when he gets caught." Jiang Chen glanced at the time. Only an hour had passed. According to his plan, it wasn't quite time yet. He wanted Yao Yuanqiang to dig himself a little deeper. "Let's wait a bit longer," he said with a smirk. "He's having so much fun now, let's give him a bit more time. After all, once we release the recording, his fun will be over." Jiang Chen paused and added, "If we can rope in a few more professors, that would be perfect. I want everyone to see how disgusting these people really are." Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment, then said, "Hubby, that's easy. We just need to create a super topic and tag those people. Yushan's good at that. She's actually the admin of 8 anti-fan groups." Jiang Chen was stunned. Yishu Shan is the admin of 8 anti-fan groups. Yi Lingshuang nodded. Seeing Jiang Chen's confusion, she explained, "Hubby, I need to know where my weaknesses are. These anti-fans, as annoying as they are pretty good at pointing out flaws. When they do, I can work on fixing them and become a better, more flawless public figure. Jiang Chen was amazed by Yi Lingshuang's reasoning. Who would have thought to turn criticism into a tool for self-improvement? He was seeing a whole new side to her. After a brief discussion, they had Zhu Shan create the super topic. As a top student who had studied abroad, Yu Shan was more than capable of getting it done. She quickly set up the super topic, rallied the anti-fans to boost its visibility, and tagged various professors and teachers from Hangqing University. Initially, Yi Shan only intended to expose these people's hypocrisy. But to her surprise, the topic also started trending. Seeing how it was filled with comments from paid commenters and harsh criticisms from the professors, Yu Shan realized their rivals had once again paid to keep it trending. She also made sure to note down the names of each professor involved. They would all serve as evidence when it was time to reveal the truth. As she watched the professors fall into their trap, Yu Shan suddenly had an idea. She turned to Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen, saying, "Sis, bro, my cousin works at a TV station. How about we have her come to the school for an interview and broadcast it live?" Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. The idea of a live broadcast where everything could go wrong sounded perfect. "Would your cousin be willing?" Yi Lingshuang asked. "She should be," Xu Shan replied. "She's been complaining lately about not having any good stories to cover. If she can catch a scoop like this, it'll be huge." Yi Lingshuang loved the idea. Not only would it completely humiliate Yu Yuanqiang, but it would also ensure that a broader audience, especially older viewers, who still watch TV, would see him for who he really was. As Yi Shan made the call to her cousin, Jiang Chen added, "Sweetheart, let's have her announce the live broadcast on the streaming platforms first to draw in a bigger audience." Yi Lingshuang agreed it was a great idea, and they left the details to Xu Shan. Given her strong relationship with her cousin, one phone call was all it took to set things in motion. Xu Shan even enlisted her anti-fan groups to help promote the broadcast. Back at Hangqing University, Yao Yuanqiang sat in a meeting room with other school officials. He had just received word that a TV station was coming to interview the teachers and himself. Wanting to ensure the school put its best foot forward, he briefed everyone on how to present themselves during the interview, emphasizing the importance of upholding the school's prestigious image. This, he believed, would be a great opportunity to further solidify the school's reputation. At 12:30 p.m., inside the office of Hangqing University, the TV crew arrived, ready for an interview. Facing the camera, Yao Yuanqiang, the vice principal, wore a pained expression as he said, "We've looked into Jiang Chen's background and found that he was an excellent student in high school, both academically and in terms of character. Teachers and students alike had nothing but praise for him. But who could have imagined that he couldn't endure just 15 days of military training? Worse, he even forged a leave slip. When we tried to talk to him, he refused to admit any wrongdoing. Admitting your mistakes is what makes a good student, but Jiang Chen insisted he did nothing wrong. After much discussion, and with heavy hearts, we had no choice but to expel him." The female reporter frowned. "Is there really someone so stubborn?" "Exactly," Yao Yuanqiang replied, shaking his head in regret. "Skipping out on military training is serious, but if he had genuinely repented, it wouldn't have been such a big deal. Especially considering how well he performed academically." The reporter nodded, feeling that Jiang Chen had indeed gone too far. All he needed to do was admit his mistake. Afterward, the reporter went on to interview others, who all seemed to be seasoned actors. Some expressed righteous anger at Jiang Chen's behavior, while others simply found it regrettable, saying it was such a small mistake, why was he so stubborn? Some even shifted the blame onto Yi Lingshuang. "I think the real issue here is his girlfriend," one interviewee said. "Just because she's wealthy doesn't mean they can do whatever they want." They lamented how a promising student like Jiang Chen had been ruined by a celebrity girlfriend. As the interview neared its end, the reporter suddenly received a message through her earpiece from the director. A recording of Yao Yuanqiang had surfaced online, turning the story upside down. The reporter's expression changed as she listened to the recording, then quickly checked her phone. The internet was abuzz with the leaked audio. It was Yao Yuanqiang's voice. In the recording, Yao was arrogant, abusing his power, and even fabricating evidence to force Jiang Chen out. The revelations were shocking. Oblivious to this, Yao Yuanqiang approached the reporter with a smile. "Miss Yang, I'd like to take this opportunity to say a few words to Jiang Chen through your network." The reporter, now visibly disgusted, asked, "Principal Yao, what exactly would you like to say?" "Well, Jiang Chen is an outstanding student," Yao began, his tone full of false sincerity. "We don't want to lose such a talented individual. If he sincerely apologizes to everyone, we might consider withdrawing the punishment. The reporter had never encountered someone so shameless. Without a word, she played the recording aloud for everyone to hear. Kid, here, I decide what's black and what's white. If I say your leave slip is fake, then it's fake. The live audience was stunned. What was going on? The leave slip was real. The evidence had been fabricated. This scandal was juicy. The comments section exploded with chatter. In the real world, Yao Yuanqiang's face turned pale as he heard the recording. The reporter pressed on, Principal Yao, is this recording authentic? Please explain. Surrounded by cameras and the watchful eyes of students, Yao panicked. He stammered, this is fake. I never said those things, but before she could ask more, Yao fled, leaving behind a trail of humiliation. The reporter, unable to pursue him, turned her attention to the professors. Their faces were grim. They hadn't expected Jiang Chen to have such damning evidence. The reputation of the entire university was now in tatters. As the reporter approached, the professors quickly made their exits, too embarrassed to stick around. Viewers of the live broadcast were left in shock. They had heard the recording in full. This university's leadership is unbelievably corrupt. They didn't even check the leave slip. Just because of public pressure, they tried to force a student out. This reminds me of my cousin. He was bullied by a student with connections at this same university. That student got away with it, and my cousin was the one who was pressured into transferring. I thought he was being paranoid at the time, but it turns out he was right. This university is rotten to the core. Others began sharing similar stories, further tarnishing the school's reputation. As the scandal surrounding Hangcheng University's vice principal Yao Yuanqiang escalated, other faculty members who had called for Jiang Chen's expulsion were also publicly shamed. The school's leadership was universally condemned. Their handling of the situation, failing to investigate and simply trying to silence the controversy by expelling a student, was seen as authoritarian and unjust. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Principal Long Zhiqiang, who was in the midst of seeking investors, turned livid upon hearing the news. He couldn't believe it. While he was struggling to find financial backers for the university, this massive scandal erupted. Without government support, the university was already facing difficulties, and now this mess threatened to bankrupt the institution. Fearing that Yao Yuanqiang and the other thoughtless professors would destroy the university, Long Zhiqiang decided to return immediately and take control of the situation. Jiang Chen's release of the recording indicated he was ready to go to war, and with his wealthy celebrity wife backing him, he had the resources to do so. Long Zhiqiang knew that while Jiang Chen could afford to play hardball, the university couldn't. By 3 p.m., Long Zhiqiang had barely touched down when he dialed Jiang Chen's number. He needed to talk things through with him, otherwise, this would spiral out of control. Jiang Chen, lounging at home and playing games with Yi Lingshuang and the others, answered the call with a bemused expression. Principal Long, what makes you reach out to a humble commoner like me? Jiang Chen. There's been a misunderstanding, Long Zhiqiang hurriedly said. Do you have time to meet and discuss this in person? Principal Long, I'm sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now, Jiang Chen said as he hung up the phone. Earlier that morning, Xie Yuqing had told him the principal was waiting for him. Yet, when Jiang Chen arrived at the school, Long Zhiqiang wasn't there. Instead, a low-ranking director handed him 2 application forms. It was clear that this had all been orchestrated by Long Zhiqiang. Now that the university was caught up in a public scandal, he wanted to negotiate to save face. What a self-serving person. Yang Chen dismissed the call and continued playing his game. But soon, his phone rang again. It was Long Zhiqiang. Honey, maybe you should meet with him, Yi Lingshuang suggested. After all, he is the head of the university. Dear, showing mercy to an enemy is being cruel to yourself. We're all living our lives for the first time. Why should I accommodate him? He was the one who tried to bully me. Yi Lingshuang went silent. Jiang Chen had a point. Why should they bend over backward for others? That morning, the principal didn't even meet with Jiang Chen, didn't bother investigating the situation, and simply forced him to choose between expulsion or transfer. Now, he was begging for a meeting only because the university was caught in a scandal. If that weren't the case, this principal wouldn't give Jiang Chen the time of day. Understanding this, Yi Lingshuang stopped urging him. Jiang Chen decided to block the principal's number altogether, so he wouldn't get any more interruptions while playing ranked games. After all, he was using a Smurf account to play with Yi Lingshuang and their friends. His main account's rank was too high for them. As Jiang Chen and the others continued gaming, the scandal surrounding Hangcheng University was spreading rapidly online. Netizens were shocked. Normally, in such situations, the authorities would step in to control the narrative, especially considering that Hangcheng University was a state-run institution. A scandal this big was practically a slap in the face to the authorities. Yet the scandal stayed atop the trending lists without any suppression. The authorities were equally frustrated. They had contacted the relevant platforms, asking them to remove the trending topic, but the platforms stood firm, claiming, "It's the work of netizens, we can't take it down." What nonsense! The authorities knew this was a lie. The platforms simply didn't want to remove it. Even when the authorities offered money, the platforms uniformly responded that they couldn't take it down, no matter how much was offered. This left the authorities fuming. The platform administrators weren't having an easy time either. They had all received calls from a mysterious boss, who made it clear that anyone who dared to accept money to remove the trending topic would be fired. While these administrators might seem like they were in charge, they were actually just employees. The real owner of the platforms was the mysterious boss. With these orders, the administrators refused any attempts to bribe them, now filled with newfound confidence. For once, they didn't have to kowtow to anyone, and it felt pretty good. After finishing their game and getting ready to head out for dinner, Jiang Chen checked the news and noticed that the university scandal had reached an unprecedented level of popularity. The number of comments had jumped from 700,000 to over 3 million. This kind of attention was unheard of. "Honey, this is breaking records," Yi Lingshuang remarked. Normally, the authorities would have intervened by now. Even if they don't delete the trending topic, they should at least be lowering its visibility. But so far, they haven't done anything. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. "You're right. But whatever the reason, the longer this stays trending, the more damage it does to the university's reputation." True. But something feels off. This is a state-run university, there's no way the authorities wouldn't get involved. But now, Yi Lingshuang, being familiar with the entertainment industry, knew how trending topics worked. Normally, with just one phone call, the authorities could ensure that a topic's visibility was reduced. They could even get the platforms to provide contact information for the original poster, so the authorities could deal with them directly. But now, Xushan's phone hadn't made a sound, not a single call or text. It was all very strange. Jiang Chen frowned, pondering the situation. Seeing how the comments were overwhelmingly against the university officials, he grew silent. Why was everyone suddenly so fearless? What he didn't know was that all the major platforms had the same mysterious boss, who had given them all the same orders and even dealt with the authorities. But since Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out, he decided to let it go. No point in stressing over it. As they prepared to leave for dinner, they saw a middle-aged man standing by their rented car, looking around anxiously. Jiang Chen recognized him. It was the principal of Hangqiang University, Long Zhiqiang. "Honey, he's probably here to see you," Yi Lingshuang said, holding Jiang Chen's hand. "Ignore him," Jiang Chen replied coolly, as he walked confidently toward the car. Long Zhiqiang spotted Jiang Chen and hurried over, his face full of apology. "Jiang Chen, I know it's rude of me to show up like this, but could you spare me half an hour?" Jiang Chen glanced at the principal. Long Zhiqiang, balding and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, certainly had a unique look. "Principal, I'm busy. I don't have time to talk." Long Zhiqiang was the kind of person who only looked out for himself, so Jiang Chen's tone was cold. He had no interest in engaging with him. "Jiang Chen, I know this situation is unfair to you. On behalf of the university, I sincerely apologize. Please, forgive us. I promise you won't suffer for nothing. I'll make sure those responsible are held accountable." Jiang Chen sneered at the principal. "Accountable? Weren't you the one who set the rules in the first place? Stop pretending to be a victim here." Long Zhiqiang's face reddened with shame. It was true, he had made the decision to punish Jiang Chen. After all, forcing students to withdraw wasn't exactly new. After a moment of silence, he tried again, smiling awkwardly. "Jiang Chen, if you help us remove the trending topic and say a few good words, I can guarantee you a job at the university after you graduate with a 6-figure salary." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. "You're really good at making empty promises, huh? Do you take me for a child?" "Jiang Chen, I sincerely ask you to delete the post," Long Zhiqiang pleaded anxiously. "The post is still up, and it's severely damaging the university's reputation." Long Zhiqiang was desperate. The university was in the middle of a reform, and no one wanted to invest in it because it was too risky. Now, with this scandal blowing up, it was making things even worse. Seeing that Long Zhiqiang was only concerned about the school's reputation and offered no explanation for Yao Yuanqiang's actions, Jiang Chen realized that this was how they operated, used to being domineering and oblivious to the seriousness of their actions. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen coldly said, "So, Principal Long, now that your dirty laundry is on full display, suddenly reputation matters, huh? But have you stopped to think about what caused this mess in the first place?" Long Zhiqiang paused. From the start, he hadn't considered reflecting on the school's wrongdoing. All he wanted was for Jiang Chen to delete the post so that the issue would quietly disappear. Once the post was gone, the scandal would fade, and they could deal with Yao Yuanqiang internally. Jiang Chen, I understand that my colleague's behavior was inappropriate, but don't worry, we will hold him accountable. For now, I'm asking you to consider the bigger picture. Help us by deleting the post, and we can release a statement saying we've reached an agreement. Jiang Chen was speechless. Inappropriate behavior? That's all you call it? Seeing that Long Zhiqiang wasn't willing to address the real issues, Jiang Chen realized there was no point in continuing the conversation. Clearly, Long only cared about erasing the post, thinking it would fix everything. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. And how exactly do you propose we reach an agreement, Principal Long? You think the real harm here is just to me? You're wrong. The ones who are truly affected are the thousands of students who now have to wonder if this will happen to them one day. As Jiang Chen watched Long Zhiqiang's blank expression, he realized the man didn't grasp the larger implications. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen turned to Yi Lingshuang and said, "Let's go, honey." Yi Lingshuang nodded and got into the Mercedes. She had initially hoped Long Zhiqiang had a real solution, but now she saw he didn't. Jiang Chen followed her into the car, ready to leave when he heard Long Zhiqiang's voice again. "Jiang Chen, please consider the bigger picture and delete the post. We can compensate you." Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Compensation? So that was their solution? Bribe him instead of fixing the problem? He chuckled as he looked at Long Zhiqiang. "How much, Principal Long? How much are you willing to pay for me to delete that post?" Seeing an opportunity, Long Zhiqiang began to feel confident. "Name your price." Jiang Chen smiled coldly. "You've got the wrong person. I'm not interested in your money, and I'm not interested in any so-called agreement." With that, Jiang Chen closed the car door and signaled Zhu Shan to drive away. Long Zhiqiang panicked and quickly got into his car to follow them. Inside the car, Yi Lingshuang turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "So, what's the plan now?" Jiang Chen responded seriously, "Once the recording was released, this situation was out of our hands. What happens to Hangqiang University now is up to fate." He knew that with the recording out, there was no going back. The situation had escalated beyond his control. It was now in the hands of the public. People hate nothing more than those in power abusing their authority. If Yao Yuanqiang didn't come forward to explain his actions and wasn't held accountable, Hangqiang University's reputation would be permanently stained. Now, all Jiang Chen needed to do was sit back and watch the show. Meanwhile, Long Zhiqiang was growing increasingly frustrated. Despite lowering himself to plead with Jiang Chen, the student remained unmoved. As a high-ranking official, Long wasn't used to being treated this way. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from a higher-up. "Old Long, where are you?" the leader asked with concern. Long Zhiqiang sighed and vented his frustrations, explaining how his efforts to reach Jiang Chen had failed. After a long silence, the voice on the other end said, "Old Long, you're going about this the wrong way. You tried to bribe him? Don't you know his girlfriend is worth billions? Do you really think money will sway him?" Long Zhiqiang was taken aback. "Leader, do you have any suggestions? The university is in chaos. There's a crowd of online influencers at the gates, and I'm worried it will only get worse." After a pause, the leader responded, "Old Long, this was your university's mistake. I think it's time Yao goes to apologize." Will an apology even work? You know as well as I do that Yao will never admit he was wrong. Whether it works or not, as the one responsible, he has to try. The leader's tone grew stern. "Let me tell you, this issue has caught the attention of higher authorities. We can't suppress the trending topic, and the websites refuse to delete the posts. Even our department has been ordered not to interfere. I have a feeling that someone powerful is backing Jiang Chen." Long Zhiqiang's face turned pale. If someone with influence was involved, this situation could be far more dangerous than he'd thought. "Leader, are you saying Jiang Chen has a powerful backer?" "I don't know for sure, but higher-ups are taking this very seriously. We need to resolve this issue cleanly. We can't afford to let Hangqiang University collapse just as we're beginning to reform." Hearing the word reform, Long Zhiqiang couldn't help but feel bitter. In the past, the university had been funded by the state, and money was never a concern. Now, without that support, every expense had to be carefully calculated. Although the government had given them some funds before the reform, it wasn't nearly enough. If they didn't secure an investor within 2 months, the university would run out of money. But despite his frustrations, Long Zhiqiang knew that resolving the issue with Jiang Chen was the priority. he immediately called Yao Yuanqiang. Although Yao Yao was reluctant to apologize, Long Zhiqiang threatened his career, and Yao begrudgingly agreed to go. Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang, and their friends settled into a private room at a nice hotel. Just as the food was being served, Long Zhiqiang arrived, dragging a very unwilling Yao Yuanqiang with him. When Long saw Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, he paused briefly before forcing a smile. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry to disturb you again. Jiang Chen, you're a scholar too. Since you know this is rude, why did you still come? Jiang Chen said with a hint of irritation. Long Zhiqiang's expression turned sour. But as a seasoned leader, he kept his composure. The words from his superior earlier weighed heavily on him. If this matter wasn't handled well, Hangqiang University could become the first 985 university to go bankrupt after the reform. That was a disgrace he couldn't afford. Jiang Chen, I've brought Vice Principal Yao here in the hope that you can forgive his past actions. Forgive. Jiang Chen stared at the reluctant Yao Yuanqiang, then stood up abruptly. His voice turned cold. Principal Long, do you even know what he did? He fabricated evidence. That's illegal, do you understand? And now you're bringing him here? Expecting me to just forgive him? He broke the law. Shouldn't the disciplinary committee detain him and start an investigation? But instead, you brought him here to flaunt your power and intimidate me into backing down. Yao Yuanqiang turned pale. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen to know so much. Usually someone in his position would have already been taken away for questioning, but he had connections, which is why he was still free. He stepped forward, his voice filled with frustration. Jiang Chen, I came here to apologize. What more do you want? Do you expect me to kneel before you? Hearing Yao Yuanqiang's defiant tone, Jiang Chen's anger flared. You broke the law, and now you're trying to guilt-trip me into forgiving you. I should record this and let the public see your true face. Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, Yixian's voice cut in. Brother-in-law, I've been live streaming this whole time. Everything they just said is already out there for the viewers to see. What the Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Shan had been live streaming? He felt a bit dizzy but couldn't help but think well done. Long Zhiqiang and Yao Yuanqiang were shocked to hear this. Yao Yuanqiang instinctively moved to grab the phone, but Yi Lingshuang quickly intercepted him, gripping his wrist firmly. What do you think you're doing, Vice Principal Yao? Yao Yuanqiang struggled to free himself, saying, she's violating my rights by recording me. Your rights? You're a public official. Your actions can be scrutinized by the people. If you feel your privacy is being violated, then maybe you should resign first. Yi Lingshuang's words left both Long Zhiqiang and Yao Yuanqiang speechless. They had underestimated her. As a top student from Jingdu University, she wasn't just a pretty face in the entertainment industry. Her intelligence and quick thinking were why she was so hard to outmaneuver. The live stream viewers were equally impressed. They realized that Yi Lingshuang was more than just a beautiful celebrity, she was sharp and capable. Many who had previously criticized her now began to see her in a new light. As the number of viewers in Yi Shan's live stream grew, both Yao Yuanqiang and Long Zhiqiang became increasingly uncomfortable. They wanted to escape the situation, but they knew running away would only make things worse. Long Zhiqiang stepped forward, attempting to salvage the situation. Jiang Chen, I apologize on behalf of Vice Principal Yao. He got emotional earlier. Please forgive him. Jiang Chen tilted his head, looking at Long Zhiqiang with curiosity. Principal Long, are you saying you're willing to take responsibility for Yao Yuanqiang's actions? Or are you planning to just let this slide? Jiang Chen's words resonated with the viewers, fueling their anger. Yao Yuanqiang had abused his power, fabricated lies, and wrongfully expelled a student behavior that was unacceptable. Long Zhiqiang found himself trapped, unable to retreat without looking guilty, but also unable to move forward without making matters worse. Jiang Chen's cold gaze intensified the pressure. Principal Long, this isn't just about me anymore. This is about all students across the country. They fear that what happened to me could happen to them. And if it does, and it doesn't make the headlines, what then? Students work hard for years to get into their dream universities. Can you even imagine the joy that fills their families when they achieve that? And then, that joy is shattered because people like you abuse your power. Can you even begin to understand how that feels? I suggest you think carefully about how you're going to explain this to the nation. What will you do to regain the trust of future students? A university without students is just a memory. Long Zhiqiang was stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Inside he wanted to scream, who do you think you are, telling me what to do, but he couldn't say that out loud, not with the livestream still going. Leave. Please don't come back. There's nothing I can do for you, Jiang Chen said coldly. Long Zhiqiang and Yao Yuan Qiang exchanged a furious glance at Jiang Chen before reluctantly leaving the restaurant. After they left, Jiang Chen, Yi Ling Shuang, and the others resumed their meal. Suddenly Yi Ling Shuang's phone rang. It was the person she had sent to negotiate the acquisition of Qingting Academy. When she answered, she heard a disappointed voice. MSEA Qingting Academy isn't willing to be acquired. They're open to accepting new shareholders, but the stake would be small, and they wouldn't give us any management rights. So, I didn't pursue it further. Yi Ling Shuang hadn't expected this outcome, but it made sense. After all, Qingting Academy was a profitable private institution with no reason to sell. Just as she was about to end the call, the man on the other end added, "But, MSE, I have some good news." "What is it?" Yi Ling Shuang asked, intrigued. "Public universities are currently undergoing reform. The government has pulled funding from 985 universities, forcing them to become self-sufficient. These prestigious institutions spend billions each year. And now they're struggling to stay afloat. The heads of these universities are seeking investors to help keep them running. I think this could be an opportunity. If we invest in one of these 985 universities, it would be a much better deal than buying a private school." Yi Ling Shuang's eyes lit up. Right. A 985 university, whether in terms of teaching quality or laboratory equipment, is far superior to private universities. She quickly asked, "Which of these universities are available for investment? And which ones are currently in need of investors?" The person on the other end of the line replied with a smile, "Well, Hangcheng University, where Mr. Jiang is currently studying, is very eager to find investors." What Yi Ling Shuang's eyes brightened as she immediately understood the implication. "Are you suggesting that I buy shares in Hangcheng University and become a stakeholder?" Exactly, the person confirmed. Yi Ling Shuang paused for a moment, then nervously asked, "But how much would it cost to become a shareholder in Hangcheng University?" "It would require a significant amount," the person replied. "With your 20 billion you might only be able to acquire a small percentage of the shares." After hanging up the phone, Yi Ling Shuang turned to Jiang Chen with an apologetic expression. "Honey, the offer from Qingting Academy isn't great. They're only willing to sell a small portion of shares and won't let us have any say in the management." Jiang Chen reassured her, "If that doesn't work out, we'll just find another one." Then, recalling the conversation about Hangcheng University and becoming a shareholder, he asked curiously, "By the way, what was that about Hangcheng University and shareholders?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Ling Shuang explained. "Hangcheng University is a 985 university, and with several campuses, each worth hundreds of billions. If you add everything up, the total value exceeds 500 billion. We don't have that kind of money." "Don't worry about the money," Jiang Chen said confidently. "I have it." Yi Ling Shuang, skeptical but intrigued, responded, "Honey, this is over 500 billion we're talking about." "I know." Thinking he might be overwhelmed by the situation, Yi Ling Shuang walked over to Jiang Chen, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. "I understand you want to teach those people a lesson, but let's wait a little longer, okay? I'll work hard to make more money, and then we can buy Hangcheng University. You can be the principal and handle them however you want." "Sweetheart, I'm telling you, I really do have the money." But seeing the worried look on her face, Jiang Chen sighed and admitted, "I haven't been entirely honest with you. I'm actually a trillionaire." What Yi Ling Shuang stared at him in shock. "A trillionaire?" Her voice rose in disbelief as she looked at him with concern. After a moment she reached out to feel his forehead. "Are you feeling okay? Why are you talking nonsense?" Yu Shan, standing nearby, was equally worried. "Brother-in-law, did something happen to you? Do you know how much a trillion is?" Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, realizing that without proof, they wouldn't believe him. So, he pulled out his phone, opened his banking app, and handed it to Yi Ling Shuang. "See for yourself." Both women took the phone, still doubtful, and began counting the digits on the screen. 13 digits, Yu Shan whispered in astonishment. "Sis, that's 13 digits." Both of them were stunned. Could Jiang Chen really be a trillionaire? "Are these numbers real?" Yi Ling Shuang asked, still in disbelief. "Are you just trying to make us laugh?" She remembered how Jiang Chen couldn't even afford a 590,000 yuan handbag before. How could he suddenly have this much money? "Are you joking?" she asked. Jiang Chen, who had always struggled financially, couldn't possibly have this much money, she thought. But just then, Jiang Chen called the server, asking for the bill. When the server returned with the card machine, Jiang Chen swiped his card for 79,800 yuan. Immediately, Yi Ling Shuang's phone buzzed with a notification. She glanced at it and froze. Bank notification: your account ending in 0074 has successfully paid 79,800 yuan. Your current balance is 200,000,020,98576 yuan. She stared at the screen, dumbfounded. It was real. Jiang Chen really was a trillionaire. To confirm, she logged out of the banking app and logged back in. The balance was still the same. How is this possible? She muttered, stunned. Yi Shu Shan was equally shocked. This is insane. 1,000,000,000 yuan? He might even be richer than the world's wealthiest people, and it's all liquid cash. Jiang Chen, seeing their reactions, couldn't help but chuckle. Now do you believe me? Both women nodded vigorously. Jiang Chen grinned. So, should we go ahead and buy Hangcheng University? Yi Lingshuang and Xu Shan exchanged glances, still in disbelief. Was Jiang Chen really about to become the youngest principal in Hangcheng University's history? Yi Lingshuang saw Jiang Chen's excitement at the idea of becoming the principal of Hangcheng University and couldn't help but laugh. Honey, even though Hangcheng University has transitioned to a private institution, acquiring it won't be that simple. Why not? Aren't they looking for investors? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. They are. But it's still a 985 university, and it's still under government control. Even if they're handing it over to private management, they'll be very selective. Not just anyone can take over, Yi Lingshuang explained. She paused for a moment and added, we'll also need to ensure that no foreign entities are allowed to buy shares. Jiang Chen understood. Hangcheng University was still considered a national asset. Even though it was being privatized, it couldn't fall into foreign hands, and the university's operations had to remain stable. That's not a big deal, Jiang Chen replied confidently. We just need to come up with a solid plan. Yi Lingshuang nodded in agreement. All right, when we get back, let's draft a plan. Write down everything you want to do with the university. Yi Xin, who had been listening in, tilted her head and asked Yi Lingshuang, sis, if the university belongs to the state, does that mean the money from the sale goes to the government or to the university administrators? Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened at the question, and after a moment, she laughed. Yu Xian, since the university is owned by the state, the money would go to the government, of course. The administrators are just there to manage it, like how a company hires managers to run things. Yi Shan pondered this and said, so, if we want to buy the entire university, we'd have to negotiate with the Ministry of Education. Exactly. We'd need to go through the Ministry of Education, Yi Lingshuang confirmed. She hesitated before adding, but since the reform hasn't been publicly announced yet, if we approach them too directly, they might deny everything. If that happens, we might lose our chance to buy it. Jiang Chen and Xu Shan both fell silent, understanding the situation. The reform process was still under wraps, meaning they couldn't openly inquire about it. Honey, we may not be able to ask outright, but we can still test the waters. If we publish some articles online and get them trending, we can gauge the government's reaction, Yi Lingshuang suggested. If they neither confirm nor deny it, or give a vague response, we'll know it's time to approach them for negotiations. I don't think they'll reject us, especially since finding investors for universities isn't easy. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, honey, I'll leave it to you. Yu Shan, feeling left out, looked at Jiang Chen with big, eager eyes. Brother-in-law, what about me? Can I help with something too? Yi Lingshuang laughed. You can help me write the plan. With their roles decided, Jiang Chen suddenly found himself with nothing to do. At that moment, he realized how great it was to have such a capable wife. She took care of everything while he could sit back and enjoy the results. With a plan in place, the group quickly finished their dinner. Since Jiang Chen's apartment was too small, they decided to rent a presidential suite at a hotel so they could work comfortably. Jiang Chen initially wanted to help Yi Lingshuang with the plan, but she gently refused. Honey, you go rest. Yi Shu Shan and I can handle this. Feeling touched by his wife's thoughtfulness, Jiang Chen relented. All right, you two work hard. I'll get you some snacks later. Yi Lingshuang smiled warmly. That sounds great. While Yi Lingshuang and Zhu Shan got to work on the plan, Jiang Chen sat nearby, checking the trending topics online. The controversy surrounding Yao Yuanqiang had already sparked widespread outrage, and with Yi Shan's livestream earlier showing both Yao Yuanqiang and Long Zhiqiang's behavior, public opinion was overwhelmingly against them. The discussion was now a top trend, with millions of comments. Jiang Chen was puzzled. It's strange. Even though the university is being privatized, why hasn't the government stepped in to suppress this? No matter where he looked, there was no official response. After a while, Jiang Chen came across the articles that Yi Lingshuang and Xu Shan had written, though they had been published by others. The article speculated that several universities, including Hangcheng University, were transitioning to private ownership and that they were currently seeking investors. Since they weren't sure how long the government planned to keep the reform under wraps, they approached the topic cautiously. But soon, the article had gained traction and was trending, with curious citizens tagging government officials, asking if it was true. Just when Jiang Chen thought there wouldn't be a response, he saw an official statement confirming it. The government openly acknowledged that 5 key universities were undergoing reform as part of a pilot program to transition to private management. They explained that this was a necessary step, as public universities required massive funding to operate, and privatization would free up resources for other national priorities. Jiang Chen was both surprised and thrilled. "Honey, did you see this? The government just confirmed the news. We can go ahead and talk to the Ministry of Education about buying Hangcheng University now." Yi Lingshuang, who had been working on the plan, quickly checked her phone. Seeing the official statement, she couldn't contain her excitement. With the government's confirmation, they could openly pursue the acquisition of Hangcheng University. The next day at 9 a.m., Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang finished their breakfast. "Honey, let's go now," Jiang Chen said with a smile, holding Yi Lingshuang's hand. "Dear, are you sure all your funds are legitimate?" Yi Lingshuang asked seriously, as she looked at Jiang Chen. Everything was ready for the purchase, but for a young man like Jiang Chen to have access to 2 trillion yuan in cash raised some serious questions. "Don't worry. Every cent is clean," Jiang Chen replied with a reassuring smile. The system had already confirmed that all his funds were legal, though he wasn't entirely sure how they were transferred. He knew there was no issue. "All right," Yi Lingshuang nodded, still puzzled about the source of Jiang Chen's wealth but choosing not to press further. The two of them, with Yi Xiushan driving, arrived at the education department. They had to wait for over 2 hours before the person in charge finally arrived. "Jiang Chen, are you serious about wanting to purchase the operating rights of Hangcheng University?" a middle-aged man with a large belly asked in disbelief as he sat across from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was already a well-known figure, having shaken things up at Hangcheng University like a storm. His actions were as disruptive as Sun Wukong's havoc in heaven, yet unlike Sun Wukong, Jiang Chen seemed to have powerful backing, making it difficult for anyone to challenge him. Now, after damaging the university's reputation, he was back to buy it. Was this the result of careful planning, or just a coincidence? The man treated Jiang Chen with extra caution. "We're serious. Just name the price. I want to finalize the purchase today," Jiang Chen said confidently. The man's heart skipped a beat. This was how big players acted, bold and decisive. No wonder Jiang Chen had caused such a stir at the university and left Long Zhiqiang humiliated. "Although the university is undergoing reforms, we never expected anyone to consider a full purchase. Hangcheng University is valued at 500 billion yuan. Jiang Chen understood the man's underlying message. The university had been running at a loss for years, and they hadn't anticipated anyone would want to buy it outright. They had planned to sell shares and have a group of investors manage it. "Then please contact your superiors and let them know I'm interested in a full acquisition. I don't want any small shareholders interfering with my management," Jiang Chen said firmly. The man realized Jiang Chen didn't want anyone meddling in his affairs, including the government departments. After an awkward smile, he went to inform his superiors. Hangcheng University had been a drain on the national treasury for years, receiving billions in subsidies annually. Now that Jiang Chen was willing to pay such a huge amount, there was no reason to refuse. The investment was so significant that it would be impossible for Jiang Chen not to take the management seriously. With a cost of 500 billion yuan, it would take a century, or even longer, to break even. Thus, the higher-ups quickly approved the deal. From now on, Hangcheng University belonged to Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, here is the agreement. Please review it. If everything is in order, you can make the payment, and we'll proceed with the formalities," the man said, handing over the contract. Jiang Chen glanced at the agreement. As expected, it was filled with clauses that absolved the government of any future responsibility. The university was a financial burden, and they were keen to offload it without the risk of it being returned. Additionally, there were patriotic clauses, just as Yi Lingshuang had mentioned. Jiang Chen could bring in investors, but they had to be Chinese citizens, with an annual tax contribution of at least 2 billion yuan. If Jiang Chen ever changed his nationality, the university would revert to state ownership. The terms were strict. Noticing Jiang Chen's serious expression as he read through the document, the man cautiously added, "These are the basic conditions. If you don't agree to any of them, we can't proceed with the transaction." Jiang Chen handed the document to Yi Lingshuang, who reviewed it carefully. As she expected, there were provisions preventing foreign investment. After considering it, she nodded, saying, "Dear, we would never do anything to harm our country, so while these conditions may seem harsh, they only target those who might try to flee their responsibilities." She then turned to the man and said sternly, "The agreement is fine, but we have a condition before signing." "Please, go ahead," the man replied. "Yao Yuanqiang must be held accountable for his actions. Additionally, the university's staffing decisions should be left entirely to us, without interference." The man's expression darkened. He understood what Yi Lingshuang meant. There were many issues at Hengqing University, and Jiang Chen needed to overhaul the staff. After a moment of contemplation and recalling Yao Yuanqiang's misconduct, he said, "The university is yours now. Staff changes are entirely up to you. If anyone resists, we'll handle it." As a government official, he knew his role. Moreover, the higher-ups had already instructed him to fully cooperate with Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had just paid 500 billion yuan in real money. Satisfied, Yi Lingshuang added, "We also expect that Yao Yuanqiang will be investigated and punished according to the law for his illegal actions." The man hesitated. At this point, the university needs stability. If we pursue this... Before he could finish, Jiang Chen interrupted, "Once I take over, there will be far bigger changes than dealing with a vice president. Just follow the law," Jiang Chen said calmly. The man saw no point in arguing further. Jiang Chen was clearly well connected, and the instructions from above confirmed it. He agreed to Jiang Chen's terms. Jiang Chen then took out his phone and transferred 500 billion yuan through a secure channel to the government account. The man was stunned by how smoothly the transaction went. "Jiang Chen, the paperwork will be ready in an hour. How about we grab lunch while we wait?" Jiang Chen was surprised at how quickly things were moving. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said, "Please make my wife the official owner of the university." The man was left speechless. A university worth 500 billion yuan, and Jiang Chen just handed it over to Yi Lingshuang? What a generous gesture. Dear Yi Lingshuang walked over to Jiang Chen, holding his arm as she said emotionally, "I don't need an entire university. Honey, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours." Jiang Chen smiled. "Consider this university as my dowry for you." That's too much." Yi Lingshuang lowered her head, her heart filled with warmth. She had once given 1 billion yuan as a dowry to Jiang Chen's parents, and they refused to accept it. Now, Jiang Chen was giving her 500 billion as a dowry. This not only showed how much he cared for her, but also how deeply he loved her. The man nearby overheard the conversation about the 500 billion yuan dowry and couldn't help but wonder how much money Jiang Chen actually had. How could he be so generous? 500 billion yuan was more than the annual income of some small countries. Jiang Chen ignored the man's astonishment and smiled. "Thank you for your help." The man, still in shock, quickly gave orders to finalize the paperwork. "Mr. Jiang, it will take a bit more time to complete the relevant documents. How about we have a meal together so we can get to know each other better?" the man suggested. Jiang Chen had no reason to refuse. After all, he would be dealing with these officials in the future, given his new role with the university. So, they all went to the finest restaurant for a meal. "Mr. Jiang, if you ever encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me," the man said, thoroughly impressed by Jiang Chen's generosity. A 500 billion yuan dowry. Who else in the world could do something like that? Jiang Chen smiled in response but didn't say much. After the meal, the documents were ready. Seeing that the university was now officially under Yi Lingshuang's name, Jiang Chen felt satisfied. He was ready to receive the 100-fold reward from the system but realized there was no response. "System? Are you awake? Where's my 100-fold reward?" Jiang Chen asked. The system's irritated voice suddenly replied, "Host, do you think I'm a fool? You gave your wife money and still want to claim a reward? That's cheating. Cheating, you hear me? Do you want me to confiscate everything you've got?" The system's sudden outburst left Jiang Chen stunned. "System, are you on your period or something? Why are you so cranky?" "Host, you're slacking off. I gave you control of the system, and you barely use it. How do you expect me to be cheerful?" the system grumbled. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Was he really being scolded for not using the system enough? "Host, the destiny modifier I gave you is meant to help you fulfill your ambitions. You should have the attitude of those who follow me will thrive, and those who oppose me will perish." Yao Yuanqiang slandered you. And you didn't even bother to change his fate to something miserable. And when Long Zhiqiang shielded him, you still tried to reason with him. Do you seriously believe justice may be delayed but will eventually come? The system continued, "Host, you should make better use of the skills I gave you. Stop focusing on making money, okay? You already have enough to buy a small country and become its king. Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed by the system's tirade. The system seemed really upset. He realized he might have neglected it for too long. The system went on, do you know what keeps me alive? Your desires. The more you use my skills, the better I thrive. But you've barely used me since activation. Do you know how frustrating that is for me? I waited 10 years for you to activate me, and now that I'm finally here, you're ignoring me. If this keeps up, I might as well go back to sleep and wait for your death before I resurface. Jiang Chen awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. The system seemed genuinely upset. He thought for a moment and then replied, okay, if using your skills keeps you going, I'll make sure to use them more often. Host, you better remember that. Don't leave me hanging again, the system grumbled, still venting its frustrations. Jiang Chen chose to temporarily ignore the system's complaints and refocused on the task at hand. The man handed him the completed documents and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, all the paperwork is done. We'll post an official announcement on the university's website shortly. With everything settled, Jiang Chen said, since my wife is now the official owner of the university, please have some enforcement officers accompany us to arrest Yao Yuanqiang. Also, make an official statement and initiate an investigation. I'm sure the entire nation is eager to see justice served. The man didn't hesitate. He had already sought approval from his superiors regarding Yao Yuanqiang's arrest, and they fully supported Jiang Chen's actions. Soon, they were on their way to Hangcheng University with law enforcement officers. It was lunchtime when Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang arrived at the university, accompanied by high-ranking officials. Their presence caused quite a stir among the students. People wondered what Jiang Chen was up to this time, especially with such important figures in tow. When Long Zhiqiang, the university president, learned that Jiang Chen had arrived with officials from the education department, he felt excited. He mistakenly believed that Jiang Chen had been appeased by the authorities and that he was in the clear. Eager to make a good impression, he rushed to welcome them. Director Zhao, you've arrived. Long Zhiqiang led a group of school leaders to greet the man with utmost respect. Long Director Zhao looked at him with disappointment. Despite their previous conversation, Long Zhiqiang had failed to handle the situation properly and had only made things worse. Director Zhao, may I ask the reason for your visit today? Long Zhiqiang, oblivious to the disappointment on Zhao's face, attempted to make small talk. Zhao waved him off and walked over to Jiang Chen. President Long, Hangcheng University is now under Miss Yi's ownership. You are relieved of your duties and will be reassigned once a suitable position is found. What? Long Zhiqiang's face turned as pale as a sheet. Director Zhao, are you saying the university has been purchased by Yi Lingshuang? And now it belongs to them. And I'm being dismissed? He asked in disbelief. Zhao nodded, seeing that Long had finally understood. He then took out an arrest warrant and approached Yao Yuanqiang. Yao Yuanqiang, you are under arrest for abusing your power and framing students. The evidence is conclusive. Please come with us. Director Zhao. There must be some kind of mistake, right? Yao Yuanqiang asked, his face pale with fear, his eyes pleading as he looked toward Long Zhiqiang for help. But Long Zhiqiang kept his head down, too scared to speak up. At that moment, he didn't dare to say a word on Yao Yuanqiang's behalf because he was terrified himself. Seeing Long Zhiqiang's avoidance, Yao Yuanqiang realized he was on his own. His face turned as white as a sheet of paper as he thought of the consequences. Desperate, he started to beg for mercy. Director Zhao, I lost my way. Please, considering my 15 years of dedicated service to this university, give me another chance. I swear. But the man cut him off. You've served the university for 15 years, and that gives you the right to abuse your power and fabricate evidence to frame students. His voice was cold and indifferent. Take him away. Without further hesitation, the enforcement officers handcuffed Yao Yuanqiang. As he was led away in front of thousands of students, their eyes followed his every move. Watching Yao Yuanqiang being taken away, Director Zhao turned his gaze to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face remained expressionless, and at that moment, Zhao realized that this was just the beginning of the purge at Hangcheng University. Walking over to Jiang Chen, Zhao said, Mr. Jiang, we'll open a formal investigation. Within a week we'll have results, and there's no doubt he'll be sentenced. The only question is how long his sentence will be, depending on the number of charges involved. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding the implications. Director Zhao was making it clear that Yao Yuanqiang's fate was sealed. Thank you for your assistance, Jiang Chen replied with a slight smile, satisfied with how things were progressing. Just doing our duty, Zhao responded modestly. Meanwhile, Long Zhiqiang, seeing the respectful way Zhao spoke to Jiang Chen, grew increasingly anxious. If Jiang Chen decided to dig into his past, there was a good chance he'd end up sharing a cell with Yao Yuanqiang. After a brief conversation with Jiang Chen, Zhao noticed Long Zhiqiang looking pale and uneasy. Seeming to understand what was going through Long's mind, Zhao turned to the two enforcement officers and said, "Take President Long for questioning as well." Zhao knew that after everything Jiang Chen had been through with the university's management, he would likely want a clean slate. Helping with that process was just part of the job. "Director Zhao, do I really have to go too long?" Zhiqiang stammered, his worst fears coming true. "You were his direct supervisor, how can you escape responsibility?" Zhao replied sternly, and Long Zhiqiang felt a chill run down his spine. It was over for him too. Without any concern for Long's reaction, Zhao ordered the officers to take him away as well. As the university's president and vice president were both escorted into police cars, students whispered among themselves. "Is Jiang Chen really like the Monkey King?" one student wondered aloud. "He hasn't even officially started school, and he's already gotten 2 top officials fired." "You're missing the point," another student replied. "I didn't have much interaction with President Long, but Vice President Yao Yuanqiang, based on that recording, could be facing a lot of years in prison." "But it's just a recording," someone else argued, downplaying the severity of the situation. "You don't get it. Yao Yuanqiang was notorious around here. Plenty of students were forced to leave because of him. In the 3 years I've been here, I know of at least 6 powerless students who were expelled after getting into fights. Meanwhile, the other students involved were fine." As the students continued to discuss the situation, Zhao listened in silence. He now understood how deep the issues at Hangcheng University ran. As a government official, he knew he had to help Jiang Chen set things right. After a moment of thought, Zhao called for all the university's leaders to gather in the conference room, so they could discuss the state of the school and give Jiang Chen a chance to assess the situation. In the conference room, every university leader and teacher gathered. With a stern look, Zhao addressed them. "I'm sure you've all seen the news by now. Hangcheng University is undergoing reform. Just now, Miss Yi Lingshuang has purchased the permanent management rights to the school. From now on, Miss Yi is the owner of this university." As Zhao explained the recent developments, many teachers exchanged complex glances with each other. Not long ago, they had all been furious with Jiang Chen, calling for his expulsion. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that Jiang Chen's wife Yi Lingshuang would become their boss. This situation was beyond dangerous for them. While everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Zhao continued, "Due to the fact that President Long Zhiqiang was unfit for his role and allowed such serious issues to occur, he will step down while the investigation proceeds. During this time, Mr. Jiang Chen will serve as acting president." The announcement left everyone stunned. Jiang Chen, a student who hadn't even attended a full day of classes, was now the president of a 985 university? It was absurd, but despite their shock, no one dared voice their objections. "Mr. Jiang, do you have anything to say?" Zhao asked, handing the floor over to Jiang Chen. Of course, Jiang Chen replied with a smile as he stepped forward. Taking the microphone, he scanned the room and said, "You all know who I am, but I'm not familiar with most of you." The room fell silent. "Although I haven't had much time to get to know this university, in just a few days, I've already seen a lot of problems. I can't speak to how things were before, but now that my wife has invested heavily in this school, I won't tolerate these issues any longer. They must be addressed." Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the room. Normally, these people would act high and mighty, looking down on others with disdain. But now, under Jiang Chen's intense stare, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Satisfied with their reactions, Jiang Chen continued, "I know some of you are comfortable in your positions and haven't bothered to improve your skills." It was clear that Jiang Chen had little respect for certain individuals in the room, and everyone could hear it in his voice. "So, I've decided to invest heavily in hiring top experts from both inside and outside the country to join the faculty. I'll also be acquiring the most advanced equipment to make this university the best it can be." At this, the color drained from several faces. They all knew that Hangcheng University was already fully staffed. If Jiang Chen was bringing in new talent, it meant some of them would be replaced. Fear spread through the room. Being fired by Jiang Chen would damage their reputations and mark them as incompetent. Jiang Chen noticed their reactions but didn't care. His priority was to improve the university, and those who couldn't keep up had no place there. A man hesitantly spoke up, "Mr. Jiang, which fields are you planning to bring new experts into?" Jiang Chen glanced around the room before replying calmly, "Every field." "And what will happen to the current teachers in those fields?" the man asked again. "It's simple," Jiang Chen said, his voice cold. "Those who are incompetent will step aside. His words sent a wave of murmurs through the room. If Jiang Chen really went through with this, the university would undergo a massive shake-up. President Jiang, you've just arrived. How do you know who is incompetent and who isn't qualified for their position? A man questioned, clearly dissatisfied. He felt that Jiang Chen was abusing his authority. Jiang Chen could tell what the man was implying, and he couldn't help but laugh. He spread his hands nonchalantly and replied, I don't know, but the students do. Jiang Chen's calm demeanor and direct approach made everyone's expressions change. He was right, this was something that could be determined by the students. If a teacher was good, and the students felt they were learning something valuable, they would naturally support them. Realizing this, the room fell silent. None of them had ever imagined that their fate would one day be in the hands of the students. Seeing the unease on their faces, Jiang Chen smiled and continued, I know some of you are getting nervous. But don't worry, anyone who has to leave will be compensated according to national regulations. However, compensation was the last thing on their minds. Being dismissed meant a permanent stain on their careers. If they were fired from Hangcheng University, people in the industry would see them as failures. It was incredibly humiliating. What they didn't consider was that the students they had expelled had faced similar judgments. For those students, whether or not they finished university had a huge impact on their lives. Yet, these teachers had thought nothing of ruining those futures. After the meeting, Yi Lingshuang walked up to Jiang Chen, gently took his hand and asked softly, Honey, should we start contacting international experts now? Honey, we're in the digital age now. There's no need to fly around inviting people in person. We just need to send out an invitation, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Yi Lingshuang was puzzled by what Jiang Chen meant. Foreign professors were often very proud, and even visiting them multiple times might not convince them to come. But Jiang Chen was only thinking about sending an invitation. Seeing her confusion, Jiang Chen explained, Sweetheart, there's no one in the world who doesn't like money. If we offer them the right salary, those who are interested will come. No need for us to chase them down. Yi Lingshuang was surprised by his straightforward and bold approach. It was simple and effective. The official, noticing their discussion about recruiting top professors, stepped forward after a brief pause. Mr. Jiang, Miss Yi, I do have contacts for some overseas Chinese professors and experts. They were once our country's pride, but they were lured abroad by high salaries. We couldn't meet their demands, so the negotiations fell through. If you're willing to offer a competitive salary, I can help reach out to them. Jiang Chen smiled at the offer. He wasn't interested in hiring people who had left the country for greener pastures. If foreign countries poached top talent from China, he'd just poach top talent from abroad. It was only fair. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Chen's acquisition of Hangcheng University had already been published by the relevant authorities. When netizens saw that Yi Lingshuang was now the owner, their minds were blown. How does she have so much money? One person commented. First, she buys shares in her company, and now she's buying this giant university. Does acting really pay that well? You're missing the point, another chimed in. The real story is about her husband, Jiang Chen. After he was mistreated by the school, our queen bought the university out of revenge, and now she's getting rid of everyone who wronged him. Now that you mention it, someone else added, doesn't Yi Lingshuang give off serious boss lady vibes? The comments kept rolling in, and netizens started to admire Jiang Chen's luck. They couldn't help but envy him for having such a protective wife. Many people wished they could have a wife like Yi Lingshuang, who wouldn't let anyone mess with her husband. Far away on a remote island, a man in his late 30s was sunbathing on the beach when his phone buzzed with a notification. Curious, he opened it, and when he saw the content, he was stunned. Removing his sunglasses, he jumped to his feet. How did that brat get so much money to buy Hangcheng University? The man, Jiang Zhanjin, exclaimed. What's going on? His wife Lin Suxi asked curiously, taking the phone from him. Lin Suxi was Jiang Chen's mother. When she saw the news, she was just as shocked. 5 trillion to buy Hangcheng University. This kid has all that money, and didn't even think to tell us, Lin Suxi complained. He's so unfilial. Jiang Zhantian didn't know how to respond to his wife's grumbling. Honey, you really want to ask our son for money? Aren't you worried that this money might not have come from a clean source? He asked cautiously. What's there to worry about? Lin Suxi replied confidently. If the money's in his account and he's already spending it, then it's legitimate. Satisfied with her reasoning, she added, but still, he has all that money and didn't think to give us a little? That's just disrespectful. Feeling a bit awkward, Jiang Zhantian tried to reason with her. But honey, it's not like we need his money. True. But he's our son. Shouldn't he be showing some filial respect now that he's got money? Lin Suxi replied, taking off her face mask in frustration. Let's go back to China and ask him for some. Dear, isn't this a bit too much? Jiang Zhenqian hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ever since Jiang Chen was young, they never gave him a penny. In fact, they even used the excuse of not having enough money for travel to take the money Jiang Chen earned from tutoring. And now, despite having just a few billion, they were planning to take even more? It felt a bit too extreme. Remember, enduring hardship is what makes someone truly great, Lin Susu said confidently. Look at our son. Despite us not giving him any money, he's done so well for himself. That's why I've decided we should take all his money and see how he turns out after graduating college. Dear, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Jiang Zhenqian's mouth twitched as he remembered the look in Jiang Chen's eyes when they took away his tutoring money. He also recalled how Jiang Chen's grandmother often called, and how Jiang Chen, unable to afford new clothes during the new year, wore tattered shoes while visiting relatives. Jiang Chen had already endured so much he felt heartbroken for his son. Lin Susu noticed her husband's softened expression and gently took his hand, saying, "You can't go soft on him now. Just look at him, he's only got a few billion and already went and bought a university that loses money every year. It's clear he still doesn't understand the value of hard-earned money." Seeing Jiang Zhenqian's reluctant expression, her gentle demeanor vanished. She let go of his hand and coldly said, "What's wrong? Is my word no longer respected in this household?" "Of course it is, dear. Of course it is," Jiang Zhenqian quickly responded with a forced smile. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he suggested, "Why don't we bring mom and dad back with us?" "Bringing your parents along? Isn't that a bit much?" Lin Susu hesitated. "Why not?" Jiang Zhenqian pressed. Years ago, to help Jiang Chen become independent, they'd told him that his grandparents had passed away, but in reality, they had taken them abroad for treatment. Jiang Chen had been devastated, crying his heart out. It was hard to bear. Our parents raised Jiang Chen, and now that their health has improved so much, it's time they saw their grandson. Lin Susu fell silent. It was true, Jiang Chen's grandparents were still alive, having been taken abroad for treatment. They had used advanced technology to restore their health, and now, the elderly couple was vibrant and full of life. By all rights, they should be brought back. But given the current situation, it might be too soon. After a moment of thought, she shook her head. Let's wait until Jiang Chen graduates. If he finds out who we really are, and that we can even regenerate cells, who knows how big-headed he'll become. This time, let's focus on taking his money. Jiang Zhenqian sighed inwardly, feeling sorry for his son. With a mother this ruthless, Jiang Chen had his work cut out for him. At least, he consoled himself, his parents could live many more years. Resigned, he stopped pushing the idea. The couple left the beach, returned home to explain the situation to the elderly couple, and left instructions for the servants to take good care of them before boarding a helicopter. They flew to the nearest city, where they chartered a private plane back to China. 15 hours later, their plane touched down at Hangcheng Airport. Should we call Jiang Chen? Jiang Zhenqian asked tentatively. No, we need to disguise ourselves first. Let's go buy some cheap clothes and show up with big sacks. Looking pitiful, Lin Susu replied, already planning the next step. We have to play the part if we want to get his money. Jiang Zhenqian couldn't help but wince at her ruthless plan. Deceiving their son was one thing, but this level of manipulation was just too much. But knowing his place in the family, he could only go along with it. They bought some cheap clothes and stuffed them into large bags before taking a taxi to Jiang Chen's apartment complex. At Hangcheng Hotel, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were about to head out for lunch when Jiang Chen's phone rang. Seeing his father's number, he quickly answered. Before he could say anything, his father's anxious voice came through. Son, your mother and I are at the gate of your apartment complex. Come down and pay the taxi fare. Jiang Chen frowned. His parents always seemed to find a way to mooch off him, claiming they were broke, yet they always took taxis everywhere. Being their son was no easy task. But they were his parents, so he had no choice but to go down. Honey, my parents are at the gate of my apartment complex. They've taken a taxi and don't have the fare, so I need to go pay for it. Yi Lingshuang, too, had an exasperated look. Same old tricks, huh? Let's go, Jiang Chen said, as they headed to the underground garage, where they got into the rented Mercedes and drove to Jiang Chen's apartment complex. At the entrance, they found Jiang Chen's parents chatting and smoking with the taxi driver. As soon as they pulled up, Jiang Zhenqian's loud voice could be heard. Don't worry, driver. My son is very generous, and my daughter-in-law is a famous actress. They'll more than make up for the time you've spent waiting. The taxi driver sighed. Well, I suppose I'm out of luck. As long as I get the fare, I'll be happy. The ride from the airport to the city center was nearly 100 kilometers, with tolls totaling over 1,000 yuan. Judging by Jiang Zhenqian and Lin Susu's laborer-like appearance, he figured he'd be lucky just to get paid. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he overheard his father's conversation with the driver. His parents sure knew how to enjoy life, always flying in and taking taxis despite claiming to be broke. Luckily, flights required tickets to be purchased in advance, or he'd probably have to cover those costs too. But Yi Lingshuang didn't overthink it. Seeing Jiang Chen's parents, she happily walked over. "Dad, Mom, why didn't you let us know you were coming? We could have picked you up." Lin Susu, spotting Yi Lingshuang, beamed and said, "Lingshuang, it's so good to see you then." With pride, she turned to the driver and said, "See, this is my daughter-in-law, the famous actress. We weren't lying to you." The taxi driver was stunned. Although he'd been busy, he'd seen the trending news recently. In his downtime, he often scrolled through videos, and Yi Lingshuang's name was all over them. "She really is the famous actress Yi Lingshuang? And she's your daughter-in-law?" Of course, Lin Susu's pride was evident, her vanity thoroughly satisfied. After confirming it, the driver was thrilled. If not for the awkwardness of the situation, he might have asked for an autograph for his daughter. Yi Lingshuang politely asked, "How much do we owe you?" 1,000 yuan should cover it, the driver stammered, still starstruck. She took out 1,000 yuan in cash from her purse and handed it to him. "Thank you, Miss Ye. You're even more beautiful in person than on screen," the driver praised her, causing Yi Lingshuang to blush. As the driver left, Jiang Chen's eccentric parents surrounded Yi Lingshuang, chatting non-stop. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, was left to carry their heavy bag of cheap clothes to the car. The car sped along the road and soon arrived at the hotel's restaurant. Jiang Chen placed a piece of beef on his mother's plate and asked with a smile, "Dad, Mom, how long are you planning to stay this time?" "We'll be leaving in a couple of days," Lin Susu replied with a smile. Suddenly, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she asked Jiang Chen, "Xiao Chen, Shen, how much money do you have right now?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. The same old routine, the same familiar approach. However, he still answered honestly, "Mom, I did make some money this year." "That's great." Lin Susu's face lit up with excitement. "Your father and I found a small island abroad, and it's fantastic. It's perfect, whether for investment or living." Jiang Chen was left speechless by his mother's words. Did his parents really come back from their trip abroad with such grand ambitions? Buying an island just like that? Yi Lingshuang was equally stunned. Though her in-laws often made outrageous requests, this one took the cake. Buying an island? Their words were beyond bold. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were incredibly wealthy. Noticing the odd expressions on Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's faces, Lin Susu exchanged a glance with Jiang Zhenqian. Catching on, Jiang Zhenqian quickly added, "Xiao Chen, that island really is amazing. Your mother and I don't want to come back. We're thinking of retiring there." Seeing his parents tag-teaming like this, Jiang Chen stayed silent for a moment before asking, "How much does the island cost?" "Not much, just 80 billion. What? The Jiang Chen jumped up in shock. 80 billion. "Dad, do you think 80 billion is a small amount? Isn't it?" Jiang Zhenqian frowned, feeling that he hadn't said anything wrong. He had already checked Jiang Chen's accounts. Right now, Jiang Chen had over 1 trillion. A mere 80 billion was nothing. Looking at his father's casual attitude, Jiang Chen felt a sense of disbelief. Were these the same parents who used to be strapped for cash? The ones who even took his tutoring money? Now, they seemed like billionaires, no, trillionaires. Even Yi Lingshuang was stunned by Jiang Zhenqian's words. She earned a substantial income herself, but in 5 years of work, she'd only made a couple of billion. And here they were, throwing around hundreds of billions like it was nothing. Not wanting to overstep as the daughter-in-law, she decided to let Jiang Chen handle the situation. Jiang Chen quickly calmed his racing thoughts. Even though 80 billion wasn't much to him now, money still shouldn't be spent so recklessly, right? Moreover, the island was abroad. If it were in China, he might consider it. So he said, "Dad, Mom, you're right, 80 billion isn't much." Exactly. Lin Susu was delighted. She knew her son was filial. Yes, but Jiang Chen pretended to be excited as he looked at his parents. "Dad, Mom, go find a good job and buy it within a year. I want to be the island owner, the rich second generation." His parents' faces twitched. So after all that talk, Jiang Chen wasn't planning to spend his money. Instead, he wanted them to work for it? Where could they find a job that paid 80 billion a year? They exchanged glances, and Jiang Zhenqian curiously asked, "Xiao Chen, how much money have you actually made?" Not much. Jiang Chen was afraid that if he told the truth, his unreliable parents would squander it all. Seeing that Jiang Chen wouldn't reveal the amount, his parents grew anxious. At this moment they realized their son had become more cautious, and was even guarding against them. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Jiang Chen decided it was best to clarify his stance. Smiling, he said, "Dad, Mom, let's eat before the food gets cold." Seeing this, Lin Susu and Jiang Zhenchen had no choice but to drop the subject for now. After the meal, Yi Lingshuang gently suggested, "Dad, Mom, why don't we go for a walk? Hangzhou is bustling this time of year." Naturally, Lin Susu agreed. Now that she was back in the country, she wanted to spend more time with her daughter-in-law. So, the group set out for a stroll around West Lake. After getting tired from walking, they passed by a shopping mall on their way back. "Mom, let's go up and see if there are any clothes suitable for you and Dad. Let's buy a few to take home." Okay. As a woman, Lin Susu naturally loved shopping. Jiang Chen and his father had no choice but to follow along. Once inside the mall, Jiang Chen initially planned to buy his parents some ordinary brand clothes. But he noticed that Lin Susu only picked out high-end brands. This struck him as odd. His usually frugal parents had changed a lot since returning. After buying a few items, Jiang Chen saw that his mother wasn't done yet. She was still browsing through more luxury stores. He immediately pulled Yi Lingshuang aside and asked, "Honey, have you noticed that my parents have changed a lot this time?" Yi Lingshuang had noticed too. In the past, when they shopped together, Jiang Chen's parents wouldn't even step into brand-name stores. Now, they only chose international brands. But that wasn't a big deal. They weren't short on money, after all. Honey, they've worked hard all their lives. Now that we're married and financially stable, it makes sense for them to want some nice clothes. Honey, when did they work hard? Jiang Chen chuckled. Since I can remember, they've been traveling all over the country. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Honey, didn't you notice something? Their tone has changed. 80 billion is nothing to them now. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were worth trillions. Yi Lingshuang fell silent. Yeah. Their talk was ridiculously bold. Even the richest people in the world wouldn't say 80 billion was a small amount. Honey, maybe it's because we got married. They probably think we're loaded. That was the only explanation she could come up with. After all, she was already a billionaire before. But Jiang Chen's parents didn't know exactly how much she earned, and they probably assumed it was a lot. Hearing the implication in her words, Jiang Chen realized this was a serious issue. In the past, he could tolerate his parents' antics, but if they tried to take advantage of Yi Lingshuang, that was a different story. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen decided to use his fate modifier to see what his eccentric parents were really up to. He walked into a store and looked directly at his father. Jiang Zhenqian, 37 years old, 65 years of life remaining. Jiang Chen hadn't expected his father to live so long. He continued checking Jiang Zhenqian's future. When he saw his father's future and details, Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. It turned out that his father was the real controller of the top 10 online platforms in China, a major shareholder in dozens of heavy industries, and held stakes in half the industries in over 50 countries. His father was even the de facto ruler of several small nations. Moreover, his father donated hundreds of billions annually to scientific research in China, making him the nation's top patriotic entrepreneur. As Jiang Chen continued reading, he discovered more. The reason the authorities hadn't suppressed the news about the school scandal was because his father had instructed them not to. After reading everything, Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed, and then he realized that his father had returned this time not to give him money but to take it from him. This annoyed Jiang Chen. "You've got all this money, but instead of sharing it, you want to take mine. That's crossing the line." Looking at his busy parents in the store, Jiang Chen decided he wasn't going to let them manipulate him anymore. It was time to resist. Yi Lingshuang noticed Jiang Chen's expression and asked curiously, "Honey, what's wrong?" "Honey, we can't let them get too carried away," Jiang Chen replied, annoyed. "Just follow my lead for now." But what happened? Yi Lingshuang looked worried. She had never seen Jiang Chen look so upset. "I'll tell you later, honey." Though puzzled, Yi Lingshuang didn't press further. As they entered the room, they heard Lin Susu's voice. "Xiao Chen, Shuang Er. What do you think of these clothes?" Lin Susu asked, holding up several dresses as she approached Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, seeking their opinions. "Mom, they look great," Yi Lingshuang replied with a smile. This wasn't just flattery, the dresses really did look good. With Lin Susu's figure, almost anything would suit her. Seeing his wife complimenting his mother, Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Mom, they do look good, but they're a bit too expensive. We're going to run out of money at this rate." Lin Susu was taken aback. What did Jiang Chen mean? Were they out of money? Didn't he still have over $1 trillion in his account? She stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Since when had her son become so stingy? Seeing his mother's shock, Jiang Chen felt a secret satisfaction. "You've got money but won't share it with me? Fine, I won't spend mine either. Unless you reveal your true identity, I'll keep pretending to be broke. Let's see who lasts longer." With that thought, Jiang Chen spoke again. "Mom, how about we look at something more affordable?" Lin Susu turned to Jiang Zhenxian, her eyes seeming to ask, "What's wrong with our son? He used to be so generous. Now that he has money, why won't he even buy a few clothes?" Jiang Zhenxian was just as confused. But what could they do? They had just said they were broke, and now Jiang Chen wasn't giving them money. How could they continue shopping? As for asking Yi Lingshuang to pay, they wouldn't dare. They didn't want her to think they were spending recklessly now that she had money. So, under the puzzled gaze of the sales clerk, they left the store. "Honey, don't you think you're being a bit harsh?" Yi Lingshuang whispered, feeling sorry for her in-laws. After all, they were her husband's parents. Seeing his parents walking ahead and sensing Yi Lingshuang's concern, Jiang Chen decided to tell her the truth. In a low voice he said, "Honey, we've been fooled. Even combined, our money isn't a fraction of what they have." What Yi Lingshuang looked at Lin Susu and Jiang Zhenxian in disbelief. They dress so plainly, how could they possibly be rich? Shaking her head, she said, "Honey, are you joking? How could they have more money than us?" Jiang Chen sighed. He couldn't exactly tell her that he had a system that allowed him to see all his parents' details and future. After a moment of silence, he replied, "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I'll make sure they reveal their true colors." "What do you plan to do?" Yi Lingshuang asked, intrigued. "Just go along with whatever I do." Yi Lingshuang fell silent. As a daughter-in-law and a famous actress, it wouldn't be right for her to get involved in this. So, she found an excuse to leave the mall, leaving Jiang Chen to continue shopping with his parents. "Son, this one's nice and only 3,000 yuan," Lin Susu said, holding up a dress with a smile. "Mom, that's too expensive. Let's look for something cheaper," Jiang Chen replied, much to his mother's displeasure. The richer he gets, the stingier he becomes. "Son, this is already the cheapest in the mall." "Really? Then let's head to the wholesale market. They have clothes for 10 or 20 yuan there." What Lin Susu and Jiang Zhenxian were dumbfounded. The wholesale market? Their son, who had over $1 trillion in the bank, wanted to take them to buy clothes for a few dozen yuan. At that moment, they wondered if their son had been replaced by someone else. Seeing their disbelief, Jiang Chen laughed to himself. "Now it's your turn to feel the pinch. From now on, every day you stay, I'll pretend to be poor. Let's see who breaks first." "Come on, Mom, Dad, let's go. If we hurry, the market might still be open," Jiang Chen said as he headed outside, leaving his parents staring at each other in shock. "Honey, do you think our son doesn't want to acknowledge us anymore?" Lin Susu asked, feeling dejected. Jiang Chen used to be so thoughtful. Now, he seemed like a stranger. Jiang Zhenxian was also uneasy. Jiang Chen had changed so much. But he tried to comfort his wife. "I don't think so. He's your flesh and blood, our own son. Then why, even though he has so much money, won't he buy us a 3,000 yuan dress? Instead, he wants to get us clothes that cost 10 yuan," Lin Susu asked, confused. Jiang Zhenxian didn't have an answer either. As they watched Jiang Chen walk away without looking back, a thought occurred to Lin Susu, and she asked nervously, "Honey, do you think he resents us for not being there for him when he was young?" Mentioning the past, Jiang Zhenxian fell into reflection. When Jiang Chen was born, they were indeed poor. And with Lin Susu's parents constantly looking for them, they had no choice but to send Jiang Chen and his grandparents to a distant city. They couldn't even stay in touch much, focusing instead on building a business in secret. Even after they became wealthy, they didn't dare spend much time with Jiang Chen, fearing he'd turn into a spoiled heir like others they had seen. So, they continued to let him grow up independently, believing that it would shape his character. But now, seeing Jiang Chen's cold attitude, Jiang Zhenxian forced a bitter smile. "Honey, from our perspective, we did it for him. But from his perspective, we were irresponsible parents." Lin Susu understood what Jiang Zhenxian meant. "So, should we try to mend our relationship with him now?" she asked. Jiang Zhenxian smiled wryly. "How? Should we tell him that he's actually a super rich heir and even a prince of several countries?" Well, at this moment, Lin Susu deeply regretted her decisions. If she had known earlier that Jiang Chen's feelings toward them had grown distant, she would never have pretended to be poor. Instead, she would have made a grand entrance, perhaps by buying him a few villas and some sports cars. At his age, Jiang Chen would definitely love those things, right? The more she thought about it, the more she regretted her choice. After a moment of silence, she said, "Honey, if we tell Xiao Chen now, it won't have the surprise effect we wanted. He might even think we're crazy." Jiang Zhengxian nodded. He knew that revealing the truth now would just make them seem odd. Even though they could show him their wealth directly, Jiang Chen already had plenty of money, so it wouldn't be much of a surprise. At that moment, Lin Susu spoke again. "Honey, how about I stay behind to take care of Xiao Chen and try to make up for all the years we neglected him?" Jiang Zhenqian's eyes lit up. That was a good idea. She could spend more time with their son, letting him feel a mother's love. Having made their decision, the two of them hurried to catch up. Jiang Chen noticed his parents, Jiang Zhenqin and Lin Susu, approaching with rather somber expressions. He knew they were still reeling from his earlier trick, and it amused him. What frustrated Jiang Chen wasn't that his parents had left him to fend for himself. It was that they were so eccentric. Now that they knew he had money, they actually wanted to take it from him. If they had been in need, that would have been understandable. But these two clearly weren't lacking money. They just didn't trust him to manage such a large fortune, so they wanted to take control of it themselves. Jiang Chen really didn't appreciate this approach. When Lin Susu reached his side, she said gently, "Xiao Chen, let's not go to the wholesale market. Let's go home instead. I've learned a few new recipes recently, and they taste great." Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why did his mom suddenly want to cook? That was so unlike her. "What's wrong, Xiao Chen?" Lin Susu asked when she saw him staring blankly at her. "Nothing." "Are you sure we don't need to buy clothes anymore?" Jiang Chen asked seriously. "There are lots of good clothes at the wholesale market that are just as nice as the branded ones." Seeing the serious expression on Jiang Chen's face, Lin Susu couldn't help but recall what Jiang Chen's grandmother had once told her. Jiang Chen had gone out with 100 yuan to buy shoes for his grandfather, and had haggled the price down from 150 to 30 yuan. He really was tough. If they actually went to the wholesale market, who knows what might happen. "Xiao Chen, let's go next time," Lin Susu replied. Jiang Chen didn't argue. He smiled and said, "All right, next time I'll take you to the wholesale market. It's even more lively than the mall." After some awkward small talk, a taxi arrived. This time they didn't go back to the hotel but instead returned to the small apartment Jiang Chen was renting. As they looked around the tiny apartment, both Lin Susu and Jiang Zhengqian had odd expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen had so much money, why was he living in such a small place? "Xiao Chen, now that you have Shuangyi, you should move to a bigger place," Lin Susu said. "Don't make her live in such cramped conditions." "Mom, I don't have any money," Jiang Chen said, pulling a long face. "Once I make big money, I'll definitely get a bigger place." Jiang Zhenqian and Lin Susu both couldn't help but twitch at their son's words. Was he seriously playing the poor card with them? At this point, Lin Susu almost wanted to just hand him some money and tell him to buy a big villa. But that would be too abrupt. This only made her regret her earlier decisions even more. "Xiao Chen, why don't you call Shuangyi and invite her over for dinner? Your father and I will go to the supermarket to buy some groceries." "Mom, no need. I'll go shopping," Jiang Chen said. "You don't have any money." Every time Jiang Chen mentioned money, it made his parents' hearts sink even further. It felt like a cruel twist of fate had they really fallen this far, where even their own son didn't recognize them. After leaving the apartment, Jiang Chen stepped outside and called Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, are you back yet?" came her gentle voice. "Yeah, we're home. I'm at the supermarket right now buying groceries. Are you coming home for dinner?" "Mom's cooking tonight." "Of course I'll be there," Yi Lingshuang replied. "Wait for me, I'll come over and help you shop." Jiang Chen smiled. After hanging up the phone, he went into the supermarket to start picking out groceries. His mom might have once been a pampered lady, but she definitely wasn't a good cook. His strongest memory was from when he was 6 years old, and his parents had come home. His mom had cooked stir-fried potatoes for him. The potato slices were so thick, they could have been made into French fries. And to top it off, she had burned them. That's why Jiang Chen was a bit resistant to his mom's cooking. As he was picking out groceries, Yi Lingshuang arrived. "Honey, I'll help Mom cook later," she said. "I'm worried you won't get enough to eat." She knew that Jiang Chen's mother wasn't the best cook, so she wanted to make sure he was taken care of. "All right, just make sure to do the tomato and egg stir-fry. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat the rest," Jiang Chen joked, making Yi Lingshuang blush. They chatted and laughed as they finished their shopping. carrying their groceries back home together like a loving couple. When they arrived home, they saw that Lin Susu was busy cleaning the apartment, while Jiang Zhenshin was watching a soccer match. Seeing the national team lose, he couldn't stop grinning. Curious, Jiang Chen asked, "Dad, what's going on?" "Son, I struck it rich," Jiang Zhenshin replied. Jiang Chen looked at his father, confused. "Son, I bet on the national team to lose," Jiang Zhenshin explained. And sure enough, they didn't disappoint. "I made 100 million yuan. What?" Jiang Chen was stunned. What kind of crazy move was this? Betting on soccer and making 100 million yuan. He already knew that his father was incredibly wealthy. Did he really need to be betting on games? Jiang Chen quickly checked his father's future fate. To his surprise, he noticed that it had changed. The plan to take his money had turned into a series of lottery wins over the next few days, with Jiang Zhenshin intending to give him the winnings. Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. His eccentric father was trying to give him money but didn't want to reveal his identity, so he was using lottery wins as a cover. What a character his father was, coming up with such a plan. But there were too many logical gaps. And his dad's acting? It was terrible. Jiang Zhenshin had no idea that Jiang Chen had already seen through his little scheme. He still thought his acting and reasoning were flawless, and excitedly said, "Son, just wait a few days. I'll go abroad to collect my winnings, and then you'll be living the life of a rich heir." Watching his father's awful acting, Jiang Chen wanted to laugh but held back. He didn't want to be disrespectful to his dad, so he kept quiet, afraid that if he spoke, he'd burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang was completely puzzled. The national team was so bad that even if the opposing goalkeeper closed his eyes, they'd still miss. Betting odds were barely 1-1, so how could Jiang Zhenshin have won 100 million yuan? How much money did he even bet? Was it 100 million or 200 million? Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang's shocked expressions filled Jiang Zhenshin with satisfaction. From now on, he thought he could keep winning the lottery and use the money to give to Jiang Chen. It seemed he had truly found the right path to wealth. "Xiao Chen, once I get the money, I'll buy you and Shuang a villa," he declared confidently. Yi Lingshuang looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, as if to say, "Honey, how could Dad believe his own exaggerations at this point?" She already saw Jiang Zhenshin as a braggart. After all, the odds in soccer betting, especially when it involved the national team, weren't exactly high. For him to make 100 million, he'd have to wager at least that much. So, she didn't believe a word of it. Noticing Yi Lingshuang's glance, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, signaling her not to call out his father's bluff. He was curious to see how far his eccentric dad would take this performance. Feigning disappointment, Jiang Chen said, "Dad, people from other regions can't buy property in Hangzhou." Right, Yi Lingshuang quickly chimed in to help him out. "Dad, in Hangzhou, outsiders can only buy property if they've paid Social Security for more than 2 years. Xiao Chen hasn't done that yet, so he can't buy anything." Even though Jiang Zhenshin had been boasting, she couldn't let him lose face. After all, he was still her father-in-law. Jiang Zhenshin thought for a moment and realized that things had changed since over a decade ago, when Hangzhou didn't have such restrictions. It seemed a bit more complicated now. After a brief silence, he said thoughtfully, "Actually, there's an easy way around that rule." Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were intrigued. At that moment, Jiang Zhenshin continued, "Nowadays, you can just register a shell company in Hangzhou. Then, you can buy property through the company, bypassing the purchase restrictions." While Yi Lingshuang was astonished. She hadn't expected her quirky father-in-law to come up with a loophole so quickly. Indeed, outsiders couldn't buy property without 2 years of Social Security payments, but using a company to make the purchase was a way around it, as long as you had the money. However, there was a downside. Selling a property bought through a company later would incur significant taxes. But even those taxes could be minimized through certain methods, like selling the property at a fraction of its actual value. For example, Jiang Zhenshin continued, "You could sell a villa worth 80 million for just 100,000, or even 10,000. That way the taxes would be minimal, almost negligible. That's how you can legally avoid taxes." But Dad, Yi Lingshuang interjected, trying to protect his dignity, "If you buy a house through a company, the taxes will be too high when you sell it. It's not worth it." Houses are meant to be lived in," Jiang Zhenshin replied. "But if you really want to sell without paying a lot of taxes, there are plenty of ways around it." He then started explaining various tax avoidance methods, all of which were legal. After hearing Jiang Zhenshin's explanations, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but be impressed. This unreliable father-in-law had a surprising amount of knowledge. She had always known him as money-driven and untrustworthy, but after hearing his strategies, she began to see him in a different light. However, even though she was impressed, she still couldn't stop him from making a fool of himself. She glanced at Jiang Chen, who gave her a slight smile, further puzzling her. Shuang Er. Xiao Chen. Where would you like to buy a house? Jiang Zhenqian asked. Dad, if I tell you, will you really buy it for me? Jiang Chen asked with a grin. Of course I will, Jiang Zhenqian replied confidently. Tell me, where do you want to buy? Rose Garden, Jiang Chen said casually. I've heard the environment there is great, with fresh air and large villas. Hearing Jiang Chen's request, Yi Lingshuang was stunned. She had already decided to settle in Hangzhou with Jiang Chen, so she knew about the best properties. Rose Garden was the most exclusive neighborhood in Hangzhou, with prices reaching well over 100 million yuan per villa. Although she had money, spending that much still made her heart ache. Now, Jiang Chen was asking his father to buy such an expensive property. Was he expecting his dad to sell a kidney to afford it? Even if he sold one, it still wouldn't be enough. Jiang Chen's request made Jiang Zhenqian feel a bit overwhelmed. He knew Rose Garden was expensive. While the money wasn't an issue for him, revealing his identity was something he wanted to avoid right now. How could he afford it without exposing himself? Yang Chen looked at Jiang Zhenqian expectantly. Dad, you'll buy it for me, right? After a moment of silence, Jiang Zhenqian recalled his new get-rich-quick strategy. Although he didn't have enough money yet, he could keep winning the lottery, so he boldly declared, yes, I'll buy it. Thanks, Dad, Jiang Chen said, his face lighting up with excitement. Seeing his son so happy made Jiang Zhenji and Xianxian feel fulfilled. At that moment, Lin Susu, who had been cleaning the house, walked over and shot Jiang Zhenjian a look. Are you two going to buy a house, or are you going to eat dinner? She said. Hurry up and bring the groceries, I'm going to start cooking. All right, Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen quickly took the groceries to the kitchen. Although Yi Lingshuang wanted to help, Lin Susu shooed her out. Hubby, come help wash the vegetables, Lin Susu called. Jiang Zhenqian was confused. Weren't you going to be the good mom and cook today? Why are you calling me over? But of course, a husband has to listen to his wife, so he quickly went into the kitchen. Seeing him arrive, Lin Susu turned to Jiang Chen and said, Xiao Chen, I noticed we're out of wine. Why don't you and Shuang go buy a nice bottle? We rarely get to spend time together as a family, so let's have a drink. Jiang Chen's mind raced. His mom definitely wanted them out of the house for some reason. Yi Lingshuang also picked up on the hint. She grabbed Jiang Chen's hand and called out to the kitchen, Mom, we'll leave it to you and Dad. We're heading out. Go ahead. Once Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang had left, Lin Susu raised her hand and sharply poked Jiang Zhenqian on the forehead. Are you out of your mind? She scolded. The national soccer team has never won, so the odds are terrible. And you actually said you won 100 million by betting against them? How much money do you think you need to bet to make 100 million? Do you think Xiao Chen and Shuang are idiots? Didn't you notice that Shuang Er was trying to give you a way out the entire time? I'm so embarrassed for you. Hearing Lin Susu's scolding, Jiang Zhenqian recalled the conversation and realized she was right. He immediately put on a pitiful face. Honey, I just heard that betting on sports could make a lot of money, so I got carried away and used that story. You're hopelessly stupid, Lin Susu sighed. You could have said you won the lottery, or even mentioned a raffle. But no, you just had to bring up sports betting. Now look at the mess you've made. I bet Shuang Er thinks you're a complete blowhard. How are you going to face them later? Even though Jiang Zhenqian felt embarrassed, he suddenly thought of something more serious. With a weak voice he asked, Honey, if Shuang Er thinks I'm full of it, does that mean Xiao Chen thinks the same? You think our son is a fool? Lin Susu snapped. Jiang Zhenqian looked dejected. If he figured it out, why did he still ask for a house in Rose Garden? What's the point? What do you think? Lin Susu rolled her eyes at him. He's just playing along with your ridiculous bragging, adding fuel to the fire. Jiang Zhenqian felt like he had been hit over the head. Indeed, he shouldn't have ventured into areas he knew nothing about. For example, gambling on sports. He had never even touched it, and now he was paying the price. Shaking his head, he looked at Lin Susu pitifully. Honey, what do we do now? Don't ask me. I'm just trying to get along with Shuang Er, Lin Susu replied, clearly displeased. But Jiang Zhenqian clung to her, pleading desperately. Honey, please help me figure something out, he begged, his pitiful look softening Lin Susu's heart. She began to guide him on what to do next. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were standing by the roadside. Honey, why do you think Dad was bragging like that? They must know I don't lack money. What's the point of all this? Yi Lingshuang asked, baffled. 100 million yuan? How could he throw that number around so casually? And betting on the national soccer team to lose? That story had way too many holes. Seeing her confusion, Jiang Chen chuckled. He led her to a nearby bench and, sitting down, asked, Honey, what do you really think of my parents? Yi Lingshuang tensed up. She feared mishandling the in-law relationship, knowing that conflicts often start from a careless word. So, she avoided commenting on Jiang Chen's parents. Honey, can we not talk about your parents? She replied cautiously. Jiang Chen hadn't expected her to be so nervous. He only wanted her honest opinion, yet she refused. Honey, do you think I'd betray you? He teased. Yi Lingshuang smiled, but she still didn't make any remarks. Jiang Chen's parents were her elders, and criticizing them was out of the question. That would be a big mistake for a daughter-in-law. Realizing his wife had become cautious, Jiang Chen held her hand tightly. Honey, my parents aren't ordinary people. They're not what they seem on the surface. What do you mean? Yi Lingshuang asked, curious. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, My parents are actually the richest people in the world. What? Yi Lingshuang was stunned, as if she had discovered a new continent. Jiang Chen's unreliable parents. The richest people in the world? Pouting, she replied, Honey, you're even more outrageous than your dad. Jiang Chen didn't know how to explain. After all, he had learned this through a system, something he couldn't exactly tell her about. After a brief silence, he said, Honey, you may not believe me, but think about it. My parents rarely come home, they're always traveling. They don't work, so where does their money come from? Well, Yi Lingshuang began to recall. It was true Jiang Chen's parents were always on the move and didn't seem to have jobs. So how did they manage their living expenses? This was indeed worth pondering. But then again, there was such a thing as traveling on a budget. Honey, I always thought they were just traveling frugally, she said. Jiang Chen shook his head and corrected her. Honey, think about it. What kind of budget travelers live as carefree as my parents? And those who travel on a budget usually have rough skin, sometimes even darker from sun exposure. They tend to look older than their age. But look at my dad, he's as energetic as a young man. And my mom, she looks like a socialite. Can you think of any budget travelers who live like that? This Yi Lingshuang was stumped. She had noticed that Jiang Chen's parents looked remarkably young, but she had never considered that they might be wealthy. Now, with Jiang Chen pointing it out, she stared at Jiang Chen, her disbelief growing. Honey, could they really be rich? Honey, they're not just rich, Jiang Chen replied. They're the wealthiest people in the world. But this identity isn't public. Anyway, you need to trust me, they have an immense fortune, enough to rival entire countries. But how do you know this? Yi Lingshuang tilted her head, puzzled. Did they tell you? Of course they didn't tell me. The two of them continued chatting on the bench. After half an hour, Yi Lingshuang began to accept that Jiang Chen's parents might indeed be incredibly wealthy. After all, when she had offered to hand over money to Jiang Chen, his parents had refused, insisting on keeping control of the funds themselves. Even when she suggested a bride price of 10 billion yuan, they had declined. And earlier, Jiang Zhenqian had casually mentioned several legal tax avoidance methods so clever and sophisticated. All these signs pointed to the possibility that Jiang Chen's seemingly unreliable parents were actually very rich. Honey, when we get back, don't expose them, Jiang Chen said. Dad said he won the lottery and would buy us a house. Let's just go along with it. After all, it's their money. Well, thinking back to Jiang Chen's dad's exaggerated performance, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but feel embarrassed for him. Honey, you're so sneaky, she laughed. But honestly, hasn't Dad ever tried these things before? That excuse he used was so full of holes. Probably not, otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with such a lame excuse, Jiang Chen replied. They wandered around the streets for a while before stopping at a shop to buy a bottle of ergotu. Yi Lingshuang's eyes widened. Honey, Mom said to buy good wine, and you picked this. What would you prefer? Then Jiang Chen asked. Obviously Maotai. Ergotu doesn't really cut it, she replied. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Honey, remember, we're playing the part of poor people now. How could we afford Maotai? Besides, they're pretending to be poor too, so ergotu fits perfectly. But honey, this cheap liquor is bad for the stomach. We shouldn't do that to Mom and Dad, Yi Lingshuang insisted. Realizing he might have gone too far, Jiang Chen began browsing the shop for better options. After finding a reasonably priced local brew, he smiled. He used his system skill to check the shop owner's background. To his surprise, he discovered the owner had been selling counterfeit alcohol. But there was one locally produced wine that seemed legitimate and cost only about 50 yuan. Jiang Chen immediately chose that one. Honey, isn't this too cheap? Yi Lingshuang asked, surprised. Honey, 50 yuan isn't cheap. This is a locally brewed wine with guaranteed quality, Jiang Chen replied with a grin. Jiang Chen's antics left Yi Lingshuang speechless. She sighed inwardly. Jiang Chen really is his quirky parents' son, always so thrifty. Honey, we're not short on money, so why are we doing this? Yi Ling Shuang looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. I want them to experience what it's like to live a difficult life, Jiang Chen replied seriously. Let them see how ridiculous their past behavior was. Yi Ling Shuang couldn't help but recall some of Jiang Chen's father's strange actions from before. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, we can buy cheaper clothes, but when it comes to food it has to be safe. We can't compromise on that. Jiang Chen looked at her in disbelief. Seeing his confusion, Yi Ling Shuang gently explained, honey, we only have one set of parents. Hearing this, Jiang Chen realized she was right. How could he even think of risking their health? You're right, honey. Let's not get that cheap wine, then Jiang Chen agreed. Yi Ling Shuang felt happy inside. Her husband was actually very reasonable. They continued browsing the store, but finding no good wine, they decided to leave. After walking around a bit, they came across a high-end liquor store that had both white and red wine. Honey, let's buy a few bottles of each. They rarely visit, Yi Ling Shuang suggested. You decide, Jiang Chen smiled, not wanting to get too involved. He didn't really know much about wine and wasn't particularly interested in drinking. After buying a few bottles of white and red wine, they headed home, chatting and laughing along the way. When they entered the house, they found that Lin Susu and Jiang Zhenchen had already finished preparing the meal. Xiao Chen, Shuang, you're back, Lin Susu warmly greeted them. The food is just ready, go wash your hands and let's eat. Looking at the beautifully arranged dishes on the table, Yi Ling Shuang was amazed. Mom, did you make all of this? Embarrassed, Lin Susu replied, not really. Your father did most of it. I only made a few dishes. Jiang Chen walked over and looked at the food on the table. It smelled good, without the burnt odor he remembered from before. Mom, which dishes did you make? He asked curiously. Proudly, Lin Susu answered, the tomato and egg stir-fry, seaweed soup, and steamed shrimp. Wow, Jiang Chen was floored. He had thought his mom's cooking had improved, but it turned out he was overestimating. After all these years, she was still making the same dishes. Talk about staying in her comfort zone. Even Yi Ling Shuang felt a bit awkward. Placing the wine on the table, she asked, Dad, Mom, do you prefer red or white wine? Today's a special occasion, so let's go with white, Jiang Zhenchen declared as he started opening the bottle. He was genuinely happy. Jiang Chen had settled down, and Yi Ling Shuang was not only an outstanding daughter-in-law but also very caring and respectful. With her by Jiang Chen's side, all his previous worries could be put to rest. He poured everyone a glass of wine, then raised his own, looking at Yi Ling Shuang with a guilty expression. Shuang er, Xiao Chen didn't have us around during his childhood. Thank you for always taking care of him. This toast is for you. Hearing Jiang Zhenchen mention the past so seriously made Yi Ling Shuang blush. When they were kids, it wasn't so much about taking care of Jiang Chen, she used to bully him out of possessiveness. She still regretted those days, thinking that if she had been kinder, they might have started a family by now. Youthful mistakes, she thought. Embarrassed, she said, Dad, you're giving me too much credit. Back then, I didn't take care of him, I bullied him all the time. Shuang er, even though you teased him, you never let anyone else bully him, Jiang Zhenchen chuckled. Anyone who tried to pick on Xiao Chen got scared off by you. Some even transferred schools. Jiang Chen was shocked by his father's words, memories of his childhood flashing back. When he was in first grade, 4 older kids had tried to steal his money. Yi Ling Shuang had stepped in and beaten them so badly they were crying for their parents. A few days later, 3 of them had transferred schools, and the one who stayed avoided him like the plague. He had thought their families had moved away for work, but it turned out they'd been driven off by Yi Ling Shuang. The family ate and drank together, chatting as they went. With the help of alcohol, the meal stretched on, and they shared many stories. Honey, did you hear? Mom and Dad want grandchildren, Yi Ling Shuang said with flushed cheeks, looking at Jiang Chen and pouting slightly. Shouldn't we fulfill their wish? Jiang Chen was stunned. Yi Ling Shuang's behavior after drinking was always a handful. Are you drunk, honey? Jiang Chen asked, quickly standing up to help her. If you are, let's get you to bed. Honey, I am a little tipsy, Yi Ling Shuang said, half closing her eyes and looking at him. But I don't want to rest. Then what do you want to do? Jiang Chen asked helplessly. I'm not telling you, she replied playfully, then raised her glass again. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll take good care of Xiao Chen. Jiang Chen's parents looked puzzled by her choice of words and turned their gaze to him. Feeling awkward under their scrutiny, Jiang Chen asked, Why are you two looking at me like that? Son, we've had enough to eat. Your father and I will head back to the hotel now. You two should rest early too, Lin Susu said. With that, she and Jiang Zhenshenxian stood up and quickly headed for the door, practically fleeing. Watching them go, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. His parents were just as quirky as ever. Honey, did mom and dad leave? Yiling Shuang asked, her eyes hazy as she looked at Jiang Chen. Why didn't you ask them to stay? Honey, this place only has one bedroom, Jiang Chen explained awkwardly. There's not enough room for everyone. Hearing this, Yiling Shuang glanced around the apartment, then slowly stood up. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, her soft lips brushing against his as she whispered, Honey, so where do you want to sleep tonight, on the sofa or in the bedroom? Why would I sleep on the sofa? Jiang Chen asked with a playful grin. Wouldn't it be better to cuddle with my wife? Yiling Shuang pouted and replied, You little rascal, all you think about is my body. I'm your husband. Am I not allowed to have those thoughts? Jiang Chen said, feeling a bit frustrated. After all, she had given him the choice. Any normal man would choose to cuddle with his wife rather than sleep alone on the sofa, right? Seeing his frustrated expression, Yiling Shuang burst into laughter. Honey, I never said you couldn't. What are you so upset about? Jiang Chen realized he had been played. Well, there was no winning against Yiling Shuang. He stared at her for a moment, realizing how beautiful she looked, especially with her cheeks flushed from the wine. She was just too irresistible. Unable to hold back, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist and gave her a playful bite on the cheek. Smack. Even after letting go, he still wasn't satisfied. Blushing, Yiling Shuang gently pulled away from his embrace and said, Honey, clean up the table. I drank a lot of wine tonight, and I'm feeling a bit tired. I just want to sleep well. Jiang Chen, of course, didn't refuse. Honey, I'll be right there. As she headed to the bedroom, she threw him a flirtatious glance and beckoned with her finger. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's heart raced, and his blood pressure shot up. Wow, my wife is getting more playful by the day. He quickly cleaned up the dishes, washed his hands, and hurried to the bedroom. When he entered, he found Yiling Shuang lying on her side on the bed. Honey, I'm here, Jiang Chen announced as he jumped onto the bed and wrapped his arms around her waist. Honey, on such a beautiful night, shouldn't we do something meaningful? He asked with a grin. Yiling Shuang slowly turned toward him, her face full of shyness. What do you consider meaningful, honey? Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Her innocence left him feeling defeated. He couldn't exactly suggest playing cards, could he? After a moment of silence, he asked, What do you think is the most meaningful thing to do? Falling asleep in your arms, waking up in the morning to see you, having meals together, going for walks. And when we have kids, taking them to the amusement park, watching them grow up happily. After that, enjoying a big meal and listening to their laughter. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. Jiang Chen couldn't bring himself to interrupt her. The future she envisioned was truly beautiful. Honey, I'll make sure our future is just as you wish, he said gently. He, Ling Shiwang murmured as she nestled into his arms. Honey, I'm sleepy. Can I sleep now? Jiang Chen nodded softly. I'll hold you while you sleep. She rewarded him with a kiss before closing her eyes. Perhaps due to the wine, she quickly fell asleep in his arms, her breathing soft and steady. Jiang Chen couldn't resist giving her another kiss on the lips. My silly wife, he whispered. You told my parents you wanted kids to reassure them, didn't you? You're afraid that now that my family has money, we won't need you anymore, aren't you? Jiang Chen's heart ached for her. Despite how confidently she had pursued him, she had done so believing he came from an ordinary family. Now that she knew her earnings as an actress were just a drop in the ocean compared to his family's wealth, it was understandable that she felt overwhelmed. After all, the Jiang family was now truly among the elite. And entering such a family was like stepping into a deep ocean. As Jiang Chen's thoughts wandered, a phone suddenly rang. It wasn't his, it was Yiling Shuang's. Glancing at the screen, he saw that it was a video call from someone saved as mom, clearly Yiling Shuang's mother, Zhang Yunpei. Jiang Chen unlocked the phone. He knew her passcode, which was his birthday. Opening the chat, he saw a message from her mother. Sweetie, have you thought about what I mentioned? Curious. Jiang Chen scrolled through the chat history. Sweetie, everyone knows about you and Xiao Chen now. I thought that after we had a meal with his parents, it would be as good as an engagement. But now, many relatives and friends are asking to attend the wedding. Why don't you talk to Xiao Chen about holding an engagement banquet back home? Mom, Xiao Chen is still young. There's no rush, Yiling Shuang had replied. Sweetie, even though we've had dinner with his parents and approved of your relationship, many relatives still want to attend your wedding. They talk about it constantly in our group chats, and I'm embarrassed to say anything. Reading this, Jiang Chen fell silent. It was clear from the messages that Yi Lingshuang didn't care much about what others thought. Her parents were also very understanding, but some of their relatives were causing trouble, which had put Zhang Yunpei in a difficult position. She wanted them to return home and hold an engagement banquet to quiet down those troublesome relatives. Despite her reluctance, Yi Lingshuang eventually agreed to consider it after seeing how much stress her parents were under. These messages were from the previous day. "My silly wife. Why didn't you tell me about this?" Jiang Chen thought, feeling even more sympathy for her. After thinking for a moment, he replied to her mother, "Mom, pick a good date. Xiao Chen and I will come back to hold the engagement banquet." "Really?" Zhang Yunpei replied almost immediately, clearly excited. "Sweetie, are you really willing to come back for the engagement banquet?" Did Xiao Chen agree? "Yes," he agreed. "Great. I'll have your father check the dates and find the best one." "Okay, let me know when you've picked one," Jiang Chen replied. After Zhang Yunpei signed off, Jiang Chen started thinking about the engagement banquet. How could he make sure it was done right and show Yi Lingshuang's parents that they were respected? He realized that to make a strong impression, he would need to invite not only their friends and relatives but also his own. However, that presented a challenge. He hadn't seen any relatives on his father's side, aside from his grandparents, nor any on his mother's side. What had his parents done to make both sides of the family avoid them all these years? It was strange, and it troubled him. Just as Jiang Chen was lost in thought, he heard Yi Lingshuang's voice. "Honey, why aren't you sleeping yet?" He hadn't realized she was awake. Jiang Chen quickly responded, "Honey, I can't sleep when I'm holding such a beautiful woman." "Honey, didn't we cuddle last night?" Yi Lingshuang asked. "Didn't you sleep soundly?" Jiang Chen kissed her on the lips and said thoughtfully, "Well, I was really tired yesterday, so I slept well." Yi Lingshuang blushed. This silly husband of hers. With a shy smile, she suggested, "Honey, if that's the case, why don't you go for a 10-kilometer night run? You'll definitely sleep soundly after that." Jiang Chen was stunned. There were so many ways to exhaust oneself, like doing push-ups, for example. 100 or 2 of those would definitely leave him sweating and too tired to think. Was she really trying to help, or was she just messing with him? Seeing his miserable expression, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but laugh. "Honey, just sleep well and don't overthink it," she said gently. "Sooner or later, I'll be yours. Save your energy, so we can have a healthy baby." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His silly wife was more insightful than she let on. Of course she understood. After all, she had watched enough TV shows to know. Cuddling up to a beautiful woman every night without doing anything, who could endure that? At this moment, showing her understanding, Yi Lingshuang gave him a kiss and said, "Honey, sleep well. Get enough rest so you can do what you want to do." Then she pulled him into a tight embrace. With her familiar scent and the sound of her heartbeat, Jiang Chen quickly found himself overcome with drowsiness. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep in her arms. When he woke up, it was already morning. He noticed his mother and Yi Lingshuang busy in the kitchen, making breakfast. "Mom, why are you here too?" Jiang Chen asked as he walked to the kitchen doorway. "My son's here, of course I'm here too," Lin Susu replied with a smile, handing some sliced meat to Yi Lingshuang. She couldn't even make porridge, so she was learning from Yi Lingshuang. Jiang Chen found it strange. His mother had changed so quickly. But he didn't ask any more questions and headed to the bathroom. On his way, he saw Jiang Zhenchen coming out of the restroom with a newspaper. Seeing Jiang Chen, his father looked surprised at first but then smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Zhenchen assumed Jiang Chen must have been exhausted from the previous night, seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock when he woke up. "Morning, son." "Morning." Jiang Chen glanced at the time, realizing it was already late. Seeing his father's mischievous grin, Jiang Chen figured there was some hidden meaning behind it, but he decided to ignore it. Then, Jiang Zhenchen spoke again. "Son, I'm heading abroad to withdraw the money I won from betting. After that, I'll buy you a house." What Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. His father was leaving again, and using the excuse of getting money? Remembering the promise he made to Zhang Yunpei last night, Jiang Chen quickly said, "Dad, don't leave just yet. I want to hold an engagement banquet with Shuang Er and invite all our relatives and friends. You and Mom can't miss it." Jiang Zhenchen was confused. "Didn't we already have an engagement banquet? When did we ever have one?" "The day before Shuang Er came to see you. Both families had dinner together, and we drank a lot of wine." Jiang Chen sighed. "Dad? That didn't count. This time, I want to invite all our relatives and friends to celebrate. I want everyone to know that Shuang Er is my wife, and that I can make her happy." Jiang Zhenchen fell silent. He had many relatives too, but they had lost contact for various reasons. Still, he felt that as a father, he should support his son's decision. Even though a foreign politician had invited him abroad with the promise of making him a powerful figure behind the scenes if he helped them win an election, he realized that his son's engagement was more important. Son, since you want to hold an engagement banquet with Shuang Er, I won't go abroad. I'll have them transfer the money to my account, Jiang Zhengxian said. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. His father's story had so many holes, yet he was still sticking to it. However, Jiang Chen chose not to call him out on it. Now that the engagement banquet was decided, Jiang Zhengxian started checking his phone for an auspicious date to hold it. As he was about to finalize a date, a phone rang from the bedroom. It was Yi Lingshuang's phone, and the call was from Zhang Yunpei. Jiang Chen grabbed the phone and handed it to Yi Lingshuang. After answering, Yi Lingshuang looked puzzled. Mom, I didn't chat with you last night. My in-laws came to Hangzhou, and we had some drinks. I went to bed early and didn't even check my phone. Well, if it wasn't you, then who was it? A ghost, Zhang Yunpei responded, clearly unhappy. She suspected her daughter might be trying to back out of something. After hanging up, Yi Lingshuang opened her chat app. Sure enough, there were messages exchanged with her mother at 10 p.m. last night. At that time she had already gone to bed, so the only one who could have sent them was Jiang Chen. Although she had initially refused her mother's suggestion, deep down, she did want to hold an engagement banquet to announce to the world that she was taken. But given Jiang Chen's age, she had hesitated and ultimately declined. Now, as she stole a glance at Jiang Chen, her heart felt warm and sweet. She had chosen the right husband after all. After finishing her tasks, she walked into the living room, where Jiang Zhengxian stood up and asked, Shuang Er, did your parents pick a date for the engagement yet? Yi Lingshuang hadn't expected Jiang Chen to tell his father about the engagement. Seeing her stunned expression, Jiang Chen walked over, took her hand, and awkwardly said, Honey, I checked your phone last night and chatted with your mom for a while. Since my parents are here today, I thought. Tears of gratitude welled up in Yi Lingshuang's eyes. She had been so afraid of being misunderstood, but now Jiang Chen had taken the initiative to plan the engagement banquet. This was his way of showing her how much he cared. Honey, I love you, she exclaimed, gazing intently at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it, but Jiang Zhengxian felt completely out of place, watching his son and daughter-in-law being so affectionate. I'm getting too old for this, he thought. Time to make a quiet exit before I get caught up in their love fest. Lin Susu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Jiang Zhengxian retreat from the room. This silly husband of hers, why did he have to intrude on the young couple's time? Now he's embarrassed. Jiang Zhengxian walked into the kitchen, his face darkened as he muttered, Honey, this is the son you raised. He's out there showering us with affection in the most inappropriate places. Lin Susu gave him a playful glance. As if you didn't contribute to raising him. Jiang Zhengxian couldn't find a retort. Watching Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang chatting and laughing in the living room, he felt a twinge of envy. It had been a long time since he and Lin Susu had shared such intimate moments. Honey, it's been a while since we. Shut your mouth. You think you're still a young man, Lin Susu snapped at him. Jiang Zhengxian felt wronged but didn't argue. Then Lin Susu asked, Weren't you supposed to go abroad? Why are you still here? Honey, I can't go now. Jiang Zhengxian sighed and explained the conversation he had with Jiang Chen about the engagement banquet. Lin Susu nodded thoughtfully. Shuang Er is a big star, and everything she does is in the spotlight. We can't let her down. Jiang Zhengxian also wanted to make a big deal out of it. But, with their current poor identities, where would the money come from? Honey, have you forgotten our cover? We're supposed to be broke. How are we going to fund a grand event? Well, since you already mentioned winning money, you can just use that excuse, Lin Susu suggested, analyzing the situation. If you don't produce the money, it'll only confirm that you were bluffing, so, you might as well follow through. Yang Zhengxian's face fell. But honey, I've already factored in that money. I'm talking about $1 billion, but how far does $1 billion go? Our daughter-in-law is a big star, just a diamond ring could cost that much. Add everything else, and $1 billion doesn't stretch very far. Lin Susu knew he was right. For ordinary people, $1 billion would be more than enough for a lifetime. But at their level, especially with a high-profile wedding, it was barely enough to cover the basics. After a moment of silence, Lin Susu said, Honey, pretending to be poor was a mistake. It's limiting us too much. I've decided we need to get rich. Jiang Zhengxian looked at her curiously. How do you plan to get rich? Buy lottery tickets, Lin Susu declared. Jiang Zhengxian was stunned. Was she serious about this? It sounded like throwing away money. Just as he was about to reject the idea, Lin Susu added, "Honey, lottery tickets are all about numbers. If we can get someone to calculate the winning numbers, we can clean out the jackpot. Then we'll be legal billionaires, and everything will be much easier." Jiang Zhenqian suddenly understood. If they could drain the lottery jackpot, they could easily end up with several billion. That would be just enough to fund the engagement banquet for their daughter-in-law. With a plan in place, Jiang Zhenqian quickly sent a text message. "Honey, you'll still need to show up to claim the prize. We need everyone to know you hit the jackpot," Lin Susu said. "Wait, you want everyone to know our son is a rich kid?" Jiang Zhenqian was shocked. "Of course. I think that boy wants to keep lying low," Lin Susu replied. She couldn't help but think back to the previous day when Jiang Chen had insisted on buying them clothes from a wholesale market for just a few bucks. Was that really something a wealthy person should be doing? She continued, "Think about how he treated us yesterday. He wanted to buy us clothes that cost only a few dozen yuan, and he spent billions on buying a university in Hangzhou. Yet he put Shuang Er's name on it. But he still pretends to be poor around us. It's clear that he's just trying to stay under the radar." Jiang Zhenqian suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. This kid was just like them, always pretending to be poor. That was their specialty, after all. "Honey, since he wants to keep a low profile, shouldn't we respect that?" Jiang Zhenqian asked. But then he glanced at Yi Lingshuang and added, "But we can't ignore the fact that our daughter-in-law is a big deal. If our son remains ordinary, he'll become the subject of gossip. Even if he doesn't care, it could cause trouble for Shuang Er." Lin Susu nodded in agreement. The entertainment industry was full of drama. "So, what's your plan, honey?" she asked. "Well, even if we win the lottery and get a few billion, it'll be gone after the wedding. But then there's that other thing," Jiang Zhenqian said, recalling the arrangement they had with Yi Lingshuang. She mentioned that she's been depositing all of Xiao Chen's royalties into his account. Over the years it should have added up to a few billion. We were planning to give it to him after college, but we might need to use it now. Lin Susu agreed. This money wasn't just about the amount, it symbolized Jiang Chen's extraordinary talent. After all, earning billions in royalties from writing a few songs wasn't just genius level, it was almost supernatural. And with such a unique talent, no one would think he was just a pretty face living off a celebrity wife. The two of them chatted for a while, but then the smell of burning food interrupted them. They looked over to see that the porridge on the stove had started to burn. Exchanging awkward glances, Jiang Zhenqian quickly took the pot off the stove and brought it to the table. Jiang Chen sniffed the burnt smell in confusion. After more than 10 years, his mom still couldn't even cook porridge properly. It was a bit disappointing. Seeing the look of disappointment on Jiang Chen's face, Lin Susu felt embarrassed. "Son, I know it smells a bit off, but trust me, my cooking skills will improve. One day, I'll be better than a Michelin 3-star chef." Jiang Chen couldn't help but think to himself, "Mom, your cooking hasn't improved in over 10 years, how am I supposed to believe you'll surpass a Michelin chef?" But despite his thoughts, he forced a smile and said, "Mom, I believe you." With that, he opened the pot. A cloud of black smoke billowed out, making him step back in shock. Undeterred, Lin Susu scooped up a serving of porridge and handed it to Jiang Chen, saying warmly, "Xiao Chen, give it a try. It might have a bit of a burnt taste, but there's plenty of meat in it." At that moment, Lin Susu fully embodied the role of a devoted mother. Jiang Chen, however, wanted to run away. His mom was being too ruthless, forcing him to eat such unappetizing porridge. Looking at the rice in the pot, some grains yellowed by the smoke, Jiang Chen could hardly bring himself to eat it. He weakly asked, "Mom, can I skip this meal?" Seeing his reluctance and distaste, Lin Susu calmly replied, "Son, remember, every grain of rice comes from hard work. I spent all morning cooking this for you. You shouldn't be picky." Jiang Chen was internally resisting. Despite the hardships he had endured growing up, his food was always clean and edible. Never had he encountered something like this. After a moment of silence, he quickly said, "Mom, I just remembered I have something urgent to take care of, so I'll skip breakfast." With that, he dashed out of the house, leaving the three of them standing there, looking at each other in confusion. Yi Lingshuang glanced at the pot of porridge, finding it equally unappetizing. She quickly followed, saying, "Dad, Mom, I'll go check if Xiao Chen needs any help." Jiang Zhenqian also wanted to escape. But before he could make his move, Lin Susu's cheerful voice rang out, "Honey, why don't you give it a try? I bet it tastes great." "Wife, I just remembered." Jiang Zhenqian began to make an excuse, but Lin Susu cut him off sternly, "Sit down." With her stern command, Jiang Zhenqian didn't dare move. "You're not getting away that easily. You know, if it weren't for you distracting me in the kitchen, this porridge wouldn't have turned out like this." Xiao Chen and Shuang Yi wouldn't have left, and we'd all be enjoying a nice family breakfast together. But now that they're gone, you'll have to finish it all. Jiang Zhenqian glanced at the large pot of porridge. Enough for 4 people, how could he possibly finish it all? He thought about running, but seeing Lin Susu's stern expression, he knew he didn't have the courage. Reluctantly, he sat down and began to eat. Meanwhile, Yi Lingshuang and Jiang Chen had made their way to a nearby breakfast shop, where they enjoyed a proper meal. As they walked out, holding hands, Yi Lingshuang sighed, "Honey, I think we should find someone to teach Mom how to cook. Her food is just too scary." Jiang Chen shook his head. If she really wanted to learn, she would have become a top chef by now. The problem is, she just doesn't want to cook. He had eaten his mom's cooking many times, and each time it was the same story. She would say she wanted to improve, but there was never any progress. After more than a decade, nothing had changed. If she truly wanted to learn, it wouldn't take 10 years, even a month of effort would show results. So, he had no hope for her culinary skills anymore. Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment and agreed. Cooking wasn't that hard. But from Jiang Chen's words, she could tell that his parents were very much in love. Despite their wealth, Lin Sushu didn't feel the need to cook, yet their relationship remained as passionate as ever. That was a sign of true affection. After a while, Yi Lingshuang asked, "Honey, should we head back home?" The image of that pot of porridge flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, and he felt a strong reluctance. His dad was probably still struggling to finish it, and if they went back now, he'd have to help. As a dutiful son, that was not something Jiang Chen wanted to do. "Honey, let's not disturb their time together," he suggested. Yi Lingshuang's eyes twinkled. "Sure, you're just afraid of having to eat that porridge, but you're making it sound so considerate." Jiang Chen might not want to go back, but as a daughter-in-law, with her in-laws just having arrived, it didn't feel right to avoid them. "Honey, you go ahead and have some fun. I'll stay with Mom and Dad." Jiang Chen looked at her, puzzled. Then he realized what she was thinking. Unlike him, Yi Lingshuang couldn't just run off. As the daughter-in-law, she needed to stay close, especially since his parents had just come to visit. Understanding her position, Jiang Chen pulled her close and said, "Honey, I'll go with you then." "But honey, aren't you?" Yi Lingshuang started to protest but stopped, knowing he would understand. "We'll walk slowly. By the time Dad finishes eating, we'll be back home," Jiang Chen suggested. Yi Lingshuang sighed inwardly. "My husband is indeed crafty. But still, I'm glad he's coming back with me. After all, I don't know how to handle his quirky parents on my own." Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely back home. When they arrived, they found Lin Susu sitting on the couch watching the news, while Jiang Zhenqian was still at the dining table, looking miserable. The couple exchanged awkward glances. They had thought they were taking their time, but it seemed they had returned too soon. Jiang Chen braced himself and walked over to the table. The pot was still half full. Dad, haven't you finished yet?" he asked. Jiang Zhenqian glanced at Jiang Chen with a look full of sorrow. He didn't say anything, but his eyes spoke volumes. "This son of mine isn't any help." Seeing his father's misery, Jiang Chen walked over to his mother and said, "Mom, I think Dad's full." Jiang Zhenqian's eyes lit up, filled with hope as he looked at Lin Susu. He prayed she would let him off the hook. Sighing, Lin Susu relented. "If you're full, then why are you still holding the bowl? I thought you hadn't had enough." Jiang Zhenqian was close to tears. "Wasn't it because you kept watching me? How could I dare put the bowl down?" But with her permission, he quickly set the bowl and chopsticks aside, grinning at Jiang Chen as if to say, "Thanks, son. You really saved me this time." He quickly cleaned up the table and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Yi Lingshuang wanted to help, but Lin Susu stopped her. "Shuang, sit down. It's just a few dishes, your dad can handle it." "But Mom, we didn't clean up from yesterday either," Yi Lingshuang said, feeling a bit guilty. "No worries, washing dishes is your dad's job. He won't mind," Lin Susu replied. Yi Lingshuang felt a bit uncomfortable, being the daughter-in-law and all. "Shuang, just relax. It won't take long," Jiang Zhenqian chimed in from the kitchen, so Yi Lingshuang reluctantly took a seat. As they settled in, Lin Susu smiled and asked, "Shuang, you and Xiao Chen are planning an engagement banquet, right? Do you prefer a traditional Chinese wedding or a Western-style one?" "I prefer Chinese style," Mom, Yi Lingshuang replied shyly. "Good choice. It's grand and elegant," Lin Susu nodded approvingly. "Have you decided on your headpieces, attire, and a wedding planner?" "Not yet, Mom. We haven't had time." Hearing this, Lin Susu quickly took out her tablet. "It just so happens I have a friend who runs a wedding planning company in Beijing. They handle weddings for a lot of celebrities. I contacted him, and he's prepared 2 plans for us, one Western and one Chinese. He even made models for them. Take a look and see which one you like. Curious, Yi Lingshuang took the tablet and opened the video. She was immediately stunned by what she saw. The entire room was decorated in a rich red, filled with mythical creatures and lavish decor. It was grand, luxurious, and incredibly festive. She was awestruck. This scale, could even a royal wedding in the Tang dynasty have been this extravagant? Stuttering, she asked, Mom, wouldn't something like this cost a lot of money? Shuang Yi, it won't cost that much, Lin Susu reassured her with a gentle smile. Yi Lingshuang didn't quite believe her. The extravagant setup, more luxurious than a royal palace, and the high-tech projections of mythical creatures alone must cost a fortune. Seeing Yi Lingshuang's expression change, Jiang Chen took the tablet and looked at the video himself. It was indeed grand. But given the scale of the setup, their hometown didn't have a venue large enough for such an event. Mom, the engagement banquet is going to be held in our hometown. There isn't a place that big there. Lin Susu smiled again and said, Silly child, isn't the sports arena large enough? We can rent it and set everything up there. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang were stunned. Renting out an entire sports arena for the engagement? That was next-level extravagance. Mom, isn't that a bit too much? Yi Lingshuang asked, concerned. Silly girl. This isn't being wasteful, Lin Susu explained. There are 3 major events in a woman's life, and the engagement and wedding are among the most important. It should be as lively and grand as possible. Yi Lingshuang was deeply moved. Thank you, Mom. Don't be silly. We're family, there's no need for such formalities, Lin Susu replied. Tomorrow, your dad and I will head back home and discuss the details with your parents. We'll make sure this engagement banquet is truly spectacular. Yi Lingshuang nodded gratefully. As they continued chatting, the news on TV caught their attention. A report about Hangzhou University was being broadcast. Breaking news: all students at Hangzhou University have completed voting. We will soon know which teachers have been deemed unfit for their roles. Stay tuned to Hangzhou TV for the latest updates. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged a glance. A few days ago, the Ministry of Education had placed suggestion and complaint boxes in every classroom. Students could file complaints against teachers they felt were unqualified, or express gratitude for teachers they admired. Any teacher who received a certain percentage of complaints from a class would be dismissed, while those praised would be rewarded. It seemed the votes had been tallied, and Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang both stood up at the same time. Mom, I need to go to the university for a bit. Afterward, I'll take you all to the wetlands for a visit, Jiang Chen said. Lin Susu smiled knowingly and didn't try to stop him. She was aware of the situation at Hangzhou University and agreed with Jiang Chen's actions. Since he had invested in the university, it was only right to ensure it was run efficiently. Getting rid of incompetent teachers was necessary, especially since the university had been a government-run institution before, with many people getting in through connections and doing nothing. She didn't want such freeloaders draining Jiang Chen's resources. When Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang arrived at the university, they immediately attracted attention. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen was there to address issues with certain teachers. Seeing so many eyes on them, and realizing how many classrooms they'd have to visit, they knew it would take a while without help. Yi Lingshuang walked over to the security office and asked, Sir, could you please gather your colleagues who are on patrol to assist us? Of course, Miss Yi, the security guard replied respectfully, using his walkie-talkie to summon the other guards to the entrance. Soon, over 40 security guards joined them, helping to collect the voting boxes from each classroom and bringing them to the conference room. In the conference room, all the university's teachers were seated, their expressions tense. Today would determine their fates. A few days earlier, Jiang Chen had announced that those who remained would receive a 33% pay increase. However, those who were dismissed would receive severance as per government regulations, but their reputations would be ruined. Naturally, everyone was anxious. Yang Chen observed their expressions but remained indifferent. A teacher who was disliked by so many students couldn't be a good teacher. Therefore, no one on the list of those being dismissed was innocent. The list of the most complained about teachers was quickly compiled. There were 20 in total. The most complaints were against a 48-year-old professor. Jiang Chen recognized him immediately. This professor had been very vocal online, calling for Jiang Chen's dismissal. It turned out he was also the brother-in-law of the university's vice principal, Yao Yuanqiang. No wonder he had been so outspoken. Jiang Chen carefully reviewed the records of the most complained about teachers, calling each one to stand. As he scrutinized their pasts and futures using his abilities, he confirmed that none of them were wrongly accused. His attention was drawn to a scholarly-looking man in his 40s, wearing glasses. His name was Luo Cheng, and his presence made Jiang Chen frown. Luo Cheng had been a teacher at Hangzhou University for over 8 years and claimed to have a flawless record. Yet, more than 300 students had filed complaints against him. Principal Jiang, I've been teaching here for 8 years, working diligently, and have received numerous awards. How could I be considered unfit? This must be the work of a few students holding grudges because I disciplined them, Luo Cheng protested. Jiang Chen smiled lightly. Mr. Luo, don't worry. Everything I'm doing is to improve the quality of education here. I have no personal vendettas, and I won't dismiss anyone without cause. Then, addressing the entire room, Jiang Chen continued, some of you might have doubts or feel that this is unfair. If anyone wants to know the specific reasons behind their complaints, I can explain them here. However, if you'd rather not have your issues aired publicly, you can submit your resignation now. The teachers exchanged uneasy glances. They knew that if Jiang Chen exposed their complaints publicly, it would be humiliating. Luo Cheng, however, refused to back down. He had worked too hard to get where he was. Principal Jiang, I won't resign. I've dedicated myself to my students for years. This must be retaliation from a few disgruntled students. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. A complaint from 1 or 10 students might be revenge, but over 300 complaints. That was hard to ignore. From what he had gathered, 2/3 of Luo Cheng's students found his teaching overly subjective and self-centered, more about showing off than actually teaching. They preferred instructors who relied on proven methods and made learning engaging, not someone who made baseless claims to boost their ego. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen, knowing that Luo Cheng was also a murderer who had gotten away with his crime, decided not to escalate things further. He smiled and said, Mr. Luo, please wait a moment. I'll make a call to ensure you get a fair explanation. Thank you. Principal Luo Cheng beamed with joy, thinking Jiang Chen wouldn't fire him after all. Yang Chen smiled slightly, and then called Yi Lingshuang outside. Honey, call the police. There's a murderer on campus. What? Yi Lingshuang looked confused. What do you mean, honey? Jiang Chen's expression grew serious. Luo Cheng is a murderer. Yi Lingshuang was stunned. A murderer teaching at the university for 8 years? That would be major news. How had no one found out? And how did Jiang Chen know this? Hesitantly she asked, Are you sure, honey? I'm certain. Trust me, Jiang Chen reassured her. Despite her lingering doubts, Yi Lingshuang chose to trust Jiang Chen. He had never falsely accused anyone before. She left to make the call, and Jiang Chen returned to the conference room. Standing beside Luo Cheng, Jiang Chen casually asked, Mr. Luo, I've heard that you once had a girlfriend named Du Maiwan during your university days. Is that true? Luo Cheng's face turned pale. How did Jiang Chen know about something that happened 20 years ago before he was even born? Realizing that denial would be pointless, Luo Cheng tried to stay calm. After a brief pause, he forced a smile and asked, Principal Jiang, what does Maiwan have to do with these complaints? Luo Cheng was indeed a clever man. Jiang Chen could tell that even if the authorities arrested Luo Cheng, getting a solid conviction would be difficult. Despite knowing how Luo Cheng had covered his tracks, Jiang Chen wasn't a law enforcement officer and couldn't keep a constant watch on him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen knew he would have to use his special ability to alter fate. It seems I'll need to modify his destiny, or else he'll slip through the cracks again. Luo Cheng felt increasingly uneasy under Jiang Chen's silent gaze. How could a mere 18-year-old intimidate him like this? Unable to maintain eye contact, Luo Cheng looked away, his head lowered in guilt. Sensing his unease, Jiang Chen's voice dropped to a low tone. Mr. Luo, I suspect you're responsible for your ex-girlfriend's death, all those years ago. Luo Cheng's face twisted with anger. Jiang Chen, just because you're the principal doesn't give you the right to make baseless accusations. Jiang Chen remained calm. Whether it's baseless or not, you know the truth. Luo Cheng was about to lash out when he suddenly heard the sound of police sirens. His face drained of color. Maybe they're just passing by, he thought, clinging to hope. But then the conference room doors swung open, and 4 police officers in uniform entered. Who here is Luo Cheng? Upon hearing his name, Luo Cheng instinctively tried to flee. But Jiang Chen was prepared. He grabbed Luo Cheng by the collar. Let go of me, Luo Cheng roared, trying to shake off Jiang Chen's grip. But Jiang Chen, who had undergone physical enhancements, was far stronger than the average person. Luo Cheng had no chance. Within moments, Jiang Chen had restrained him, and the police quickly slapped a pair of handcuffs on Luo Cheng before escorting him to the station. Jiang Chen, teen, too, had to accompany them to give a statement. Thanks to Jiang Chen's earlier intervention, Luo Cheng soon confessed to the murder that had occurred 20 years ago. After returning to the university, Jiang Chen pondered. With thousands of students and teachers across the campus, what if there were others hiding dark secrets, just like Luo Cheng? This realization prompted him to use his special ability to investigate everyone at Hangzhou University. To his surprise, he uncovered several criminal activities among both students and faculty. One student had assaulted a woman late at night, and another had stolen a roommate's new computer, only to use the money to buy them a video game skin as a way to ease their guilt. Jiang Chen decided not to intervene in minor issues, but for major crimes, he modified their fates and reported them to the authorities. While he wasn't a saint, he couldn't stand by and let the university become tainted by such individuals. Over the course of 7 days, Jiang Chen uncovered over 40 people who had committed crimes serious enough to warrant imprisonment. As the week came to a close, the university's military training program ended. Many new students who had been without their phones returned to campus, only to find that everything had changed. They were shocked to discover that Jiang Chen, who had been just another freshman like them, was now the university's principal. The speed of his rise was astonishing. What's more, the university had transitioned from being government-funded to private ownership, with the famous actress Yiling Shuang as the new owner. The situation was unbelievable. Many teachers had been dismissed, yet there were no protests. Over the past week, Jiang Chen had hired renowned professors from top foreign universities to replace those who had been let go. Additionally, he had invested in advanced equipment that even the country's top-tier universities couldn't afford. With these new resources and the addition of top international faculty, Hangzhou University's academic reputation had skyrocketed, nearly rivaling that of Beijing University. The students couldn't be happier. Despite the university's newfound vitality, Jiang Chen remained vigilant, continuing to use his ability to monitor the campus for any hidden wrongdoers. Whenever he had free time, he would wander the grounds, always on the lookout for new discoveries. One afternoon, as Jiang Chen sat in a pavilion on campus with Yiling Shuang, she leaned on his arm and playfully asked, "Honey, will you attend classes as a student or run the school as the principal?" Jiang Chen grinned. "That depends on what I feel like doing. When I want to go to class, I'll be a student. When I don't, I'll be the principal." His carefree response left Yiling Shuang momentarily stunned. How cool is that? He can switch between being a student and a principal whenever he wants. After a brief chat, Yiling Shuang suddenly said, "Honey, our engagement day is coming up soon. The planners have already set up the venue. Mom wants to know when we'll head back. And we haven't tried on the phoenix crowns and outfits we had custom made. She's worried that if we go back too late, there won't be time to make adjustments if they don't fit." Jiang Chen felt a bit awkward. He had been so busy with university matters that he had nearly forgotten about the engagement. But now that things at the university were settled, it was time to go back. After all, the engagement was crucial. It was the beginning of their lifelong happiness. Longcheng, a small city with a population of just 600,000 people, wasn't particularly developed. However, it did have an airport, with daily flights to each provincial capital across the country. At 8 p.m., outside the airport, Yiling Shuang noticed that there were only a few taxis, and all of them were already occupied. She asked, puzzled, "Honey, are you sure we don't need to call Dad to pick us up?" Jiang Chen, knowing his father and Yiling Shuang's father all too well, replied, "No need, they're probably drinking again. Even if we called, it'd be pointless. Every time their fathers got together, they spent their evenings drinking and chatting. Given that it was dinner time, they were likely having a drink right now." The airport was a bit far from the city, and with strict traffic checks, it was better to wait for a taxi. Yushu Shan, who was following behind them, looked around the nearly empty airport and asked, "Sis, do you guys have ride-hailing services here?" "Probably not," Yiling Shuang replied uncertainly. She had always arranged for her parents to pick her up in advance, so she wasn't sure. Jiang Chen, who had left Longcheng 3 years ago after his grandparents passed away, didn't know either. Just as Zishan was about to go inside and inquire, a taxi appeared in the distance and pulled up. "Hey there, need a ride?" the taxi driver asked in Mandarin, though his accent clearly revealed his local roots. Speaking in the local dialect, Yiling Shuang asked, "Driver, can you take us to Jinjiang Garden?" "Sure. But it's 100 yuan per person," the driver replied. Jiang Chen and Yiling Shuang's eyes widened at the price. The distance from the airport to their destination was only about 20 kilometers. Charging 100 yuan per person seemed outrageous. "Driver, aren't you using the meter?" Yiling Shuang questioned. No, we don't use meters anymore, the driver replied in his local dialect. Yu Xiu Shan, understanding the situation, spoke in Mandarin. Driver, that's way too expensive. I checked, and it's only about 20 kilometers. Hearing her speak in a non-local accent, the driver's eyes gleamed. Miss, that's the going rate. At least we're a licensed taxi service. The black market taxis charge even more. Though the driver tried to explain in Mandarin, his heavy local accent was impossible to hide. Yi Shu Shan, unimpressed, frowned at the driver's greed. Sensing her dissatisfaction, the driver added, If you don't want the ride, I'll be on my way. Just so you know, there are no more flights tonight, and the next one doesn't arrive until 10 p.m. Are you willing to wait that long? Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged glances. The driver's point was clear: taxis only came to the airport when flights were arriving. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother. Realizing they might have no other choice, Jiang Chen sighed. They weren't short on money, but the driver's attempt to overcharge them left a bad taste in their mouths. Thanks, but no thanks. We'll pass, Jiang Chen replied politely. The driver was taken aback. He had pegged them as wealthy, yet they weren't willing to pay 100 yuan each. Confused, he tried again. Are you really going to wait until 10 p.m. for the next flight? We're fine. We're a bit hungry, so we'll grab a bite at the airport and kill time with some games. 100 yuan isn't that much. But we're not interested, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Frustrated, the driver couldn't believe it. They claimed money wasn't an issue, yet they wouldn't pay the fare. Maybe the wealthier someone was, the stingier they became. Sizing them up again, the driver realized he had lost this round. Not wanting to return empty-handed, he relented. All right, let's use the meter then. Honestly, it won't make much of a difference. Relieved, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged glances and agreed to the ride. As they got in, Jiang Chen noticed the driver's hand constantly fiddling with the gear lever. Every time he did, the meter jumped rapidly, faster than a heartbeat. Shocked, Jiang Chen realized the driver had rigged the meter, a trick he had only heard about on the news. Deciding to teach the driver a lesson, he activated his fate-modifying ability and began to look into the driver's life. Zhao Daqiang, 38 years old, 30 years left to live. Continuing to investigate Zhao Daqiang's future, Jiang Chen discovered something shocking. Zhao Daqiang had bought 2 lottery tickets, and later that night, he would win 10 million yuan. The next day, he planned to divorce his wife and abandon their 2 sick children. Despite his wife's pleas, Zhao Daqiang would take the money and run. 3 years later, he would use the legal loophole of separation to finalize the divorce and marry a model the very next day. Upon learning this, Jiang Chen's expression darkened. A man who would abandon his wife and children after gaining wealth, such heartlessness was revolting. This man didn't deserve to live well. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen decided to take action. He turned to Zhao Daqiang and said, Driver, I heard someone recently won several million in the lottery. Do you play? Of course, Zhao Daqiang replied enthusiastically. By now, the meter had reached 100 yuan, and he was confident it would hit 200 by the time they arrived. This was turning out to be a profitable ride. I've been buying the same 2 numbers every day for the past 10 years. Haven't won big yet, but I've won small prizes here and there. Wow. That's impressive, Jiang Chen responded with admiration. If you keep it up, maybe you'll hit 1 million soon. Zhao Daqiang chuckled. 1 million? That's a bit of a stretch. Jiang Chen nodded and then casually suggested, Driver, with your luck, how about selling me your lottery tickets? I'm willing to pay a good price. Zhao Daqiang was stunned. Someone offering a high price to buy a lottery ticket? Jiang Chen noticed Zhao Daqiang's shocked expression and smiled. Brother, you bought 2 tickets, right? How about I give you 1,000 yuan for them? 1,000? Zhao Daqiang couldn't believe his ears. After buying lottery tickets for so long, he had never won more than a few hundred yuan. Now Jiang Chen was offering him 1,000 for just 1 ticket? He was thrilled. My? Are you serious? Zhao Daqiang asked. Of course, Jiang Chen replied seriously. Seeing that Zhao Daqiang was still skeptical, Jiang Chen turned to Yi Lingshuang and said, Honey, can you give me 1,000 yuan in cash? Yi Lingshuang was puzzled by Jiang Chen's sudden interest in lottery tickets. Honey, you never play the lottery. Why the sudden interest? Jiang Chen grinned. Well, after Dad won that big prize, I thought I'd try my luck too. A few days ago, Jiang Chen's father, Jiang Zhenqian, had won 300 million yuan in the lottery, nearly emptying the prize pool. He even appeared on TV, where he claimed the money would be used for Jiang Chen's engagement and dowry. When Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang saw the news, they were utterly shocked. How had his dad managed to win such a massive amount? It was beyond belief. So now, using this excuse seemed fitting to Jiang Chen. Yi Lingshuang rolled her eyes, thinking that Jiang Chen was being a bit ridiculous. Winning the lottery wasn't something that happened just like that, but since he wanted to play, she wouldn't stop him. Knowing that electronic payments weren't always convenient in smaller towns like Longcheng, they had withdrawn some cash before the trip. She handed Jiang Chen 1,000 yuan. "Brother, do you have your lottery ticket with you?" Jiang Chen asked. Zhao Daqiang opened the glove compartment and handed Jiang Chen a ticket. "Just to be sure," Jiang Chen asked again, "Brother, is this the same number you always play?" "Yes. It is," Zhao Daqiang replied. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Brother, you know that the lottery is rigged, right? I hope you won't buy this number again today, okay? The more tickets in the pool, the lower the chances of winning." Zhao Daqiang understood what Jiang Chen was implying. "If you don't want me to buy it again, you'll have to pay me extra." Jiang Chen was annoyed by his greed. "How much more?" Zhao Daqiang grinned and said, "I've been playing these numbers for 10 years without changing them, never missing a draw. If I skip this one and it wins, I'd regret it for life. So, how about an extra 500 yuan as compensation?" Jiang Chen frowned. "If I give you 500 yuan more, you promise not to buy it again?" "Brother, if you give me the 500, I swear on the dragon god of Longcheng that if I buy it again, I won't see the sun tomorrow." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Swearing on the dragon god was a big deal in Longcheng. According to local legend, a dragon that defied the heavens was punished and buried beneath the city. During a severe drought in the Song dynasty, the dragon risked everything to bring rain to the city but was killed for defying divine orders. Ever since, the city had been named Longcheng in honor of the dragon, and every household worshipped the dragon god on the anniversary of its death. Seeing Zhao Daqiang make such a serious oath, Jiang Chen turned to Yi Lingshuang and said, "Honey, give me another 500 yuan." Though still puzzled by Jiang Chen's actions, Yi Lingshuang handed him the money. Zhao Daqiang happily pocketed the 1,500 yuan, thinking about how he could treat himself to a luxurious foot massage and more at the local bathhouse. Watching Zhao Daqiang's cheerful demeanor, Jiang Chen shook his head. Greed really could ruin someone. Zhao Daqiang had just forfeited his chance at winning millions for a mere 1,500 yuan. Soon, the taxi arrived at the complex where both their parents lived. Zhao Daqiang smiled and said, "Brother, that'll be 235 yuan for the fare. But since you're a good guy, I'll knock off 5 yuan. Yi Lingshuang and Zhu Shan were both stunned by the amount. 10 yuan per kilometer? That was ridiculously expensive. Zhu Shan was about to say something, but Jiang Chen stopped her. He handed Zhao Daqiang 250 yuan and said, "Brother, here's 250. Keep the change and grab yourself a drink." "Thanks, brother," Zhao Daqiang replied, though he was a bit disappointed. Good paying customers like this didn't come along every day. As Zhao Daqiang drove away, Yu Shan couldn't help but ask, "Brother-in-law, he clearly ripped us off. Why were you so nice to him?" Jiang Chen smiled. "Was I really that nice?" Yu Shan pouted. "You gave him a tip and bought a useless lottery ticket from him for 1,500 yuan. That seems pretty generous to me." Jiang Chen grinned. "Who says the ticket is useless? The draw hasn't happened yet, maybe I'll hit the jackpot." Yi Lingshuang shook her head. "He's been playing those numbers for 10 years without winning. What makes you think you'll win with them?" "Luck can change," Jiang Chen replied with a wink. After chatting for a while, they entered the apartment complex. As they reached their floor, they could already hear the sounds of drinking games coming from inside. Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang exchanged knowing looks. As expected, their fathers were drinking and playing games. "Honey, let's head inside," Yi Lingshuang suggested. "Your place or mine?" Jiang Chen asked with a playful grin. "We're one family now," she replied with a shy smile. Unable to argue with that, Jiang Chen opened the door. Inside, he saw his father and a burly man with exposed muscles clinking large bowls of liquor together. "Yang, your drinking is pathetic. This liquor is only 40% alcohol, and you're already struggling after 5 bowls. What happened to you on those trips? Did you get weak?" said Yi Wuchen, Yi Lingshuang's father. "Come on, drink up. This is health tonic, it's good for you." Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but cover their faces in embarrassment. These two were always a handful when they got together. Laughing, Jiang Chen stepped forward and said, "Dad, you two should take it easy." Hearing Yi Lingshuang's voice, both men looked up. When Yi Wuchen saw Jiang Chen, he immediately stood up, slightly unsteady, and walked over to him. Grabbing Jiang Chen's arm, he grumbled, "Son-in-law, your dad is weak. Come on, let's drink together. Tonight we're not stopping until we're drunk. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. How could Yi Wuchen still be this energetic after drinking with his father? Dad, I can't drink, Jiang Chen stammered. What kind of man can't drink? Yi Wuchen retorted. In Longcheng, every good man knows how to drink. Seeing Jiang Chen still hesitant, Yi Wuchen's expression turned serious. If you don't drink, I won't let you marry my daughter. Jiang Chen was stunned. That's harsh. Indeed, in Longcheng, everyone knew how to hold their liquor. It was part of the local wedding customs too. There was a tradition called blocking the door where the groom had to drink a lot of alcohol before he could marry the bride. This custom made the boys of Longcheng start practicing their drinking skills from a young age. Jiang Chen could drink, but he knew the harm alcohol could do, so he usually drank in moderation. Jiang Chen glanced at his father, who could barely keep his eyes open. He shook his head in exasperation. His father, the richest man in the world, was now slumped over the table after being knocked out by Yi Wuchen's locally brewed rice wine, which cost only 15 yuan per jin. It was a sad sight. Darling, can you find Mom and help Dad to bed? I'll take over and drink with your dad, Jiang Chen said to Yi Lingshuang, concerned. Yi Lingshuang looked worried. She knew her father's drinking capacity all too well. He could easily down 2 or 3 jin of homemade rice wine without breaking a sweat. Could Jiang Chen really handle it? Don't worry, honey, Jiang Chen reassured her. I can hold my liquor. Yi Lingshuang rolled her eyes. Hold his liquor? They had grown up together, and she knew his limits. But her father had already laid down the challenge. If Jiang Chen didn't drink with him, he might seriously reconsider letting them marry. Glancing around, she realized her mother, Zhang Yunpei, and Jiang Chen's mother, Lin Susu, were nowhere to be found. They must have gone to Jiang Chen's house across the street. With no other options, she left to find them. When she opened the door to Jiang Chen's house, she saw the 2 women engrossed in needlework, likely preparing the wedding clothes. Longcheng had a tradition that the bride's wedding clothes, sewn by both the mother and mother-in-law, symbolized the blessings of both families, ensuring a lifetime of happiness for the bride. Lin Susu and Zhang Yunpei were surprised and delighted to see Yi Lingshuang standing at the door. Lingshuang, why are you here? When did you arrive? Why didn't you call us to pick you up? Zhang Yunpei asked, smiling as she approached to take a closer look at her daughter. Mom, we just got here, Yi Lingshuang replied with a smile. And where's Jiang Chen? Didn't he come with you? Zhang Yunpei asked, glancing around. He's drinking with Dad, Yi Lingshuang said, casting a look across the street. Lin Susu and Zhang Yunpei exchanged glances, puzzled. Had Jiang Zhenqian already been knocked out so soon? That didn't seem right. They usually had the same drinking capacity. But without further delay, they hurried back to the other house. When they entered, they found Jiang Chen and Yi Wuchen, arms draped over each other, gulping down more wine. The sight of Jiang Chen with wine spilling down his front and soaking his clothes made the women's faces pale. Zhang Yunpei rushed over and grabbed Yi Wuchen by the ear. Yi Wuchen, are you trying to kill Jiang Chen? The wedding is just days away, and you're getting him drunk like this. Wincing in pain, Yi Wuchen pleaded, honey, go easy. It's not my fault, it was his idea to drink. You forced him, Zhang Yunpei snapped, her temper flaring. Jiang Chen is still so young, and you push him to drink like this. I'll deal with you. With that, she grabbed a broom and started chasing Yi Wuchen around the room. She was truly furious. She knew Jiang Chen's limits, and after drinking such a large bowl, how could he possibly handle it? Yi Wuchen, cornered and with nowhere to run, quickly grabbed Zhang Yunpei and planted a kiss on her cheek. Why are you so fierce? Let me show you how much I love you. Zhang Yunpei, flustered, shoved him away and hurried over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, are you okay? Jiang Chen smiled weakly. Mom, I'm fine. Although he tried to stay alert, the alcohol was making him drowsy, and he could barely keep his eyes open. My silly boy. How could you try to keep up with someone like him? Zhang Yunpei sighed, both pained and upset. Seeing that Jiang Chen was clearly tipsy, Lin Susu knelt down beside him, and Yi Lingshuang followed suit to help him up and take him to bed. Once inside the bedroom, Jiang Chen was astonished by the changes. The room had been renovated, made larger, and even had its own bathroom. Originally, this was 2 separate bedrooms, but now it was one big room, complete with a walk-in closet. The transformation was impressive. Lin Susu didn't notice Jiang Chen's amazement. She quickly returned with a syringe and injected something into his arm. Mom, what is that? Jiang Chen asked. It's medicine, Lin Susu explained. It will make the alcohol evaporate through your skin. In a few minutes, you'll sweat a lot, so be ready to take a shower. Jiang Chen nodded. Got it. Lin Susu glanced at Yi Lingshuang, who was nervously watching over Jiang Chen. Lingshuang, keep an eye on him. If he doesn't start sweating in 5 minutes, come get me. I'm going to check on your dad to see if he needs a shot too. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of him, Yi Lingshuang assured her. With that, Lin Susu left to tend to the others. This special formula she had brought back from a foreign research lab had a 98% success rate, but there were always exceptions. And with 2 more people to look after, she couldn't afford to let anything slip. Once Lin Susu was gone, Yi Lingshuang sat by the bed, holding Jiang Chen's hand. How do you feel now, honey? She asked worriedly. Jiang Chen grinned mischievously. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Yi Lingshuang's eyes twinkled as she quickly caught on. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she gave him a gentle kiss. Better now. Jiang Chen licked his lips and looked at her eagerly. One more kiss, and I'll be even better. Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Jiang Chen was being too bold after all, they were still at home. Seeing her hesitance, Jiang Chen tugged at her sleeve and pouted, just one more kiss, please. Faced with his hopeful expression, Yi Lingshuang couldn't refuse. She glanced quickly at the door, no one was there. So, she closed her eyes and swiftly leaned in. Their lips met briefly, but Jiang Chen immediately wrapped his arms around her and deepened the kiss passionately. Caught off guard, Yi Lingshuang was stunned. She hadn't intended for it to go this far, especially not here. She considered pulling away, but, seeing how engrossed Jiang Chen was, she couldn't bring herself to stop him. With a sigh, she decided to indulge him just this once. Jiang Chen, feeling her reciprocation, was thoroughly satisfied. But when he noticed the door was still open, he reluctantly released her. Wiping her slightly reddened lips, Yi Lingshuang gave Jiang Chen a reproachful look. You're getting sneaky, aren't you? Jiang Chen grinned. Isn't this what you like? If you don't, I won't kiss you next time. Don't you dare, Yi Lingshuang pouted, glaring at him. At their age, with emotions running high, she certainly wasn't planning on abstaining from affection. Seeing her flustered reaction, Jiang Chen chuckled. Over their time together, he'd come to understand Yi Lingshuang well. She had strong desires and wasn't shy about them, unlike other women who might play coy. Even though they hadn't gone all the way yet, Jiang Chen had already enjoyed plenty of her affection. In fact, she had promised that she still had more surprises for him on their wedding day. That thought alone made him eagerly anticipate their upcoming nuptials. After some playful banter, Lin Susu entered the room. Lingshuang, has Jiang Chen started sweating yet? Yi Lingshuang glanced at Jiang Chen's neck, noting the beads of sweat forming. She nodded, yes mom, he's sweating. Lin Susu approached to check, looking at both his neck and back. She was surprised to see just how much he was sweating. The medication they developed at her company was strong, but this seemed excessive, especially with the air conditioning on. However, she dismissed her curiosity and reminded Jiang Chen to take a hot shower before heading out of the room. Jiang Chen's bedroom had an en-suite bathroom, complete with a spacious shower. Tugging at Yi Lingshuang's hand, he teased, "Wanna join me?" Yi Lingshuang blushed deeply. With their parents just outside, Jiang Chen was really daring. If they were alone in the house, she might have agreed without hesitation, but everyone's right outside, she whispered, embarrassed. Jiang Chen laughed, finding her shyness adorable. I just meant you could help me wash my back. What were you thinking? Realizing she'd been tricked, Yi Lingshuang playfully punched his chest. You're so bad. Laughing heartily, Jiang Chen scooped her up and carried her into the bathroom. The shower area was separated by shatterproof glass, spacious enough for 2 people to bathe comfortably. Holding Yi Lingshuang in his arms, Jiang Chen smirked. So, do you want to keep your clothes on while you help me, or? Yi Lingshuang shot him a glare. He'd made it clear what he meant. If she kept her clothes on, they'd be soaked, and how would she explain that to their parents? You're too much, she huffed. I'm just giving you options. It's all very democratic, Jiang Chen joked. No pressure. Rolling her eyes, Yi Lingshuang knew she'd been cornered. But between the 2 choices, she picked the lesser of 2 evils. After all, she was already committed to him, and they'd done everything a couple would do except for one final step. Helping him now seemed like a small favor. Jiang Chen was thrilled. His wife was truly one of a kind. Another woman might have bolted by now, but Yi Lingshuang stayed by his side, indulging him. Pulling her close, he whispered, "You're so beautiful." Blushing, she asked shyly, "What part of me is beautiful?" "Every part," he replied with a grin. "You're just sweet-talking me," she said, though she was clearly pleased. Then she got to work, helping him shower. 15 minutes later, they emerged from the bathroom. Jiang Chen dressed in fresh clothes and Yi Ling Shuang with her hair neatly dried. She linked her arm with his as they stepped out of the room. The living room was empty clearly, everyone was next door at her parents' place. When they entered, they found Jiang Zhengchen and Yi Wuchen sitting on the couch, watching TV, while the women were busy working on something in another room. Their arrival caught everyone's attention. Jiang Zhengchen greeted them warmly. "Come sit down, Jiang Chen, Ling Shuang. Old Yi bought a lottery ticket, and the drawing is about to start. Let's see if he wins." Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang exchanged a glance, both puzzled. Since when did Yi Wuchen start buying lottery tickets? He used to always say it was a tax on fools. Curious, Yi Ling Shuang sat beside her father and asked, "Dad, what made you decide to buy a ticket?" "Well, after Jiang Zhengchen won 3 billion and spent it all on your wedding, I thought I'd try my luck too. I don't need much, just $1 billion or 2 to add to your dowry," Yi Wuchen explained. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. His father could easily make billions, especially with his connections. But his father-in-law seemed to think this lottery win was genuine. Yi Ling Shuang was just as baffled. Why did both Jiang Chen and her father believe they could strike it rich just like that? But since the ticket was already bought, there wasn't much to say. "Jiang Chen, didn't you get a ticket from that taxi driver? Let's see if you're lucky too," she suggested. Jiang Chen nodded and joined them on the couch. Yi Ling Shuang, having moved from her father's side to sit with him, linked arms with him again. Meanwhile, Yi Wuchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy as he watched his beloved daughter cozy up to Jiang Chen. Sighing, he pulled out his lottery ticket and, seemingly out of nowhere, asked, "Jiang Chen, what made you want to buy a ticket to?" "Well, after seeing my dad win, and then spending it all on the wedding without leaving me a dime, I figured it's better to rely on myself than anyone else. So, I decided I won't just be a rich second generation, I'll win and become rich on my own." Jiang Chen's words were so inspiring that even Yi Wuchen felt moved. It was true, after all, his new-in-law could have been a bit more generous. As the time for the lottery drawing approached, Yi Wuchen anxiously watched the screen. Whether he could give his daughter a truly impressive dowry depended on tonight's results. The winning numbers were 10, 14, 15, 22, 27, 32, and 09. When Yi Wuchen saw that these numbers matched his ticket, he jumped up excitedly, shouting, "I won. I actually won." Yi Ling Shuang and Jiang Chen were stunned. Did he really win? Was his luck that good? Jiang Chen asked cautiously, "Dad, are you sure you won?" "Yes. Look for yourself." Yi Wuchen handed the ticket to Jiang Chen with excitement. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Yi Wuchen had won 100 million. At that moment, Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. If the lottery system knew someone had bought so many tickets, they would likely avoid drawing those numbers. Yet here Yi Wuchen was, holding a winning ticket. Suspecting something unusual, Jiang Chen glanced over at his father, Jiang Zhengchen, who looked remarkably calm, as if he already knew the outcome. Jiang Chen immediately realized that his father had something to do with this. Yi Wuchen, still holding the ticket, excitedly said to Jiang Zhengchen, "Old Jiang, did you receive the dragon god's blessing or something? The numbers you gave me all won. 100 million. I can't believe it." Jiang Zhengchen smiled and calmly replied, "Maybe. I've been paying my respects to the dragon god for years. Last night I dreamt of these numbers. I think it was a sign from the dragon god." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes in disbelief. His father was getting too good at this acting. A sign from the dragon god? Why not just say he was possessed by the dragon god? Yi Ling Shuang, feeling suspicious, glanced between the men, her mind racing. How could Jiang Zhengchen win once and then Yi Wuchen win right after? There had to be something fishy going on, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. At that moment, Yi Wuchen turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "By the way, Jiang Chen, didn't you buy a ticket too? Did you win anything?" Curious, Yi Ling Shuang also looked at Jiang Chen. He smiled and said, "Dad, I did win." "You did? How much? Did you at least break even?" Yi Wuchen asked with a grin. Yi Ling Shuang chuckled, "Yes, Dad, he broke even." "That's good. But remember, the lottery is a tax on the foolish. Don't waste money on it in the future, okay? If you want to do something charitable, buy clothes and send them to kids in need instead." Yi Ling Shuang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her father had just won 100 million, and he still had the nerve to call the lottery a tax on fools. But she didn't say anything. In a way, he wasn't wrong. She walked over to Jiang Chen and whispered, "You're kidding, right? How could you break even on a ticket you spent over 1,000 on?" Jiang Chen smiled and handed her the ticket. Curious, Yi Ling Shuang took it and quickly realized that the numbers looked familiar. She rushed over to compare her father's ticket with Jiang Chen's. Sure enough, Jiang Chen had won $1 million. Jiang Chen, you really won. You hit $1 million. Yi Lingshuang jumped around the room in excitement. Yi Wuchen felt a bit downhearted. His daughter hadn't been this thrilled when he won $100 million, yet she was over the moon about Jiang Chen's million. It seemed like his little girl had indeed drifted away after getting married. Even Jiang Zhengshenchen was shocked that Jiang Chen had won. He knew the winning numbers, but how did Jiang Chen manage to win too? Could it be that Jiang Chen also knew the numbers? He looked at his son with a puzzled expression. It seemed Jiang Chen wasn't as simple as he thought. Hearing the commotion in the living room, the women, who had been busy in another room, came out to see what was going on. When they learned that both Jiang Chen and Yi Wuchen had won the lottery, they were equally stunned. Lin Susu understood her husband's connections, so it wasn't surprising that he'd won. But how had Jiang Chen managed it? While Jiang Chen's household was celebrating, the taxi driver, Zhao Daqiang, heard the winning numbers over the radio and his face went pale. Those numbers were all too familiar. They were the ones he had been playing for 10 years. $1 million had just slipped through his fingers. Distraught, his grip on the steering wheel faltered, nearly causing an accident, much to the irritation of his passengers. "Driver, be careful," one of them exclaimed. But Zhao Daqiang wasn't listening. He abruptly pulled over and said, "You need to get out. I have something urgent to do." The passengers, already shaken from the near miss, were even more annoyed by this sudden demand. "We're not at our stop yet," one protested. "I said get out," Zhao Daqiang yelled, his eyes red with frustration, scaring the two women passengers into quickly exiting the cab. Without closing the door, Zhao Daqiang sped off toward Jiang Chen's neighborhood. Dragon City wasn't large, and Jiang Chen had made a strong impression on him, so it didn't take long for him to find the Jinjing Garden complex. After parking haphazardly, he rushed to the gate, anxiously asking the security guard where Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang lived. The guard recognized the description immediately. With Yi Lingshuang being a celebrity, many fans had tried to visit. Assuming Zhao Daqiang was just another overly enthusiastic fan, the guard refused to tell him anything. Zhao Daqiang, growing desperate, tried to bribe the guard with all the money he had earned that day, including what he'd received from Jiang Chen. "Come on, man, just tell me where they live," he pleaded. But the guard shook his head firmly. He had strict orders not to disclose their location, especially to someone who seemed this intense. Frustrated, Zhao Daqiang considered dragging the guard out and beating him up when he suddenly saw Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang, and Zhu Shan emerging from the complex. Yu Shan, not wanting to impose, had suggested finding a hotel to stay in for the night, and Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang had decided to accompany her, not wanting her to go alone. "Hey buddy," Zhao Daqiang shouted excitedly when he spotted Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned, knowing exactly why Zhao Daqiang was there. He'd anticipated that Zhao wouldn't take the lottery results well. Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang whispered, holding his hand tightly. "Why is he here?" "It's about the lottery, of course," Jiang Chen replied. After a brief pause, Yi Lingshuang said, "Let me talk to him. He's probably lost his mind by now, and it might be dangerous for you." As someone trained in martial arts, she could handle unexpected situations, whereas Jiang Chen, despite his height and build, had never been as strong as her. She worried he might get hurt. Jiang Chen smiled, understanding her concerns. "Don't worry, honey. He's here for the ticket, so I'll handle it." "But I'm afraid he'll hurt you," Yi Lingshuang said, still worried. "You're not exactly strong." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Did she really think he was weak? These days, with his enhanced strength, he could crush pebbles into dust with a single punch and even bend or break steel bars. How could anyone call him weak? "Sweetheart, look at me, I'm tall and muscular. If he tries to use force, he won't stand a chance," Jiang Chen said confidently. "But even if you're bigger than him," Yi Lingshuang began, but was interrupted by Yi Shu Shan. "Sis, if it comes to a fight, your husband is pretty strong. He's tall and solid, no way that guy can overpower him," Xu Shan reassured her. "You've trained in martial arts, sure, but as a girl we might just end up being a burden if things get rough." Yu Shan had faith in Jiang Chen. With his size, Zhao Daqiang wouldn't be able to push him around. "Okay, honey, you both stay here in the neighborhood. I'll go talk to him," Jiang Chen said firmly. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Yi Lingshuang couldn't argue anymore. She hugged him tightly and whispered, "Just promise me you won't fight him." Jiang Chen smiled, gently releasing her from his embrace, and walked out of the neighborhood. When Zhao Daqiang saw Jiang Chen approaching, he became excited. "Brother, I've been looking for you. Let's talk in the car, okay?" "Sure," Jiang Chen replied calmly. Zhao Daqiang couldn't believe his luck. Jiang Chen was cooperating so easily, maybe he could get that lottery ticket back after all. You brought the ticket, right? Yes. I have it, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Zhao Daqiang suggested. Let's grab a late-night snack while we talk. How about it? Sounds good, Jiang Chen agreed, playing along. As they drove off, Zhao Daqiang spoke up, brother. I've been thinking. I don't want to sell you the ticket anymore. I'll return the money you gave me, so just hand over the ticket, alright? Jiang Chen looked at him with disbelief. This guy was really something, huh? But did he really think Jiang Chen would just give up the ticket? Look, brother. You already sold me the ticket, Jiang Chen said calmly. I didn't have to come out here, but I did because I understand your situation. How about this, we split the winnings 50-50? 500,000 each. What do you think? Zhao Daqiang smirked, sensing weakness in Jiang Chen's voice. Why should I share my money with you? This ticket is mine. Brother, that's not fair, Jiang Chen said, his patience wearing thin. He had offered half of the winnings out of compassion, considering Zhao Daqiang's sick children and devoted wife. But Zhao Daqiang's greed was pushing him too far. Seeing Jiang Chen's darkening expression, Zhao Daqiang knew that talking wasn't getting him anywhere. He decided to take a more threatening approach. Listen, brother, if you hand over the ticket, I'll give you 10,000. That's way more than you spent. Don't get greedy, you can't handle the trouble that comes with this kind of money. Jiang Chen could hear the threat in Zhao Daqiang's voice. And if I refuse, he asked coldly. Zhao Daqiang sneered, do you know how powerful the taxi drivers network is in this city? Don't make me come after you and your family. It won't end well for you. At that moment, Jiang Chen used his fate-altering ability to see Zhao Daqiang's next moves. He saw that if Zhao didn't get the ticket, he planned to take Jiang Chen to a gang hideout, where they would beat him up and steal the ticket. Among those gang members, 2 were actually Jiang Chen's old schoolmates. Now it all made sense. Zhao Daqiang wasn't just bluffing, he had some real backing. Brother, if you try to use force or get your buddies involved, you're going to end up in jail, Jiang Chen warned. Take the 500,000 and change your life for the better. There's no need to break the law. Zhao Daqiang's face twisted in anger. How did Jiang Chen know what he was planning? After a brief pause, he growled, that ticket is mine. Why should I give you 500,000? I'll give you 10,000, take it or leave it. Seeing that Zhao Daqiang had no intention of being reasonable, Jiang Chen's patience finally snapped. If you continue down this path, don't blame me for what happens next. What? You think you're going to call the cops on me? Zhao Daqiang sneered as he pulled over. His face turned menacing. I know where you live. If you don't give me that ticket, I'll make sure your family suffers. You'll regret ever crossing me. Hearing these threats against his family, Jiang Chen clenched his fists. He knew he had 2 choices. The first was to give in to Zhao Daqiang's demands to protect his loved ones. The second was to alter Zhao Daqiang's fate and end this situation decisively. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen chose the second option. Zhao Daqiang had crossed the line, threatening his family over something that didn't even belong to him anymore. With cold determination, Jiang Chen looked Zhao Daqiang in the eye. You're greedy, and I was willing to overlook that. But threatening my family? That's unforgivable. Kid, what do you think you can do to me? Zhao Daqiang sneered at Jiang Chen. Call the cops? Let me tell you, as long as I'm alive, your whole family will pay the price. Zhao Daqiang was arrogant. Jiang Chen looked like he was only 18 or 19, probably inexperienced. Meanwhile, Zhao Daqiang had spent years navigating the streets, knowing people on both sides of the law in Dongcheng. He was confident he had Jiang Chen cornered. As Zhao Daqiang boasted, Jiang Chen chuckled coldly, calling the police is for the powerless. Zhao Daqiang frowned. For some reason, Jiang Chen's words made him feel uneasy, a bad premonition rising within him. Don't talk big, kid. I've lived in Longcheng for decades. I know people in every circle. Before Zhao Daqiang could finish, he realized he couldn't make a sound. Zhao Daqiang tried to speak, but all that came out were strange noises, like a monkey's gibberish. He turned to Jiang Chen and saw him smirking. Go on, say something tougher, Jiang Chen taunted. Zhao Daqiang tried several times to speak, but no words would come out. Fear gripped him as he stared at Jiang Chen. He wasn't stupid. He realized that Jiang Chen must have done something to him, perhaps using some kind of trick to render him mute. After all, in the southwestern region, practices like witchcraft were still rumored to be prevalent. He suspected Jiang Chen might be a practitioner who had cursed him. The thought of being cursed made Zhao Daqiang's eyes well up with regretful tears. Seeing Zhao Daqiang's terrified expression, Jiang Chen's smile grew colder. As expected, Those who seemed tough were often just bullies, crumbling when faced with real opposition. Drive us to the chemical plant. If you make me happy, I might spare your life. If not, that's where you'll meet your end, Jiang Chen commanded. Zhao Daqiang didn't dare disobey. He had heard of what happened to those who didn't follow the orders of someone with such powers. He had even witnessed it once. 10 years ago, in a rural village, a local girl had been impregnated by her out-of-town boyfriend. When the boyfriend refused to marry her, or even pay for an abortion, the girl's grandmother, a witch, cursed him with a loyalty spell. The curse was triggered when he betrayed the girl, and Zhao Daqiang had seen firsthand as ants crawled out from the man's skin, devouring his flesh, until he was nothing but bones within 30 minutes. That memory still haunted him. Terrified, Zhao Daqiang drove to an abandoned chemical plant. Once they arrived, he immediately got out of the car and knelt before Jiang Chen, banging his head on the ground. I'm sorry. Please, master, forgive me. I've realized my mistake. Spare my life and I'll never bother you again, Zhao Daqiang pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Chen kicked him away with disdain and sat on the car's hood. Weren't you acting tough just a moment ago? Didn't you threaten my family? Master, I was wrong. It was my greed, I beg you. Please show mercy. Zhao Daqiang continued to kowtow, his forehead bleeding, but he didn't seem to feel the pain. Jiang Chen was unmoved. He knew that Zhao Daqiang had harbored murderous intent. Although Jiang Chen could use his ability to alter Zhao Daqiang's fate, he wasn't going to let him off easily. As Zhao Daqiang crawled back, still begging for mercy, Jiang Chen's cold eyes showed no sympathy. Apologies won't change anything. You made the mistake of threatening my family. Please, master, I have a wife and children to care for. Spare me for their sake, Zhao Daqiang cried desperately. Jiang Chen sneered. What a joke. He knew Zhao Daqiang's future. This man planned to abandon his family the moment he won the lottery. His wife and children meant nothing to him. Even his elderly mother, who was left in a rural village with a simple treatable condition, would be neglected. Still, a thought crossed Jiang Chen's mind. Zhao Daqiang's taxi company had insurance policies. If Zhao Daqiang had to die, at least his family could benefit from it. His children could get the medical treatment they needed, and his mother's condition could be treated. With a plan forming in his mind, Jiang Chen coldly ordered, "Drive." Zhao Daqiang, thinking he had been forgiven, quickly got into the car. As he started the engine, he noticed that the wounds on his head and knees had suddenly healed. He was astounded. Jiang Chen's powers were truly beyond comprehension. Thank you, Master, Zhao Daqiang said gratefully as he drove off. Jiang Chen smiled inwardly. He had erased all evidence of their encounter, ensuring no trace would lead back to him. When they reached the city center, Jiang Chen got out of the car and even paid the fare, much to Zhao Daqiang's surprise. After expressing his thanks, Zhao Daqiang drove off, feeling incredibly fortunate to have survived. I'll treat myself to a good meal, he thought as he drove away, oblivious to what was coming next. As Zhao Daqiang drove away, the car hadn't traveled more than 10 meters when a family of 3 flagged him down. Following the script that Jiang Chen had subtly modified, Zhao Daqiang pulled over and chatted amicably with the passengers as they got in. However, after driving for less than a kilometer, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. His vision blurred, and he struggled to catch his breath. Driver? Are you okay? One of the passengers asked with concern from the back seat. I feel chest pain. And no strength, Zhao Daqiang replied weakly, struggling to keep control of the car. Following the scenario Jiang Chen had arranged, he managed to pull over to the side of the road before collapsing onto the steering wheel. Driver, the passengers in the back seat panicked. One of them, a man, leaned forward and tapped Zhao Daqiang on the shoulder, only to see his head slump to the side. The seatbelt kept Zhao Daqiang from falling out of his seat, but it was clear something was very wrong. The family in the back seat was terrified. They quickly exited the vehicle, and the man nervously reached out to check for a pulse on Zhao Daqiang's neck. Realizing there was none, he turned pale and stammered, "Honey, call 120 and 110. Hurry." Emergency services arrived promptly. The doctor on board the ambulance checked Zhao Daqiang and confirmed it was a sudden death, with nothing more to be done. The police also arrived and, after determining there was no foul play, escorted the family of 3 to the station to give their statements. Jiang Chen had crafted this entire scenario with meticulous care, intending to ensure that Zhao Daqiang's family would receive the maximum compensation. By ensuring the car was occupied with passengers, Jiang Chen made it more likely that the insurance company and the taxi company would be unable to deny responsibility. After all, with witnesses and the added coverage for passengers, the story would inevitably gain media attention. Later that evening, Jiang Chen returned home by taxi. When he turned on the TV, the local evening news was on, and sure enough, a breaking story reported on Zhao Daqiang's tragic but heroic actions. Watching the report, Yi Lingshuan commented in surprise, "I didn't expect such a deceitful driver to show such responsibility at the end." Jiang Chen simply smiled without responding. He knew Zhao Daqiang's true nature, and without Jiang Chen's intervention, there was no way Zhao Daqiang would have prioritized the safety of his passengers. Noticing Jiang Chen's silence, Yi Lingshuan grew a bit worried and approached him. "Honey, you two didn't get into a fight, did you?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Why would we fight? He's not exactly the type to give up easily." Tilting her head, Yi Lingshuan thought for a moment, her large, dark eyes twinkling. It just seemed strange that he would let go of that lottery ticket so easily. This world doesn't always work on reason. Jiang Chen chuckled at her remark. Well, sometimes, reason does win out. Even though his words sounded odd to her, she was relieved to hear that they hadn't fought. She had been worried that the forensic team might later find signs of a struggle. If they had fought, the police could trace it back to Jiang Chen, and that would be a headache. After chatting for a while, it grew late, and everyone retired for the night. Although Yi Lingshuan would have preferred to spend the night with Jiang Chen, her mother Zhang Yunpei had wanted to spend some time alone with her daughter. Knowing that soon, Lingshuan would be a married woman, Zhang Yunpei didn't want to miss the chance to talk privately before the wedding. Jiang Chen returned to his large bedroom and, feeling a bit bored, grabbed his phone to play a game. Just as he was about to start a match in King of Glory, a game invitation popped up. It was from Yi Peiying, Yi Lingshuang's best friend, the one with the innocent face but not so innocent demeanor. Lingshuang had specifically warned Jiang Chen not to play games alone with this woman, as Peiying had a notorious reputation for being flirtatious. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen declined the invitation. "Little brother, you're breaking my heart," a soft, sweet voice came through his phone. "This is the 999th time you've rejected my invitation. Do you really dislike me that much? Won't you help me rank up?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen replied, "I prefer playing on my main account. Low-level games just don't have the same appeal." "Oh? You like high levels, huh? Just how big are we talking?" Peiying teased, her voice full of suggestive undertones. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. This woman really knew how to push boundaries. Ignoring her, he prepared to start a random match when another voice message popped up. "Don't hide from me, little brother. I know you're online, and your wife isn't around. What are you afraid of? It's just a game, we're separated by a screen. Or do you think I'll bite?" Jiang Chen sighed, frustrated by her persistence. Then, she sent another message. "Little brother, how about you show me your wedding room on video? Your wife was bragging about how it's better than a 5-star hotel, but I don't believe it. How luxurious can it be in that old neighborhood where property values barely hit 6,000 yuan per square meter?" Jiang Chen saw right through her ploy. First, she used Lingshuang as a hook, then tried to provoke him into proving her wrong by showing off the room. It was all a setup. Peiying was as cunning as ever, proving that women in the entertainment industry were anything but simple. Deciding to ignore her, Jiang Chen was about to start his game when another video call request appeared. Seeing her relentless attempts, Jiang Chen finally responded, "Peiying, are you really that bored? Oh, little brother, why so angry? I just want to see your wedding room." Why so harsh? Peiying's voice was filled with false innocence, but Jiang Chen had had enough. He typed out a message, "Stop sending video calls, or I'll block you." "Oh, got it. But little brother, you're really hurting my feelings. You know we'll be seeing each other often. Are you sure you want to treat me like this?" Peiying tried once more, but Jiang Chen had no interest in continuing the conversation. He focused on his game, ignoring her completely. Just as he was getting into the match, another voice call notification popped up. Jiang Chen was furious. He quickly opened his phone, ready to block the person spamming him, but realized it was Lingshuang. Jiang Chen saw that victory was near in his game, and didn't want to let his teammates down, so he quickly sent her a voice message, "Honey, hold on a moment. I'm about to win." After securing the win, he replied to Lingshuang, who quickly responded with a message, "Honey, Peiying is coming tomorrow. I won't have time to pick her up, so can you go instead?" Curious, Jiang Chen sent her a voice message, "Where are you going tomorrow without me?" "I need to visit a village," she replied. Confused, Jiang Chen asked, "You're not taking me with you because you're worried I can't handle the hike?" "It's not that," Lingshuang explained. "The village is entirely women, and men aren't welcome. You can't come with me." Jiang Chen was baffled. Why would Lingshuang go to a village like that, and how could a village be all women? How do they have children without men? Is it like a fantasy world where drinking water makes them pregnant, and they only have daughters? Jiang Chen asked these questions, but Ling Shuang couldn't provide a detailed explanation. She only said that her mother mentioned the village doesn't allow outside men. Left with no other option, Jiang Chen replied, "Okay honey, you go ahead and be safe. Don't forget to pick up Paying," Ling Shuang reminded him. "She's arriving by train around 11 a.m. Jiang Chen was astonished. That meant Paying had to catch a train around 3 or 4 a.m. Why would she push herself like that? Ling Shuang teased him, "Honey, Paying is as sly as a fox. Don't let her charm you away from me." Jiang Chen laughed, "Honey, you've already captured my heart. What's left for her to charm?" Satisfied with his response, Ling Shuang said, "I love you, honey." "I love you too," Jiang Chen replied. "Okay, my mom just finished her bath, so I'm off to bed. Good night." Jiang Chen quickly typed, "Honey, send me some pictures to keep me company while I sleep." Lying in bed, Ling Shuang blushed at his request. "You're so naughty," she replied. Jiang Chen grinned. "You know you love my naughty side." Ling Shuang pouted and texted back, "You're so annoying." But before her mom came out of the bathroom, she quickly snapped a few teasing photos for Jiang Chen, making sure the angles were just right, suggestive but not revealing too much. After sending the photos, she swiftly deleted them from her phone, ensuring no trace remained. "Honey, enjoy the photos but behave. Just a few more days to wait. I won't chat anymore, my mom's here," she added. Jiang Chen looked at the photos and couldn't help but smile. Ling Shuang had really mastered the art of taking just the right kind of photos, enough to tease but not too much. As he stared at them, he thought, "I should take more of these artistic shots of her in the future." After admiring the photos for a bit, Jiang Chen noticed over a dozen unread messages in his chat app, all from Paying. "Little brother, don't forget to pick me up tomorrow. Don't leave me hanging. I'm a stranger in your town. If I get kidnapped, it'll be on you." Jiang Chen shook his head and replied, "Don't worry, Paying. I'll be waiting for you at the station tomorrow. Just tell me what you're wearing and your height so I can spot you quickly." Paying responded with a playful tone, "Little brother, how could you forget what I look like? We even video called before." Jiang Chen replied bluntly, "Why would I remember what you look like?" This left Paying momentarily speechless. True, why would he need to remember? She felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that Jiang Chen had effectively killed the conversation. The next morning, Jiang Chen got up early to see Ling Shuang, her mom, and Zhu Shan off. "Honey, when Paying arrives, just take her to the hotel where Zhu Shan is staying." Jiang Chen had already learned from their conversation the day before that Zhu Shan was staying at the best hotel in Longqing. Since their neighborhood was an older one, the nearby hotels weren't the most comfortable, so they had arranged for Zhu Shan to stay somewhere nicer. Curious, Jiang Chen asked, "How long will you be gone?" Ling Shuang thought for a moment. "We should be back before the wedding." Jiang Chen was puzzled. "The wedding is in less than a week. Will you be gone that long?" Ling Shuang glanced at her mother, Zhang Yanpei, who gently reassured them both, "Don't worry, Xiao Chen. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be back tonight." "All right, be careful and keep in touch," Jiang Chen said. After a few more words, Ling Shuang, her mom, and Zhu Shan left in a Mercedes minivan. With them gone, Jiang Chen returned home, only to find that his unreliable parents had already disappeared without leaving any breakfast for him. Grumbling, he made himself some instant noodles. As the clock ticked closer to 11 a.m., Jiang Chen waited at the train station in Longchang for Paying. After about 5 minutes, he spotted a woman in a long dress with wavy hair, sunglasses, and a height of about 5. Is it delicious?" Yi Paying looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully, licking her red lips, and said, "What could be tastier than you? This woman is dangerous." Jiang Chen quickly turned his face away. "I'm your best friend's husband. Is this really okay?" Yi Paying giggled, "I'm Shuangye's wife, so that makes you my husband too." Jiang Chen covered his face. This woman is terrifying. At the same time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel curious. What do these women talk about when they're together? How could she say such things? Shaking his head, he quickly left the room. Being around such a seductive woman really tested his self-control. Giggling. "Bye." Yi Paying couldn't help but laugh as she watched Jiang Chen leave awkwardly. After laughing, she quickly took off her clothes and enjoyed a nice bath in the bathroom. She then changed into a tight, figure-hugging dress that accentuated her curves perfectly. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt satisfied and muttered to herself, "Shuang Ayer, you said your husband has strong self-control, so don't blame me." Yes. As Yi Lingshuang's best friend, she couldn't help but feel envious every time Yi Lingshuang mentioned her husband. So, She told Yi Lingshuang that all men are weak. As long as a beautiful woman tempted them, they'd give in quickly. But Yi Lingshuang had absolute confidence in Jiang Chen. She believed he would never betray her. So today Yi Peiing wanted to see if Jiang Chen was really as good as Yi Lingshuang said. Looking at herself in the mirror again, she felt her lips weren't seductive enough, so she applied some lipstick. Just a touch made her look even more alluring and enchanting, to the point where even cars would crash just by looking at her. Satisfied, she smoothed her hair, picked up her bag, and walked out of the hotel in high heels. In the hotel lobby, she saw Jiang Chen sitting on a leather sofa, playing on his phone. Sneaking up behind him, she saw that Jiang Chen was playing Honor of Kings, and it was his main account. The sight made her blood boil. Recently, since she had time, she often played games with Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang, and she had finally reached the king rank. But she dropped back down shortly after. Watching Jiang Chen dominate the game, taking down one enemy after another, she couldn't help but cheer. Wow! Little brother, you're amazing! Jiang Chen curiously turned his head. Seeing Yi Peing's flushed face, her eyes fixed on his phone, he felt speechless. This celebrity is so obsessed with games. A bit unprofessional, isn't she? But Jiang Chen didn't dwell on it and focused back on his game. Sister Peiing, hold on a bit, I'm about to win. Yi Peiing was stunned by Jiang Chen's skillful gameplay. Did she really lose out to a game? Didn't she dress up carefully? If it were any other man, they'd have dropped the game by now. But Jiang Chen didn't even spare her a glance. This time, a sense of defeat welled up inside her. When Jiang Chen finally finished the game, she pushed down her frustration and asked sweetly, "Little brother, I'm a bit hungry." Jiang Chen remembered Yi Lingshuang's words about taking good care of Yi Peiing. Thinking that as a big star, Yi Peiing must have eaten all kinds of delicacies, he paused for a moment and said, "I'll take you to try some local food." "Sure." Yi Peiing happily linked arms with Jiang Chen, but he quickly pulled away. "Sister Peiing, I have a wife. If someone sees us, it won't look good." Yi Peiing made a face at him. "I'm a big star, and I'm not scared. What are you afraid of?" Jiang Chen smiled slightly but said nothing more. The two left the hotel, taking a few twists and turns until they arrived at a small restaurant. Yi Peing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Little brother, are you that stingy? Bringing me to such a small place to eat? In the big city, you've probably had your fill of delicacies, so I brought you here to try some authentic local cuisine," Jiang Chen said with a smile and walked in. Full of disdain, Yi Peiing reluctantly followed. She thought it would be a shabby little shop, but it turned out to be a courtyard-style restaurant. The place was packed, with every seat taken, and most of the people were speaking the local dialect. As someone who had seen the world, Yi Peiing realized that this place must be special. Otherwise, why would all these locals come here? With no seats available, they had to wait outside for a while. After about 5 minutes, a private room became available, and they went in. Jiang Chen ordered some local snacks in the main dish, sour fish soup. In this small city, sour fish soup was famous. The flavor was said to be the best in Dragon City, because the family running the restaurant had been perfecting this dish for hundreds of years, constantly refining the taste. "Little brother, just one fish? Is that enough?" Yi Peiing asked curiously. "A 4-pound Chinese sturgeon. It should be enough." Hearing the weight, Yi Peiing wisely kept quiet. Soon, the food arrived. After tasting a bite, she found the flavor really good, sour and spicy, completely different from Sichuan hot pot. The fish had a firm texture, clearly marinated with special ingredients. At first Yi Peiing was a bit hesitant, but soon her appetite grew, and she ended up eating over a pound of fish, her belly visibly full. "Sister Peiing, try these snacks. They help with digestion, so you won't feel so bloated." Looking at the snacks, and thinking about how much she had eaten, Yi Peiing hesitantly picked one up. As soon as she ate it, she felt a cool sensation throughout her body, and the bloated feeling disappeared. She stared at Jiang Chen in amazement. "Little brother, the food here is amazing." Jiang Chen smiled slightly but said nothing, continuing to eat his food. Feeling awkward, Yi Peiing sat down, thinking that Jiang Chen probably found her naive. Like a villager in the city, not knowing how to cross the street. Seeing her discomfort, Jiang Chen explained the snack's purpose. They were made from herbs, but with a special process that removed the medicinal taste while preserving the effects. After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Yi Peiing finally realized that Jiang Chen was indeed extraordinary. No wonder Yi Lingshuang couldn't stop praising him. After the meal, Yi Peiing secretly glanced at Jiang Chen. Yes, he was indeed handsome. The kind that looked better the more you looked at him. "Little brother, I used to think Shuang Yi was exaggerating when she talked about you. But after seeing you today, you're even better than she described. At your age, you've done more impressive things than many experienced adults. A considerate man like you would make any girl fall for you if she got close to you, right? Isham. Jiang Chen felt something was off. After a moment of silence he said, Sister Paying. Many people have fallen for me, Jiang Chen said seriously. But there's only one person I love. Jiang Chen's words made Yi Paying's heart skip a beat. Was she rejected? He rejected her without hesitation. She couldn't accept it. She had never confessed to a man before. She never thought that the first time she confessed, she would be rejected. Even though she was just testing Jiang Chen, the blunt rejection still hurt. All along she believed no man could resist her charm. And the truth was, every man who spoke to her for a while would try to find a way to ask her out the next day. She thought, even if Jiang Chen was different, he should still be affected by her looks and figure, right? But, unexpectedly, suppressing her mixed emotions, she said bitterly, Little brother, you're really heartless. Jiang Chen didn't respond to her words. He just smiled and said, Sister Paying, we've had our meal. Would you like to go rafting? I can take you rafting. Yi Paying's eyes lit up for a moment but soon dimmed. Huh? Go rafting with such a straightforward guy? She must be crazy. So her previous plans all fell apart. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'd rather go back to the hotel and rest. Jiang Chen didn't want to stroll around with Yi Paying either. They weren't that close, and he had to endure the envious and jealous looks from people around them. It was really unpleasant. As he prepared to take Yi Paying back to the hotel, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Yi Lingshuang. Jiang Chen quickly answered. Wife, didn't you say there was no signal where you were? Hubby, I've already come back on the other end. Yi Lingshuang sounded excited as she asked, Honey, have you picked up Paying yet? Yeah, we just finished eating. Oh, where are you now? I'm on the highway, should be there in about 30 minutes. Jiang Chen was about to suggest meeting at the exit when Yi Paying grabbed the phone from him. Dear, come save me. Your husband is really something. I'm about to go crazy. There was a brief silence on the other end before Yi Lingshuang burst into laughter. What did you do to my husband, you little devil? Yi Paying pouted. Dear, I confessed to him, and he actually rejected me. You wicked woman, trying to steal my husband, huh? Do you want me to come back and tear your mouth apart? Yi Lingshuang's voice turned stern. Even though she knew Yi Paying was joking, this kind of joke wasn't acceptable. Dear, you really forget everything when you see a handsome guy, Yi Paying grumbled. Who was it that said I could test your husband any way I wanted? Now I haven't even done much, and you're already this upset. Are you going to break up with me next? Listening to the conversation between Yi Paying and Yi Lingshuang, Jiang Chen's head started spinning. What kind of wild times did these two have together to be able to say such things? He just stood there, listening to them bicker. The more Yi Paying spoke, the more explicit she became, making Jiang Chen even more curious. Do women really talk like this when they're together? And, could his gorgeous wife really be this bold too? Wow. Jiang Chen's mind began to wander. With such a daring wife, what would his life be like in the future? After hanging up the phone, Yi Paying handed it back to Jiang Chen. Little brother, didn't you say you wanted to go rafting? Since Shuang Air is almost here, let's go rafting. Jiang Chen was confused. Weren't you tired? Yi Paying scoffed. Hey, straight man, you're hopeless. By now Jiang Chen understood what she meant, but he just smiled and didn't reply. The two of them found a cafe, ordered some coffee, and killed time by playing games. When Yi Lingshuang finally arrived, Yi Paying excitedly ran over to hug her tightly. Dear, thank goodness you're back. I wouldn't have known how to survive the next few days without you. To be honest, Jiang Chen was excellent in many ways. But his words were just too straightforward. All her plans fell flat, leaving her feeling unsatisfied. She was someone who was good at socializing, but talking to Jiang Chen felt exhausting. Yi Lingshuang smiled gently, let go of Yi Paying, and walked over to Jiang Chen. Honey, what did you do to Paying? Wife, she tried to make a move on me, so I ignored her. EFT Paying nearly choked on her own breath. Wow. So Jiang Chen did it on purpose. Glaring at him, she said, Little brother, how could you be so cruel? I did so much for you. Hey, you confessed to me and secretly ogled me, clearly coveting my handsomeness, trying to claim me. Jiang Chen rattled off a bunch of stuff, making Yi Lingshuang clutch her stomach from laughing so hard. You little vixen, your seduction failed this time, didn't it? Ha 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 ha. Yi Paying was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. After a moment of silence she asked, Are we still going rafting or not? If not, I'll head back to the hotel to rest. Yi Lingshuang quickly responded. Oh right honey, Xiaoshan's car is still parked on the road. If we stay too long we might get fined by the traffic police. Jiang Chen nodded and didn't drag things out. When they got to the car, Yi Shushan greeted Yi Ping sweetly. Then they sped off towards the rafting site. Since Dragon City was a mountain city, there were plenty of scenic spots to explore nearby, and rafting in the southwest region was quite popular. When they arrived at the rafting site, the staff noticed Yi Ping wearing a tight-fitting dress and kindly warned her that it wasn't the best outfit for rafting, since it could lead to embarrassing moments. Yi Ping had never been rafting before, and hearing the staff's suggestion, her face turned red with embarrassment. She thought about buying clothes but found out the site would close in an hour due to an upcoming storm, as announced by the Weather Bureau. Rafting in the rain wasn't safe. Though she didn't want to spoil the fun, there were no nearby places to buy clothes. It would take over 30 minutes to go back and forth to change. And rafting in a tight dress? No way. As a celebrity she could be bold around people she knew, but with other tourists around, if some pervert took pictures and posted them online, she'd end up on the trending topics for all the wrong reasons. And she definitely didn't want that kind of attention. Seeing her concern, Yi Lingshuang said, Paying, let's come back another time. Yi Ping looked apologetic. I didn't know about all this since I've never been rafting before. Why don't you all go ahead and I'll wait here? Forget it. We're here to spend time with you. If you're not playing, it's no fun for us either. They decided to head back. As they were getting into the car to return to Dragon City, they suddenly heard an excited male voice nearby. Lingshuang, is that really you? Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang turned their heads and saw a young man around 25 or 26 years old, his eyes shining with excitement as he looked at them. Seeing the mix of excitement and something else in the man's eyes, Jiang Chen curiously asked, Wife, who is this? Yi Lingshuang glanced at the man with a hint of disdain and introduced him, founder of Zhuhong Group, the top genius on Wall Street, Song Ji. Jiang Chen had heard of Song Ji before. Back in high school he had a classmate who was Song Ji's younger cousin. That guy's favorite phrase was, my cousin is Song Ji, the top genius on Wall Street. He used to brag, even if I don't get into college, my cousin's yearly dividends alone will let me live comfortably for the rest of my life. So, the name of this Wall Street prodigy was well known even back in high school. Jiang Chen smiled and asked, Wife, is he one of your admirers? Yi Lingshuang responded with disgust, I haven't even spoken to him 3 times. It seems my wife is quite irresistible, Jiang Chen teased, making Yi Lingshuang blush deeply. As Song Ji approached them, Yi Lingshuang instinctively linked arms with Jiang Chen. Didn't expect to run into you here in Dragon City, Lingshuang. Must be fate, Song Ji said with a smile. Yi Lingshuang sneered inwardly. She had sent out wedding invitations to all her friends in the industry, so Song Ji must have known about her upcoming engagement to Jiang Chen and came because of that. With that in mind, she smiled and asked, President Song, are you here on a business trip? Yes, I'm planning to invest in real estate here. Oh well, I wish you great success, Yi Lingshuang said with a smile before getting into the car, clearly not wanting to engage further with him. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, and noticing the people around them, Song Ji knew it wasn't appropriate to push further. He simply said, Thank you, Lingshuang. Yi Lingshuang didn't respond. Instead, she turned to Jiang Chen and said, Honey, let's go. Jiang Chen gave Song Ji a quick look, curious about his fate. Song Ji was indeed a formidable person, highly skilled in business and willing to use any means necessary. Due to the limited time, Jiang Chen could only see what would happen within the next hour. It turned out that Song Ji had come with a client and planned to stage an accident during the rafting trip, heroically carrying the client for about a kilometer barefoot along the river to the finish line. This act would secure him an 800 million yuan contract. Impressive. Jiang Chen was amazed by Song Ji's cunning strategy. As Jiang Chen was lost in thought, Yi Lingshuang urged him, Honey, let's go. Although Jiang Chen wanted to see more of Song Ji's future, he couldn't ignore his wife's call. He quickly got into the car. Just as he was about to close the door, Song Ji handed him a business card. Mr. Jiang, here's my card. Do you have time this evening? If you're free, I'd like to invite you for coffee. If not, perhaps we can arrange another time. Hearing this, Yi Lingshuang smiled slightly. Song Ji was indeed a sharp businessman. He left no room for refusal and even managed to make his offer seem sincere. Seeing how smoothly Song Ji handled the situation, Jiang Chen smiled back and said, Sure, if I'm free tonight, I'll give you a call. Song Ji's expression briefly changed, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, why don't we exchange contact information? I'm worried you might forget if you get busy. Knowing that Song Ji was determined to meet him, Jiang Chen agreed, and they exchanged contact details. Back in the car, Yiling Shuang asked with a puzzled expression, "Honey, why did you agree to meet him?" "Wife, do you really want him to keep bothering us?" She was confused at first but quickly understood. Worried that Jiang Chen might misunderstand, she explained, "Honey, I really haven't ever initiated a conversation with him." "That doesn't matter," Jiang Chen said, pulling her into his arms. "I'll meet him later and see what tricks he's up to. Just be careful," she warned. Song Ji was not to be trusted, and Jiang Chen reassured her with a nod. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in a cafe, Jiang Chen sat across from Song Ji. Neither of them spoke, each sipping their coffee. Jiang Chen even picked up his phone to play a game, while Song Ji struggled to hold back his frustration. He had intended to dominate the conversation, expecting Jiang Chen to ask why he had called him there. But Jiang Chen's indifference completely disrupted his plans. After a moment of silence, Song Ji forced a smile and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." Jiang Chen didn't even look up, merely responding with a casual as he continued playing his game. Song Ji was clearly annoyed. "Mr. Jiang, could you please put your phone down?" Jiang Chen looked up, saw Song Ji's displeased expression, and calmly asked, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening." Song Ji's anger flared. From the moment Jiang Chen arrived, he had barely glanced at him before diving into his game. Song Ji felt utterly disrespected. After all, he was a Wall Street genius, the head of a billion-dollar company, and the son of a powerful father. Everywhere he went, people flattered him, but Jiang Chen acted as if he didn't exist. "Mr. Jiang, don't you think your behavior is quite rude?" Sensing that Song Ji was about to lose his temper, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. He could feel the anger brewing within Song Ji but didn't care. After all, he knew that Song Ji didn't have good intentions. Through his ability to see into the future, Jiang Chen had already glimpsed what Song Ji was planning. Seeing that Jiang Chen remained unfazed, Song Ji clenched his teeth in frustration. But remembering the importance of his plan, he suppressed his anger. He took out 5 checks from his pocket and handed them to Jiang Chen with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, if you leave the engagement party with Ling Shuang, these 5 billion yuan will be yours." Jiang Chen slowly lifted his head, looked at Song Ji, and smiled, asking, "Mr. Song, did you graduate from kindergarten?" Song Ji frowned. "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Chen continued to smile and said, "Isn't it obvious? If you'd even graduated from elementary school, you wouldn't be doing something so childish." Song Ji was silent for a moment before finally understanding what Jiang Chen meant. He suppressed his anger and forced himself to respond casually, "Mr. Jiang, with 50 billion, you could have any woman you want." Jiang Chen shook his head, still smiling. A kid who didn't graduate from kindergarten really is something. Hearing Jiang Chen repeatedly mention that he hadn't graduated from kindergarten made Song Ji's face twitch with frustration. "Mr. Jiang, I graduated from Kyoto University and then studied abroad for my master's degree. While studying overseas, I successfully acquired 8 domestic companies, each worth billions. I've since merged them, doubling their value." He finished speaking with a proud expression. This was a remarkable achievement. Many entrepreneurs spend decades working hard and still can't reach his level of success. This reputation as a Wall Street genius allowed him to thrive back home, attracting countless people seeking his advice. As a result, he also took on the role of a top-tier investor. With investors providing the capital, he enjoyed a share of the profits. But now, Jiang Chen was mocking him as if he hadn't even graduated from kindergarten. How could he tolerate that? Jiang Chen continued to smile. "Mr. Song, I didn't realize that even those foreigners hadn't graduated from preschool. How amazing that someone like you, who didn't finish kindergarten, could make so much money. Truly terrifying." Song Ji almost coughed up blood in anger. What kind of person is this? Even after all his boasting, Jiang Chen still called him a kindergarten dropout. Glaring at Jiang Chen, Song Ji realized he couldn't let this mockery continue. In a cold voice he said, "Mr. Jiang, if 50 billion isn't enough, name your price. I'll meet it." By this point, Jiang Chen had just finished a round of his game. Putting down his phone, he looked at Song Ji with a grin. "You know, you're quite an amusing little kindergarten kid. How's your math?" Suppressing his fury, Song Ji asked, "What do you want to test me on?" Jiang Chen smiled. "You're familiar with my wife, right?" Song Ji answered proudly, "Of course." Jiang Chen continued, "So, how much do you think my wife earns annually from acting and releasing albums?" After a brief pause, Song Ji replied, "Around 5 billion, I suppose. All right. And what do you think her current net worth is? Song Ji's face darkened as the implications of Jiang Chen's questions began to dawn on him. He knew that Yi Lingshuang had fully acquired Hangzhou University. Though the exact value hadn't been officially disclosed, as a businessman, he could estimate its worth. The land alone under the main campus could easily sell for 150 billion. The additional campuses, while not as prime, could fetch over 80 billion. Plus, the state-of-the-art equipment imported in recent years would be worth billions more. In total, just the land and equipment were worth over 200 billion. If Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang got married, everything she owned would be his too. And here he was, trying to buy off Jiang Chen with a mere 50 billion. No wonder Jiang Chen mocked his arithmetic skills. Realizing this, Song Ji dropped the pretense and sneered, "So, you're just a gold digger, living off your wife's wealth. Do you think everything Lingshuang owns will belong to you just because you marry her?" Jiang Chen smiled back. "What's the matter? Upset that you're not the one she chose?" Song Ji scoffed, "I'm not as spineless as you." TSK. Chen shook his head with disdain. "Song Ji, you can't hide anything from me. I know all your secrets." Seeing Song Ji's cold stare, Jiang Chen casually added, "You're after the land under Hangzhou University's Westlake campus, aren't you?" Song Ji's expression changed drastically. How did Jiang Chen know what he was planning? Yes, he was interested in Yi Lingshuang, but more than that, he was after the land she controlled. He had high hopes for the future of Hangzhou. If he could get his hands on that land, he could surpass the current richest man in the country and possibly even become the wealthiest in Asia. Of course, he knew that titles like Asia's richest were just for show. The truly wealthy never appeared on those lists, they operated from the shadows. But he needed that title to deceive the outside world. His future, and even his chance to be recognized by his family, depended on it. As an illegitimate child of the Song family, being officially acknowledged was his greatest desire. But he had never shared this with anyone. Now, Jiang Chen was reading him like an open book. Song Ji stared at him, shocked and in disbelief, but still tried to deny it. "I'm a brilliant investor with a fortune in the billions. I'm not as dirty as you think." Jiang Chen chuckled, the sound sharp and mocking. "Song Ji, do you even know your own worth? Have you really started believing all that genius talk? Have you forgotten how you compromised your dignity to get where you are?" Song Ji froze, his heart skipping a beat. He stared blankly at Jiang Chen. Could he know about what I did? Panic set in. His mind flashed back to the time when the Song family disowned him, sending him abroad. Once there, his father cut off his allowance, leaving him without a source of income. He started working part-time at a financial firm but often faced complaints. Then he found a certain client. The memories of that shameful past resurfaced. Seeing Jiang Chen smiling at him now, Song Ji shook his head in denial. It couldn't be possible those events had happened 3 years ago. Back then, Jiang Chen was still studying in the country and had never been abroad. How could he know? As Song Ji's face turned grim, Jiang Chen continued with a smile. "Need me to refresh your memory?" Song Ji remained silent, trying to gauge whether Jiang Chen was bluffing. Jiang Chen watched him for a moment before asking, "How was it serving that pot-bellied man? How did his foot washing water taste? And how about that steel wool his wife gave you? Did you get used to using it?" Song Ji's face turned pale. How did Jiang Chen know about his past? It was as if he had witnessed it firsthand. At this moment, his mind was in chaos. His past had to remain buried. If it got out, the main Song family would never accept him. Those incidents were far too dirty, too degrading. He glared coldly at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Stop slandering me. If you keep this up, I'll kill you." TSK Chen looked at Song Ji with disdain. "Right now you're just someone else's pet. Do you really think you're that important?" Jiang Chen's blatant contempt infuriated Song Ji. His fists clenched tightly. He wanted to strike but didn't dare to. Jiang Chen was taller and stronger than him, and because Song Ji had been kept in a pampered state, his physical strength was no match. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew all his secrets. If he lost the fight, not only would his past be exposed, but all his sacrifices and hard work would be in vain. Seeing that Song Ji was holding back, just as he had foreseen, Jiang Chen knew it was time to wrap things up. He slowly stood up, towering over Song Ji, and said coldly, "I don't care what you do in the outside world. But the fact that someone as disgusting as you wants to pursue my wife and take over Hangzhou University's land? That angers me." Song Ji was startled by Jiang Chen's serious and icy tone. He knew he couldn't stay any longer. If he did, his identity might be exposed. Quickly standing up to leave, he heard Jiang Chen's voice behind him. Leaving so soon? Do you think you can just walk away? Song Ji frowned and turned back to glare at Jiang Chen. What do you want? Hey, Jiang Chen sat back down, sipping his coffee leisurely. Your past disgusts me. You owe me compensation for the mental distress. And since you wasted my time, delaying my date with my wife, you need to compensate me for that too. Hainchem Song Ji turned to look at Jiang Chen, his only thought being to escape. He knew he couldn't win in a fight, and Jiang Chen had him cornered with his knowledge. After a moment of silence, Song Ji asked, How much do you want? Jiang Chen held up a finger. Not much. 1 billion. Kid, don't push your luck. Jiang Chen laughed coldly. Your attitude is irritating. The price just went up 3 billion. Seeing Jiang Chen so confident, Song Ji trembled with rage. Kid, even if I give you the money, do you think you'll live to spend it? Jiang Chen smirked. Whether I live to spend it is uncertain, but you definitely won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Not wanting to waste more words, Jiang Chen had already used his fate-modifying ability to check on Song Ji's situation. He knew Song Ji had 3 billion in an unregistered Swiss bank account, money that could be withdrawn in check form. So, Jiang Chen had his eyes on that fortune. At this moment, Song Ji was already considering hiring someone to silence Jiang Chen. He feared his past would be exposed and worried Jiang Chen might keep extorting him. The easiest solution seemed to be eliminating him. Then, he wouldn't have to see Jiang Chen's annoying face anymore. However, as Jiang Chen looked at the scene in Song Ji's future, he couldn't help but chuckle. Song Ji, are you thinking about having me killed? Is your intelligence still stuck in kindergarten? Do you really think that if I die, you'll live? My wife can find someone to take you out with her money, and not even Buddha could save you. Jiang Chen's words made Song Ji's face turn even paler. It was true at their level, they had encountered all sorts of things. If he could hire someone to kill Jiang Chen, Yi Lingshuang could just as easily hire someone to kill him. He valued his life, and wasn't ready to risk it over this. Kid, I don't have that much money. Your bag contains a check for exactly 3 billion. Hand it over, and stop wasting time. If you keep stalling, I can't guarantee I won't talk in my sleep. Song Ji's face twisted in anger. Damn it, talking in your sleep? At this moment he realized how skillfully Jiang Chen was manipulating him. Though it pained him deeply, he handed over the $3 billion check to Jiang Chen. He had intended to use that money as a secret stash. But now, with his life on the line, the choice was clear. Jiang Chen looked at the check in his hand and calmly said to Song Ji, From now on, whether you see me or my wife, you'd better avoid us. If I spot you anywhere near us, you'll face the consequences. Jiang Chen's demand was domineering, but Song Ji had no choice but to comply. Jiang Chen had already laid out the risks. Trying to kill Jiang Chen would only lead to his own death at Yi Lingshuang's hands, regardless of whether her love for Jiang Chen was genuine or not. Even if she only did it to protect her image, she would make sure he was dealt with. Not wanting to die, nor wanting his secrets to get out, Song Ji had no choice but to play along, hoping that Jiang Chen would hold up his end of the deal. As Jiang Chen watched Song Ji leave, he looked at the $3 billion check in his hand, and felt a bit troubled. He wasn't sure how to spend such a large sum. If only my wife were a spendthrift, I wouldn't have to worry about spending all this money, he muttered. Finishing his coffee, he prepared to head home when his phone rang. It was Yi Lingshuang. Honey, are you done over there? I'm a bit hungry. Let's go get dinner. Hearing that, Jiang Chen naturally didn't refuse. He found a nice restaurant and sat down, still lost in thought over how to spend the money. About 10 minutes later, Yi Lingshuang arrived, hand in hand with Yi Paying. Seeing Yi Paying, Jiang Chen felt slightly annoyed. Why was she tagging along like a third wheel? Still, since she was already here, he couldn't just send her away. As he was about to hand the menu to Yi Lingshuang, he heard Yi Paying's surprised voice. Wow! Checks? From a Swiss bank, with a $10 billion limit. Her exclamation caught Yi Lingshuang's attention. She picked up one of the checks to take a closer look. It was indeed from a Swiss bank, with a $10 billion limit. And there were 30 of them in total, making 3 billion in all. Hubby, where did these checks come from? Jiang Chen had been pondering how to spend the money, but when he saw Yi Lingshuang, an idea struck him. Wife, these are part of your dowry. What? Yi Lingshuang was stunned. Hadn't he already given her Hangzhou University as part of the dowry? Why this now? Standing nearby, Yi Paying was also confused. Picking up one of the checks, she skeptically asked, Little brother, did you have these printed at some shop? Do you really think I'm that low, sister Paying? Jiang Chen replied, frowning. He wasn't too fond of Yi Paying. Her behavior wasn't great, and she often made inappropriate jokes. Despite knowing how much he cared for Yi Lingshuang, she still wanted to prove her own allure by testing whether he would betray his wife for her. Unaware of Jiang Chen's disdain for her, Yi Paying smiled and said, "Little brother, I might believe it if you said the dowry was 30 million, but 3 billion. That's hard to swallow." Jiang Chen let out a bitter laugh and asked, "Sister Paying, do you think I'm just living off my wife?" This Yi Paying was caught off guard by Jiang Chen's direct question. Although she did think that he was living off his wife, she didn't dare to say so openly, especially with Yi Lingshuang present. "Quickly," she replied, "little brother, how could you say that? You two are a couple. A husband and wife are a team." Despite her words, both Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang could sense the underlying meaning. Yi Lingshuang, noticing this, said, "Paying, you're mistaken. The amount of money my husband has right now, even if I acted and sang for the rest of my life, working around the clock, I wouldn't be able to earn that much." Yi Paying's eyes flickered with disbelief. She thought Yi Lingshuang was just trying to save face for Jiang Chen. This realization made her feel awkward. Why did she get involved in their business? Realizing her mistake, she quickly apologized. "Lingshuang, little brother, I'm sorry." Although Yi Paying apologized, it was clear she still had her doubts. Sensing this, Yi Lingshuang added, "Paying, the serial numbers on these checks are unique. If you don't believe me, you can call the bank and verify their authenticity." Seeing Yi Lingshuang's confidence and firm expression, Paying hesitated. She didn't want to ruin her friendship, but she still had doubts. To prove the point, Yi Lingshuang picked up her phone and called the bank's dedicated customer service in front of her. She fully trusted Jiang Chen he would never lie to her or joke about something as serious as their relationship. The call connected quickly, and the voice on the other end spoke in a foreign language. Being well educated, Yi Lingshuang conversed effortlessly, asking the representative to verify the checks. After entering the serial numbers, the representative confirmed that the numbers were indeed unique and authentic. The representative also explained that each check had a special feature. When a drop of water was placed on the serial number, a unique pattern would appear, designed specifically by Swiss bank engineers. The pattern would be visible for exactly 3 seconds before disappearing. After the explanation, Yi Lingshuang carefully placed a drop of water on one of the checks. Sure enough, a unique pattern emerged, and after precisely 3 seconds, it vanished. Yi Paying saw everything with her own eyes. Unconvinced, she repeated the process on another check. Once again, a different unique pattern appeared. At that moment, Yi Paying was stunned. Could Jiang Chen really be a hidden tycoon? 300 billion. She was earning around 3 billion a year. How many years would it take her to make 300 billion? Seeing Paying's wide-eyed shock, Yi Lingshuang remarked, "Paying, I've told you before, my husband doesn't lack money. Why didn't you believe me?" Paying sighed, "Dear, your husband dresses so modestly, and he's so young. Who would think he's a billionaire?" Reflecting on something, Paying turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "Little brother, if you're so wealthy, why do you always dress so low-key?" Jiang Chen responded with a wry smile, "What do you think rich people should wear?" Paying pondered and said, "At the very least, you should be wearing designer clothes." "That's just your idea of a rich person," Jiang Chen retorted, leaving Paying feeling uncomfortable. Jiang Chen didn't bother with Paying any further. While it was normal to judge someone by their appearance, she could have asked Yi Lingshuang about the checks in private, given their close friendship. Instead, she had chosen to question him openly, which he found irritating. Soon, their steaks arrived, and after a quick meal, Paying excused herself and left, feeling thoroughly embarrassed by the day's events. After she left, Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang strolled hand in hand along the road. As they chatted, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the trip Yi Lingshuang had taken earlier that morning. "Wife, you mentioned you were going to the mountains and planned to stay there for a few days. Why did you come back so soon?" When Jiang Chen brought up the mountains, Yi Lingshuang's mood darkened. After a moment of silence, she explained, "Honey, my mom took me to the mountains because she wanted to invite my great-aunt to our wedding." "Did you manage to invite her?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Yi Lingshuang shook her head. "No, she passed away a few days ago." As she spoke, memories of the simple grave she had seen that day surfaced in her mind. The coffin wasn't even a proper one, just a makeshift box nailed together with wooden planks. After asking around, she learned that some relatives had taken the old woman's property and then abandoned her. In the end, it was kind-hearted neighbors who dug a grave and made the basic coffin to bury her. It wasn't because the elderly woman was unpopular, it was simply because she had no children and her family line ended with her. The relatives had taken her inheritance and then left her to fend for herself. Hearing the full story, Jiang Chen's expression grew cold. It was one thing for them to take the inheritance, but to leave her without a proper burial. That was truly heartless. Jiang Chen was filled with anger at the inhumanity of those people. He decided that when he had time he would use his ability to alter their fates, ensuring they paid the price for stealing someone else's property. But that was something for the future. For now he focused on comforting Yi Lingshuang and said, "Wife, once we're done with everything here, let's go back and give your great aunt a proper burial." Yi Lingshuang felt deeply touched by Jiang Chen's words, but she knew the customs there were different. In that village, once someone was buried, their grave was never to be disturbed. She explained, "Husband, the tradition there is that once an elder is buried, they can't be moved again." This Jiang Chen was surprised. He wasn't aware of such a strange custom. In many rural areas, when people became wealthy, they often relocated their ancestors' graves to a better location with good feng shui. But here, they couldn't even touch the graves once buried. Wife, that custom is really bizarre. Yi Lingshuang nodded and added, "That village has many strange practices." Remembering how confused Jiang Chen was when she told him earlier not to follow her there, she explained, "Husband, the reason I didn't let you come with me today is because the village has a rule men aren't allowed inside." When she brought this up again, Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued. "Wife, I'm really curious if no men are allowed. How do they have children there?" Yi Lingshuang knew Jiang Chen would be curious about this and replied, "Husband, marriage doesn't exist in that village." What Jiang Chen was even more intrigued. She continued, "The women in the village can go to other provinces to find boyfriends once they come of age. If they have a daughter, they bring her back to the village. But if they have a son, the child stays with the father. That's why the entire village is full of women." Jiang Chen was stunned by her explanation. So, they were essentially just using men to have children? And what about the fathers? Wouldn't they come looking for their children? He voiced his doubts. Yi Lingshuang shook her head and explained, "Husband, all the women who leave the village use fake names and identities. The outside world has no way of finding them." As she spoke, a thought seemed to strike her. My grandmother also used a fake name when she met my grandfather. After giving birth to my mother, she planned to leave, but my grandfather treated her so well that she couldn't bear to leave him. So, she stayed. Jiang Chen listened carefully and began piecing together the story. "Wife, do you think your great aunt was treated poorly by her relatives because your grandmother left the village?" Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment and replied, "That might be part of it. But I think the real reason is that my great aunt refused to go out and find a man to have children with. She didn't want her child to grow up without a father or be trapped in that village forever. But at the same time, she didn't want to leave for good, like my grandmother did." Jiang Chen nodded, seeing the logic in her explanation. But he couldn't help feeling sorry for the women in that village. Sensing his thoughts, Yi Lingshuang said, "Husband, 2 girls from the village came with my mother and me today. Do you have a way to help them avoid going back to that place?" Jiang Chen was curious. "How did they end up leaving with you?" Yi Lingshuang explained, "They're the daughters of my great aunt's neighbors. They were the ones who helped bury her. Now that they've grown up, and we were leaving, they wanted to leave too." Jiang Chen shook his head in disbelief. Such a terrible tradition would ruin countless lives. After a moment of silence he asked, "Wife, where did you arrange for them to stay?" "Since their identities are fake, I arranged for them to stay at my place," she replied. Then, looking at Jiang Chen, she asked, "Husband, do you have a way to keep them from going back? That village's customs are just too cruel." Jiang Chen definitely had a way he could alter their fates. But he needed more information, so he suggested, "Wife, let's go home and talk to them. We can ask what they want." Yi Lingshuang nodded, and the two of them walked home, hand in hand. When they arrived, they found the 2 girls sitting on the couch, watching TV. They were engrossed in a cartoon and occasionally burst into laughter. As Jiang Chen got closer, he noticed that both girls were quite attractive, though their skin was tanned from working in the fields. The girls noticed Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang and quickly stood up, looking nervous. "Big sister, you're back," they said timidly, heads lowered. Yi Lingshuang smiled and reassured them, "Yuding Xiaoli, don't be so formal. Make yourselves comfortable." "Thank you, sister." The girls glanced at Jiang Chen, and Yi Lingshuang introduced them to him. Jiang Chen smiled and greeted them. One of the girls, who was petite, blushed and looked down shyly. The other, who was about the same height as Yi Lingshuang, was more confident. She extended her hand and introduced herself with a smile. "Brother-in-law, my name is Jia Li. I hope I'm not too much trouble for you and Sister Lingshuang." "Not at all," Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He then used his fate-modifying ability to check Xie Li's future. After reading her profile, Jiang Chen quickly scanned her future. Xie Li wasn't content with staying in the village. She was a skilled martial artist, and she had no intention of returning. As he continued to explore her future, he saw that Xie Li become quite wealthy. She had brought with her a pair of agate jade bracelets, which turned out to be ancient burial treasures from a princess. When Xie Li sold them at auction, they fetched 10 million yuan. Seeing how valuable the bracelets were, Xie Li secretly returned to the village and retrieved more treasures from the ancient tombs. Within a year she became a billionaire. Jiang Chen was stunned. He continued to dig deeper into Xie Li's background and discovered that the village had a hidden history. It was the burial place of a female emperor or queen who once ruled a dynasty. After rebels overran her capital, she fled with her children to this village, where they eventually died. The women living in the village today were either descendants of the queen or the loyal maids who had followed her. They kept men out and forbade marriages to prevent outsiders from discovering the village's secrets. Realizing this, Jiang Chen was astonished. Xie Li had only retrieved a few items from one princess's tomb, and they were worth billions. If all the tombs were excavated, the value would be unimaginable. As Jiang Chen continued his exploration, he uncovered an even more incredible piece of information. Gu poison? Jiang Chen saw from Xie Li's fate that she had been afflicted with a gu poison. He also saw a grim scene where, after spending 3 years in the city, she died from being consumed by the gu poison. The sight sent a shiver down Jiang Chen's spine. What kind of country had this village been before? How could they still be using such things as gu poison? Controlling the women of the village with such cruelty was truly ruthless. Yiling Shuang noticed Jiang Chen staring blankly at Xie Li, making her blush and lower her head. She quickly nudged Jiang Chen and said, "Honey, don't stare at her like that." Sorry, Jiang Chen responded awkwardly. The scene he had just witnessed was horrifying. But now that Yiling Shuang had snapped him out of it, he knew it wasn't appropriate to keep looking into Xie Li's fate. He shifted his gaze around the room and realized that he hadn't seen Yiling Shuang's parents. Curious, he asked, "Wife, where are mom and dad?" Yiling Shuang also noticed that her parents were nowhere to be found. Just then, Xie Li spoke up. Someone came to see them earlier, and they went out. "Oh, I see," Yiling Shuang said, then turned to Xie Li and Zhang Yuding with concern. "Have you two eaten yet?" "Yes, uncle and auntie cooked for us before they left," Zhang Yuding replied. Hearing that they had already eaten, a thought crossed Yiling Shuang's mind, and she said, "In that case, why don't I take you both out for a bit of fun?" Xia Li and Zhang Yuding's eyes lit up with excitement. "We can go out," they asked eagerly. Today, when they followed Yiling Shuang to the city, the sight of tall buildings had made them want to explore. But with their fake IDs and unfamiliarity with the city, they were hesitant. In the village, their elders had warned them to lay low and get accustomed to their surroundings before venturing out. 20 years ago, some of the village elders had been caught and detained for a long time because they didn't have proper documents. Seeing the excitement in Xie Li and Zhang Yuding's eyes, Yiling Shuang smiled and said, "Of course you can go out." Then, noticing Jiang Chen's curiosity, she softly added, "Honey, the customs in that village will ruin them and the next generation too. I'm thinking if they see how great the city is, they won't want to go back." Jiang Chen knew that even if they wanted to stay, the gu poison would eventually act up, but Yiling Shuang's plan was a good one. He decided to deal with the gu poison later and agreed to take them out. The group left their neighborhood and took a taxi to a bustling shopping district. Xie Li and Zhang Yuding's clothes were old and worn, so Yiling Shuang took them shopping for several new outfits. Seeing their sun-darkened skin, she brought them to a beauty salon for a facial. Since their skin wouldn't lighten immediately, she had a makeup artist help them. Their hairstyles were outdated, so she took them for modern haircuts. After all these transformations, the two girls, who had initially looked like rural bumpkins, were now fair-skinned beauties. As they walked down the street, they attracted the attention of every man they passed, much to the girls' delight. After a long day of shopping, they went to a cafe and ordered milk tea. As they sat down, Zhang Yuding and Xie Li couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer. Earlier, they had seen Yiling Shuang scan a code with her phone to pay for things, which didn't match what their elders had told them about the city using money to buy things. In their small town, people still used cash. Xie Li asked curiously, "Big sister, don't you need to pay for things anymore? Do you just scan the store's codes with your phone and take what you want?" Hearing their questions, Yiling Shuang and Jiang Chen exchanged glances. Jiang Chen asked, "Haven't you ever gone shopping or used a phone before?" "We only went to town as children, but we haven't gone since we grew up, so we don't know anything about phones," Zhang Yuding explained. Jiang Chen was shocked. Could the village really be so secretive that they didn't even allow trips to town? Yi Lingshuang didn't know that the village was the resting place of a female emperor and several princesses. She just found the village's customs to be bizarre. So she began explaining how to use smartphones to Xia Li and Zhang Yuding. She even took them to a phone store and bought them each a phone, teaching them how to use it. Fortunately, both girls were literate and intelligent, quickly grasping the functions of the phones. As they continued exploring the city, time flew by, and soon it was 9:30 p.m. Since it was a small city, most shops were closing, and people were heading home. The group returned to the house. Zhang Yuding looked at herself in the mirror and turned to Yi Lingshuang, saying, "Big sister, the city is amazing. I never imagined the girls here would have such fair skin. And these products that make you look even fairer." Yi Lingshuang smiled and said, "If you like the city, you should stay a little longer. There are many things here that you won't find in the countryside." She didn't directly tell Zhang Yuding to stay. She wanted Zhang Yuding to experience the city's advantages and make the decision herself. Xie Li, on the other hand, was already captivated by the city and vowed to live a good life here. Even if she had to return to the village, she was determined to enjoy these 3 years without any regrets. She glanced secretly at the jade bracelets she had taken from the tomb. Xie Li had seen newspapers in the mountains that mentioned the value of jade bracelets. She believed these bracelets could be sold for a good sum of money, which would allow her to live comfortably in the city. It was late at night, and Jiang Chen lay in bed, pondering the information he had gathered from Xie Li and Zhang Yuding's minds. Both had been cursed with Gu poison. Earlier, he hadn't had the chance to modify their fates or even fully explore them, because Yi Lingshuang had been watching him. Without finishing his search, he didn't know the full story of the village. As he wondered how to uncover more about the ancient tombs, his phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Yi Lingshuang. "Honey, are you still awake?" Jiang Chen quickly replied, "I'm thinking about you, so no, I'm not asleep yet." On the other side, Yi Lingshuang couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You're just trying to sweet-talk me. If you were thinking of me, why didn't you text me first? I didn't want to disturb you since I thought your mom was with you. My mom is still chatting with Yuding and Xia Li. She hasn't come back to the bedroom yet." Hearing that her mom wasn't around, Jiang Chen momentarily forgot about the village and excitedly texted back, "Wife, since your mom isn't there, shouldn't you send me a little something?" Blushing, Yi Lingshuang replied, "Didn't I send you something yesterday?" "That was yesterday." "You haven't sent me anything today," Jiang Chen replied with a mischievous grin. After a moment of silence, Yi Lingshuang suddenly suggested, "Husband, why don't we go out for a late-night snack? I can't sleep anyway." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Was this a hint? Going out for a late-night snack in the middle of the night? "Wife, are you serious?" "Of course. I didn't eat enough earlier, and now I'm a bit hungry. Do you want to go? If you do, I'll get changed." "Honey, I think you don't need to change clothes. Going out in pajamas is perfectly fine," Jiang Chen texted back with a mischievous grin. "Eating skewers in pajamas, that's the right way to do it." Seeing his message, Yi Lingshuang smiled and replied, "I don't mind, but are you okay with other people seeing me in my pajamas?" Jiang Chen's face immediately darkened. He quickly responded, "Okay, fine, change your clothes. Let's go out." All right, Yi Lingshuang giggled as she quickly changed into something casual. They both stepped out of their rooms at the same time, smiling as they saw each other. Yi Lingshuang hooked her arm around Jiang Chen's and asked with a playful smile, "Honey, should we go to the BBQ place near our community, or to the one on High Road with the little chef?" "Let's go to the one on High Road," Jiang Chen suggested. "The food there is better." "All right, the meat there is more tender, and the flavors are great," Yi Lingshuang agreed. "Okay, let's grab a taxi at the gate." Then Yi Lingshuang's voice was gentle, like a caring and obedient wife. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and then, with warmth in his voice, said, "Honey, let me carry you there. We don't need a taxi, I want to walk with you." Concerned, Yi Lingshuang asked, "Won't that be tiring for you? It's a whole kilometer." "How could carrying my wife ever be tiring?" Jiang Chen replied, smiling as they walked down the stairs, chatting and laughing. At the entrance of their building, Jiang Chen crouched down. "Hop on, honey?" With a little leap, Yi Lingshuang climbed onto Jiang Chen's back. The moment he felt her weight, Jiang Chen noticed something was off. The last time he carried her, she wasn't this light. "Honey, have you lost weight?" he asked. Blushing, Yi Lingshuang admitted, "Yes, I've been on a diet. We're getting engaged soon after all. What if I gain weight and can't fit into my dress? Those dresses are custom made." Jiang Chen understood. This silly girl. She was already quite slim, standing at 170 cm and weighing just 50 kg. But she was still dieting. "Honey, you need to eat more later. No more dieting, he gently chided. Yi Lingshuang nodded in agreement, though she still secretly planned to continue dieting. She wanted to present the best version of herself to Jiang Chen on their engagement day, without a single flaw. Suggesting they go out for a late-night snack was just an excuse to spend some alone time with Jiang Chen. Since returning from Hangzhou, they hadn't had much time together, especially with the two girls from the village and her friend Yi paying around. Late at night was the only chance to be alone with him. As Jiang Chen carried her along the road, they talked about their upcoming engagement. "Honey, my mom has already sent out invitations to my relatives. What about your side? Have you contacted your relatives?" When Yi Lingshuang mentioned his relatives, Jiang Chen fell silent. He had never met his extended family, and his unreliable parents had never mentioned them either. "I've told my parents to make sure the engagement party is lively, and to invite all the relatives they can reach," Jiang Chen said, though his voice lacked confidence. In truth, he had no idea who his relatives were. His parents hadn't even mentioned any family members, and they had been missing all day. Sensing Jiang Chen's sadness, Yi Lingshuang realized she had touched on a sensitive topic. She had never seen any of his relatives visit their home, and the only people who came by were neighbors from their community. Feeling she had asked the wrong question, she quickly changed the subject. "Honey, after our engagement, Xiaoli and Yuding plan to leave. Have you thought of a way to stop them from following those awful customs? That village is just too harsh. I don't want them to go back and suffer." Hearing her mention Xiaoli and Zhang Yuding, Jiang Chen paused and suggested, "How about I take them out tomorrow for a day? We can see how they're feeling and what they think." "That sounds like a good idea," Yi Lingshuang agreed. While Jiang Chen might not be as accurate in analyzing some situations, he was much better at persuading people. She remembered how he had convinced her to choose a shorter contract when she signed with her talent agency. At first she had wanted a 20-year deal because the profit share was higher, but Jiang Chen had persuaded her to think long-term, citing examples of other cases where short-term gains didn't pay off. His advice turned out to be spot on, and she had signed a 5-year contract instead. Jiang Chen definitely had a knack for convincing people. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the BBQ restaurant. Even though it was almost midnight, the place was still bustling, with tables both inside and outside occupied. They found an empty spot and sat down, ready to order. After Yi Lingshuang finished selecting items, she handed the menu to Jiang Chen. "Honey, I've chosen these. See if there's anything else you want." Jiang Chen glanced at the menu and was shocked. She had ordered things like chives, pig kidneys, and other foods known for boosting kidney function. "Honey, what's all this for?" he asked, stunned. Blushing, Yi Lingshuang whispered, "Honey, we'll be living together soon. I just want to make sure you're in good health, so I'm helping you prepare in advance." What Jiang Chen was completely taken aback. Preparing for what? They hadn't even started living together yet, and she was already worried about his health? "Honey, isn't this a bit too early? Aren't you worried I might, overdo it?" Jiang Chen said, half joking, half nervous. Seeing his bewildered expression, Yi Lingshuang realized she might have gone overboard. But she had read online that men needed to take care of their kidneys, and if a man had good kidney health, there was a higher chance of having twins. And she really wanted twins, or better yet, a boy and a girl. So, she was determined to help Jiang Chen take good care of himself. Trying to reassure him, she gently added a few more kidney-boosting items to the order, causing Jiang Chen to break out in a nervous sweat. Was she really that intense? As Jiang Chen stared at her in disbelief, Yi Lingshuang blushed even more and lowered her head. "Honey, don't look at me like that. I'm just thinking about our family's future and hoping our little ones will come along soon." Jiang Chen's face twitched slightly. What kind of excuse was that? For the sake of the kids? Clearly it was more for her own sake. The skewers were soon brought to their table. The server looked at Jiang Chen and Yi Lingshuang with a puzzled expression, though she focused mainly on Jiang Chen. Internally she couldn't help but wonder, just how weak is this man if his girlfriend ordered so many dishes to boost his health? Their table quickly drew the attention of other diners, especially the men. They began speculating just how much Jiang Chen had been drained for his girlfriend to order so many kidney-boosting dishes. 3 men, intrigued by Yi Lingshuang's looks and amused by the food she had ordered, exchanged glances and then swaggered over to their table. "Hey there, little sister. How old are you?" one of them asked with a smirk. Yi Lingshuang shot them a look of disgust. "Get lost." The men burst into laughter. "Wow, feisty little pepper, aren't you?" one of them teased. "What do you guys think? Do you like this spicy type?" "Sure do," the others chimed in together. "Listen, sweetheart, if your boyfriend can't satisfy you, we can." But before the man could finish, he doubled over in pain as a sharp sensation shot through his groin. A scream of agony escaped his lips. The other two men froze, their expressions shifting to panic as they rushed to help their friend. As they did, they noticed Yi Lingshuang standing there, her face icy cold as she glared at them. "Leave," she commanded. Though she was just a petite woman, her fierce aura didn't deter the two burly men. "You little brat, how dare you hurt our boss? Tonight you're staying with us," one of them growled as both men lunged at her, fists swinging toward her head. Yi Lingshuang deftly dodged their blows with surprising agility, leaving the men stunned. As they prepared to attack again, they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their lower regions. Looking down, they saw shoe prints on their pants clearly. She'd kicked them. Before they could react, Yi Lingshuang delivered a powerful left hook to one man's chin, sending the 180-pound brute staggering backward. Within seconds he collapsed to the ground, a few bloodied teeth tumbling from his mouth as he hit the pavement with a loud thud. He lay there, dazed and questioning everything, unsure how he'd just been taken down by a small woman in mere seconds. The other diners were equally shocked. Watching a young woman effortlessly defeat two burly men was not something they saw every day. Of the three troublemakers, only one remained standing. Glancing between his fallen comrades and the fearless woman who had taken them down, the last man hesitated. Fearing the same fate, he quickly crouched to help his friends up. Both of them groaned in pain but, realizing how skilled Yi Lingshuang was, knew they stood no chance. With a final glare, the leader muttered, "Let's go." And with that, the three men limped away, their bruised egos trailing behind them. The other diners, who had been hoping for more of a show, returned to their meals, somewhat disappointed by the quick resolution. Jiang Shen, having watched Yi Lingshuang handle the situation with ease, couldn't help but be impressed. His wife's martial skills had clearly improved. In the past, dealing with troublemakers might have been a challenge for her, but now, she had taken down two strong men without breaking a sweat. Seeing Jiang Chen staring at her, Yi Lingshuang thought for a moment and said, "Honey, it seems like the thugs in our city are just as weak as ever." Jiang Chen chuckled. "Weak? You're joking, right? Those guys were huge. You're just too strong for them." "Well, I've been practicing martial arts for over 10 years. I guess I've gotten pretty good," Yi Lingshuang said with a hint of pride, clearly pleased with the compliment. After finishing their meal, they prepared to leave when a male voice called out, "Hey, old classmate. I can't believe you've become a big star, and you can still pack a punch." Yi Lingshuang turned toward the voice and saw a young man, around 21 or 22, approaching them. He wore a t-shirt and had a snake tattoo on his arm. The snake's head looked familiar. She had seen it before during her high school years. The guy had been notorious in class, flaunting his connections and eventually getting expelled by the teacher. Recognizing her old classmate, Yi Lingshuang smiled and stood up. "Long time no see, old classmate." "Yeah, it's been a while," the man replied with a strange expression. He walked over to Jiang Chen, giving him a once-over before asking, "Is this guy your husband?" Yi Lingshuang frowned, sensing hostility in his tone. The man ignored her reaction, stepping closer to Jiang Chen with a sneer. "So, old classmate, I heard your boyfriend here needs a lot of food supplements to keep up. Why are you even with such a weak guy?" Annoyed by the insult, Yi Lingshuang's expression turned cold. She couldn't stand anyone bad-mouthing Jiang Chen. "I thought you were here to catch up, but it seems you're just here to mock my husband. We have nothing to talk about. Leave." Seeing the man open his mouth to speak again, Yi Lingshuang cut him off, her voice icy. "Get lost." The man hadn't expected to be dismissed so easily, but he didn't care much. He had only come over to settle a score on behalf of his underlings. "Sorry, but I'm not going anywhere just yet," he said with a sneer. Yi Lingshuang's brow furrowed as she stepped in front of Jiang Chen protectively. "What do you plan to do now?" she asked coldly. The man lazily glanced at Yi Lingshuang and said, "Old classmate, today you beat up my two brothers. If you don't leave something behind, how am I supposed to explain this to them? How can I maintain my reputation around here?" Yi Lingshuang frowned. She quickly realized that the men she had taken down earlier were this guy's lackeys. Jiang Chen stepped forward with a smile and said, "You talk as if being a lackey makes you successful and gives you some kind of prestige." The man didn't expect Jiang Chen to step in and glared at him fiercely. "Kid, do you know who I am? Are you tired of living? A mere nightclub lackey. And you're acting all high and mighty," Jiang Chen replied with disdain. By now Jiang Chen had already seen the man's details. His name was Fu Kui, and he was just a thug, though a skilled fighter who could easily take on 5 or 6 ordinary people. But to Jiang Chen, this small-time thug was no more than an ant easily crushed without a second thought. Fu Kui's anger flared. He might have been just a lackey at a nightclub, but in a small place like Dragon City, he had considerable influence and could handle a lot of things. Now Jiang Chen dared to mock him? With a cold glare, Fu Kui raised his fist and aimed it at Jiang Chen's head. "Honey, watch out," Yi Ling Shuang shouted, trying to block the blow, but Jiang Chen calmly lifted his hand and effortlessly caught Fu Kui's wrist. Fu Kui was shocked. He was a trained fighter, confident in his speed and strength. Yet, Jiang Chen had easily intercepted his attack. Unwilling to back down, he swung his left hand for another strike. But before he could land it, a loud slap echoed through the air. Pain radiated through Fu Kui's cheek, leaving him stunned. He touched his burning face, unable to believe that Jiang Chen hit him and hit him so hard. After a moment of stunned silence, Fu Kui snapped back to reality and shouted, "You're dead, kid." As soon as the words left his mouth, another slap struck his face, this time on the other side. His right cheek stung just as intensely, and Fu Kui found himself dazed. How was Jiang Chen so fast that he couldn't even see the blows coming? Jiang Chen looked at the bewildered thug and said with a smile, "Go ahead, keep threatening me." Go to Fu Kui started, but before he could finish, the pain in his wrist intensified, forcing him to his knees. At that moment he realized Jiang Chen wasn't just some ordinary guy, he was a highly skilled fighter, and Fu Kui had clearly picked the wrong person to mess with. Yi Ling Shuang watched from the side, equally stunned by how easily Jiang Chen handled Fu Kui. She knew Fu Kui's reputation well back in high school. He had bullied other students and tried to become the top dog because of his martial arts skills. He even got expelled for teaming up with some thugs to beat up his classmates. Yet this former school bully was now at Jiang Chen's mercy. When did my silly husband become so strong? Yi Ling Shuang wondered to herself. Jiang Chen didn't notice her thoughts as he focused on Fu Kui. "Go ahead, act tough again," he taunted. "Say one more word, and maybe you'll find yourself competing in next year's Paralympics." Hearing that, Fu Kui's face turned pale. Paralympics? Who wanted to end up there? He quickly realized that Jiang Chen wasn't someone to mess with, he was someone who could ruin his life with a single move. His anger turned to fear as he lowered his head and humbly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't recognize who I was dealing with. Please forgive me. I promise I won't do this again." Jiang Chen was satisfied with the apology, but the memory of Fu Kui threatening Yi Ling Shuang made his expression harden. "Why are you apologizing now? Weren't you demanding something from my wife earlier?" Fu Kui's fear deepened. In the underworld he knew exactly what Jiang Chen's words meant. He felt the panic rising and quickly turned to Yi Ling Shuang, begging, "Old classmate, I was wrong. Please, be merciful and forgive me." Seeing Fu Kui's genuine fear, Jiang Chen paused for a moment before tightening his grip on the thug's wrist. With a loud crack, Fu Kui screamed in agony. He looked at Jiang Chen with sheer terror. He had expected Jiang Chen to be ruthless, but he hadn't thought it would come to this. Jiang Chen's cold voice cut through the air. "Consider this a small punishment. If I ever see you bullying others again, it won't just be your hand. Next time, it'll be your life." Fu Kui didn't dare utter a word, nodding in terrified agreement. He had been in the streets long enough to know when to back down, and Jiang Chen was clearly someone far beyond his ability to challenge. And now, with his hand broken, his job as a nightclub enforcer was gone, along with any reputation he had. There was no way he could seek revenge against someone as powerful as Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to Fu Kui, Jiang Chen's actions weren't just about punishing him, they were also about giving him a chance at a new life. Without his job at the nightclub, Fu Kui's future would change, and he might avoid the grim fate that awaited him in the streets. In a way, Jiang Chen had saved him from a violent death. As Fu Kui slinked away, Jiang Chen and Yi Ling Shuang left the BBQ restaurant under the astonished gazes of the other diners. Walking down the street, Jiang Chen noticed that Yi Ling Shuang kept glancing at him, clearly puzzled by what had just happened. With a knowing smile, Jiang Chen finally stopped and said, "Wife, if you have something to ask, just ask. You're staring at me like I've grown another head." Giggling, Yi Ling Shuang hugged his arm tightly and said, "Honey, you were so handsome just now." Jiang Chen had expected her to ask how he had suddenly become so strong, but instead, she just complimented him. Since she wasn't asking for an explanation, Jiang Chen decided to play along. Pretending to be offended, he asked, "So, you're saying I wasn't handsome before?" "You were always handsome," Yi Ling Shuang replied with a grin. "But today you were especially handsome." Jiang Chen laughed. Talking to a smart person is so much easier, he thought. Without needing to over-explain, everything just felt simple. As they continued walking, Jiang Chen suddenly pulled her close, his eyes locking onto her beautiful face. "Wife, since I'm so handsome tonight, how about you keep me company all night?" he teased.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.